The virtual character I personally raised wants to marry me. Chapter 190 to Chapter 234. In the dense forest, two figures walked between the trees, one in front and one behind. They wore clothes that looked like chameleon skin, and the patterns changed color with the environment, making them almost perfectly blend in with the surroundings. Although they had the body shape of a human, their heads and hands were covered with dense brown-green scales, and they looked like reptiles. Su Fengqing frowned and used the system to check their information. Level, unfathomable. Both of them were the same. The level difference was too big, and he could not detect anything. They were definitely not humans. Were they from a rare race? But why was Asai so hostile to them? Su Fengqing quietly observed them. Seeing the two approaching, he suddenly felt the person beside him pressing down on his hand. Su Fengqing looked sideways and met the eyes of Xinos. The silver-haired man's eyes were not only cold but also dignified. Su Fengqing thought for a moment and understood what he meant. Without waiting for Sino's warning, he had already silently pulled open a shadow barrier. He fell asleep late last night, and without his magic support, the effect of the skill disappeared. When the shadow completely covered the two, he put the blanket that covered him into his backpack and held the dagger tightly. All of this happened in silence. After Su Fengqing was done, one of the two people who were approaching them stopped and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." It was an unfamiliar language, but Su Fengqing had the system's real-time translation function, so he could understand. "Kors, wait." The person walking behind him suddenly stopped. He tilted his head and listened attentively. His actions and expression were filled with vigilance. "Eller, what's wrong?" Kors looked at his companion and saw that he had a strange expression, so he quickly followed his companion and observed the surroundings, but he did not find anything. Eller slowly shook his head, but his beastly eyes were still moving quickly. He did not find anything wrong, but when one's strength reached a certain level, their intuition would become more sensitive. When he passed by, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. It was not a sense of danger, but a feeling of being watched. "Aren't you too nervous?" After Kors glanced around and confirmed that there were only 3-star and below interstellar beasts nearby, he shook his head and said. They were already close to 5-star in strength, so the interstellar beasts in this area were not a threat to them. Seeing that his companion did not answer, Kors looked into the distance and said, "I don't know what's going on recently. The interstellar beasts have been acting strangely frequently. Last night, they even formed a small beast tide. Do you think something happened on Roland's side?" The spies planted by Bharat and Roland had all been removed in the past 6 months, and they did not receive any more information. It was as if they were blind. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they did not discover any new hidden posts. Eller was looking up at the big tree that Su Fengqing and the others were standing on. However, he could only see the dense shadow of the tree and nothing else. He could only withdraw his gaze and say, "I'm not sure." "Let's go and take a look." Kors nodded and laughed. "Let's go. Let's finish our work early and go back. After the layout here is finished, we still have to go to the next place. I'm looking forward to it like 4 years ago, hee." The lizard man with a calm expression glanced at him and did not refute. He continued to walk forward. After the two lizard men left, Su Fengqing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. They could walk freely in the forest, obviously they were fearless. They were probably stronger than Asai in terms of strength. If possible, he naturally did not want to go against these two NPCs. Because no matter how he looked at them, they were not friends, and Asai's expression was very good to explain this point. Thanos bit his lower lip hard. He did not know how to speak the Beirut language, but he knew how to listen. He heard everything that the two Beirut people said. Why did the Bharat people appear in Esh? Was Esh's safe passage cracked? Or did the Imperial City fall? And, they just talked about what happened 4 years ago. Did the beast tide 4 years ago have anything to do with the Bharat people? Could this be their handiwork? Asai? The man called him in a low voice and called Xinos back to his senses. He then felt the pain from his lower lip and a trace of blood. He bit down too hard and cut his lip. Xinos wiped his lip and the wound on his lip was quickly healed by the healing stream. Then, he looked at Su Fengqing and said somewhat uncontrollably, "Fengqing, I know you don't want to have anything to do with me. You don't want to know my identity, and you don't want to talk about yourself. But now, I still want you to tell me. Are you from Roland? Otherwise, why would he speak such pure Roland language? Su Fengqing looked at his serious expression, hesitated, and said, I belong to the Roland camp. He could open the Roland camp's warehouse, so this rare race also belonged to the Roland camp. Xenos knew that because the entire Esh planet was considered to be Roland's territory, all the creatures on Esh planet were considered to be part of the Roland Empire. He was not sure if Fengqing was talking about this concept. But, at least this Mr. Ancient Beast recognized Roland. Xenos' frown slightly relaxed. He asked again, then have you been to Roland's imperial city recently? In the past 4 years? He was eager to know the situation of his homeland. He wanted to know if Roland had been occupied by the hateful Barat people. Su Fengqing looked at his nervous expression and said, although I haven't been there, I have a rough idea of the situation. He briefly explained what he knew. For example, there were only 5 main cities left in Roland. He also said that Roland's main cities were not afraid of interstellar beasts because of the protection circle. Xenos quietly listened to his description. He had heard about this from Xiao Wu, and now he could finally confirm that what Xiao Wu said was true. He could not help but sigh in relief. At least Roland was not completely destroyed. They still had hope, but how did the Barat people come to Esh planet? What were they planning behind the scenes? Xenos frowned deeply as he pondered. He originally wanted to return to Cyrene as soon as possible, but suddenly he was not so anxious anymore. He could not just sit back and do nothing. His intuition told him that these lizard men were planning a bigger scheme, but Xenos lowered his head and looked at his broken body. He could not do anything now. Should he ask Fengqing to help him? No, that would not do. He could not take such a big risk. Thinking of this, Xenos could not help but feel depressed. What are you worried about? Su Fengqing frowned. Those 2 humanoid creatures. Do you know them? They are from the Barat people. Xenos said with certainty. They have been eyeing Roland since a long time ago. They are our enemies. Because of Esh planet's special environment, they have been unable to enter Roland and carry out their invasion plan. But now they are here. Su Fengqing understood what he was worried about. He also vaguely remembered that in the information given to him by the game team, there was indeed an introduction of the enemy forces of Roland. Although he did not remember when the enemy forces were supposed to appear, it was impossible for them to appear at this time of the first week of the open beta. At most, the traitor NPCs would start to contact the players and lure them to join the enemy forces. Then, as the story progressed, the enemy forces' true colors and related gameplay would be revealed. At this moment, the system notification rang. Ding. Successfully triggered the legendary mission, the Barat People's Conspiracy. Description: you have discovered traces of the Barat people at a place far away from the original border of Roland. They seem to be planning something. Mission details: find out why the Barat people appeared in the Roland Empire and their plans. Mission reward, unknown. Looking at the mission notification, Su Fengqing sighed deeply in his heart. He had understood. Without a doubt, it was because his account was too far away from the newbie city that this mission was triggered early. No player would go so deep into the forest at the beginning of the open beta. The original border of Roland. That was at least 10,000 miles away from the imperial city of Roland, and this was clearly illogical. Su Fengqing always thought that he was the game publisher, not the player, so his behavior in the game was very restrained. He had been trying his best to avoid affecting the game, even though the act of saving Thanos itself might have been the biggest impact. So now, it was impossible for him to complete this legendary mission. The person who triggered and completed this mission should be the players, not him. With this in mind, Su Fengqing closed the mission interface. He looked at Xenos and said, let's continue to look for your companions. Xenos looked at the direction where the 2 lizard men left with some hesitation. He was not willing to give up such a clue, but he also understood that if he could not send the message, even if he found out the truth, it would be useless. At this moment, Xenos' pupils suddenly shrank. Su Fengqing was about to speak, but he felt a strong force on his chest. He saw Xenos reach out with his left hand and push him down the tree. Because of the belt connecting the two of them, when he fell, Thanos also fell with him. Su Fengqing caught him and looked up. He saw that there was a small hole in the ground where they were just standing, as if it was hit by a bullet. Then, under his gaze, the hole spread and corroded the bark, exposing the fibrous tissue underneath, and it continued to corrode. They dodged it. Su Fengqing fell from the sky and rolled on the ground with Xenos in his arms. When he got up, he saw the two lizard men standing not far from them. The one named Kors was holding a very high-tech gun in his hand. It was obvious that he was the one who fired the shot. "Alan, you are too smart. How did you know there was someone on the tree?" The lizard man played with the weapon in his hand and asked his companion. Alan kicked the nutshell on the ground. Su Fengqing knew at a glance that they threw it down after they finished eating on the tree last night. In the dense primitive forest, the two sides were only a dozen meters apart. Under the trees that covered the sky, there was no vegetation, only fallen leaves. Su Fengqing stared at the two lizard man NPCs cautiously. He knew that the NPCs of the Star Age were very intelligent. Asai had already made him feel this, but when two random NPCs were so sensitive, he was still surprised. The game group was able to do this, it was enough to show Wang Lao's effort. But now was not the time to think about this. Xenos, who was in his arms, grabbed his clothes tightly with her left hand, buried her face in his arms, and whispered, "Fengqing, run, we can't beat them." The other side not only had a strong presence, but also had high-tech equipment. They had no advantage at all. Su Fengqing also understood this, but it was not easy to escape. Although his combat skills were not good, he also knew how deadly it was to leave one's back to the enemy, especially when the enemy had long-range weapons. "Who are you people?" The lizard man named Eller sized them up with his pair of yellow-brown vertical pupils, and his gaze lingered on Xenos. Unfortunately, the black-haired man was so protective that he could only see the back of his head. "Do you expect them to understand Beirut?" Kors played with the gun in his hand and said with some disdain, "No matter what, since they saw us, we can't let them leave here." Eller nodded. "We can take them back. I feel that they should be good research samples." The two lizard men chatted like this, looking at Su Fengqing with cold and cruel eyes, but also with an inexplicable certainty, as if they were already birds in a cage. As they talked, they approached. Su Fengqing stared at them but did not move. Xenos heard the footsteps behind her and nervously grabbed the man's clothes. He was of the royal bloodline of Roland, and his silver hair and purple eyes were too obvious. As an enemy, it was impossible for the Beirut people not to recognize him. If he was discovered, they would definitely not let him go. But, Xenos raised her head and looked at Su Fengqing with a touch of determination. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fengqing, I'll hold them back. You run." He was in such a dangerous situation because of him, and he could not be a burden to his savior. However, what responded to him was the man holding the back of his head and pulling him into his arms again. "You better behave," Su Fengqing warned in a low voice, but his eyes were still staring at the two lizard men, as if he was planning something. "Xenos, but, ha ha ha, do you think you can still escape?" The lizard men obviously understood Roland's German, and the one named Kors couldn't help but laugh when he heard their conversation. Now is the time. Su Fengqing took advantage of the opportunity and the silver-white ring on her left thumb flashed red. Ding. Bloodline power activated. Bloodline activated. Level reached LV40, all attributes plus 1000%, duration 30 minutes, his vision was raised, and his body was getting bigger. Xenos was being held in his hand from being pressed down to being held in his palm. Then, Su Fengqing controlled his body and threw it hard. This sudden change stunned the two lizard men for a moment. While they were stunned, a huge black tail quickly filled their vision. With two screams, they were sent flying by the black dragon's tail. Su Fengqing left immediately after the attack and ran into the depths of the forest with Xenos. It was not that he did not want Xianxia to chase after him, but, after the two lizard men were sent flying by him, their health bars were still full. He was not sure if he could win if he stayed, so it was better to run in this situation. He did not run in the direction he came from because he was not sure if there would be another beast tied today. He also did not dare to run in the direction of the lizard men. These two aliens should have companions. Kors and Eller were sent flying into the trees. There were transparent fragments on their bodies, and they all fell to the ground. The latest model of invisible armor they were wearing was actually shattered. The two of them looked at each other, endured the pain in their chests, and chased after the black dragon. They must not let these two escape. Especially the black-haired man who could shapeshift. He should be an ancient species on Esh planet, a creature called Ancient Beast by the Roland people. Such an ancient creature, even its corpse was very valuable for research. The black dragon ran very fast and disappeared into the dense forest in a moment, but Kors and Eller were not particularly anxious. Their race was very good at tracking, not to mention the black dragon's running speed was indeed fast, but it also made a lot of noise. The traces left behind were too obvious. Su Fengqin was also aware of this problem, but once he deactivated the blood activation state, he had to wait 7 days before he could activate it again. He had to at least run a little further away to leave enough time for himself to escape after he turned back into his human form. Xinos was being held in his hands, and his whole body was shaking uncomfortably. However, in this situation, he did not dare to let the man slow down. He also released his psychic power to detect the situation around him to prevent him from running into more dangerous places. This was the first time Xinos saw the original appearance of the ancient beast. He had not seen the records of this race, but he vaguely knew that it was Fengqin. It should be the legendary dragon, in human form and dragon form. His strength was obviously not on the same level. Even if he stayed by his side, Xinos felt a little pressure. Maybe they could really escape. Xinos's heart was rekindled with hope. He became more serious and did not dare to slack off. Roland Imperial City, Imperial Palace. Xianxia, do you know? Xing is a descendant of the elven royal family? Su Silly used the quest system to finally get the elven player to speak, but he did not expect to get an answer he did not expect. Little Ash was a member of the elven royal family. Only she could help the elves find the lost land of the elves, and the elves could only be baptized in the land of the elves to activate the power of their blood and continue to improve their strength. This was the reason why the elven player looked for Little Ash. Now, Su Silly asked Xianxia to come over to ask him about this matter. Xianxia shook his head, and there was a hint of surprise in his expression. Xing is a half-elf, and her blood is mixed. It is difficult for non-elves to tell the difference. Yes. Su Silly nodded. He did not ask Xianxia to come over just to talk about this. Since Xing's people came to find us, and we can confirm that he has no ill intentions, do you think we should let them meet? The words of the blue mark were trustworthy. After all, the last time he lied to Xing, the game system immediately detected it and allowed him to escape death. This meant that the game system could detect lies. Since the blue mark could complete the mission and obtain the reward, it meant that he was telling the truth. Xianxia frowned. He was not familiar with the forest elves, but if it was the sea elves, he would definitely go without hesitation. As for the land of the forest elves, he had been there once, but it was so long ago that he could not remember the way. Moreover, Little Ash was a half-elf, so even if he went to the land of the elves, he would not be of much use. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, Su Silly did not immediately ask him to make a decision. Instead, he gave him some time to think about it carefully before making a decision. As for the elven player, he would continue to stay in the royal prison. After all, he had trespassed into the royal palace, and this crime could not be pardoned just like that. He had to create a good atmosphere among the players so that others would think twice before trespassing into the royal palace. As for the land of the elves, he also looked it up on the future forum and obtained the specific coordinates. However, the map showed that the coordinates were outside of Roland, which meant that the place was even farther than the border of Roland and was surrounded by high-level monsters. Dealing with the galactic beasts in Roland was already difficult enough. If it was not necessary, Su Silly did not want to interfere with the affairs of other races. Of course, if it was a request from Xianxia or Little Ash, then he would consider it. On the other hand, the activities launched by the game group had also started to have a certain effect on the 5 main cities of Roland. From a direct observation, the players' enthusiasm for doing daily quests had obviously increased by a level, and there was even a phenomenon of competition. In addition to daily quests, they were more active in discovering new quests in the cities, which made the Roland citizens who were already accustomed to the enthusiasm of the brave. players feel overwhelmed. Because of such activities, the 100,000 new beta players were able to integrate into the Roland Empire faster and feel the charm of Star Age more vividly. Every main city had its own sense of history, and every detail was to the point of amazement. As the collection of costumes increased, the folktales recorded behind the costumes were gradually known by the players. This was probably the perfect feast for the textual research party. In addition to the costume activities, there was no doubt that what made the players excited and happy was the Card Master class advancement mission. Cixing and His Majesty Xiao Luo's card skills had attracted the attention of the players. Especially the video of Su Silly releasing the teleportation circle of the Imperial City that was supposed to be thousands of miles away. The cumulative views on the Starry Sky forum had already exceeded 10 million views. Many people in the forum were discussing and analyzing this skill, and expressed a strong desire to learn it. Some people guessed that this was to pave the way for a new class in the future. However, they did not expect that Star Age would really launch a Card Master class advancement mission just a week after the launch of the server. However, the requirements for the class advancement were really difficult. First of all, they had to reach level 40, which stumped a considerable number of players. Because as they leveled up, the experience points for each subsequent level increased exponentially. Currently, the highest level player in the game was only level 33. Even though it was only a 7-level gap, it would take at least 2 months for the top players to reach level 40, not to mention the other noobs who were forced to reach level 20. Under this premise, the other requirements would take even more time to complete. However, for the players, this class advancement mission did not dampen their enthusiasm. Instead, it made them feel like they were on steroids. After all, it was only challenging when it was difficult. If it was too easy, it would cause the streets to be filled with them, and it would not be that attractive. Just like the previous 100 sets of costumes, in just a week, very few people were wearing them. Even if they were to wear them, they would only wear a single piece. Otherwise, it would be too easy to wear the same outfit as others. Because there was a chance of dropping an activity box from killing interstellar beasts, the number of players and mercenaries in the wild maps outside the main cities had increased exponentially. Now, almost 99% of the players had reached level 20, and basically all of them had a certain level of survival ability. Farming monsters in the low-level maps around the main cities had become the first choice of new players. Because of their high attack and low HP characteristics, most players who went out to farm monsters would choose to find 1 or 2 elementalist NPCs at the Mercenary Association before they set off. Now, in the Mercenary Association, the proportion of normal people had significantly decreased. With the gradual development of the Mercenary Town and Doha Town, many new jobs were created in the increasingly prosperous towns, and these jobs were given priority to the normal mercenaries. On one hand, because of the addition of elementalists, the living space of the normal mercenaries was gradually reduced, and the chances of them going out on missions were much lower than before. On the other hand, many of them were veterans who had retired from the front lines and had to live such a life of bloodshed because they were forced to. Su Silly did not forget about them, so after the conditions had improved, he instructed Wen Jishan to pay attention to the arrangements of these people. Because of the specialized pre-job training, many normal mercenaries had now successfully changed careers and started a new life. As for the elementalist mercenaries, they were not so lucky. They were originally transferred from the local army, and in order to not have their annual subsidies not reduced, they still had to complete a certain number of missions. After half a year of adaptation, most of these elementalists, who were originally pampered, had been to the front lines and had basically adapted to their current lives. Naturally, they could not ask for more invitations from the heroes. Not to mention other things, just the fact that the heroes were all 2-star elementalists was enough to make them feel at ease. In view of the interstellar beasts' characteristic of moving in groups, the players finally found a way. Because the interstellar beasts on the Separation Sea plane had basically been cleared, the players took advantage of this terrain. The players in charge of luring the interstellar beasts would work hard to lure them to the Separation Sea plane, then through various tricks, they would divide the interstellar beasts and kill them one by one. Now, many Wind-type players had completed the Separation Sea trial and successfully obtained the reward of Agility plus 50, and there were even some who had a particularly high completion rate and obtained 100 points. This greatly increased their success rate of luring the interstellar beasts. The clearing of the interstellar beasts around the main city was progressing at a speed almost every day. The power of the fourth calamity was gradually revealed, and the Roland soldiers stationed at the border were filled with emotions. The next day, after asking for Xing's opinion, Cha Mo finally gave Su Sili a clear answer. On the other hand, in the primeval forest, Su Fengqing and Sinos were still on the run. They had already fled for a long distance. And Su Fengqing's bloodline activation time was less than 15 minutes away. Just as he was thinking about how to hide his tracks and get rid of his pursuers, Sinos, who was in his arms, suddenly raised its hand, and an ice shield appeared behind Su Fengqing. Crack, crack, the ice shield made a cracking sound and fell to the ground. Su Fengqing turned around and saw the two lizardmen's silhouettes suddenly appear in front of him from a few hundred meters away. They were stepping on a flying saucer-shaped aircraft, and they were very fast, and finally caught up with him after 20 minutes. While flying, they did not stop shooting, but they were all blocked by Sinos's ice shield. I can't escape. Su Fengqing's eyes turned cold. He was not the kind of person who would only run away in the face of danger. Since the two NPCs were closing in on him, he could only fight to the death. He bent down and carefully put down Sinos, let him lean on a rock, and then rushed towards the two lizard men. After activating his bloodline power, he found that he could see the levels of the two aliens. Eller was level 46, Kors was level 45. Their levels were 5 levels higher than him. Even so, his HP after shapeshifting was much higher than theirs. This was the advantage of a rare race. Su Fengqing calmed down a little, and controlled his body to face the first head-on battle. He only had 12 minutes left. He had to end this battle within 12 minutes, otherwise, Sinos would definitely be captured. He could not let that happen. He took a week's leave to treat him, but not to send him to the aliens. Kors and Eller did not expect the ancient beast to be so strong. Their attacks fell on him like tickling him. Although they caused visible damage, the ancient beast did not seem to have any reaction to these injuries. Boom! Kors was careless and was slapped to the ground by the giant dragon, creating a crater in the ground. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood at the bottom of the crater. But soon, he jumped out of the crater again. Damn, does this guy not feel pain? Kors could not help but curse. The giant dragon's body was full of wounds, but its speed was not affected by the pain at all. Every time it attacked, it still maintained the same speed, as if it was not strenuous at all. The more they fought, the more shocked the two lizard men were. Monster, this ancient beast was a real monster. Su Fengqing knew his own condition very well. He did not have much time left. During the battle, he inadvertently found that the shadow walk and shadow control that he had learned before could not only be used, they had also reached the maximum level. This discovery was simply a timely rain. The black dragon, who was gradually at a disadvantage under the siege of the two lizard men, suddenly sank into the shadows on the ground, and then appeared behind Kors and Eller. Kors and Eller, who discovered the situation, were just about to dodge when they found that they could not move. This was the maximum level effect of shadow control, controlling the enemy's shadow, making it fixed in place and unable to move. Boom! Boom! Su Fengqing slapped the two of them to the ground. He wanted to use his current weight advantage to smash them into meat patties. But he was disappointed. These two high-level lizard men had trained their bodies to be as tough as stone and steel, especially their scales. Kors, who realized his intention, spat out blood and laughed. You think you can kill us like this? Dream on. Kill us now if you can, or else. Kors. Eller shouted loudly, but with his body controlled, he could only watch as his companion's body was frozen into a block of ice by a ball of blue energy. Then, the giant dragon slapped down, and Kors' body was torn into pieces. Su Fengqing looked up and glanced at the silver-haired man outside the battle. Even at this moment, Sinos did not give up the battle. He raised his remaining arm and released the blue energy again, throwing it at Eller. It was unknown whether the energy was weaker this time, or Eller was stronger, but the freezing effect ended halfway. But Su Fengqing did not mind. He raised his hand and slapped Eller's body, shattering all of his frozen limbs. Amidst Eller's agonizing screams, Su Fengqing's ears once again rang with the system notification. Bloodline activation effect ended. Cooldown countdown, 7 days. The 7 days symbol shrank into the status bar and began the countdown. Su Fengqing's power disappeared again, and the next moment, he turned back into his human form and fell to the ground. He looked miserable now. He lost nearly 2/3 of his HP during the battle, and now it was reflected on his human form. But fortunately, he won. Su Fengqing looked at the two lizard men in the pit in front of him. His game cabin did not add holy light special effects, so he saw the most primitive bloody scene. This made him, who came from a modern society, feel a little uncomfortable, but his sense of immersion in the game was stronger. Although the realism was lowered, his hands were still trembling slightly, not because of pain, but because Su Fengqing shook his head and got up from the ground. They were not real people, and even if they were aliens. There was nothing wrong with killing them. The power disappeared, and his body became heavy. Su Fengqing dragged his feet and walked step by step toward Sinos. He could not continue to stay here, or other unknown dangers may occur. But as he walked, just a few steps away from Sinos, Su Fengqing's HP bar was emptied in an instant. With the realism almost reduced to zero, he didn't even realize what happened. He only saw the silver-haired man's originally peaceful expression was replaced by fear, and then, his body collapsed uncontrollably, and his whole body became light, and finally, he slowly floated up. Sinos, who was ready to receive him and heal him, watched him fall in front of them. Their eyes were full of disbelief. A spaceship slowly appeared from the forest in the distance. Under the sunlight, the metal muzzle flashed faintly. And the national emblem of the Bavat Empire on the spaceship. But Sinos only stared blankly at the man in front of him, and the light in his eyes seemed to be extinguished again. Fengqing. 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 In Sinos' eyes, there was only the black-haired man in front of him. He was lying in a pool of blood with wounds all over his body, and he could no longer feel his life force. Plop, he fell forward onto the ground, his remaining left hand grabbing onto the wild grass on the ground as he dragged his body forward. The coarse gravel scraped against his palm, cutting the skin on his palm. Blood seeped out and mixed with the sand. The stinging sensation was so clear, but it could not compare to the pain and despair in Sinos' heart at all. He crawled forward with difficulty. It was only a few steps, but it was so strenuous for him. The sharp gravel scraped through his coat, which the man had put on for him last night to protect his body. But now, the man who had saved him from the abyss multiple times had fallen in front of him without any life force. Sinos gritted his teeth and finally crawled to the man's side. He pressed his palm on his body, and what little magic he had left gushed out madly to release the healing stream. But it was no use. The wounds on the already dead body were no longer healing, and blood was still flowing out. "Don't die, please, Fengqing. Fengqing, please hold on," Sinos murmured softly until the blue light on his palm dimmed and could no longer be released. The man in front of him did not open his eyes. He could not feel his breathing, and could not hear his heartbeat. Until now, Sinos had no choice but to accept reality helplessly. His eyes were red as if they were dyed with blood, and his light purple pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of gray shadow. Tears had long since flowed out of his eyes. Sinos laid on the dead man's body, and finally could not help but cry bitterly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's all because of me, I caused your death." Ah sigh. Su Fengqing floated in the air, looking at his sorrowful appearance, and was at a loss for what to do. He wanted to tell him that he was not dead, and wanted him to quickly escape, but in his soul state, he could not transmit any information to him. He clenched his fist, and could only watch as the distant spaceship arrived above them, and a fully armed lizard man jumped down from a beam of light. Ha, what a touching scene. The lizard man held the same gun as the one used by Eller. He glanced at his two companions, one dead and one seriously injured. His expression was calm and indifferent, but when he saw the Sinos, he became more interested. Sinos didn't look at him. He held the dagger in his left hand, and under Su Fengqing's incredulous gaze, he stabbed himself in the heart. Ah sigh. Su Fengqing felt like his heart was about to stop beating, until there was a ding sound. The Sinos dagger was knocked away by the lizard man. Su Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the lizard man holding the Sinos' chin, he angrily punched him. Let him go. However, his fist missed as his soul passed through the lizardman's body. This made him feel unprecedentedly sullen and resentful. The lizard man, on the other hand, unknowingly pinched Sinos' chin and carefully observed his face. Silver hair and purple eyes, he excitedly stuck out his long tongue and said in surprise, "You are a member of the royal family of Roland." Su Fengqing was stunned. He couldn't help but look at the man whose chin was pinched and who had a pained and desperate expression. "Ah Sai, he is Sinos, the crown prince of the Roland Empire, and also the older brother of Xiao Li's character in the game." Su Fengqing's mood suddenly became complicated. He knew about the family background of his younger brother's character, although he also knew that the game group didn't set it according to reality. After all, the second eldest in this generation of the House of Roland was his older sister, and they had a total of 4 children. But they were all Sinos, so he paid a little attention to them, and also read about Sinos. He was already dead at the beginning of the game, and what he saw was the setting when he was young. Talented and intelligent, with excellent talents, gentle and kind personality, brave and daring, deeply loved by the people of Roland. There was a drawing of the setting in the information, but Su Fengqing couldn't remember the specific appearance of the character in the drawing, only the high-spirited and vigorous youth. It was a completely different person from the Ah Sai he met during this time, silver hair and purple eyes. He should have thought of this setting earlier. Su Fengqing couldn't help but grit his teeth. But even if he knew before, perhaps he wouldn't have done anything. Because this was obviously a secret set by the game group, and his interference might have completely interfered with the progress of the game. At this time, the lizard man had already chopped Sinos's neck with a hand knife, knocked him out, and then carried him up. Cool, Air, who was in the pit, struggled to speak. His 4 limbs were all broken by the giant dragon, and now he looked even more miserable than Sinos. The lizard man lightly clicked his tongue, jumped into the pit, and carried him out, and then boarded the spaceship together. Su Fengqing, who was in his soul state, could only move within 3 meters of the corpse, so he could only watch them board the spaceship, but couldn't do anything. Damn it, he cursed under his breath and anxiously looked at the resurrection time. There were still more than 20 minutes left. Su Fengqing had never felt that time passed so slowly, and had never felt so helpless and hopeless. But he knew that Ah Sai might be even more hopeless than him, and he couldn't even bear to remember the look in his eyes just now. He must let Ah Sai know that he was still alive. At this time, the lizard man jumped down from the spaceship again. Cool walked to the corpse of the man, kicked him with the tip of his foot, and made sure that the man was completely dead, then bent down and carried the body on his shoulder. "Such a good experiment material, I can't waste it," he muttered, and carried Su Fengqing's body onto the spaceship. Su Fengqing looked at his back, stunned, and hurriedly followed him. This was a small spaceship. Other than the spacious cockpit, there was only a small room and a storage room. There were 2 bunk beds in the small room, which should be where the lizard men usually rested. There were a total of 4 of them, and Su Fengqing saw the last one when he boarded the spaceship. The heavily injured Eller and Sinos were already placed in the small room, and Su Fengqing, as a corpse, naturally didn't receive such good treatment. "You want to throw this corpse in the storage room?" The 4th lizard man who stayed behind frowned. "His blood will contaminate our medicine and equipment." "Cool, then what should we do?" In the end, Su Fengqing was put in a bag and then casually thrown in the corridor. The 2 lizard men had already entered the spaceship's control room and closed the door. Because of the close distance, Su Fengqing passed through the wall without any hindrance. "Sir, we have captured a member of the royal family of the Roland Empire," Cool said excitedly to the screen. On the light screen was an old lizard man. His eyes lit up when he heard this. "Are you sure?" "Sir, we are sure. He is most likely the crown prince of Roland who died in the beast tide 4 years ago. Looking at his wounds, there is a high probability that they were caused by the interstellar beasts." "Very good. In that case, I order you to immediately bring the crown prince of Roland back. His Majesty Norton will be very happy to hear this news." Cool and his companions were clearly excited. The officer said again, "How is the mission going?" "Sir, there are still 2 places left." The officer nodded. "There are only 2 places left, and it's almost done. To prevent any accidents from happening, bring him back immediately." "Yes, sir. You have worked hard for the past few years, welcome home." Cool and his companions hurriedly shook their heads, but there was obvious joy on their faces. After they hung up, they immediately flew the spaceship into the sky. Su Fengqing couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect these lizard men to be so efficient. They just caught him, and they immediately took him away. He looked at the resurrection time. There were still 10 minutes left. Was there enough time? There probably wasn't enough time. Even if he was resurrected, was he confident that he could escape with the Sinos without activating his bloodline power? Su Fengqing left the control room and floated into the next room. The silver-haired man was placed on the lower bunk of one of the beds. His only movable hand was handcuffed to the bedpost. His eyes were tightly shut, and he hadn't woken up yet. Looking at the tear stains at the corner of his eyes that hadn't dried yet, Su Fengqing bit his lip. He could no longer treat Ah Sai as an NPC, a set of designed emotionless data. In his eyes, this was clearly a living person. And he had suffered so much, he definitely couldn't let him become a captive again. Even if it affected the progress of the game, there was no other way. Su Fengqing felt as if some shackles on his body had been broken. He didn't stay in the game anymore, and directly chose to go offline, then made a call. A voice quickly sounded from the other side. Ah Hung, I need help, Your Majesty, there are so many monsters down there. On the starry sky cruiser, Little Ash leaned on the glass window and looked down curiously. Su Silly touched the top of her head, smiled, and didn't say anything. He didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy. Cha Mo asked Little Ash for her opinion yesterday, and in the end, decided to go to the Elven lands. After Su Silly listened to them, he agreed to their request. At this time, they had already left the original border of Roland, and were heading towards the coordinates he found in the future forum. It was obvious that Cha Mo was very curious about how he knew the specific location, but tactfully didn't ask, so Su Silly was happy to relax. At this time, Little Ash suddenly said, Your Majesty, I feel it. What do you feel? Su Silly collected his thoughts and asked. A tree? Little Ash blinked, then pointed in a direction outside the window. The tree is there. It's calling me over. Su Silly frowned slightly. This was a little different from the coordinates he found, but on second thought, he was relieved. The map of the future would definitely be different from the current one, so it was normal for the coordinates to be different. He nodded and let Xiao Wu fly in the direction Little Ash pointed. The spaceship quickly approached the location Little Ash had sensed. They passed through primitive forests and finally arrived above a huge lake. The water in the lake was turbid and filthy, and they could see a dense pack of interstellar beasts swimming in it. Other than the lake, the shore was also crowded with interstellar beasts. They looked as if they were waiting for something, looking at the center of the lake expectantly. In the center of the lake, there was a large piece of land that occupied a large area. In the spaceship's control room, Xiao Wu timely projected that piece of land on the screen, and continuously enlarged it so that Su Silly and the others could see the details of the land clearly. It was a withered tree with withered leaves and dried branches, as if it was already dead. It's it. It's calling me. Little Ash suddenly said. Her eyes were red, and her voice was already sobbing. Your Majesty, can I go down and see it? Su Silly looked at the interstellar beasts below and asked, Aren't you afraid of those beasts? I'm afraid, Little Ash trembled. But I think I should go down. Although he did not know why she was like this, Su Silly still smiled slightly and said, Okay, I'll take you down. He then looked at Xixing. As long as Big Brother Xixing and I are here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Xixing smiled, walked forward, and extended his hand to Su Silly. After His Emperor Majesty held his hand, he looked at Little Ash and reluctantly held her little hand. Then, the three of them disappeared from the spot. Cha Mo, who was left behind, sighed and opened a spatial rift to enter. Xixing brought Su Silly and Ashim to the land in the center of the lake. The interstellar beasts that were guarding the shore retreated into the lake in fear. However, they still guarded the area and did not completely give up. Su Silly raised his eyebrows and used the detection spell on the tree. Tree of Life, description, also known as the fairy tree, it gave birth to the first generation of fairies. Status, near death. This was really the Tree of Life. Although Su Silly had already expected this, he was still shocked when he saw the terrible state of the tree. He originally thought that there were still people in the fairy land. After all, his rare species panel showed that there were still hundreds of forest fairies. However, now it seemed that these surviving forest fairies were all stranded in the human world. Little Ash could not help but cry. She did not know why, but when she looked at this withered tree, she felt a throbbing pain in her heart. She could not help but approach it. Then, she was at a loss as to what to do. She did not know what she could do for this tree. At this moment, a vine on the tree slowly drooped down and moved toward Little Ash. "Ah Sheng, be careful." Su Silly instinctively wanted to rush over, but Xing grabbed his hand. Although he did not understand, he still stopped in place. The vine landed on Ah Sheng's head and patted her head gently as if it was alive. Little Ash looked up. She looked at the vine and felt extremely close, as if she had seen a relative. Then, the tip of the vine suddenly lit up with white light and tapped on Little Ash's forehead. As if a switch had been flipped, the white light spread over Little Ash's body and finally wrapped around her, forming a cocoon of light. Xianxia came out of the spatial rift and saw the scene. He could not help but be stunned and mumbled, this is," seeing that he was only in a daze and did not stop him. Su Silly was even more certain that Little Ash was not in danger. Hence, he became even more curious. He waited patiently. This time was actually not long. After a while, the light cocoon dimmed, and the vine drooped down weakly. Little Ash, who appeared in front of them again, had a completely different appearance. Her originally silver-gray short hair had turned green-gray, and 2 pointy ears could be seen. Although her facial features did not change, there was an inexplicable sense of lightness and devilish beauty. She slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was slightly dazed. Bloodline purification. This is really bloodline purification, Xianxia said excitedly. And it was not a normal bloodline purification. Little Ash had the blood of the Fairy Emperor. Now, she, who had become the only Fairy Emperor in the world, had naturally become the Fairy Emperor. That aura, there was no mistaking it. "Ah Sheng, how do you feel?" Xianxia asked concernedly. The little girl tilted her head, and her expression was still dazed. However, she quickly looked at Su Silly and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I saw 2 people in the fairy territory. They look a lot like you." "2 people who look a lot like me?" Su Silly asked curiously. "Yes." Little Ash nodded and raised her little hand to the sky. An image appeared in midair. "It's them." Su Silly looked at the image in midair and was completely stunned when he saw the appearance of the 2 people. "Big brother, how could this be?" In the video, a black-haired, black-eyed man was lying under a towering tree. His body was stained with blood, and there were 2 huge craters beside him. It was obvious that he had just been through a fierce battle. He was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Not far from him, a silver-haired man was crawling toward him with difficulty. "This is, your brother, the Crown Prince of Xinos?" Chamo's eyes narrowed. He was also present when Cyrene and the others were rescued, so he knew a little about the Crown Prince. Although the man's face was not clear because his head was lowered, his physical features, hair color, and the words that the Crown Prince had just blurted out were enough to prove his guess. Su Silly recovered from his shock. He did not pay attention to Xinos immediately. On one hand, the Xinos in the video was too different from the one in his memory. On the other hand, wasn't the person lying on the ground his brother, Su Fengqing? They looked exactly the same. Could this be an NPC created by the game team? Su Silly observed carefully and found that he was really the same as he remembered, but more mature. He had completely lost his youthful innocence. This also matched his brother's age in real life. If this was really his brother, when did he enter the game? Why was he with Xinos? Why was he lying on the ground now? Su Silly had many questions in his mind. Seeing the blue light on Xinos' hand, Su Silly knew that it was the light of the healing stream. After the light dimmed, Xinos cried sadly. How could he not guess what had happened? The person who looked like his brother was dead. How did he die? Who did they just fight with? Did they die together with the enemy? Soon, Su Silly got the answer. He saw the spaceship with the national emblem of the Bavad Empire, the lizardman jumping off the spaceship, and his violent actions against Xinos. Bastard! Before Su Silly could feel the joy of seeing his 2 brothers, he was drowned in anger. Ah Sheng, where are they? can you take us to them? Little Ash shook his head and said, this is what I saw when I closed my eyes, and it seems like a while has passed. She couldn't explain it clearly, so Xianxia explained it to her. Oshing's bloodline has just been purified and she has become a purebred elf. As the only elf royalty, she has inherited the authority of the elf emperor. Therefore, during the ceremony just now, she should have seen everything that happened in the elf territory. Su Silly frowned. He gritted his teeth as he watched the Xenos and what appeared to be the corpse of his elder brother being taken away. It had already been a while. Could they still find him? At this moment, Xianxia held his hand. Since this happened in the elven territory, they must still be nearby. Even if they left, they wouldn't be too far away. Give me some time. Su Silly was stunned for a moment before his face lit up. Xianxia, I'm counting on you. We must find them. Xianxia nodded and closed his eyes. He gathered all his energy and released his spiritual power as much as possible. Soon, he locked onto the two craters that appeared in the image. However, there was no trace of his target here. He didn't stop and began to search the sky. Finally, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. How is it? Su Silly waited anxiously but didn't dare to disturb him. Seeing that he finally opened his eyes, he hurriedly asked. Xianxia smiled. Found them. Su Silly hugged him and said in surprise, then let's go and save them. Then, he looked at Xianxia and Oshing. Oshing pointed at the tree of life and said timidly, it said that I can't leave yet. Xianxia hurriedly added, I'll stay here and guard her. Your Majesty, please go and save them quickly. Su Silly nodded. Xianxia wasn't a reckless person. He didn't need to worry about his and Oshing's safety. Thus, he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, hugged him, and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia looked at the galactic beasts in the lake that started to move again after they left and couldn't help but sigh. This time, it was a big move again. Oshing, you continue. Let's end this quickly. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the galactic beasts in the lake rushed over. He raised his hands, and the space around the tree of life was instantly cut open. Those galactic beasts that rushed over crashed into the space-time turbulence and were all crushed into pieces. On the other hand, Su Silly's vision blurred. When the dizziness disappeared, he realized that they didn't catch up with Xenos. Had they returned to the starry sky cruiser? Xianxia? Su Silly looked at him in confusion. However, the man kissed him on the forehead and said, you stay here. I'll go. Su Silly opened his mouth but could only nod in the end. Xianxia definitely didn't want to bring him along because he wasn't competent. He would only be a burden if he went. Okay, you have to be careful. I'll summon you back if necessary. He could monitor Xianxia's data in real time. If there was any danger, he could immediately summon him. Also, he had mastered card skills. He could definitely turn Big Brother and the others into cards and save them. Okay. Xianxia patted his head and then left the spaceship in a flash. The moment his body fell, the shadow leopard appeared and carried him up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Xianxia's gentle expression had disappeared. He pursed his lips and released his spiritual power again. He didn't bring Ollie because he realized the Bavat Empire spaceship didn't use the safe passage. Instead, it was undergoing a transition. He didn't know much about galactic technology, but he could feel that the energy waves from the spaceship were very similar to the energy waves from the starry sky cruiser's transition. However, it was much more intense and unstable. Thus, he couldn't bring Ollie along with him. He just had to obediently stay on the starry sky cruiser and wait for him to come back. Su Silly couldn't just wander around either. Without Xianxia's pressure to deter the flying galactic beasts, the starry sky cruiser could only stay in place and disguise itself to ensure temporary safety. He waited in the control room and stared at Xianxia's data anxiously. However, at this moment, his communication device suddenly rang. The signal wasn't very stable. It was probably a message from Roland. Second brother? Su Silly's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the call. Su Yuheng also hurriedly came online. Seeing that he picked up the call, he couldn't help but be happy. Xiaoli, where are you? Are you busy? Su Silly, second brother, what's the matter? It's not me, it's Big Brother. Su Yuhing said. He entered the game and accidentally played a rare race account. I don't know which map it was thrown to. He said that he wanted to explore it himself. I was busy so I didn't tell you. Who knew that he would ask me for help? Su Yuhing's tone was full of disbelief because this was the first time his big brother asked him for help. He also had a very subtle feeling in his heart. The last time he was thrown to Lanyu City, he had to rely on himself to go to the Imperial City to see Xiaoli. Alright, it was also because of Xiaoli's help. I already know about this. Su Silly said. Su Yuhing was shocked. What? You already know? On the Bavat Empire spaceship. Cole and his companion Aegis held their breaths as they controlled the spaceship. They were completely focused and didn't have any distracting thoughts. They were using an ultra-short distance hyperdrive technology. Hyperdrive technology was usually used in interstellar travel. It required a stable space and sufficient distance. This ultra-short distance hyperdrive technology was extremely dangerous, especially when used to travel such a short distance between a planet and outer space. No one would use it. But this was the only way for them to enter and exit Star without using the safe passage. Although they succeeded in the end, countless experiments showed that this technology could only be used on small spaceships and the damage rate was extremely high. Because of this limitation, they couldn't use this method to transport troops and equipment into Star, so they could only play some tricks behind the scenes. So far, the results of these tricks were gratifying. For years ago, the Beast Tide successfully destroyed the efforts of the Roland Empire and forced the House of Roland into a desperate situation. And now, they caught the Crown Prince of the Roland Empire, as long as they could use him to threaten the current Emperor of Roland. Cole laughed excitedly at the thought of this scene. According to his understanding, the new Emperor of Roland who had just ascended the throne half a year ago didn't have a high support rate. He had seen the video sent by the spy. Roland's people were tough. With this little emperor's cowardly performance, he definitely wouldn't be able to win the hearts of the people. Using the Crown Prince might not be able to force him to hand over his power, but it would definitely cause chaos in Roland. This Crown Prince was once the Crown Prince of Roland. Cool, don't be distracted. At this time, his companion Aegis shouted in a low voice. Cole quickly collected his thoughts and continued to focus on the control of the spaceship. In the end, they successfully entered the hyperdrive channel. Outside the control room, in the originally quiet corridor, the special cloth bag placed in the corner suddenly moved. The person inside struggled with all his might, but the bag was tightly tied. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. In the end, the bag fell to the ground and the whole bag deflated. A shadow moved out from the bottom of the bag and slowly moved until it finally arrived in front of the closed door. The metal door made by the galactic technology was tightly shut, but this was no problem for the shadow that had almost no substance. In the end, the shadow found the almost invisible gap on the door and successfully squeezed into the room. The shadow slowly moved and climbed up the wall. After destroying the surveillance camera, it landed on the ground and transformed into a human shape. After killing the lizard man named Kors, Su Fengqing's level increased to 16 and he obtained another talent skill. He first looked at Sinos. The man's eyes were still closed. His face was as pale as paper, and there was sweat on his forehead. He didn't seem to be in a good condition. Su Fengqing frowned deeply. His eyes flashed with pain and anger. Especially when he helped him remove the handcuffs and saw the bloodstains on his palms and the bruises on his wrists caused by the shackles, these emotions were magnified to the extreme. It wasn't easy for him to raise this person to a more presentable state. Now, not only was it for naught, but it was even worse than before. Ugh, a low groan sounded behind him, making Su Fengqing come back to his senses. He turned around and looked at the figure lying on the other bed. It was the lizard man named Eller. He was also the one who found them hiding in the tree. That was why all of this happened, Eller groaned in pain. His 4 limbs had been frozen and broken, and blood was still flowing out of his wounds. If one looked closely, they would find that the flesh at the fracture seemed to be agitated and growing. Just looking at it would make one's scalp numb. Su Fengqing walked to his bedside and stared at him. At this time, probably sensing the danger, the lizard man tried his best to open his eyes. When he saw the black-haired man standing beside the bed, he couldn't help but want to scream. However, the next moment, a pillow covered his open mouth. Ugh, Eller struggled and wanted to scream, but he couldn't break free at this time because he had lost all his limbs. The violent tremors of the spaceship during the transition also covered all the movement. However, even so, Su Fengqing felt his stamina rapidly depleting. This was caused by the level suppression. He knew that he couldn't continue like this. When he noticed the gun placed beside the bed, he quickly reached for it and aimed the muzzle at Eller's throat. He recognized this gun. It was silent when fired, and after being hit, it could quickly corrode a hole in a tree trunk. It was very powerful. Su Fengqing pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced through the lizardman's tough scales. In just 1 second, all of the lizardman's struggles stopped and there was no trace of movement. Ding. Killed, Eller LV-46. Gained experience. Su Fengqing didn't look at the value after that. He only knew that with the experience he just gained, he leveled up several times and even gained another talent skill. Looking at the lizard man who was judged to be dead by the game system, he was slightly relieved. He didn't take the pillow away, but pulled the blanket over him and covered him directly. This account didn't have a pixelated system, and he wasn't interested in the lizardman's tragic death. Su Fengqing looked at his hand that was holding the gun. He reached out his right hand and clenched it tightly to stop his arm from shaking. This was all too real, there was no holy light to beautify the bloody scene. For him, it was impossible to treat this as just a game like normal players. Not to mention, Su Fengqing turned around and walked to the Xenos again. He lowered his eyes and stared at him. With such rich and delicate emotions, and a brain and reflexes that were smarter than normal people, how could such a person be just a piece of pre-written data? Asai, Asai. Su Fengqing called out to the Xenos softly. He patted his shoulder lightly and tried to wake him up. Xenos felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss again. He was surrounded by darkness. He curled himself into a ball and allowed himself to fall into silence. He didn't want to wake up again. Let it end like this. Let this hopeless life come to an end just like this, Asai. Asai, he heard someone calling him. The voice was so familiar that he felt a sense of warmth when he heard it. It was the sunlight, the bonfire, the boiling porridge and the warm cotton clothes in the cold night. Asai, wake up. Xenos' silent consciousness woke up again. He remembered the owner of the voice. It was that person. It was that person who saved him many times and brought him so much warmth, but, he was the one who killed him. Was he dead? So he met this person again. Thanos opened his eyes and looked at the man who was calling him. Looking at his dark and deep eyes, he could clearly see his own confused expression. Fengqing, he raised his hand and touched his face gently. Then he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Asai, you're awake? Su Fengqing held his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Xenos' confused expression, he quickly explained, it's me. I'm not dead, but we're in trouble. The spaceship was still shaking. Su Fengqing looked out the window. The scenery outside was blurry. It was a scene that would only appear when the spaceship was moving at extreme speeds. Just as he was about to exchange for a blood potion from the faction storage for Thanos, his communication device rang. It was his second brother, Su Yuheng. Did he think of a countermeasure so quickly? Su Fengqing quickly accepted the call. Yuheng? Big brother, listen to me. I've already contacted Xiaoli. Open the faction storage and exchange for a communication device. Do you have a signal? Su Fengqing frowned. There's a signal. It was just that the spaceship was moving at extreme speeds. It might not be able to contact the outside world, but this state would definitely be removed later. It was just that, the communication device requires 1,000 reputation points. No problem. Xiaoli has already changed the value to 0. He also specified that only rare races can exchange for it. Su Fengqing was slightly stunned. He was about to say something when Su Yuheng interrupted him. These things can't be explained in a few words. When you're out of danger, I'll explain it to you. Then you can choose whether to believe me or not. Su Fengqing pursed his lips and finally nodded. Okay. Seeing that he was finally listening to him, Su Yuhing felt relieved. He continued, Xiaoli said that Xixing is already on his way to save you. After you exchange for the communication device, try to contact him. I'll send you his number. Remember it. Su Fengqing had a lot of questions in his heart, but he chose not to ask. After ending the call, he followed Su Yuhing's instructions and successfully exchanged for the communication device. But that Xixing, of course, he didn't forget that this was Snow Roland's CP. It was said that the two of them were really together in the game. Su Fengqing felt a sense of disgust. He didn't really want to have any contact with him, but he glanced at the Sinos and still recorded Xixing's number. At this time, the spaceship slowly stabilized. He saw that outside the window, there was already a bright and quiet starry sky. This made Su Fengqing's heart sink. Footsteps came from outside. Someone was approaching. Su Fengqing put away the communication device. It was too far away to put out a nearby fire. There was no point in contacting Xixing now. Aegis's face was gloomy. When he saw the empty bag in the hallway, his vertical pupils vigilantly looked toward the dorm. They successfully completed the transition jump and safely arrived in outer space. However, the blood connection made him and Cortez realize that Eller was dead. Sure enough, when he came outside, he realized the problem. In the dorm, Sinos pressed down on Su Fengqing's hand. He barely understood the situation. I don't know how you came back to life, but you can't take any more risks. Hide in the shadows and hold that gun. I'll be the bait. When he lets his guard down, you kill him. Su Fengqing knew that this was the only way to deal with the current crisis. He gritted his teeth and followed the order. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong, or Sinos would be in danger. Outside the door, Aegis was ready to break in, but a man's palm silently rested on his shoulder. Aegis' hand on the door paused, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He had already noticed the hand on his shoulder. It was a human's hand. It was not covered by scales, so it could not belong to his companion, Cortez. Enemy attack, alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to move sideways, but he found that his body seemed to be fixed in place. He couldn't move at all. Who is it? Is it that ancient beast? How could he possess such a powerful strength? Then why did the battle with Eller and Cortez last so long? He is stronger than Eller and the others. In just a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Aegis' mind. Just as he was about to open his mouth to test the waters, he felt his vision fly up and towards the other end of the corridor in the next moment. While the world was spinning, he saw his body that was still in place and had lost its head, and another, a blond man. The man turned his head and glanced at him. A blazing flame burned silently and wrapped around the lizardman's head. The blue flames only took a few seconds to burn the head to ashes, turning it into gray powder that fell from the sky. Xixing retracted his gaze and looked at the lizardman's body that was blocking the way. He frowned slightly and pushed it away. Took 11 seconds. At this time, Xiao Wu's childish voice suddenly sounded. It said with a bit of flattery, General is still so powerful and efficient. Xixing's expression was indifferent and cold. He asked, have you taken over the spaceship? Xiao Wu heard this and could not help but shiver. It explained, the spaceship has just finished the transition state and the wireless signal has not been turned on yet. I can't hack in. Xixing lowered his eyebrows and glanced at it. Although it didn't say anything, Little Five still felt a deep sense of disdain. It turned off the communication device and hid in a corner to face the wall. Xixing ignored it. He looked up at the dormitory door and then back at the spaceship control room behind him. Should I get a good impression in front of my brother-in-law first, or should I take control of the spaceship first? The marshal, who had always been swift and decisive, had a rare moment of hesitation. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot. In the control room, Cortez looked at the screen with a pale face. Ever since they sensed Eller's death, they had retrieved the surveillance footage. Because the surveillance camera in the dormitory was obviously destroyed, Angela went out to check. In fact, they didn't really care about the man who had come back from the dead. Resurrection from the dead was not a particularly rare ability in the Bavad Empire. The lizard men had powerful regeneration abilities. As long as their skulls were intact, they could regrow their flesh and blood and be resurrected. As for those who were broken into pieces like cores, they were completely hopeless. Furthermore, the data showed that the ancient beast was very weak in its human form. When Cores and the others were fighting, he had transmitted the data back, which was why they could arrive so quickly. This ancient beast from Roland might have some special tricks up its sleeve, but it was nothing to be afraid of. As for whether or not he would become a dragon again, the spaceship was small. Even if he could turn into his beast form, he would definitely destroy the spaceship. Even if he could survive in his beast form, the Crown Prince of Roland would definitely not be able to survive. From the fact that he went to look for the Crown Prince as soon as he was free, it was obvious that he cared about the Crown Prince of Roland. The probability of him doing something like this was very small. That was why Cortez and the others were not too worried. However, Cortez did not expect that there would be a sixth person on the spaceship. The spaceship's alarm system did not notice at all. He had appeared so quietly and cleanly dealt with Angela. He even knew how to burn Angela's head. Cortez looked at the surveillance footage, his eyes filled with fear. He knew who the blonde man was. He was the Marshal of the Roland Empire, the guardian of the Roland people, and the thorn in the side of their leader. Xing, he was actually Xing. Why? Why was the Marshal of Roland here? How did he get on the spaceship? Cortez's back was drenched in sweat. After staying on a snow for more than 4 years, he knew how terrifying Xing was. It could be said that he was the main reason why Roland still existed. But now, this terrifying bastard had appeared on their ship and killed Aegis. When he saw the man's figure disappear from the surveillance footage, Cortez trembled. He knew that he could not escape. Sure enough, the next moment, a powerful aura fell on him. Cortez fell to the ground with a thump. At this moment, he could not even move a finger, let alone activate the spaceship's self-destruct device. A pair of military boots appeared in front of him. Cortez raised his head with difficulty and looked up along the straight white trousers. He saw the man looking down at him. Blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked like a sunny person, but in Cortez's eyes, he looked like a demon. Cortez was sorrowful and sullen. He was one of the strongest people in Barawat, but in front of this man, he was as lowly as an ant, facing the fate of being trampled to death at any time. This was a humiliation that every strong person could not bear. A golden light appeared in Xing's eyes. Just as he was about to use his answer all questions skill on the lizard man suddenly gritted his teeth and something broke in his mouth. In less than half a second, the lizard man started foaming at the mouth. Before he died, he looked up at Xing and revealed a carefree smile. All of you have to pay the price. His mouth opened and closed with difficulty, and his voice became softer and softer. In the end, he collapsed weakly and lost all signs of life. He actually took poison to commit suicide. Xing frowned and looked at the white foam coming out of the lizardman's mouth. He stepped back in disgust. The golden light in his eyes disappeared. Although he did not know what the lizard man said before he died his skill was useless on the dead, so it was useless to use it. Xing looked at the lizardman's corpse and pursed his lips. He was a little annoyed that things were out of his expectations. He walked to the control panel and connected the communication device to the spaceship. He then said in a low voice, "Xiao Wu, take over this spaceship as soon as possible and find out what these lizard men are doing on Esh planet." He had a bad premonition in his heart. At his level of strength, if he had such a premonition, it meant that something must have happened. "Yes, Marshal." The image of the small robot appeared on the screen. It performed a standard military salute, then turned into a dot of light and disappeared. It began to invade the spaceship system. Xing stood in the control room for a while, then turned around and walked out. In the dormitory, Sino sat on the bottom bunk of the bunk bed. His wrists were once again on the bedpost, pretending that they were still chained. He stared at the door nervously, almost holding his breath. Next, they might only have one chance. If they did not seize it, he and Feng Qin would be in danger. Nevertheless, they waited and waited. A few minutes passed, but the door was still not opened. The commotion outside the corridor also suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" Sinos frowned. He vaguely felt that something had happened. He was a little uneasy. He hesitated for a while, then finally said in a low voice, "Feng Qing, you should escape by yourself. With your strength, you can definitely escape by yourself." Xinos calmly analyzed, "I am a member of the House of Roland. They still want to use me, so they won't do anything to me. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." Xinos took a deep breath. At least he knew that Feng Qing was still alive. He did not have to die with such a heavy burden on his shoulders. He looked at the outer space again. This was his first time looking at the stars from outer space. It was really beautiful. He had no regrets if he could see the outside world one last time before he died. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the room again. Tap, 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 the footsteps were steadier and firmer than before. Xinos felt a sense of pressure. His heart skipped a beat again. "Feng Qing, find a corner and hide. When this spaceship lands, you leave immediately." He looked at the shadow in the corner and reminded him again. Su Fengqing ignored him. He could see that Xinos was still determined to die. If he really left, he would turn around and kill himself. He could not let that happen. Su Fengqing quietly waited in the shadow. Although there was a huge difference in level between him and the lizard men, he could revive, and the bullets in his hand could break the lizardmen's scales. They were not completely out of options. Furthermore, Su Fengqing looked at his newly acquired skills, Shadow Devour and Shadow Steal. Shadow Devour could use the shadows to devour the enemy. Because of the low level, there was a high chance that the enemy would break free. However, it could still interfere with the enemy's movements. As for Shadow Steal, he could drag an object several times his size into the shadows and carry it away. The speed was equivalent to Shadow Stealth. If he really could not win, he could use Shadow Steal to pull Xinos into the shadows and leave in stealth. This could at least save his life. Su Fengqing's mind quickly turned various thoughts. He could not help but sigh. If this was a game mission, it would be too difficult for normal players. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Fengqing and Xinos were both stunned. What was going on? Did the lizard man not realize the situation in the dormitory and knock to confirm, or was it to lower their guard? Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door. Both Thanos and Su Fengqing's minds raced. In the end, they chose to wait and see. Xing, who was outside the door, frowned in distress. It was Ali's brother inside. Although Ali came from another world, it was obvious that he cared a lot about his blood relatives in the House of Roland. Therefore, he had to take this seriously. After all, he almost messed up once before. After a long time without a response, Xing carefully probed with his spiritual power. With his strength, of course, he could not be discovered by the people inside. He did not do so at first out of caution and respect. When he saw the scene in the dormitory, Xing understood. He reached out and tapped on the communication device. Xiao Wu's little head popped out. After hearing his instructions, it obediently cracked the program and opened the door. In the room, Xinos clenched his fists. It's finally here, huh? When he saw the unfamiliar man in military uniform at the door, Xinos could not help but be stunned. That was Roland's marshal's uniform. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He could not be wrong. The man was wearing the Roland badge on his chest. So this person was Su Fengqing, who was hiding in the shadows, was also stunned. When he saw the person's face, he almost blurted out, "What the F***ck," but in the end, he controlled himself. Xing, why is he here? Su Fengqing remembered what his younger brother had just said to him. Xiaoli said that Xing had come to save them. Su Fengqing looked at the time in disbelief. It had been 15 minutes since he ended the call with Ah Heng. How could he be so fast? Big brother, big brother. We're here to save you. At this moment, the child's cheerful and excited voice suddenly sounded in the silent dormitory. It broke the tense atmosphere and even injected a trace of vitality. Xinos heard the familiar voice and finally recovered a trace of consciousness. He was a little stunned. Xiao Wu, it's me, it's me. Big brother, I'm on the marshal's wrist. Can you see me? The man's hand was hanging by his side. A small robot emerged from the communication device on his wrist and waved its little hand vigorously in an attempt to attract Xinos' attention. Xing lowered his eyes and looked at it coldly. The small robot suddenly shrank back and said pitifully, "Okay, you guys talk, I'll go back to work." After that, it waved its little hand at Xino's and retreated back into the communication device. The room was quiet again. But because of the small robot's words just now, the atmosphere was obviously not as tense as before. Xing secretly took a deep breath and then walked into the room. He ignored the shadow in the corner and went straight to Xino's bedside. He put one hand in front of his chest and slowly bowed. "Your Highness Xino's, I'm here to rescue you under the orders of His Majesty. You are now safe." Xino stared blankly at him. Sensing the powerful aura on his body, it was filled with confusion and shock. "You are?" "I'm Xing, the current Marshal of Roland." Xing. This was an unfamiliar name to Xino's. He did not recognize him. Looking at his overly young face, he should have doubted whether he was qualified for the position of Marshal of the Empire. But looking at the situation in front of him, he did not have any doubts. But what really confused him was, how did you get here? When did you get here?" This was not the headquarters of the Bavad Empire. This was a spaceship that just flew out of Esh. How did he get on the spaceship? Was he on the spaceship from the beginning? Xenos inexplicably remembered the incident where Cyrene chased after the spaceship, but he felt that this guess was ridiculous. But the blonde man standing in front of him gave him an affirmative answer. "I just caught up." "You said, just, caught up?" Xing nodded and said calmly, "After discovering that you were taken away by the Bavad Empire, His Majesty immediately sent me to rescue you and your companions. So, I came." Although he understood every single word the man said, when the words were put together, it was still difficult for him to comprehend them, as if they were written in a foreign language. After a long time, he said, "Thank you, Xing. This is part of my duty." Xing looked at Xino's wounds and slowly raised his hand. A ball of white light appeared on his palm. The white light acted on Thanos from a distance. In a short while all the wounds on his body were healed. Even Xenos, who felt dizzy and a little feverish, regained his consciousness in a short time. "This is light healing?" he could not help but ask. Xing nodded and said, "Her Highness Cyrene is already in the palace waiting for your return. Brady and the others have also safely returned to Roland." "Really?" Xenos asked in surprise. Seeing the glow on the man's face and the obvious gentleness in his expression, Xing felt slightly relieved and felt that he had performed well. At this time a figure slowly appeared from the shadows in the corner. Su Fengqing knew that there was no need to hide anymore. To avoid any misunderstandings, he voluntarily removed his stealth state. However, his appearance did not cause Xing to be alarmed or surprised. He only looked at him indifferently and then continued to look at Xenos. Su Fengqing slightly pursed his lips and looked at Xing with an indescribable complicated expression. At this time, the little robot appeared again. "Reporting to the Marshal. Xiaowu has completely taken over the spaceship and activated the signal transmitter. We can contact my brother and the others now." As it spoke, it secretly looked at Xenos again. Xiaowu had already retracted the previous doppelganger program. It had a very good impression of this big brother and remembered its promise to him. Xing heard this and praised, "Very good." Then, he eagerly asked Xiaowu to call Su Sili's communication number. After a while, a three-dimensional image of the silver-haired young man appeared. Xenos and Su Fengqing were shocked at the same time and stared at the young man in the image. "Brother Sheng, how is it?" Su Sili did not see them and asked anxiously, "Did you save Big Brother and the others?" "Yes, everything went well." Xing nodded. Su Sili smiled. "Good, I will summon you now. Bring them back immediately." Xing ended the call with Su Sili and looked at Xenos. He rarely opened his mouth to explain. "Your Highness Xenos, I will turn you and your companions into cards. This way, when I respond to His Majesty's summons, you can return to the city with me." "Cards? Respond to the summons?" Thanos and Su Fengqing asked in unison, one after the other. Xing looked back at Su Fengqing and thought for a while. Yes, this is a skill learned from the alien card civilization. It can turn any object into a card. As for responding to the summons, he curved his lips. This is an exclusive skill between His Majesty and I. No matter how far away we are, His Majesty can summon me to his side in an instant. Xinos nodded and did not think much of it. After all, it was natural for the Empire's marshal to protect the Emperor. If what Xixing said was true, then he should be happy that Snow had such a powerful guardian. As for Su Fengqing, he looked at the smile on Xixing's face. It was a faint smile, but it was still an eyesore to him. Xinos looked at the door of the dormitory. Although he wanted to return immediately to reunite with his siblings, he knew that there were still some things to be dealt with. From Xinos's perspective, he could see a lizard man lying in the corridor without any signs of life. He remembered that there were 3 lizard men on the spaceship. Including Eller and this dead lizard man, there should be one more. Unfortunately, his spiritual power had not recovered and could not be released to investigate the situation on the spaceship. Xinos could only look at Xixing. "Marshal Xixing, is there another lizard man on the spaceship?" he asked gently. Xixing listened to his gentle tone and nodded to himself. Then, he respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness. He has already taken poison and committed suicide." Thanos was startled and could not help but frown. He thought for a while and asked, "Then what should we do with the spaceship after we leave?" Now that they were out of danger, his thoughts changed. Although this was a spaceship from the Bavad Empire, it was very valuable, especially to find out about the lizardman's conspiracy. Xinos was worried that Xixing did not know the reason, so he explained to him. The Bavat people on this spaceship stayed on Esh for a long time. They must have made some arrangements. At this point, his gentle expression was no longer there, and there was a bit of deep-rooted hatred in his eyes. "I suspect that the sudden outbreak of the beast tide 4 years ago is related to the Bavat people." Xinos looked at his broken body. His 4 years of darkness, his father who died protecting the last spark of the Roland Empire, and the countless soldiers and citizens who sacrificed their lives in the beast tide. It is very likely that all of this was done by the Beirut Aboriginals. As soon as he thought of this, Xinos's expression became colder and colder. It was as if his face was covered with frost. Su Fengqing looked at him and was silent. He did not find out Asai's identity before, so he did not know his past. But now, he still remembered the information given by the game group. A beast tide swept through the entire Roland Empire. The Prince of Xinos and Princess Cyrene, who were at the front line, both sacrificed themselves in the beast tide. The setting of the text was simple and cold, but to the characters who accepted the setting, it was full of bloody tragedies. It was easy to imagine what Xinos went through to become like this. Su Fengqing thought of the underground cave where he first met him. So Asai lived there for the past 4 years. This was the first time Su Fengqing realized that every action made by the game group had a deep impact on this world and every NPC living in the Star Age. Then, deleting the files and starting all over again, what did it mean to these NPCs? Su Fengqing felt a little confused, but he did not dare to think too deeply about it. In the end, he could only shake his head and decide not to think about this unrealistic question. Xinos was still waiting for Xixing's answer when a small robot appeared from Xixing's communication device. "Big Brother, Xiaowu just received orders from Big Brother to continue driving the spaceship back to planet Bavat." Xinos was stunned. Why? He did not understand. Even if they did not leave the spaceship behind, there was no reason to send it back to planet Bavat, right? "Big Brother, don't worry. Xiaowu has already taken over the spaceship and will not let those despicable lizard men get Esh's data." The little robot probably saw what he was worried about and explained to him. "As for why we have to continue driving back, Xiaowu is not too sure. Maybe Big Brother wants me to do something?" As long as he could hack into Planet Bavat's network, he would definitely be able to turn Planet Bavat upside down. Xinos did not understand Xiaowu's abilities, but he nodded in the end. If that's the case, then listen to Snow. Snow was able to support the Empire so quickly, so he should believe in his abilities. Perhaps, he had some plans to deal with Planet Bavat. Okay. The little robot nodded. Xiaowu is already working hard to decode the encrypted data on the spaceship. I think this data should be related to what those despicable lizard men did on Esh. Once it's decrypted, we will know what bad things they did on the planet. Xinos's expression finally looked better. He said softly to the little robot, Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work. Hee hee, it's not hard at all, the little robot said cheerfully and waved his little hand before going back to Xixing's communication device to continue working. When their conversation finally ended, Xixing said, can we go back now? Although the starry skyship's invisibility was not bad, he still wanted to go back as soon as possible, in case Ollie encountered any unpredictable danger. After all, the matter with the Tree of Life was not over yet. Marshal Xixing, I'll have to trouble you. Xenos clenched his left hand tightly. When he thought that he could finally go back, his heart that was full of holes and had sunk into a deathly stillness was filled with anticipation and joy. Excuse me. As Xixing spoke, he raised his hand towards Thanos, and a ball of golden energy immediately enveloped Thanos's body. Under the gaze of Su Fengqing, Xenos turned into a card and quietly floated in the air before being put away by Xixing. This scene was so magical that even Su Fengqing could not help but stare blankly. He had received a card master profession change mission before, but at that time he was busy taking care of Xenos and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could imagine how attractive this profession was to the players. After Xenos turned into a card and was put away by Xixing, Su Fengqing and Xixing were the only two people left in the small dorm room. The atmosphere was inevitably a little cold. Su Fengqing knew that if he followed Xixing back, he would be able to see Snow Roland for real. He pursed his lips and had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. After interacting with Xenos for a week, he understood that the NPCs in this game were like real life with emotions. They could not be treated as cold data. Then, what about Snow Roland? Was it because he was too real that Aheng could not resist and fell for him? What about himself? After seeing him, would he still be able to maintain his rationality? Su Fengqing could not help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. This made him feel sorry for Shaoli, and he felt that his favorite brother had given him a difficult problem. If he had not left such a substitute behind, he would not have to be so conflicted. He was immersed in his own thoughts. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Xixing had already turned around and was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you the Dark Demon Dragon? Xixing asked. Because of his relationship with the Shadow Leopard, Xixing had a certain understanding of the ancient beasts. Through some secret technique, he could see that behind this black-haired man stood a black dragon that matched the characteristics of the Dark Demon Dragon. And the Dark Demon Dragon's reputation was not very good. Su Fengqing felt his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. So what if I am? His tone was not good, and it was even a little provocative. In fact, from the moment he entered, Xixing could feel that this person did not like him, and now it was even more obvious. Originally, he did not care at all. After all, this was just an unrelated person. But, his gaze fell on the man's face again. Xixing found that this face gave him a sense of familiarity, and he clearly knew who this sense of familiarity came from. It could not be said that they were very similar, but when he looked at them like this, he felt a little dazed. After all, he had a similar experience and almost led him into a ditch. Xixing immediately became alert. But, this was impossible, right? The man in front of him was obviously a Dark Demon Dragon. How could he be Ali's relative? Although this was what he thought, Xixing's cold expression softened a little due to his cautious intuition. The warning that he was about to blurt out also changed the topic of discussion. He said to Su Fengqing, you went through thick and thin with Her Highness Xenos. You are Her Highness' companion, and naturally, you are Roland's friend. Next, I will turn you into a card to bring you back to Esh Star. Sorry for the offense. Su Fengqing looked at him strangely. He felt that Xixing's words sounded a little strange. Was he just going to warn him? He felt it, so, what made his attitude change so suddenly? Su Fengqing was puzzled, but now, he had no other choice. Unless he wanted to follow the spaceship to Beirut, he could not return to Roland in a short period of time by himself. Even if he did not mention Snow, he was still worried about Xenos for the time being, so he had to follow them back no matter what. Okay. Su Fengqing nodded in response. Then, she watched as Xixing raised his hand towards her. Similarly, a ball of golden light enveloped her. Ding. Xixing is using the secret skill, card transformation, on you. Card transformation can transform any object, including living and inanimate objects, into a card. You have become a card. Su Fengqing was turned into a card by Xixing. At the same time, Xixing also felt a strange fluctuation. It was Su Sili's summon. After a while, his figure slowly disappeared from the spaceship. On the spaceship, the bodies of the lizard men were cleaned up by the robot butler. Then, this spaceship that belonged to the Bavad Empire continued to travel on its predetermined path and slowly disappeared into space. Su Sili waited anxiously. After talking to his second brother, he confirmed that the black-haired man with C-nose was indeed his eldest brother, Su Fengqing. He had entered the game a week ago just to see him. When he thought of this, Su Sili was overjoyed. And there was another piece of good news. C-nose was still alive. He didn't know what happened to him, but a miracle happened. The House of Roland would welcome the return of an important member. This was double the happiness. Xiao Wu, are they here? Su Sili couldn't help but ask. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Xixing's tall figure appear in front of him. Su Sili cheered and hugged him without caring about his image. He rubbed his cheeks and said, "Brother Xing, welcome back." Xixing smiled and hugged him back. He hadn't felt this kind of enthusiasm from this young man in a long time. Although Su Sili never said it, Xixing could feel it. Since the day he brought Cyrene back and learned that C-nose died underground, he seemed to have been shackled. So, even though he was very lazy and didn't want to sit when he could lie down, he was once again like before, leading the brave warriors to war for so many days. And after returning from the war, he still had to deal with other things. His whole person was filled with a sense of urgency, as if he wanted this country to become stronger, or maybe it was to make up for not rescuing C-nose in time. And now, his God was happy from the bottom of his heart. Xixing hugged him and felt satisfied. "Where's my brother?" Su Sili let go of him and asked. Xixing opened his hand. A card appeared out of thin air and floated above his palm. Su Sili looked at the silver-haired man on the card. His eyes were slightly closed, and his left hand was placed on his lower abdomen. He looked as fragile as a glass doll, but also had a kind of sickly beauty. C-nose, he still remembered the crown prince in the trial world. He wasn't as warm as Cyrene. When he first saw him, he even felt that he was a little cold. But under that cold appearance, there was a gentle and brave heart. Yet, such a beautiful person had turned into such a state. Su Sili was sad. When he saw C-nose on the card open his eyes, he quickly picked him up and brought him to the room where Aunt Via stayed. With a flash of light, C-nose was removed from his card state and placed on the bed. C-nose opened his eyes and looked at the cold metal room in front of him. He was no longer in the dark and damp underground. He looked a little dazed. Especially when he saw the silver-haired young man's worried eyes. "Snow." He raised his hand and gently touched his brother's face. That soft and real touch finally convinced him that he had returned to Roland and met his younger brother. "C-nose, you should rest first." Su Sili pursed his lips. After all, he wasn't the real Snow Roland. After confirming that C-nose was safe, he felt a little awkward. Besides, even the original Snow didn't have a deep relationship with C-nose. He took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Wu has already prepared the equipment that can repair the body for you." Looking at C-nose's stunned expression, Su Sili smiled. "We are still on the starship. The starship belongs to Roland. The instruments are all here. When your body is repaired, we will return in glory. We will hold the homecoming ceremony with Cyrene. Roland really needs such a ceremony to celebrate." C-nose was stunned. He seemed to understand his words, but also seemed to not understand. After a long time, he carefully said, "You mean I can recover?" Su Sili nodded affirmatively. "Is it really possible?" He still couldn't believe it. "Big brother, don't you believe in Xiao Wu?" The robot butler moved over and spoke with a childish voice. C-nose was a little speechless. He wanted to be calm, but he couldn't do it. Su Sili smiled and said, "It's okay. When your body recovers, you will believe me." He stood up and asked Xiao Wu to arrange it as soon as possible. In fact, Su Sili hadn't seen broken limbs regrow before. But since Xiao Wu promised, and he also used insight to check the equipment, it really did have such an effect. He just hoped that this time it would be successful. Su Silly covered Thanos with a blanket so that he could have a good rest. However, when he turned around, he met a pair of black eyes with a complicated expression. Xixing had unlocked Su Fengqing's card state. At this moment, Su Fengqing was standing in front of Su Silly. The two brothers, finally, met again. In Su Silly's memory, only half a year had passed. Su Yuhing changed his appearance when he entered the game and changed himself to look like he did 10 years ago. So, Su Silly didn't have a deep sense of time. But at this moment, looking at his big brother Su Fengqing's obviously mature face, the faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and the few strands of white hair hidden in his black hair. All of these details made Su Silly deeply realize that the two brothers had only reunited after nearly 10 years. He felt a little sour in his nose and couldn't help but shout, "Big brother." Su Fengqing looked at the silver-haired young man in front of him. When he heard him call him big brother, his eyes suddenly swelled painfully. Shaoli. He wanted to call him that, but... Snow? Xinos called out softly, pulling Su Fengqing back to reality. He was slightly stunned. He looked at Asai, who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and then looked at the silver-haired and purple eyes that were almost identical to the young man. He could not help but smile bitterly. Su Silly also came back to his senses. He looked sideways at Xinos. Seeing him struggling to sit up, Su Silly quickly went over to help him. After he sat up properly, Su Silly carefully put a pillow behind his back. Xinos leaned against the soft and comfortable pillow and slowly exhaled. Then, he looked at Su Silly and reached out his only left hand. Su Silly hesitated for a moment, but still sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to hold his hand. His hand was cold, but his palm was slightly warmer. Looking at the man's dry lips, Su Silly frowned slightly and asked, "Do you want some water?" After he finished speaking, he had already ordered the robot butler to pour some water. Xinos looked at the young man sitting beside him seriously. He looked at his younger brother, whom he had not seen for many years. Ever since he became an adult, he had been on the front lines most of the time. As a member of the Water Healing Division, the front lines needed him very much. In the past 10 years, he could only reunite with his family for a short period of time when he returned to the Imperial City to report on his work. Therefore, his impression of Snow was still many years ago. The deepest memory in his mind was that the young boy looked at him with a pair of purple eyes like his own, full of envy, and said that he wanted to become an elementalist too. However, a child without talent could only stay in the Imperial Palace and could not go to the Elementalist College, let alone learn about elementalist cultivation. He could not bear to see his younger brother like this, so he secretly asked Cyrene to teach him meditation, and now, the child had grown up and realized his childhood dream. Not only did he inherit the throne and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving Roland, but he also became a sound elementalist like his father. Moreover, he was stronger than him and his father. In addition to joy and pride, Xinos also felt heartache. This younger brother of his, who had been recognized as having no elemental talent since young, had suffered so much. How much tears and sweat had he shed to grow to where he was today, when his father died, and he and Cyrene were trapped and unable to return? How much effort did the young Roland have to put in order to survive the crisis of Roland? Xinos could not imagine it. In fact, he could feel that the young man was stiff and unfamiliar when facing him. They were 13 years apart. When Snow had just started to remember things, he had already begun to study government and military affairs. He was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, so they didn't have much time to spend together. Later on, they were separated for many years. It was normal for the two of them to be unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps to him, she was not as close as the guards by his side, right? That was why she couldn't call him big brother. But when he was in danger and almost lost all hope, it was Snow who sent people to rescue him. It was also Sinua who took care of his pride and said that she would wait for him to heal his body before welcoming him back in a grand fashion. Other than feeling grateful and heartache, what else could he do? Thank you. Xinos took the warm water from Su Silly and thanked him sincerely. Drink it. Su Silly said carefully. Xinos' skin was very pale because he had lived underground for many years. Because he was weak and sickly, he looked very fragile. Su Silly felt that he would break at the slightest touch, so he didn't even dare to speak too loudly. Xinos smiled slightly and said okay. After taking a sip of water, his eyes fell on the black-haired man behind Su Silly. The man's expression was not very good. He seemed to be unhappy. Xinos was startled and quickly said, "Snow, this is Feng Qing." He introduced him to Su Silly. "He saved me. If it wasn't for Feng Qing, I wouldn't have survived until now." Then, he looked at Su Fengqing and said with a smile, "Although you are not interested in my identity, I still want to introduce you to my younger brother. Fengqing, this is Snow, the current monarch of the Roland Empire. He was the one who asked Marshal Xixing to come and rescue us." When he said this, Xinos's tone was a little proud, like an older brother showing off his excellent younger brother to his friends. Especially the words, "my younger brother," to Su Fengqing, it was very harsh. Su Silly was still holding Xinos's hand. He looked at him, then looked at his elder brother. He didn't know what to say, so he could only laugh dryly. Sigh, it seems that elder brother still doesn't completely believe him. Su Silly was a little worried and thought that he should find a chance to talk to him alone later. And such a harmonious scene of brotherly love fell into Su Fengqing's eyes, and she felt very uncomfortable. He didn't want to stay here anymore. However, seeing that Thanos finally smiled and regained some vitality and was no longer as lifeless as before, Linley could not just leave like that. He felt bitter, but he could only nod at Xinos. However, Feng Luo's indifference caused Thanos to misunderstand. He suddenly realized that Feng Luo had said that he would leave after sending him back to his companions. This Mr. Gusho didn't want to have anything to do with him. Xinos opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him to stay, but he couldn't think of a reason or position. After all, this was his benefactor who saved his life several times, and almost died because of him. He should respect his opinion and let him leave. In the end, Xinos could only say, "Feng Qing, are you ready to leave? Can you wait a little longer? I know this request is a little rude, but can you wait until my body is repaired before you leave?" Su Fengqing paused. He thought he hid it well, but it was still seen through. Looking at Xinos' pleading eyes, he couldn't bear to reject him, so he nodded and said okay. "Thank you." Xinos smiled happily. At this time, the robot butler's electronic eyes flashed slightly, and Xiao Wu's voice sounded, "Big brother, the equipment is ready, we can start at any time. The body can be repaired." Xinos was actually still a little nervous, but he looked at Su Fengqing and nodded, "Let's not delay, let's start." "Okay." Xiao Wu responded, and then a wheelchair rolled into the room and stopped beside the bed. Su Silly stood up from the bed and bent down to carry Xinos to the wheelchair. His physique was very tall, and his strength was actually not weaker than a warrior's, not to mention that Xinos was also very light. "Thank you." Xinos sat in the wheelchair and couldn't help but say it again. Su Silly squatted next to him and helped him tidy up his clothes, saying casually, "There's no need to say these things between brothers." Su Fengqing, who was at the side, was about to reach out to help, but in the end, he retracted his hand. He looked at them quietly. His hands by his side slowly clenched into fists. Xixing, on the other hand, tactfully stood at the side and didn't interrupt the whole time, only silently observing. Releasing the dark demon dragon without saying anything was also a test, and the results of the test confirmed his previous guess. Sure enough, when Ollie saw him, he called him Big Brother. He couldn't be wrong, Ollie did call him Big Brother just now. It was indeed to this dark demon dragon called Feng Qing. And from Feng Qing's eyes and expression, he did indeed know Ollie. It was very likely that he really was the family Ollie had been looking forward to for a long time. Realizing this, Xixing slowly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't do anything rude to this person. In the end, Su Fengqing still followed behind Su Silly and watched him push Xinos all the way to the room at the end of the corridor under the guidance of the small robot. There were some instruments placed here, and one of them looked like a nutrition pod filled with a translucent liquid. Xinos needed to soak in it to repair his body. At this time, all the liquid in the glass pod had been sucked out, and Xinos needed to take off his clothes and enter it. When Xinos heard this request, he clenched his left hand and bit his lip subconsciously. Su Fengqing still remembered that when he was changing his clothes, his eyes were closed the whole time, and he even apologized to him after changing. He looked at the robot butler, then at Sinos, thought for a while, and said, "I'll wait for you outside." After he finished speaking, he directly lifted his foot and left. Su Silly was stunned at first, then thought for a while and understood why his brother did this. He lowered his head to look at Thanos, smiled, and said, "Then I'll go out and wait too. Xiao Wu, I'll leave Brother Emperor to you." Hearing the words Brother Emperor, Su Fengqing, who was still not far away, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Then, as if he didn't hear anything, he strode out of the room. Sinos looked at his back, then looked at the young man's smile. How could he not feel their thoughtfulness? His painful expression calmed down, and just as he was about to thank them again, he remembered the young man's words. There was no need to keep saying these things between brothers. In the end, after watching Su Silly and Xixing leave, Sinos completely calmed down. He looked at the robot butler and said softly, "Xiao Wu, sorry to trouble you." "Okay. Big brother, don't worry, you'll be healthy again soon." Hearing the little guy's cheerful voice, Sinos was also affected by it and couldn't help but look forward to it. Outside the corridor, Su Fengqing leaned against the wall and stood quietly with a lit cigarette between his fingers. This was a new product from the system store. In addition to cigarettes and alcohol, there were also all kinds of delicious food. As soon as it was released, sales skyrocketed almost immediately. After all, this was a game. No matter how much one ate, there was no need to worry about gaining weight or health problems. Also, the price was not expensive, which was a great attraction for many players. Just as he took 2 puffs of the cigarette, the closed door beside him opened, and 2 tall figures walked out one after another. Su Fengqing paused, then heard a familiar voice, "Big brother, I thought you don't smoke?" He looked sideways and met the young man's slightly frowning eyes. Su Fengqing was a little absent-minded. He looked at the young man frowning and said with some disdain, "The smell is really bad." Whether it was the expression, the words, or the small movements when speaking, it was all the same as in his memory. If it was really just data, could it really be so similar? After a long time, Su Fengqing lowered his eyes. He put the cigarette between his fingers into his backpack and said in a low voice, "What, did you just call me?" Su Silly looked at his unfriendly expression. Although his big brother had always been expressionless, the brothers had just reunited after such a long time, he couldn't be so calm. So, his big brother was still suspicious of him. His eyes dimmed, and there was a trace of hurt on his face. "Big brother," Su Fengqing couldn't help but look at him again. Too similar, really similar. He finally understood how Ah Heng felt. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but when he saw the blonde man behind the young man, he paused and changed his words, "Let's talk alone." The young man didn't seem to avoid Xixing. He called Xixing big brother when he was present. If he really was Shaoli who had transmigrated into this game character, then he was too careless. But, he had never heard the game team mention that they added a setting like transmigration. After Ah Heng mentioned it, he also asked Wang Lao about it, but the answer he got was no. So, he finally chose to enter the game, not entirely because of Ah Heng's coercion. He knew it was ridiculous, but in his heart, there was a faint trace of expectation that even he didn't want to admit. "Okay." Su Silly nodded without thinking, then he turned to Xixing and said, "I need to talk to my big brother, I'll explain to you later." Xixing glanced at Su Fengqing, then looked at Su Silly, smiled, and said very obediently, "I understand." So, the 2 brothers went to the room next door, while Xixing stood guard in the hallway. When the metal door closed, the room fell into silence. Tap, 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 the hard heels hit the floor, making a crisp sound that was particularly loud in the room. Su Fengqing walked to the sofa and sat down. When he saw that the young man was still standing there, he pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Come sit here." Su Silly pursed his lips. Although he was in a bad mood, he still obediently walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite him, just like when he was young. Since he was young, the way he interacted with his big brother was different from the way he interacted with his second brother. He could act shamelessly and throw a tantrum with his second brother, but when it came to his big brother, he subconsciously restrained himself. Su Fengqing stared at him for a while before saying, "Ah Heng already told me." Hearing his indifferent tone, Su Silly felt inexplicably wronged. He looked at him with red eyes and said bluntly, "But you don't believe it, right?" Su Fengqing froze. He lowered his head, and after sorting out his emotions, he said softly, "I want to believe it, even if it sounds ridiculous." But what? "I'm scared," Su Fengqing said softly. Su Silly was stunned. His voice trembled slightly. "You are scared of me? Because I was reborn in this way?" "No, you misunderstand." Su Fengqing shook his head. He looked at the young man in front of him with a pained expression. "I'm scared that if this is fake and I believe it, will I forget the real Xiaoli? My little brother has been gone for almost 10 years. I often think of him, but sometimes I feel that the image in my mind is very blurry. I even need to use images and photos to deepen my memory. I'm scared that I will forget him. If no one remembers him in the future, then Xiaoli, how sad will he be?" Su Silly listened to him speak. The hurt and grievance in his eyes slowly melted, and finally turned into heartache and guilt. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I didn't leave so early, you wouldn't be in so much pain." He covered his face and choked with sobs. Indeed, he was very lonely in this strange world. Other than Xixing, no one knew who the real him was. But his family, because of him, had been in pain for almost 10 years. Because of his willful decision, they invested everything they had into Star Age. How did they survive all these years? He had never seen such a fragile expression on his big brother's face. He also never thought that his big brother would have white hair at such a young age. What right did he have to complain? Even if he didn't want to believe it, his big brother still came to see him, didn't he? Su Fengqing looked at the young man in front of him. He saw him cover his eyes with his hands, and his voice was heavy with sobs. He was a bit soft-hearted, but in the end, he couldn't just watch. Su Fengqing stood up and walked to the young man's side. He gently patted his shoulder and said softly, "This isn't your fault. It's me, who didn't protect you." Su Silly finally couldn't help but hug him and cry, "Big brother, it's okay if you don't believe me, but, can you come into the game more often to see me? I'm the only one here. Other than Xixing, no one knows who the real me is. I'm so sad, I miss you guys every day. I want to eat breakfast with you guys. I don't want to be alone in the empty restaurant. I want to hear you guys talk and sing for you guys." Su Fengqing listened to his sincere words. His hands involuntarily hugged him and gently patted his back. When he heard the end, he closed his eyes and tears finally fell from his eyes. On the starry sky, the elf player, Lan Xiaoyin, was locked up in a room. Although no one was watching over him, he had tried many ways to escape but to no avail. In the end, he could only lie pitifully on the glass window of the room and stare at the lake below. His main mission was to find the elf royalty. Now, it was time for the second step, to follow the elf royalty back to the elf territory and save the Tree of Life. His Majesty the Emperor allowed him to follow, but the problem was, he was trapped on the spaceship from beginning to end. Now, it was as if he had been forgotten and could not complete the mission at all. Fortunately, he had figured out the game system's shooting mode. In the shooting mode, his camera could be controlled according to his needs. It was very convenient whether it was zooming in or out or moving left and right. He could even set the camera track to make it easier for players to record videos. The only downside was that he could only stay in place and could not move. He was now controlling the camera and filming what was happening in the center of the lake below. At the beginning, he filmed His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xixing. They brought the little girl with the royal blood of the elf royalty to the withered tree. That tree should be the Tree of Life. It was surrounded by densely packed interstellar beasts. It was simply a nightmare for people with trypophobia. When Xixing first appeared, he held His Majesty's hand in one hand and the little girl in the other. This scene caused the comments in his live stream to explode. "Ah, a family of 3. Sure enough, you can see Xixing at Xiaolan's place. Woo-woo, I announce that I will stay here and not leave. Xiaolan, aim the camera properly. I want to see the special feature." Lan Xiaoyin could only laugh. None of these fans were good people. He would not easily satisfy their demands. In the end, after someone sent 10 rocket launchers, he reluctantly moved the camera and filmed Xixing and Little Majesty's faces for a while. However, not long after, he was attracted to the little girl. A vine extended from the tree of life as if it had its own consciousness. It patted the little girl's head and released a white light that enveloped her. When the white light dissipated, the little girl turned into a real elf. Wah, what kind of plot is this? This little loli is too cute. I want to know everything about this little loli within 1 minute. Xiao Lan, do as you see fit. Lan Xiaoyin really wanted to roll his eyes, but for the sake of the reward, he still told him the information he already knew. Her name is Ah Sheng, and she's a half-elf. She has the royal blood of the elves. She's currently living in the palace with His Highness Xiao Qiong. Do you know His Highness Xiao Qiong? He is the younger brother of His Majesty Xiao Luo. He is still very young. As he spoke, he posted Xiao Qiong's photo. I know His Highness Xiao Qiong. I've seen him on the popular character list. She's so cute. Shotas and Lolas are the tallest. Don't be fooled by his young age. He's very powerful. He's almost level 20. Lan Xiaoyin mumbled. He had been taken advantage of by this little boy. If he hadn't been caught by him, he wouldn't have been locked up in the prison for so many days. However, the only good thing was that Bloody Mary was still locked up in the royal prison. Not only did he go to other places in the palace to meet the faction leaders and core members of the empire, he even escaped. Now, he could still stay on the legendary Starry Sky and experience the plot of the Elven Lands. Although this plot didn't seem to have anything to do with him as a player, this was ridiculous. At this moment, a line of text suddenly popped up on his game screen. After 100 years, the forest elves that were almost wiped out by the natural disasters have finally welcomed the return of their king. Please find the Elven Queen and assist her in finding the forest elves scattered everywhere. Gather all the elves' strength and build a new home. Ding. Your main quest has been updated. You can check it in the quest panel. Lan Xiaoyin looked at the text that suddenly appeared and was stunned. He quickly opened the quest panel to take a look. He saw that the original quest of follow the elven royalty back to the elven lands and save the tree of life had become, assist the elven queen in rebuilding the new elven tribe. There was a note at the end of this line, after the elven tribe is built, players have a chance to be reincarnated as elves when they create a new character. Holy sh*t. It's a real new race. This means that the probability of getting an elven account in the future is no longer 1 in 100,000. F***ck, I'm so excited. Little Lan, you can do it. Our elven tribe depends on you. Yes, you must assist Little Ash in rebuilding the tribe as soon as possible. The development of the elves in the future will depend on you. Holy sh*t, how do I get a rare race account? I feel like this plot is much more interesting than the one I played. Lan Xiaoyin was also very confused. He didn't expect that the Star Age could be played like this. Now, the mission of rebuilding the elves was on his shoulders? He suddenly felt a lot of pressure. What should he do? And the Elven Queen, F***ck, he was still locked up and didn't have a chance to come into contact with her. This main quest was so difficult. Interesting my *SS, I'm still stuck at level 5. I don't even know when I'll get the inheritance and continue to level up. Lan Xiaoyin couldn't help but complain, it's so F***king difficult, how do I play this game? The more he complained with a sullen face, the more the bullet screen flooded with comments. Then, the scene that he was filming suddenly changed, he saw the Elven Queen walk to Her Majesty's side and say something to him. Then, she raised her hand and waved it in the air, and a video was played in mid-air. Holy *t, what's this? What's this plot for? Lan Xiaoyin was confused, but at the same time, he felt an itch in his heart. This hidden plot revealed a lot of information, and he was the first person to discover it. This Star Age game is poisonous, the NPCs are taking advantage of the plot when you're not paying attention. So, who are the two people in the video? Her Majesty Xiao Luo seems very excited. Lan Xiaoyin had already zoomed out so that he could record all the details. Am I the only one who feels that this silver-haired NPC is pitiful? Although I can't hear anything, just seeing him cry makes my heart ache. Who's the black-haired one? Is he dead? He should be dead, or else why would he cry like that? Holy sh*t, holy sh*t, white hair is going to commit suicide. No. Ah. At this time, the lizard man in the video knocked the silver-haired man's dagger out of his hand, grabbed his chin, and after taking a closer look, started laughing maniacally. Oh my god, that was close. Although the lizard man saved white hair, I still feel that this lizard man is disgusting, his fists are hard. So, what kind of race is the lizard man? It's so disgusting, it's probably not an African who played this race, right? Wait a minute, silver hair and purple eyes. Holy sh*t, is this white hair the dead crown prince of Roland? I heard from NPCs that only the Roland royalty has silver hair and purple eyes, and some people said that even when modeling, they don't match like this. That's impossible, hasn't the crown prince of Roland been dead for a long time? I occasionally hear uncles and aunties talking about him when I'm doing my daily missions. Why is it impossible? The second Princess Cyrene is not dead, tisk tsk tsk, this must be a spy set up by the game group. Holy sh*t, holy sh*t, look. The crown prince is being taken to the spaceship. Lan Xiaoyin also became nervous. He looked at the inlaid emblem on the spaceship and guessed, this creature that looks like a lizard, is it an alien? There seems to be only one spaceship from Roland, and it's the starship I'm on. Look at the emblem on the bow, it's not from Roland. He adjusted the angle of the camera and clearly captured the emblem on the bow of the spaceship. As he discovered this hidden plot, more and more people came to watch the live broadcast. Many players in the game also watched the live broadcast while doing missions. This was a mission that involved a rare race, every player had a chance to delete their account and start over, which meant that everyone could be reincarnated as elves. How could they not look forward to it? Some guilds even had their eyes on Lan Xiaoyin and kept sending him friend requests, but Lan Xiaoyin blocked them long ago. At this time, Lan Xiaoyin's discovery caused a new wave of discussion in the bullet screen. Yes, this image is a big lizard, it's disgusting. That seems to be the national emblem of the Bavad Empire, How do you know the first one? I met an old man when I was doing a mission yesterday. He wanted to develop me into a member of some underground organization, and then I received a notification to change factions. That faction is the Bavad Empire I just mentioned. There's a symbol on the mission panel, it's exactly the same as this emblem. Oh my god, you can change factions in Roland? I heard that the punishment for changing factions is very severe. So you changed factions? No, I said I'll think about it. What did the old man say? He said okay, then turned around and killed me. Interesting. So where is the old man? Send the coordinates to KK, I'll go and play. Lan Xiaoyin watched them chat, thought for a while, and said, so now the NPC suspected to be the first prince of Roland has been taken away by the lizards of the Bavad Empire? Then is there going to be a new faction gameplay? For example, going to planet Bavat to kidnap people? He analyzed, then can I join the Bavat faction as a spy? Then do missions on both sides and eat on both sides? Spy? That depends on whether His Majesty Xiao Luo recognizes it or not, right? Without official recognition, you're a traitor. Not only will you be stripped of your elementalist identity, but you'll also be wanted. Can you care about the first prince first? Yes, he's already so pitiful, and he'll be taken to an alien planet as a hostage. Lan Xiaoyin also felt that the first prince was quite pitiful. Just looking at the image made him feel like he couldn't bear to see it, but the problem was, he couldn't say the first prince. At this moment, His Majesty Xiao Luo finished watching the image and said something to the little girl and the guy who could control space. Then, he looked disappointed. Then, Xixing said a few more words, closed his eyes, and opened them quickly. Then, he disappeared on the spot with a happy His Majesty Xiao Luo. Look at how aggressive they are. Are they going to save the first prince? Lan Xiaoyin couldn't help but control the camera and wander around. Then, he had actually managed to capture it. Diagonally above the starry sky, a blond man in a snow-white military uniform suddenly appeared and landed on a black panther with wings. Then, he quickly flew into the sky. He only captured the moment the man rushed out and his back view, but Lan Xiaoyin couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn, so cool." And, it looked very hot. He's really going to save the first prince. Xixing is so awesome. He chased after the spaceship, can he catch up? I don't know, but the streamer won't be able to catch up. Lan Xiaoyin tried very hard to control the camera to chase after him, but he couldn't catch up. Also, the camera couldn't be zoomed out infinitely. After zooming out for about 2 to 3 kilometers, he couldn't zoom any further. He could only watch as Xixing disappeared into the horizon. So, is this still a series? When will we know the result? I'm so anxious. The comments in the live broadcast room were all wailing, but Lan Xiaoyin couldn't do anything. He couldn't catch up, so what else could he do? He continued to zoom back. On the way back, he accidentally saw something glowing in the forest. He wanted to go and take a look, but in the end, he decided not to. Lan Xiaoyin returned to the center of the lake and pointed the camera at the tree of life below. This was a major event that concerned the elf tribe, so it was more important than anything else. Eh? Wait, I only left for a while. What happened here? Below them, a blue-black domain appeared around the tree of life. The interstellar beasts that were originally quietly waiting in the lake all rushed toward the shore, but they directly crashed into the black domain and disappeared. Vaguely, one could see flashes of blood. What kind of awesome skill is this? Lan Xiaoyin's eyes were wide open. Then, he zoomed in on the field and saw the gray-haired man and the little girl beside him under the tree. The gray-haired man raised his hands and pressed them in the air. His snow-white robe with red embroidery moved without any wind, and the red coral earrings hanging from his ears kept shaking, giving him an elegant and ethereal sense of beauty. Behind him, the little elf girl placed her hands on the tree of life. Her 2 small hands emitted a faint green light. The light spread along the veins on the trunk and quickly spread throughout the tree. This scene was mysterious and shocking. In just an instant, it attracted the attention of countless viewers. It even made the comments stop. Some kind of ancient ritual seemed to be going on silently. Finally, the green light emitted from the little girl's hand spread to the entire tree, outlining the outline of a tree of light. The originally weak light suddenly became blinding, causing Lan Xiaoyin to close his eyes instinctively. However, he quickly opened them again, unwilling to miss a single detail of this scene. Finally, the tree of light began to shrink. The change was very fast. In just a few breaths, the towering withered tree shrunk into a green light spot the size of a palm. Lan Xiaoyin could not help but hold his breath. Under his gaze, the little girl reached out her small hands and gently caught the light spot. The moment it touched her palm, the light disappeared completely, turning into a seed with a rough surface covered with mysterious patterns. Oh my, is this the seed of the tree of life? Just as this sentence appeared in the comments, the surrounding black field suddenly shattered into powder, and a dense swarm of interstellar beasts rushed over. Lan Xiaoyin's live stream was instantly filled with interstellar beasts. The impact of this scene made him scream subconsciously. Many viewers were also shocked. Cha Mo had already picked up Little Ash in an instant, cut open space, and left this place. This scene was completely recorded by the live stream, but the time was too short, so many people couldn't see it clearly. Lan Xiaoyin immediately cancelled the recording mode. He leaned against the window and looked down, only to see that the center of the lake was completely flooded by interstellar beasts. These interstellar beasts are here for the seed of the tree of life. That scared me. That was too exciting. Where's little cutie Xing? And that silver-haired beauty? Are they okay? Look at the replay. The beauty ran away with Xing. I just want to know the beauty's name. The scene of him casting the spell just now was so beautiful. I like him so much. Lan Xiaoyin felt that handsome guy might have brought the queen back to the starry sky. He rubbed his chin, thinking about how he could get close to his queen. And Cha Mo did indeed bring Little Ash back to the control room of the spaceship. Both of them weren't in good condition. Cha Mo's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Little Ash curled up in his arms and fainted, still hugging the seed tightly. Cha Mo didn't see Su Silly in the control room, but he didn't think it was strange. He just thought that he went to rescue people with Xixing. He looked at the screen. Sir Xiao Wu, is there any news from Her Majesty and the others? They're already back, Xiao Wu replied. Cha Mo was stunned. He didn't expect them to be back so soon. he couldn't help but ask, have they been rescued? They've been rescued, Xiao Wu replied. Chimo, so soon, but when he thought about that person, he convinced himself that there was nothing to be surprised about. He looked at Ah Xing, worry in his eyes. He asked again, where are Her Majesty and the others? I have something to discuss with them. Xiao Wu shook his head. No, I can't disturb Big Brother now. It sounded a little distressed as well. What happened? Chimo asked. I cracked the encrypted data in Beirut's spaceship, and then I seem to have discovered their scheme. At the same time, mysterious electronic voices sounded in countless corners of AI Shui Star. All presets are dead. According to the rules, start the program immediately. Start the program immediately. When Su Silly walked out of the room, his eyes were still a little red. Xixing looked at him and touched his face tenderly. He hugged him and patted his back gently. Where's Big Brother? He asked. Su Silly snuggled in his arms and said with a nasal voice, my mom called him for dinner. Xixing paused and continued to pat him. He asked, are you hungry? I'm going to cook. He roughly knew what was going on with Hero. Since the Dark Dragon was really Ali's brother, then he should be in a similar situation as his second brother. They could go back and forth between the two worlds at will, but only Ali, thinking about how he had experienced death, Xixing's heart ached and his arms tightened involuntarily. Su Silly raised his head and looked at him. Aren't you going to ask me what's going on? He sniffed and said. Xixing lowered his head and looked at him with his gray-blue eyes. It was as if he was the only one in his heart. I guessed a little, he said softly. You can tell me the rest when you feel like it. I'm willing to listen anytime. Su Silly looked at him softly and felt a lump in his throat. He tiptoed slightly and kissed the man on the lips. He finally smiled. It's good that I still have you. He hugged him again and rubbed against his chest. He said, actually, I'm very happy today. Not only did he successfully rescue Xenos, but he also had a preliminary communication with his brother. Just now, the two of them had talked a lot about their childhood. He could feel that the scales in his big brother's heart were leaning towards him more and more. As for the last bit of hesitation, he believed that time would erase it. After all, what happened to him was so unbelievable, and his brother was such a strict and stubborn person. He had never approved of Snow Roland, just like how he invested in Star Age to realize his dream. How could he change something that he had persisted for almost 10 years? Su Silly understood him, and he was no longer as lonely as before. He had his second brother, Xixing, Xiao Qiong, Ah Xing, Xiao Wu, Aunt Veer, Cyrene, and Xenos, who had just returned. Although he still couldn't treat them as his family, their feelings and ties had undoubtedly deepened as they interacted with each other. Looking back, he was no longer the lonely person he had been when he first arrived in the other world. When he realized this, Su Silly was not so sad anymore. He also believed that his elder brother would let go of his suspicion sooner or later. They were brothers, and that was a fact that could never be changed. Xixing gently rubbed his head and said, you being happy is the best situation for me. Su Silly couldn't help but laugh. You've always been good at saying sweet nothings. Xixing looked down at him and said seriously, I'm just saying the words from the bottom of my heart. Su Silly laughed for a while, then held his face and kissed him a few times. Then he leaned lazily in his arms and wrapped his arms around his waist. Xenos is back, he said. Xixing watched as his tense body suddenly relaxed, and he returned to his previous lazy state. He couldn't help but smile. Yes. Su Silly didn't continue, as if he had just mentioned it casually. Then he played with the tassels on Xixing's military uniform between his fingers. I miss my mom's noodles, he suddenly muttered. Xixing pricked up his ears and listened quietly gathering useful information. My mom is best at noodles, Su Silly recalled. I remember when I was young, I woke up hungry in the middle of the night. I secretly looked for snacks to eat, but my mom found out. She confiscated my snacks and then made me a bowl of egg noodles. I still remember the taste even now. Xixing didn't say anything. He didn't have any relatives, and he had never experienced the warmth of a family. But after hearing the young man's description, he felt a sense of yearning. She should be a very gentle mother, he said. Yes. Susili nodded. I miss her a little. Xing rubbed his chin against the top of his head, silently comforting him. My brother said that it might not be long before Mom and Dad come to see me in the game, Susili said casually. I wonder how they will react when they see you. Xing couldn't help but stiffen. He heard the young man say again, but don't worry. Even if they object, I will insist. You are the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. This won't change because of anyone. Hearing his sincere words, Xing was moved, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Would Ollie's parents object to them, or even hate him? He knew that family was very important to Ollie. If they couldn't accept him, then even if Ollie insisted on being with him, he wouldn't be happy. Xing couldn't help but worry, but he didn't show it. He just lowered his head and kissed the young man's forehead. Susili smiled again. Just as he was about to continue being affectionate with him, the communication device on his wrist rang. He could only raise his hand and open the message. Xiao Wu, brother, just looking at the little artificial intelligence's text showed a sense of caution. There was definitely nothing on this spaceship that could be hidden from Xiao Wu, so it didn't necessarily know what he talked about with his brother, but it definitely knew that he cried. Susili was a little embarrassed, but when he felt the little guy's thoughtfulness, his heart flowed with warmth. Although Xiao Wu didn't know who the real him was, it had never come into contact with Snow, so Xiao Wu knew that he was him. Speaking of which, in this alternate world, Xiao Wu could be said to be the closest person to him besides Xing, right? What's wrong? Susili replied. Xiao Wu, Cha Mo came back with Xing. He wants to find his brother. Susili raised his eyebrows. Cha Mo came back? Only then did he remember about the Tree of Life. He didn't know what was going on with the forest elves. According to the stories he had heard before, the Tree of Life was extremely important to the elves. If something happened to the Tree of Life, the elves would face a disaster. He was just about to tell Xiao Wu to ask Cha Mo to come and see him when Xiao Wu's text appeared again. Xiao Wu, brother, Anne. I think I found out about the lizardman scheme. Susili paused. What did she mean by think? He felt that Xiao Wu was becoming more and more like a human. She could even say such ambiguous words. He thought about it and replied, come to my room. By the way, how are things with Sinos? Xiao Wu, okay. Xiao Wu, Big Brother's condition is stable. Everything is progressing smoothly. According to the progress of the repair, it will take about a week for him to completely return to his original state. Yes, you did well. Xiao Wu is awesome. Susili praised her generously. The little fellow chuckled, and then went to make the arrangements. Susili turned off the communication device and looked up at Xing. Brother Xing, let's go back to the room. He held Xing's hand and pulled him into the room. It was actually the room next to Sinos. He had not told Cyrene about Sinos yet. Susili decided to wait until the matter with Cha Mo and Xing was settled. He would ask him to bring Xing over and give her a surprise. They waited in the room for a while before Cha Mo knocked on the door. He was holding little Ash in his arms. The little girl's eyes were closed, and she was holding a fist-sized seed in her arms. She did not seem to be in a good condition. Susili became nervous. What happened to Xing? As he spoke, he cast an insight spell on her. Xing, identity, NPC with special talents, Elf Queen bloodline, Forest Elf level, LV 10 health points, 5800/105000 magic power, 129/9000 elemental affinity, wood special ability, elemental attraction. No matter where you are, the concentration of elements within 10 meters will increase by 100%. Wood element concentration will increase by 150%. Special status, symbiosis, share life with the Tree of Life. This status can be removed voluntarily. Susili was stunned. Xing's attributes had changed tremendously since the first time they met. What he did not expect was that Xing had become the Elf Queen. How old was she? She even shared life with the Tree of Life, so the seed in her arms was the Tree of Life's seed? It seemed like she was doing this willingly. Susili frowned. He had always treated little Ash as his younger sister. He could not help but feel anxious when he saw that her health points had decreased so much. He quickly took out a blood potion and asked Xianxia to feed her. Then, he asked Xixing to heal her. Xixing cast light healing on her. What happened to Xing? Susili asked as he watched Xianxia feed her the blood potion. Didn't you only purify her bloodline? How did she become the elf queen? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xing's condition had stabilized. When he heard his question, he replied, because Xing is the only royal family of the forest elves. Xianxia suddenly changed his words halfway through his sentence. Now that Ai Xuexing had completely belonged to the Roland Empire, the ancient tribes could no longer call themselves royal family under the Roland's rule. Then, he talked about the relationship between the royal family of the elves and the Tree of Life. The forest elves were born from the Tree of Life. The royal family of the elves was the first generation of elves. They were the elves closest to the Tree of Life. The second, third, and later generations of elves were all born from the first generation of elves. Although their bloodline was still pure, they could no longer be called royal family. Xing was originally a half-elf, so her bloodline was even more impure. However, after being purified by the Tree of Life, she once again possessed the pure royal bloodline and power of the elves. And after obtaining all of this, she also needed to shoulder her responsibilities. So one of Xing's parents could be the first generation of elves? Susili asked with a frown. First generation of elves. Wouldn't they be a few thousand years old? Xianxia roughly guessed his thoughts and explained, the Tree of Life will give birth to new life every once in a while. The first generation of elves might not be very old. Susili understood and did not continue this topic. After all, Xing's parents might have died in the beast tide. He looked at the little girl again and said, then why isn't Xing awake yet? Her HP was almost fully recovered. Xianxia said, she is connected to the Tree of Life. She can only wake up when the seed of the Tree of Life takes root and germinates. This is also what I want to discuss with His Majesty, but, he thought for a while and said, I think what Master Xiaowu wants to talk about is more urgent. Susili blinked and looked at the screen on the wall. Xiaowu was already on the screen. Now that he was called, he quickly said, yes, brother. You said you found out about the lizardman's conspiracy. What is it? Susili did not hesitate and asked directly. The lizardman installed many devices on Esh Star. On the screen, Xiaowu's image disappeared and was replaced by a map of Esh Star. Flashing red dots appeared on the map, and they were mostly concentrated in the eastern continent where the Roland Empire was located. Susili could not help but feel nervous. Looking at the map made his scalp tighten. He heard Xiaowu continue, the lizard men have a special ability. They store their blood in these devices. When they die, their blood will react. When all the lizard men die, these devices will automatically activate. Hearing this, Xixing could not help but think of the lizard man who committed suicide. Before he died, he said that he would make Roland pay the price. I haven't analyzed the effects of these devices yet. Xiaowu became hesitant, so I don't know the exact details of the lizardman's conspiracy. I need more time. However, Susili looked at the map full of red dots and had an idea in his mind. This idea made his hair stand on end. It was the beast tide. The beast tide 4 years ago was probably the work of the lizard men. So, the beast tide that was supposed to happen half a year after the open beta was brought forward because of this incident. Susili was shocked by this idea. On the starry sky cruiser, Lan Xiaoyin, who was controlling the camera to look around, also happened to capture this horrifying scene. A black line suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. The black line was continuous and almost filled up the entire horizon. Moreover, the black line was rapidly approaching. They could feel the earth trembling even from afar. Lan Xiaoyin kept panning the camera. He saw that in the middle of the dust that was flying in the sky, many unknown interstellar beasts were pushing forward crazily with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever they passed, everything was razed to the ground. F*CK, what are these? Lan Xiaoyin was startled. His camera was pushed to the furthest distance and could not be extended any further, but the horde of astral beasts was quickly approaching him. After a short while, all the details of the horde were captured in his camera. He could clearly see that the galactic beasts were enraged and had lost their minds. It was as if the only thought left in their minds was to charge forward. Everyone knew that galactic beasts were easily angered and liked to move in groups. However, it was the first time that Lan Xiaoyin and many other beta players had seen such a horde. This scene made many people think of the beast horde mentioned by the NPCs. F***ck, is this the beast horde? It's too scary. Who can withstand this? The game team is so big, won't Roland be destroyed? I don't think so. Isn't this place very far from Roland's main city? That's even scarier, okay? According to the design, Planet Ash is full of galactic beasts. If this beast horde is not suppressed, it will spread to the main city sooner or later. That's right. I remember that the beast tide that happened 4 years ago in the game broke through the border defense of the Roland Empire and eventually swept across the entire country. Are you saying that this beast horde is the same scale as the one that happened in Roland 4 years ago? I'm not sure yet, but if it is, it will be more terrifying than the one that happened 4 years ago. There were no galactic beasts in Roland 4 years ago. It was as if the galactic beasts broke through the border and destroyed the cities along the way. This way, the galactic beasts were less powerful as they went further, which gave the former emperor time to protect the 5 easternmost main cities. However, the original Roland was filled with galactic beasts now. Once these galactic beasts were involved in the beast horde, the impact on the remaining 5 main cities of Roland would be unprecedented. Lan Xiaoyin suddenly thought of a problem. He turned the camera to the direction of the galactic beasts and said, "Say, if this galactic beasts are heading for Roland, will they rush to the city of the brave? F***ck. My house. My land. My villa. Host, don't be an alarmist." I'm an alarmist? Lan Xiaoyin said angrily. The starship came from that direction, and I even took a picture of the brave. If you don't believe me, turn it back. Although the city of the Brave's quest would end, the galactic beasts clearing speed, because the faction leader after he brought all the newbies, the clearing, the galactic beasts. Then, they received the task of cleaning up and defending. They had to clean up and organize the territory that they had conquered in the past week and leave it for future construction. They also had to prevent the interstellar beasts from taking it back. This was also included in the contribution points. CK Roland. CK. The construction of the city of the brave had always been a hot topic on the forums. This was a city that truly belonged to the players, so the construction would definitely need to be planned out. Of course, the galactic beasts had not been distributed to the galactic beasts. How they would distribute the galactic beasts was still unknown, but that did not stop the galactic beasts from discussing the matter. However, at this critical juncture, a galactic beast horde was going to happen? Wouldn't that mean their efforts for the past week were in vain? It looks like they're really going to come here. I'm in the city of the brave, and I can hear the commotion. I can hear it clearly from the ground. Are you kidding me? My galactic beast's contribution is in the top 50. Stupid game producer, come out and face your death. Suddenly, a large number of related posts appeared on the Galactic Beasts forum. At the same time, all the major mercenary groups held an emergency meeting to gather their members and solo players to prepare for the upcoming Galactic Beast Horde. This time, the Galactic Beast Horde was fierce. Just watching the video was enough to make one's scalp numb. However, it was not the Galactic Beast style to give up the Galactic Beasts that they had worked so hard to clear. The gaming group received the news immediately. After checking the monitoring data and deducing the cause and effect, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Everything was a mess. Everything was a mess. It had only been a week since the open beta. The Galactic Beast Horde event was supposed to happen at least a year later. Why did it happen so early? Although most of the players had reached level 20, forceful leveling up was completely different from leveling up over time. They had not learned many skills, and they had not upgraded their equipment. Most importantly, the number of players. 100,000 players against tens of millions of galactic beasts was like a drop in the bucket. How could they defend? That's right, how could they possibly defend? After receiving the news, Su Yuhing was dumbfounded. Shaoli's galactic beast horde was real. Moreover, after watching Lan Xiaoyin's video, he recognized it immediately. Wasn't the black-haired man killed his brother? After chatting with Su Fengqing on the phone, he confirmed this. Su Yuhing did not know what to say. Was it his brother's turn to affect the game's progress? No matter how he thought about it, the gaming group would not arrange for the Galactic Beast Horde to happen at this time. However, now was not the time to talk about this. After discussing for a while, the two brothers entered the game together. On the starry sky, Su Silly ordered Xiao Wu to send out the flight monitoring devices. Because he could not use satellites, he could only give Xiao Wu these devices as his eyes. Not long after, dozens of surveillance images were sent back to him from the light screen on the wall of his room. Each image represented a flight monitor. And now, every image was filled with densely packed interstellar beasts running in one direction. Looking at these images, even Chamo's expression changed. Su Silly gritted his teeth. His plan could not keep up with the changes. The Galactic Beast Horde had completely erupted. At the side, Xixing's expression also turned ugly. When the lizard man committed suicide, he had a feeling, but he did not expect it to be such a crisis. On the screen, Xiao Wu's calculation process appeared. In the end, it came to a conclusion: if we don't do anything, the Galactic Beast Horde will attack the construction site of the town of the Brave in about a day. Then, they will continue to travel east. After about a month, they will arrive at Lanyu City first. Then, they will attack the other 4 main cities in a week. Along with its explanation, the holograms simultaneously appeared on the hologram at the same time, illustrating the current crisis very intuitively. The town of the Brave had not started construction yet, so it was not very valuable to Su Silly. The most valuable thing was the teleportation portal and the underground cave where Xenos and the others lived. However, now that it was confirmed that Xenos was still alive, that place had lost its significance. In other words, Su Silly now had at least a month's time to react. This important information made Su Silly's tense nerves finally get a little bit of relief. Although time was still tight, it was not completely hopeless. After all, the royal city had leveled up to LV4, and the other main cities had leveled up to LV3. They were not as weak as the main cities in the Future Forms timeline. Not only the players, but the native elementalists had also leveled up. At least a 4-star elementalist had 5 teachers from the outside world. With their knowledge, they could exert great power. At this time, Xixing held his hand. The man's expression was serious, and his body was shrouded in a layer of pressure. He looked at the screen and said, "Ollie, don't worry, I will take care of him." His tone had a deep chill and a trace of annoyance. It was obvious that he was blaming himself for not dealing with this matter properly. Su Silly was slightly stunned, but he quickly understood why he was like this. However, he did not think that he was to blame for this. Who would have thought that the lizard men were so cunning that they would trigger the Galactic Beast Horde if all of them died? In the end, this matter was the lizardmen's problem. After dealing with this wave, he would make the Bavat Empire pay the price. Don't worry about this matter for the time being. Su Silly pressed the back of his hand. Xixing looked at him in confusion. Ollie, this is my responsibility, don't think like that. Su Silly shook his head. Your responsibility is only me. Xixing was silent, but the ice on his face had obviously melted. Cha-mo, Su Silly looked at the screen again. He thought for a while and said, this is also an opportunity. Perhaps they could do a wave of Galactic Beast Horde, so they did not have to push forward bit by bit. In any case, these galactic beasts would be dealt with sooner or later. We still have a month to deal with them. Although there is pressure, this is also motivation. With such a huge mountain pressing down on our heads, perhaps Roland can add a new batch of high-star elementalists. Su Silly had completely calmed down. The final result of the Future Forms timeline was so tragic. On one hand, the main city leveled up too slowly, and on the other hand, there was a lag in information. And now, Roland's combat power and defensive power were not what it used to be. In addition, Xiao Wu was there, so they actually had a huge advantage. Moreover, there were more than 100,000 2-star and above players. Recently, the training atmosphere in Roland has obviously slackened. It's time to put some pressure on them. With the participation of the players, the speed of land recovery had increased very quickly. The casualties of the NPCs were also close to zero. This was a good thing, but for the defenders of Roland, there was definitely a psychological impact. In fact, the ordinary soldiers in the army had a higher chance of becoming an elementalist than ordinary people. They fought galactic beasts all year round and walked the line between life and death every day. Their chances of breaking through were originally higher than ordinary people, especially now that the level of the main city had increased, and the concentration of elements had increased by several times. But from the current data, it was not so ideal. Susili felt that there was a high possibility that they were affected by the psychological impact of the players. After all, facing a group of elementalists who could learn everything in a short time and did not feel pain, and who could face even the most ferocious beasts with an indomitable will, it was completely conceivable that the ordinary soldiers would be affected. It was absolutely impossible to allow this situation to continue. Although the players would definitely become the mainstay of Roland in the future, the instability was too great, so Roland had to have its own local forces. Moreover, the NPCs had an advantage over the players. In terms of HP, NPCs of the same level had 10 times more than the players. This beast stampede was a great opportunity for him. Of course, the risks were high. If they did not control it well, it could really cause a big crisis. But, didn't they have Xing? Susili looked at him and said, when we really can't control it, we need the guardian god to come out and turn the tide. Brother Xing, when the time comes, the pressure may be much greater than now. You should be fine, right? Xing looked at him seriously and nodded, I definitely won't let you down. Susili could not help but smile. He felt that there was indeed nothing to worry about. He had almost blind trust in Xing. Anyway, the players could revive indefinitely. When the time came, he could let Xing throw a few thunder trials to control the situation, and then let the players continue to attack. How could they lose the main city? If that was the case, the players would be too useless. Susili and Xing spoke one after another and quickly made a decision. Their sloppiness made Mo, who was listening at the side, feel ashamed. This was probably the confidence of the strong. Looks like you already know. At this moment, another voice sounded in the room. Susili's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw that his brother had come online again. He stood in the same spot and looked up at the screen on the wall. Susili first called out to him, then pondered over his words and could not help but raise his eyebrows. You also know? Could it be that the game group had informed him? Game, Su Fengqing paused. He looked at Xing and the other unfamiliar man and changed his words. A brave player took a video. Now, almost everyone knows. Currently, all the major mercenary groups are gathering and preparing to defend the town of the brave. They also took a video of Asai and me being kidnapped by the lizard men. Su Fengqing pursed his lips slightly. He also watched the video and found out that before he contacted Ah Heng, the young man in front of him already knew that they were in danger and sent Xing to rescue them. He clearly knew that the scales in his heart were completely tilted, but he was not good at expressing these emotions, so he was not prepared to say it out loud. On the other hand, Susili was a little surprised. The players took a video? This was the elf territory, which was very far from the border of Roland. How could someone come so far? Then, he remembered that there was another person he had locked in a room on the Starry Sky cruiser. Yes, it was that elf player. He must be the one who took the video. Susili looked at Little Ash and thought about the Tree of Life. Could this Tree of Life be transplanted to Roland? After all, since Xing could increase the density of elements, the Tree of Life should have a similar effect. While he was thinking, he heard his elder brother's voice again. This happened because of me. I'll think of a way to help you solve this. Su Fengqing looked at the young man and suddenly said in a low voice. I won't let anything happen to you again. Susili could not help but be stunned. His last sentence was a little soft, but as a sound elementalist, how could he not hear it? He looked at the young man and suddenly grinned. There was not a trace of gloominess on his face as he said, Don't worry, this time I won't let anything happen to me again. Su Fengqing looked at the young man's smile and felt as if he had returned to 10 years ago. He was silent and was about to say something when the communication device on the young man's wrist rang. Susili looked down and saw that it was a message from his second brother. Second brother, Shaoli, something big happened. Second brother, what you said before is true, and it happened early. Su Silly felt warm in his heart and quickly replied to him. He also told him that he was safe. He hadn't told him that his eldest brother had been saved, but he probably already knew. Sure enough, Su Yuhing quickly replied. Second brother, I've already contacted him. He's online now to help you solve the problem of the beast tide. Second brother, where are you now? When will you come back? I couldn't find you in the palace. Snow, I'm outside. Big brother is also on the spaceship. Second brother, okay, you can ask big brother. We've already discussed it. Su Silly blinked and looked up at Su Fengqing. He was about to say something, but when he saw Cha Mo, who was listening with great interest, he couldn't help but pause. Cha Mo, take Ashin to rest first, he said. She probably won't wake up for a while. We'll talk about the forest fairies later. Cha Mo knew that it was probably not convenient for him to listen to what they were going to say. Although he was curious about what they were going to say, he tactfully nodded. After Cha Mo left, Su Fengqing sat down opposite him on the sofa. He looked up at Su Silly, but when he saw Xing, who was sitting next to him, he suddenly paused. Xing keenly sensed the change in his mood. He hesitated for a moment, but before he could chase him away, he had already stood up and smiled gently. I'll wait outside. You can talk to big brother. Su Silly watched him disappear and then looked at his eldest brother's unhappy expression. He couldn't help but touch his nose. Xing, he's pretty good, he whispered. Su Fengqing looked at him. Actually, he didn't really want to talk about this topic. Whenever he saw Xing, he would think of those doujinshi pictures of him in snow. However, do you like him? He asked. Su Silly did not expect that he would suddenly ask such a question. His ears suddenly became hot, but soon he raised his head, looked into the man's eyes and said, yes, big brother. I like him. I want to be with him. Why? Su Fengqing looked back at him with a serious expression. Is it because he's the only one in this world who knows who you are? He still remembered the words he said while crying before he went offline. Su Silly was stunned. Standing outside the corridor, Xing couldn't help but stiffen. This time Ollie didn't or forgot to set up a soundproof barrier, so he could clearly hear the conversation in the room. He felt his heart tremble slightly. Was it because he was the only one who knew who the real Ollie was, so Ollie liked him and chose to be with him? Xing raised his head slightly and looked at the sky through the corridor window. Then, he gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. What did it matter? As long as he was willing to be with him, nothing else mattered, no. He heard the young man's voice come from the room. I like Xing as a person. I know what you want to say. You think that I fell in love with him because of the drawbridge effect, but I know very well that's not the case. Maybe the drawbridge effect made our relationship closer, but before it became like this, when I was still Su Silly, I already liked him. Xing was stunned. He felt the trembling in his heart become another kind of rhythm. Ollie just said, love. The gloomy smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Xing seemed to be wandering in the sun, but also seemed to be soaking in a honey pot. His whole body exuded a sweet aura. In the room, Su Fengqing quietly looked at the young man. He didn't show much emotion because of his confession. Instead, he said, so you want to say that you fell in love with a paper person at that time? Su Silly paused and then defended himself. At that time, he already had self-awareness. He remembered everything I said to him and the things I did for him. Besides, it's not like there aren't paper people in this world. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In fact, he didn't realize this at that time. He brought Xing to Star Age purely to see if they could meet in the holographic game before he died. If they couldn't meet, he would let him assist Snow so that they could continue to exist in the game. However, this wasn't a good topic to talk about in front of his brother. Because of his willful decision, his family contributed everything to the birth of this game. This was something he didn't expect at the beginning. When Su Silly thought of the information he saw on the future forum, he felt guilty. I'm sorry. He lowered his head and said apologetically again. Su Fengqing stared at him for a long time. He sighed softly, then reached out his hand and touched the top of his head like he did when he was a child. Just do what you want to do. Shaoli, Su Silly suddenly looked up, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Brother, you believe me? Su Fengqing looked at him helplessly, took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. You're already an adult, but you still cry so easily. Su Silly sniffed. You just called me by my nickname, he said. Su Fengqing nodded. He looked at the young man in front of him with red eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What was there to be suspicious about? The game team couldn't even control the simplest game process. Did they expect them to create someone with the same personality as the prototype? In any case, Su Fengqing didn't believe it now. I don't care if you want to be with Xixing, he said. But I don't like him, so I don't want him to appear in front of me as much as possible. Su Silly obediently took the handkerchief from him, but he still couldn't help but say, but Xixing is really good, whether he's good or not doesn't affect my opinion of him, Su Fengqing said. Let's continue discussing the beast tide. Xixing, who was standing outside and listening attentively, since his brother said so, Su Silly couldn't do anything. He could only slowly change his opinion of him in the future. However, he still said seriously, brother, thank you for not treating him as an NPC. Although Big Brother said that Xixing was just a paper person, his words clearly showed that he was treating Xixing as a real person. Su Fengqing paused. He looked up at the wall behind the young man, as if he saw someone. When Su Silly was about to turn around curiously, he looked away and said softly, it's probably because this world is too real. Su Silly looked at him and nodded. Indeed, this world was like a real world. Many things couldn't be explained by simple data. But if it wasn't a game, how did the players come here? What was with the game system? He couldn't figure it out, so he put it aside for the time being. The two brothers discussed for a while. Soon, Su Fengqing went offline again. Su Silly stretched his back and felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Just as he was about to share this joy with Xixing, a figure appeared in front of him. Sheng, before he could finish, the man had bent down, cupped his face, and lowered his head to kiss him. The kiss was passionate and gentle. When Su Silly came back to his senses, he was pressed onto the sofa and his hands were raised above his head. He panted softly and looked at Xixing, who was pressing him down. He guessed that Xixing had probably heard his confession, but he wasn't embarrassed. He laughed and scolded, aren't you afraid that my brother will come back? Hearing this, Xixing froze and stopped what he was doing. He looked back warily and then nervously retracted his gaze. My brother hates me, he said dejectedly. Su Silly couldn't help but laugh. Looking at his pitiful appearance, he leaned over and pecked Xixing on the lips. But I like it. Then he whispered seductively in his ear, when we go back to the palace tonight, do you want to take a bath together? Xixing's gray-blue eyes lit up. He looked at the young man greedily and whispered, I can't ask for more. Border of Roland. It was rare for the leaders of the adventurer mercenary groups to gather together. The teleportation circle lit up continuously, and there were still solo players gathering here. In the end, the number of people gathered was about 10,000. Sister Qingyan, those who can be called are all here, a core member of the mercenary group said to Qingyan. 10,000 people, less than 1/10 of them. However, this couldn't be helped. It was still daytime, and many people weren't online, unlike them who were full-time players who were in the game 24 hours a day. Qingyan nodded and thanked them for their hard work. Then she said in the group channel, Lin Mu isn't here. I'll be the overall commander for this battle. Does anyone have any objections? In the game, the two most powerful players were the two mercenary groups led by Qingyan and Lin Mu. They were also players who were born in the Imperial City. Although Su Silly tried his best to maintain the balance, the beta testers who were born in the Imperial City, especially the first beta testers, had more advantages than the other players. This allowed Qingyan and Lin Mu to rise quickly. If Lin Mu was here today, there would be people who could compete with Qingyan. Now that he wasn't here, no one dared to have any objections. Qingyan said, it's different from the past. Usually, it doesn't matter how you fight, but today, I hope that everyone can truly unite. This battle concerns everyone's interests. Her words received everyone's approval. Very good, now listen to my orders. According to the Blue Marks video, some people had calculated that they had at least half a day to prepare according to the speed of the monster horde. They had to seize the time and do their best to build the strongest fortress possible. As Gentle Yen issued one order after another, the 10,000-plus players moved like the gears of a machine, quickly moving into action. A battle song was played in the party channel. This made every participating player feel their blood boil. They couldn't wait to fight immediately. Under Qingyan's command, thousands of Earth Elementalists cast their spells at the same time. The originally flat ground caved in, forming a deep trench that was more than 10 meters wide and almost 10 meters deep. Following that, with the help of the Wind Elementalists, the Metal Elementalists steadily fell to the bottom of the trench. They placed their hands on the ground. Sharp steel bars rose from the ground and filled the trench. They shone coldly under the sun. After a while, a small team climbed down. They held shovels and dug in the ground, busily burying something. After coming out of the trench, they could see that 20 to 30 meters away, another trench had formed. The players were doing the same thing at the bottom. This would be the first and second line of defense against the monster horde. After that, the players retreated from the trench. The ground began to rise again. The side facing the galactic beasts was at a right angle of 90 degrees, while the other side was a gentle slope. The molecular structure of this high wall was exchanged and learned from the faction storage. Its sturdiness was even higher than the hardest steel. In the middle of the wall, there were passages for people to pass through. They could attack the enemies in front of them through the holes in the wall. When the 3 lines of defense were completed, it was already noon of the second day. From afar, they could see the dust kicked up by the monster horde. It was as if they were covering the sky and the sun. The players looked at this scene. They could clearly hear the people around them gulping. There were too many of them. His Majesty Xiao Luo was not here. Could they really stop the monster horde? At this moment, a piece of good news came. Sister Qingyan, look at the faction storage. We can use the contribution points from the Town of the Brave to exchange for equipment. Someone reported to the leader. Qingyan quickly opened the faction storage to check. Previously, the faction storage could only be exchanged with reputation points. Moreover, only 100 reputation points could be exchanged. Now that the server had only been open for a short period of time, many noobs did not have enough reputation points. Now, they could use contribution points to exchange for reputation points. Not only could they exchange for equipment, but they could also exchange for blue potions and health potions. This was a great opportunity for them. Quick, everyone exchange for invisible armor. It's best to get a laser gun. Also, fill up on blue potions and health potions. Qingyan ordered. Contribution points were more precious than reputation points. They could be exchanged for more items. However, many people were hesitant. After all, contribution points could be exchanged for land. Qingyan frowned and said, now is not the time to be stingy with contribution points. Once the Town of the Brave is lost, all our previous efforts will be in vain. When that time comes, what's the point of holding on to these contribution points? After she finished speaking, she took the lead and used more than half of her contribution points to exchange for a batch of supplies. She distributed them to the players who did not have enough contribution points. Qingyan's action was a good example. Moreover, the players soon discovered that, after using their contribution points, their ranking did not decrease. This undoubtedly gave them confidence, allowing them to exchange for equipment and resources without fear. The players were distributed to their respective posts. The number of players online today was 30,000 to 40,000 more than yesterday. They were all players who heard that there was going to be a monster attack today and specially applied for leave to participate in the activity. Although their city had not been built yet, the land belonged to them. The Town of the Brave's mission clearly stated that the Town of the Brave would be as big as the land they cleared. They had to defend the Town of the Brave. The elementalists who were squatting on top of the high wall used the camera to capture the first wave of the monster horde. The surface of the 2 deep trenches, which were 3,000 to 4,000 meters long, was covered with thin and dense vines. Even if one looked closely, one would not be able to see that there was something else at the bottom. Finally, under the nervous and excited gazes of the players, the first galactic beast stepped on those vines. Boom, the vines could not bear the weight of the galactic beast and broke. Just as the players had initially designed, the galactic beasts rolled into the deep trench one after another like dumplings. Slash, slash, roar. The sound of metal-piercing flesh was accompanied by the cries of the galactic beasts. Waves of bright red damage numbers appeared from the trenches. There were so many of them that the specific values could not be seen clearly. Ah, I leveled up. A metal-type player who had placed the steel bars jumped up happily. His body lit up continuously, indicating that he had leveled up. However, this was only the beginning. The galactic beasts behind were still pouring in endlessly. Although the galactic beasts that saw that something was wrong tried to stop, they were still knocked into by the galactic beasts. In the end, these galactic beasts actually filled up the trenches that were more than 10 meters deep and dozens of meters wide. Seeing that the galactic beasts behind were about to step on the corpses of their companions, Xianxia issued a new order. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded in the deep trenches. The galactic beasts that were still struggling between the steel bars were instantly blown into pieces, turning into a red rain that fell from the sky. This scene looked so beautiful after being beautified by the holy light. Many players were mesmerized by it. One of the players was so happy that he danced with joy. This was because he was the creator of these bombs. He was also the first person to configure gunpowder in the Star Age and successfully made a bomb that could be controlled remotely. Roar! At this time, a humanoid galactic beast finally passed through the first trench in the explosion. Its body was unavoidably covered in wounds. It looked very excited. Its eyes were red as it roared at the players, as if it wanted to eat them alive. However, the moment it stepped on the grass, it felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. It slipped, fell on its butt, and slid all the way into the second trench. Other than the cries of agony and the bright red damage numbers, nothing else appeared. Ha 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 ha, look at its stupid face. The players standing on the high wall laughed as they pointed at the interstellar beast that had slipped into the trench and been impaled by the steel bars. Brothers, it's our turn. At this moment, some of the wind element players carried their teammates on their backs while others were lightly armed. Flying interstellar beasts were flying high in the sky and did not notice them for the time being. They quickly flew toward the first and second trenches. Some of the interstellar beasts had already broken through the first trench. When they stepped on the grass, they kept slipping and falling into the second trench one after another. There were also explosives buried in the second trench, but now was not the time to use them. The lightly armed wind element players took out a huge water tank filled with an unknown liquid from their backpacks and poured it directly on the interstellar beasts' heads. On the high wall, the level 30 water element players used their powerful elemental control to turn the liquid into rain and evenly sprinkled it on the interstellar beasts' heads. The thousands of wind element players quickly drenched the tens of thousands of interstellar beasts at the front. At this moment, the battlefield was already filled with the smell of rapeseed oil. That's right, this was the rapeseed oil that the players bought from the system shop. Although it was not very cool, it was cheap. Kerosene and oil were hard to find, and there was no time to get them. As for rapeseed oil, there was an unlimited supply in the system shop. After pouring the oil, the water element players followed Xianxia's instructions and made a drizzle. The interstellar beasts that were drenched in the rapeseed oil felt very sticky and uncomfortable. Just as they thought that it was a timely rain, crackle! Crackle! The drizzle stopped and was replaced by small fireballs thrown by the fire element players. They lay on the backs of the wind element players and kept throwing small fireballs down. These small fireballs directly ignited the rapeseed oil. The rapeseed oil was mixed with water, causing an explosion effect. Although it was not as deadly as a time bomb, it was still painful. Moreover, the interstellar beasts that had crossed the first trench were all injured. It was simply more painful. The other wind element players did not stay idle and continued to add fuel to the fire. In less than 5 minutes, the fire spread. Thick black smoke surged in the wind, accompanied by the deafening screams of the interstellar beasts. Bright red damage values appeared one after another, accompanied by the smell of roasted meat. The players guarding the high wall could not help but salivate when they smelled the aroma. Before, they were nervous, but now they were hungry. Oh my, it smells so good. I want to eat it. Even the audience in the live stream channel could not stand it. Who would be able to resist such fresh ingredients and such authentic cooking methods? I ordered takeout. This battle is a good one. Can you guys be more serious? I can hear the sound of the host swallowing her saliva. When? Elder Wang, are you sure you want to do this? But, Wang Lao raised his hand and stopped the person from continuing. I know what you want to say, but we are responsible for this. It was our mistake. Although Mr. Su was involved in this incident, and Mr. Su might have been the key to the incident, it was true that the research center had sent out the problematic game pods. Mr. Su had kept his promise with him and did not appear in front of the players. He had also been active near the Dark Demon Dragon's spawn point. As the biggest investor in Star Age, he had the right to enjoy the game. No matter what, he could not be blamed. I should have expected the game to be uncontrollable. From the beginning, we could not make Star Age follow the script we designed. Every tiny event can lead to an unpredictable butterfly effect. This is the charm of Star Age, and it is also the challenge we need to face. Wang Lao's words made everyone in the conference room silent. It was true that from the beginning, everything had gone out of control like a wild horse. Almost nothing had gone according to the plan they had set. This time, the gaming team could not shift the blame to anyone else. The room fell into silence, but soon, someone voiced his opinion. Wang Lao, I agree with your point of view, said the person. But the problem now is that our experimental data is not perfect. Although we have not detected any harm to the human body, it could be because the testing base is too small. If we carry it out rashly, and something happens, then I will take responsibility for it, said Wang Lao seriously. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent again. This time, no one raised any objections. Then, they began to discuss the implementation plan. At this time, someone said, but if the game helmet is released early, will it affect the sales of the game pods? Based on the current number of orders, there was still a huge market for game pods. On one hand, it was because of the quality of Star Age. On the other hand, it could also be because of hunger marketing. If the cheaper game helmet was released, it would definitely affect the game pods. Star Age's initial positioning was high-end, but from the current popularity of the game, this positioning may need to be adjusted. Wang Lao said seriously. Star Age was an epic-making holographic game. They did not have any examples to refer to, so they could only feel their way through the river. Every step had to be explored slowly. Then, let's continue the discussion. In the game, the galactic beasts were still at the second line of defense. The burning sea of fire had spread, and the temperature of the battlefield had increased by a few degrees. There was also the smell of meat mixed with the thick smell of blood in the air. However, the galactic beasts were not stopped. In fact, most of the galactic beasts were not afraid of fire. At least, normal fire could not really burn them to death. It could only cause them a certain degree of pain. Not to mention, there were galactic beasts that mastered water skills. Although they were in a frenzy, they would instinctively save themselves. In addition, the galactic beasts that were originally flying in the air began to hunt the players on the ground. This was a huge hindrance to the players. In terms of anti-air territory, even the NPCs did not have a good idea, let alone the players. Finally, after using corpses to fill up the two deep trenches, the galactic beasts began to advance toward the high wall. At this time, it was already late at night. Boom boom boom, as the gap between the second and third line of defense, how could Xianxia let go of this small gap? The galactic beasts were like thunder with every step they took. The roar of the explosion and the soaring flames rose one after another. The number of players online at night was undoubtedly the highest of the day. As the office workers and students came online one after another, the number of people in the resistance team increased from 40,000 to 90,000. This ratio of people online at the same time was definitely excellent. However, facing the endless galactic beasts, the number of players was still too small. Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. She was not sure how long the third line of defense could last, so behind her, the fourth and fifth lines of defense were already being built. However, they could not keep retreating. The location of the teleportation circle was the bottom line, and the teleportation circle was the key to whether they could hold on. In fact, it was completely out of Su Silly's expectation that the players could hold on for so long. The foundation of the town of the Brave had not even been built yet, and it was so far away from the imperial city. He had given up on it at the beginning. Therefore, this time, apart from providing the necessary equipment and medicine, he did not do anything. He just watched from the beginning to the end as a bystander. He originally thought that the players would be defeated after the first wave. After all, without his participation in the past few days, the speed of the players clearing the monsters was much slower. However, he did not expect the players to have so many tricks up their sleeves. Not only did they dig trenches and build walls in just one day, but they also set up so many traps. What was even more amazing was that someone had developed a time bomb. Looking at the situation, it should not be over in a short time. At least, they could hold on until the next morning. However, during the day, the number of players online would be reduced by at least half. It was unknown if they could hold on. Susili decided to observe for a while more. Currently, Susili had already revealed the information about the star tied to Wen Jishan and the other ministers. They were holding a meeting in full swing. This morning, Xiao Wu finally completely digested the data from the Bavat Empire spaceship. The Bavat Empire had installed a total of 54 devices on Esh Star. They were scattered around the surrounding area in a fan shape. These devices could emit a specific sound wave that would interfere with the interstellar beast's brain nerves, causing them to have a strong sense of crisis and become crazy. They would then migrate to the place they thought was safe, which was Roland. Now, Xixing was following the map given by Xiao Wu to destroy these devices on Esh Star. When all the devices stopped emitting sound waves, the situation of the star tide should be better than the timeline of the future forum. Roar, after stepping on all the mines, some of the interstellar beasts finally broke through all the defense lines and crashed into the high wall. Just the vibration caused by the crash caused a low-level player's health bar to drop by half. He was so scared that he quickly took out a health potion and ate it. The horrors of the star tide were evident. The only fortunate thing was that even with so many people online at the same time, there was no lag or disconnection. The experience was simply superb. As the night grew darker, the number of players participating in the defense of the city began to decrease. Although everyone wanted to stay in the game to help, not everyone was a full-time player. The next morning, the number of players was reduced by half again. It was even less than yesterday. Being online for 48 hours straight wasn't something that anyone could withstand. The players who were still defending the city were cursing and swearing. There were also many players who went offline to watch the live broadcast on the forum to see the real-time battle situation. But today, it was hard to say whether Qing Yan and the others would be able to last until nighttime. At this time, the game officials, who had been cursed by the players for a long time, finally made a new announcement. In 24 hours, Star Age will temporarily adjust the time flow ratio between reality and game to 6:1. In addition, the Star Age forum and live broadcast will be closed in the game. Players can only browse the forum after they go offline. There was another important news: the game helmet has been successfully developed and put into production. 1 million game helmets will be sold in 1 month with a starting price of only 5,000 yuan. The second batch of 200,000 game cabins will be released in 3 months. The time flow ratio between reality and game is 6:1. That means that 6 months in the game is only 1 month in reality? You got it backwards. It's half a year in reality and 1 month in the game. What kind of magical setting is this? I've only heard of accelerated thinking, but I've never heard of slowed thinking. Am I the only one who saw that 1 million game helmets will be sold in 1 month? Ha 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 ha, you're not alone. I've already made a reservation. It's worth 5,000 yuan to play a holographic game. The second group needs reinforcements. Light healers, follow up. Earth mages, pay attention to fortifying the walls. You only have one mission, and that is to hold the walls. Hold on until noon. Someone will come online to replace you. Mages at the back, don't slack off. Replenish your mana to maintain your status. I don't think I need to remind you again, right? DPS, don't split up. Concentrate your firepower. Gentle Yen shouted with all her might in the team channel. After commanding for almost 40 hours, even if she did not feel tired physically, her mind could not take it anymore. Xianxia, hold on for a while. I'm going offline. I'll come back as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Mu's voice sounded in the group channel. Xianxia could not help but curse. As competitors, the two of them usually did not get along. However, after Lin Mu came online last night, it did reduce a lot of pressure for her. Now, at this critical time when there were fewer and fewer players available, this guy was actually going to leave. Xianxia was flustered and exasperated. The current situation was completely different from when there were fewer players. In a group battle, the most important thing was the momentum. If there were fewer and fewer people, it would be more and more boring. It could easily cause a collapse in morale and result in a crushing defeat in the end. She did not believe that the experienced commander Lin Mu did not understand this principle. Can't you ask for leave? Xianxia could not help but yell at him. Lin Mu said apologetically, I'm really busy these 2 days. I'm sorry. Hold on a little longer. I just saw the new announcement. What new announcement? After 24 hours, the game time and reality time will be adjusted to 1:6. In other words, 1 hour in the game and 6 hours in reality. Lin Mu explained to her, at that time, there will not be a situation where most of the team leaders are not online. Of course, this measure could only provide a temporary relief. Assuming that office workers and students could spend half of their time in Star Age every day, there would be a situation where a large number of people would not be online every 2 hours. Therefore, the most important point of this announcement was, a month in reality, which is 6 days later, there will be an additional 1 million players. As long as we hold on until then, our chances of winning will greatly increase. Xianxia did not feel relieved at all. Are you F*King saying that this monster horde will last for a week? Are you kidding me? Xianxia, this is going to be a long battle. Lin Mu patiently analyzed the situation for her. The beast tide this time was so sudden and there were no signs at all. Obviously, it was out of the government's expectations. Moreover, the beast tide this time is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have taken such emergency measures. For years ago in the game, there was a very serious monster horde that lasted for more than a month. I've seen some of the videos left behind by the NPCs. The scale is similar to this one, so we need to be mentally prepared. Xianxia really wanted to say that he was spouting nonsense, but Lin Mu's words did sound very reasonable. She felt even more pressure. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a low voice, all right, hurry up and scram. Come back quickly. Okay, I'll be back around 7 p.m. Hang in there. After that, Lin Mu went offline. Xianxia cursed in a low voice and threw herself back into the battle. In the game, discussions about the new announcement were also in full swing on the forums. The pros and cons of the adjustment of the flow of time in the game and in real life had been discussed repeatedly, and most of the people on the forums supported it. Especially those who were still waiting for the game helmet and game cabin. Although the waiting time in real life was the same, when they entered the game, they would not be so far behind the players in front of them. Everyone watched the live broadcast. Defending the city was tough, but the benefits were also considerable. In less than a day's time, the average level of the players in the game had increased by 2 to 3 levels. The higher level players had also increased by 1 level. With such a huge increase, if they missed this wave, it would be very difficult to catch up. Therefore, this decision not only had no impact on them, but it was also profitable. Therefore, how could they not support such a good thing? The government had just released a quota of 1 million game helmets, and they were all sold out in just half a day. All the players who paid successfully would receive the real thing 1 month later. The orders for the game cabin did not decrease but increased, and there were no cancellations. Unlike the game helmets, the game cabin accepted reservations and did not reject anyone, but it required a high deposit. This was enough to show the popularity of the Star Age. As for the players who already had the game gear, they had a strong reaction at first, but after reading all kinds of analysis, they finally accepted this measure. After all, not everyone was so free that they could stay in the game all day long. They had to go to work, study, and socialize, but they were also worried about the game. However, when they finally finished their trip and rushed back, they realized that the battle was already over and they had even lost. Anyone who had experienced that would know how it felt. At this time, they even hoped that the game could be paused and they could continue when they returned. However, this was obviously unrealistic. Although the flow of time was changed to 1:6, which meant that the time they spent in the game had decreased, they were originally using sleep to play the game. If they could use this to win the city defense battle, it could be considered a strategy. For the players, as long as they could win, it was reasonable to use any strategy. Moreover, the announcement had the word temporarily, so everyone guessed that it would be adjusted back when the game helmets were released. Many people could not help but guess that since the game company could slow down the thinking, could they also speed up the thinking? Wouldn't it be awesome if 1 hour in reality and 6 hours in the game? They could even use the strategy of slowing down during the day and speeding up at night. This way, they would not have to worry about not being in the game during the day and not being able to keep up with the game's progress. They could also enjoy 6 times more entertainment time at night. Seeing such a suggestion, the game team could only smile bitterly. Although they did not find any problems with the test data for the time being, they were not confident that this kind of adjustment would not cause harm to the human body at all. Not to mention, this adjustment was made on the same day. Regarding the new announcement, the ones with the most opinions were the viewers and streamers in the livestream channel. For a streamer like Little Vegetable, who treated livestreaming as her main job, such an adjustment was simply a bolt from the blue for her, directly destroying the cornerstone of her career. However, the game company did not sign a contract with the streamers, so they had no obligation or responsibility to the streamers. They also had no way to complain. Therefore, no matter how mentally devastated the streamers were, they could only choose to adjust and adapt. Fortunately, the game company was not inhumane. Seeing that the streamers played a role in promoting the game company compensated these full-time streamers and provided live game recording tutorials. The Starry Sky Forums reality section was also opened at the same time, and related activities were organized. The reward settings were very attractive. All these actions finally calmed the resentment of the streamers, and firmly stabilized the reputation of Star Age. Therefore, after the official release of a few videos, the viewers could understand why this was done. It was a surveillance video when the game was closed. It could be seen that the playback was sped up or slowed down according to the normal speed. Under such circumstances, there was no way to livestream at all. What the players did not know was that there were about 100 Star Age experience stores all over the country that were in preparation. They would be opened at the same time on the day that the 1 million gaming helmets were officially released. The experience stores would be open 24 hours a day, and they would only provide services related to Star Age. The gaming helmets in the experience stores would not be bound and could be used by more than one person. Although Su Yuhing considered directly investing in various internet cafes, with the popularity of Star Age, no internet cafe owner would refuse. However, after using the gaming helmet to enter Star Age, the user would also enter a deep sleep state, which required a high level of security for the environment. In order to avoid accidents, and with the fact that he had sufficient funds, he finally decided not to invest in the game for the time being. All the arrangements in reality were in full swing, but in the game, the tug-of-war between the players and the galactic beasts continued. This battle could be considered tragic. Almost every player had died at least once, and the players who were at the forefront had died more than 10 times. Fortunately, the resurrection rules were adjusted a few days ago. As long as the players died in the battle with the galactic beasts, they could choose to resurrect at the spawn point, which would not be limited by the resurrection time limit. Therefore, after the galactic beasts attacked the high wall, the teleportation portals lit up one after another, and there were constantly players who ran back to their corpses. Then, they were buffed by the wind element players near the teleportation portals. Under the effect of the light body skill, they could return to the battlefield faster. Mother **Kerr, how long is this going to last? Inside the wall, a player drank a health potion and complained while attacking the galactic beasts outside through the small window on the wall. Since noon yesterday, he had been online for almost 20 hours. The game was fun, and it was real, but this kind of continuous concentration and repetitive operation was a test of one's willpower after a long time. Hold on a little longer, someone will change shifts at noon, and we'll just have to wait for the game flow to adjust later. Someone said. When the time came, they would be online for an hour or two before going offline to change shifts, and they would probably be back to normal after this wave of galactic beasts. Boom! The wall shook again, and the player who complained just now lost half of his HP again, and he had to drink the last health potion. Looking out from the small window in front of them, the battlefield was a mess. There were just too many galactic beasts, and there was no tank that could tank or hold their aggro, so they could only rely on the wall for cover. However, the shaking from the wall and the attacks from the galactic beasts through the small window were still too much for them. Get out of the way, I'm going to throw a bomb. At this time, a player pushed someone away and took out a bomb from his backpack. Why don't you throw it up there? Why are you taking my spot? Hee, it's too dangerous up there, I can't hold on. It's safer to throw it here. As he spoke, the player had already controlled the bomb that he had just made to fly out of the small window. He was probably a wind elementalist, and he could control objects to fly. Boom, boom, roar. The oil fire outside was still burning, and the bomb exploded without even needing to be ignited. The player didn't stay idle. He threw out one bomb after another as if they were free, killing an interstellar beast in one shot. You're so cool with throwing bombs. It's also very dangerous. You accidentally blew yourself up, sigh, there's no more bombs. The wind elementalists started throwing wind blades outside. They did not go to the elementalist college to study, so the spells they knew were the most basic ones, and their damage was not high. Sigh, this battle is going to be hard, I feel like the third line of defense won't be able to hold on for much longer. Just hold on a little longer, even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of meat from the galactic beasts. The starship was suspended in midair, and the players did not notice its presence. Susili looked at the players below who were still holding on, and he could not help but feel moved. These players had actually delayed the beast tide by one day. Roland's border was surrounded by tall mountains on both sides, and the town of the Brave happened to be at the exit, blocking most of the beast tides. Army. However, Susili still did not intend to make a move. Once he made a move, it would be an endless battle, and he finally had a chance to rest, so he did not want to dig a hole for himself. Perhaps it was because after Sinos and Cyrene were rescued, his mentality had unknowingly changed, and today's battle had also shown him the possibilities of the players. Looking at the players below who were still fighting hard, Susili decided to adjust his battle plan. He took out the card-making materials from the space capsule. Many of the card-making materials had been lost, but the one he wanted to make was coincidentally available. Susili held his breath and entered a focused state. After about 2 hours, a brand new card appeared in front of him. Card, balance, level, 3 stars. Description, skill type card, not worried about scarcity but uneven distribution. You can choose a team, and the damage received by the team members will be evenly distributed to the other members of the team. Lasts for 30 minutes. Creator, Snow Roland. Looking at this card, Susili smiled with satisfaction, then set the conditions and threw it into the faction storage. In the sky, a giant firebird flapped its wings and flew over the high wall, spitting flames that scorched the wall, roasting the players hiding behind the wall alive. Water, rainstorm. Qingyan roared in the channel, feeling that she could not hold on any longer. At this moment, Ding, you have continuously commanded the team in battle in the game for more than 48 hours, and have achieved amazing results. You have been awarded the title Commander, and can receive rewards from the faction storage. Qingyan was stunned. Commander? Title? What kind of reward could this title give? She frowned. Although she did not have much hope, she still opened the faction storage to take a look, then, she could not help but be stunned. Looking at the card in front of her, looking at the card's attributes and introduction, Qingyan was so excited that she could not help but jump up and down. It was His Majesty Xiao Luo's balance, it was the godly skill that could balance damage. Qingyan was about to cry. This was too timely. She announced that from today onwards, His Majesty Xiao Luo was her idol, but there was a problem soon. This card, how should I use it? As soon as this question appeared in her mind, Qingyan felt that there was a strange power in this card, guiding her spirit to wrap around the card. Then, Ding, you have successfully used the card, balance, please choose a team to use it on. Damn, I succeeded just like that. Looking at the system notification, Gentle Yen immediately used the balancing spell card on her party. As soon as the balancing spell was used, the situation immediately changed. The flying galactic beasts were still spitting flames at the high walls. The temperature inside the walls was extremely high. A large number of players were burned to death due to the high temperature. Only a few high-level players were barely holding on. Then, they suddenly realized, why did they suddenly lose so little HP? Originally, each attack would deal around 700 to 800 HP coupled with the Scorch debuff, they would be reduced to skin and bones in a few hits. But now, 1, -2, -1, -3, looking at the numbers that appeared above their heads, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn, isn't this His Majesty Xiao Luo's balancing spell? What? His Majesty Xiao Luo is here? Ah, is our faction leader finally going to work? Gentle Yan's voice sounded in the channel. She said, this is indeed His Majesty Xiao Luo's balancing spell. It's the achievement reward that I just received. It can only last for 30 minutes. Huh? So this reward is a one-time use? That's right. Gentle Yan said in a low voice, so now is not the time to relax. Healers of the Water Healing Division, hurry up and heal the people in charge. Everyone else, listen to my command. The players looked at each other and finally answered in unison, yes. At this moment, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their voices were full of energy when they answered. 30 minutes of balancing spells buff was equivalent to 30 minutes of invincibility, although it was a pity that His Majesty Xiao Luo was not here, one should be content with what one had. Moreover, no matter how powerful His Majesty Xiao Luo was, he was still a faction leader. The battlefield was such a dangerous place, it was better for him to stay away from it. Moreover, if Gentle Yan could receive such an achievement reward, could they also receive it? Balancing spell was definitely a godly skill that was indispensable in a group battle. With such a skill, would they still need to be afraid of group battles in the future? Thinking of this, many players, especially the leaders of the other mercenary groups, began to have ideas. Of course, they did not give up on the battle in front of them. Kill. Due to the appearance of the balance technique, the players finally had a chance to catch their breath. Their morale, which had been continuously beaten down, was once again boosted. The originally cowering wind element player was no longer cowering. He directly flew up the high wall and started firing his laser gun as he threw his grenades. Now that the pressure on the front line had decreased, the Earth players had a much easier time consolidating the wall. Moreover, the number of casualties caused by the vibrations of the wall had decreased exponentially, which also reduced the time it took for them to corpse run, allowing them to consolidate the wall more efficiently. Meanwhile, the other elemental players weren't idling around, either. Every one of them made use of their time to contribute. After fighting for so long, there were already some experts who had summarized the weaknesses of these interstellar beasts and posted it on the public channel for everyone to see. There were even outside support. The people on the forum organized and filed the information. When the players in the game downloaded the update and looked at the interstellar beast to check the existing information, the system would automatically match it. Relevant information would pop up, including where the weakness was and how to attack them most effective. It was very convenient. Who asked you to be so arrogant? See if I don't beat you to death. Now that they no longer had to worry about damage from attacks, the players were completely invigorated, and the speed at which they cleared the monsters had significantly increased. On the battlefield, on the ground where no one noticed, shadows were busy moving the dead bodies of the interstellar beasts to the bottom of the wall. One by one, the interstellar beasts fell unwillingly. Perhaps they didn't understand until they died why these extremely weak insects had such tenacious vitality. As for the players, of course, they were exhilarated and mercilessly harvested the lives of the interstellar beasts. Finally, through the efforts of all the players, they actually managed to kill the first row of interstellar beasts in these 30 minutes. Then, they used these interstellar beasts' corpses to forcefully pile up a meat wall. This wall formed by the interstellar beasts' corpses became the new line of defense. The interstellar beasts had huge bodies and tough appearances. They were simply the best defensive material in front of the high wall. Even the interstellar beasts didn't have a good way to deal with the corpses of their companions. They roared and attacked the corpses in the way. Some even opened their mouths and tore them apart. Because of the beautification of the holy light, this scene even looked somewhat romantic. Therefore, the players didn't feel that it was bloody and cruel at all. Finally able to take a breather, many of the players couldn't help but stand on the wall and laugh wildly. Be angry with your incompetence, you scum. Ha ha ha, this last battle was so satisfying. As expected, His Majesty Xiao Luo is the best. This battle was simply a superb experience. Hee hee, if we had His Majesty Xiao Luo's godly healing skill, we could have killed our way out. After the players stopped fighting, they began to chat and joke. As for Qingyan, she could finally stop. The situation wasn't optimistic. From the camera lens, she could see that the endless amount of interstellar beasts were still pouring in, but, whatever, let her rest for a while first. After commanding for 48 hours, she felt dizzy and needed to rest. Qingyan's balancing skill was simply a stroke of genius for the entire battle. While it was praised by the players, it also attracted many questions from the players. Regarding this kind of secret, Qingyan naturally kept it a secret. She only received the reward after commanding for 48 hours. This was the reward from His Majesty Xiao Luo. How could she tell others, seeing that she changed the topic? Although they felt that Qingyan was not loyal enough, they didn't say anything. After all, the Magic Box mercenary group was one of the two largest player forces in the Star Age. It was not easy to mess with them. Qingyan smiled proudly. If Linmu didn't go offline halfway, she might not have been the one to receive this card and know this secret. Let Linmu regret it. Speaking of which, this card skill was too useful. She had to become a card user as soon as possible to accumulate advantages in the early game. She made a note of this matter. Only now did she have time to open the forum and look at the latest announcement and related discussions. In fact, the adjustment of the flow of time in and out of the game affected the most. Other than the streamers, it was probably the professional players like her who stayed in the game almost 24 hours a day. Other people used their free time and sleep time to play the game, but her job was to play the game. For the early development of the guild, she devoted almost all of her time to the game. If it was a traditional online game, she would probably have collapsed by now. However, because of the game pod, her body was in a sleeping state, so she could still hold on. Of course, it was not good to sleep for too long. When Linmu came online, she would go offline and move around. As for the adjustment of the flow of time, 24 hours a day became 4 hours. It was a bit scary when she thought about it. However, on second thought, wouldn't it be equivalent to a day's salary, and she would only need to work for less than 4 hours to get it? Qingyan touched her chin and then opened the external contact list to contact her boss. As for the reason? Of course, it was to use this incident to ask for a raise. Who would dare to work for you if you don't increase their salary? After using clever words to double the team's salary, Qingyan ended the call with satisfaction. Although this salary would only last until the adjustment of the flow of time ended, it was enough to make her happy. At this moment, she heard a commotion in the crowd. She turned around and saw a white light shining in the direction of the teleportation circle. Some familiar and some unfamiliar figures appeared in the white light one after another. Vice Dean Chrissy of the Elementalist College stepped out of the teleportation circle in her round leather shoes. She looked around and then looked into the distance. After a while, the rims of her eyes turned red. This was the original border of Roland. She had been here once, but that was 5 years ago. 5 years felt like a lifetime ago. She remembered that time. Roland's army successfully pushed the border hundreds of meters away and found an ancient relic. She received an order to lead a team to the border and was responsible for the exploration of the relic. She also brought back a lot of precious information and treasures. That year, everyone was looking forward to the future of the Empire, full of hope. However, after only 1 year, all of his dreams were shattered. The beast tide broke through the border. The interstellar beasts ruthlessly destroyed countless people's homes and killed countless lives. They almost forced Roland into a dead end. She fell into despair and couldn't see any hope for the future. But today, she was back here again. When Vice President Chris heard the consul say that the brave ones had built a city here, and that they hadn't given up after the beast tide and were still guarding this place, she couldn't believe her ears. Could someone really build a city in such a dangerous place? However, when she thought about the brave warriors, she felt that maybe they could really create a miracle. After coming here, she realized that she misunderstood. The city hadn't been built yet, and there wasn't even a foundation. However, this was the logical thing to do. This didn't change her impression of the brave warriors. When she stood here again, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in her heart. Vice Dean Chrissy quickly calmed herself down when she heard the roars of the interstellar beasts outside the high wall. She came here this time for a mission. There were more than 32 star elementalists who came with her. They came from the frontline army of the main cities. After receiving the order from the Emperor, they gathered here. In the past, in the eyes of the players, they could only see the NPCs as unfathomable. Now, they could see the NPCs' names and levels. The highest level among the NPCs was only level 26. However, the aura and strength of these NPCs were completely different from the players. It wasn't just the difference in attributes, but also the murderous aura that was cultivated from years of killing on the battlefield. There was no need for Vice Dean Chrissy to command. An elementalist already flew into the sky. At this moment, the battlefield wasn't completely safe. Although the interstellar beasts outside the high wall couldn't attack for the time being, there were still flying interstellar beasts attacking from the sky. The wind elementalist nimbly dodged the flying interstellar beast's attack. Then, he used wind control to directly change the airflow around the flying interstellar beast. Once the airflow was messed up, the interstellar beast couldn't care less. It desperately flapped its wings, but it couldn't do anything but fall from the sky. The players who watched this scene couldn't help but open their mouths wide. It can be done like this. They didn't have a good idea of how to deal with the flying interstellar beasts. They couldn't fly, but they couldn't hit either. It was a headache. Now that they saw this move from the NPC, their eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, while the flying interstellar beast was falling, the wind elementalist raised his eyes and looked outside the high wall. When he saw the scene outside, his expression suddenly became very serious. He controlled the wind elementalist and descended from the sky. His companions immediately surrounded him and asked him about the details of the situation. It's very difficult. We have to be prepared to evacuate at any time, the wind elementalist said very seriously. The elementalists who came with the team couldn't help but become silent. Could it be that the border was once again going to be handed over to someone else? When would the next time he would come here? Although it was somewhat difficult to accept emotionally, the elementalists still remembered their mission. They were sent by the Empire not to fight, but to, heroes. May I ask where your leader is? Vice Dean Chrissy asked a player. We have received an order from His Majesty to come here and help the heroes improve their strength. The super learning ability of the heroes had already spread among the elementalists in Roland. Therefore, when they received such a strange order, the more than 30 elementalists present were not surprised. Honorable Vice Dean Chrissy, I'm here. A female voice sounded, and the surrounding players separated to two sides and made a path. Xianxia walked out from the crowd. When she faced the NPCs, she put away all of her casual attitude and became humble and respectful. I'm the commander of this battle. Xianxia, please advise me, Honorable Vice Dean Chrissy. Seeing her, Vice Dean Chrissy nodded with satisfaction. She said, Hello, Commander Xianxia. I believe you have already heard the reason why we are here. Please gather the warriors who need to improve their strength. We are willing to give our all to the warriors for the sake of victory in this defensive battle. The players looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. This was a teacher who delivered herself to their doorstep. Wasn't His Majesty Xiao Luo too considerate? They leveled up very quickly, but they didn't have the time to look for the NPCs to learn skills. They had no use for their skill points, which was very annoying. Now, the problem was solved. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Fortunately, Xianxia controlled the situation in time, and the 20,000 to 30,000 players didn't surround the 30 teachers. However, it was difficult to arrange 20,000 to 30,000 players, especially when they were on the battlefield. The players had to stay at their posts and respond to danger at any time. Finally, Xianxia numbered the thousands of meters of the defense line. Then, the teachers taught the skills section by section, ensuring that every player could learn at least one skill. The teachers received the warmest welcome and the tightest protection. After all, if an NPC died, there was no way to revive. Therefore, the players would rather die than let the NPCs get hurt. The time flow was still 1:1, the forums were still synchronized, and the live streaming channels were still available. When the players saw that the online players actually had teachers to teach them, the players who had to go to work and school suddenly became jealous. I just want to know, when I come online, will the NPC teachers still be there? I don't think so. Then I'll go to the academy to learn skills before coming back to defend the city. It seems that learning skills in the academy are charged. That's right. Since the open beta, players had to pay to learn in the Elementalist College. This was also set by Susili. After all, people often don't know how to cherish things that are too easy to get. Moreover, this would encourage players to actively do daily missions and earn money, which would stimulate economic development and make Roland more prosperous. As for today, it was a special situation, so naturally, there was no need to pay. However, Susili heard from his second brother that after the open beta, there was a new setting for skill points. Players needed to spend skill points to learn skills, unlike during the closed beta where they could learn skills without restrictions. Even so, compared to the native elementalists, the learning speed was already very fast. Seeing that the teaching below was carried out in an orderly manner, Susili smiled and took out materials to make cards again. He was going to make a few more balance cards. So far, the maximum number of players he could choose was 20,000. He couldn't add more than that. However, using his cards, Qingyan could use the balance spell on an army of 30,000 players. No matter how he looked at it, this card would definitely play a vital role in the war. He would see if he could give it to his generals. If it was possible, then he wouldn't need to personally participate in every war. In order to sit at the back and live a leisurely life, he had to make more cards to increase his card-making speed. Next, the flow of time in and out of the game was adjusted according to the announcement. In order to prevent players from being overly addicted to the game cabin would pop up a notification every once in a while. After a certain amount of time, players would be forced to go offline. After the initial adaptation, the players came up with all kinds of strange tactics. For example, when the bosses were discussing how to deal with the interstellar beasts, they would choose to go offline to discuss in real life. An hour of discussion in real life was only 10 minutes in the game. All in all, the players managed to hold off at least 10 million galactic beasts outside the borders of Roland for almost 6 days, with the highest number of players online at the same time numbering over 90,000 at the same time. In just one more day, millions of new players would be able to come online. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, on the day before that, the third line of defense of the town of the Brave was lost. There were too many interstellar beasts gathered outside the high wall. When the road ahead was blocked, the interstellar beasts started to kill each other. The commotion caused by them could be described as earth-shattering. Rumble, rumble, as the earth shook, even the sky changed color. The high wall that the players had bitterly held on for a few days collapsed in an instant. In the end, it collapsed under the bombardment of the interstellar beasts. This was an unstoppable disaster. Even the players could only watch as it happened. Under the command of the commander, they evacuated as fast as they could. The players who had always been successful finally tasted the taste of fleeing. *CK, just a little bit more. I've been playing for almost a month, and this is the result? Stupid game producers, come out and die. The spawn points and teleportation portals in Roland's main cities were filled with angry players. Almost every one of them was greeting the game designers warmly. So our land is gone just like that? There should be some. We haven't failed the Town of the Brave mission yet. Indeed, the legendary quest for the City of the Brave was still there, and their contribution points ranking was still there. But the problem was, the land we cleared is gone. Will we get any land in the future? Probably, we won't get any, right? What *King's stupid plan. Gentle Yen could not help but sigh softly as she listened to the complaints in the channel. She was now in her soul state. She was floating in the air as she watched the galactic beasts trample her corpse into a pool of golden water. She was probably trampled into a pile of meat. Looking at the galactic beasts below her, even though she was not a trypophobe, she could not help but feel numb. It was too scary. Even though she knew that this was only a game, she could not overcome the fear in her heart. That was a force of nature that humans could not resist. In front of such a terrifying force, she could not think of any countermeasures other than running away. She, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, did not manage to escape in the end. Fortunately, the NPC mentors were sent to the teleportation point immediately. They taught the players diligently for almost a week, and a few of them even passed out due to exhaustion. The players were not cold-blooded animals. Even though they knew that they were just data, they still unknowingly treated them as real teachers. They should have safely returned to the royal city by now, right? Xianxia privately messaged the deputy leader. She was in her soul state and could not speak in the channel. Speaking of which, she looked in front of her. The place where there was supposed to be a teleportation point was empty. At the last moment, she saw the teleportation point turn into a card. It was as shocking as when the card turned into a teleportation point. The card finally disappeared in the air. It probably returned to its owner. This was the strength of a card master, right? Xianxia could not help but wonder if she could have such power when she became a card master. When she thought of this, she could not help but want to become a card master immediately. As for the town of the brave, looking at the galactic beasts, Xianxia sighed again. Although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. She looked in the direction of the galactic beasts and decided to go offline. The teleportation point that turned into a card was naturally taken away by Susili. To be honest, the players being able to last for almost a week was completely out of his expectations. Although he did provide some help during this time, the players were able to last until today. He didn't waste the extra week. Xianxia had destroyed all the devices. It could be said that the Bevatians were indeed vicious and very cautious. Even though it was almost impossible for anyone to discover these devices in Roland, they still hid them very well. Little Five had tried to stop or reverse these 50 special devices, but all of them had failed. In the end, he could only choose to destroy all of them. Xianxia had now returned. After comparing the data collected by Xiao Wu with the data from the future forum, it was obvious that the scale of the galactic beasts was significantly reduced. However, Susili did not let his guard down. In order to deal with the galactic beasts, he made some arrangements based on what the players did. After experimenting, he found that his balanced technique card could also be used by Roland's generals. This was undoubtedly great news. It gave him more confidence in dealing with the galactic beasts. Therefore, when he saw the town of the Braves' defense line collapsing, although Susili was a little disappointed, he was not as excited as the players. Moreover, Xiao Wu also brought him a surprise. The Xenos that was healing his body had finally awakened. Susili was overjoyed. After seeing the Xenos, he really hoped that he could see the high-spirited and gentle Crown Prince in the trial world again. He only hoped that after his body was healed, he could return to how he used to be. Susili immediately put down the town of the brave and brought Xianxia to visit the Xenos. There were still players guarding the galactic beasts below. A player grabbed tightly onto the long horn on the head of an interstellar beast. His whole body was swaying in the air along with the galloping interstellar beast. His body was trembling like waves. Xiao Yu was a high-level player and a martial artist. Until now, he still had half of his HP left. Finally, when he saw that his stamina was close to the threshold, he decided to stop screaming to save his stamina. After all, he was used to being swayed around. He gritted his teeth and moved his arms with difficulty. Finally, he was able to lie on the galactic beast's body. Then, he drank a bottle of blood potion with great difficulty. As a martial artist, he had a lot of HP. Furthermore, he had put all his Omni points into vitality, so his survival rate was much higher than other people's. After making sure that his HP had recovered, he finally had the mood to check his surroundings. However, it seemed that he could not change anything. Galactic beasts were violent and easily angered. Once they formed a galactic beast horde, they would be even more irrational. What the F***ck, what should I do? Xiao Yu was worried. After thinking for a while, he turned on the sharing mode and shared it in the team channel. After adjusting the flow of time, although he could not do a live broadcast, there was a new function: he could share his view with his teammates in real time. His teammates could choose to watch from the side or directly enter the view. If he entered the view, he could experience the shared view. Other than not being able to control his body, his other senses were exactly the same. Are you all dead? Look, I'm still alive and well. After turning on the sharing mode, Xiaoyi said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, he was swayed by the galactic beast under him. He was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. When he finally stabilized himself, he realized that the number of spectators in his view had increased to a few hundred, and it was still increasing. Many people's voices sounded in the team channel. What the F***ck, bro, your life force is too strong. How can you still be alive? This feeling of swaying with the wind is not bad. Damn, I'm going to vomit. Where is this? Why is it so swaying? It's the Galactic Beast Horde, the one that sent us back to the city. Damn, bro, you're awesome. Supper? Aren't you the one who turned into a heavy sword and stabbed into the Galactic Beast's body and had to be stabbed by the Shadow Guards? Xiaoyi did not expect that there would be people who remembered him. He laughed and said, that's right, it's me. Sigh, I don't know what to do now. I'm not satisfied with killing myself, but I can't do anything if I don't kill myself. Brothers, can you give me some ideas? Why do you want to die? This kind of experience is rare, young man, you should cherish it. Ha ha ha, ideas? You can turn into a heavy sword and stab into the galactic beasts, but see if it can get rid of you. Xiaoyi stared at the galactic beasts but in front of him and actually considered the feasibility of this suggestion. Bro, you can't be serious, right? Just maintain this position, don't listen to the people in front of you. Do you think the Galactic Beast Horde will come to Roland? Didn't the bosses say it already? There's a high probability that it will be like the Galactic Beast Horde 4 years ago. Let them come, I'm full of anger anyway. Then we just wait for the Galactic Beast Horde to come? At this time, Xiaoyi's voice suddenly sounded, I think, we don't need to wait anymore. Look. He pointed in front of him. As the galactic beast moved forward, a tall wall slowly appeared on the plain. On top of the wall, there were many people moving, they were obviously humans. Damn, are they our people? When did we build a defense here? They can't be our people, right? Our 4th and 5th defense lines didn't even do anything before they died. The bosses are not online, they probably went offline to discuss the plan, this can't be a defense line that we secretly built. The galactic beast that Xiaoyi was lying on was getting closer and closer to the wall, his vision was also getting clearer. Look. It's a wind elementalist. The one that flew up from the wall was definitely a wind elementalist, there was no doubt about it, so, this was built by an NPC. Rumble, rumble, compared to when they destroyed the town of the Brave, the galactic beast horde's speed was obviously slower, but they were still powerful. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the wall. After all, NPCs couldn't be revived infinitely like players. The general stationed on the wall had already received the order. When he saw the galactic beast horde, his face became serious, but he still looked calm. He was stationed here a few days ago to build the wall and dig the trenches, so he was very clear about the situation they were going to face. He waved his hand, and someone pushed the prepared equipment up the wall. If Miss Ina was here, she would be able to tell that these were alchemy products, and they were quite old. The general gave the order, and immediately, a soldier wearing a mask put something into the equipment, then pointed the muzzle of the equipment at the galactic beast horde below. Damn, what is that thing? Could it be a cannon? Damn, so why didn't they take out such a good thing earlier? That's an NPC's thing. At this moment, the muzzle of the cannon glowed faintly, and it should have started to accumulate energy. After a boom sound, the golden red light wrapped around the energy ball was shot out. Wow, this cannon has a good range. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Before the golden red energy ball hit the galactic beast, it scattered into droplets and fell on the galactic beast's body like rain. On the galactic beast's hard skin, there were bursts of burning smoke. Looking at the galactic beast's painful cries, the raindrops should be corrosive. Moreover, damn, why is it so smelly? I'm going to throw up the food I ate last night. The players who were in his shoes were like sharers, and they could feel his 5 senses. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, only set the pain to the lowest, and didn't change his other senses. And this became a nightmare for many people, because, brothers, that's sh*t. Heated sh*t. By the time this shout was heard, it was already too late. Xiaoyi wanted to go offline, but he was a second too late. The golden red liquid was directly poured on his head. Don't look at it from afar, it looked like rain, but a single drop was a big one. Xiaoyi's entire body was in a bad state, including those players who were a second too late and didn't have time to remove the shared view. They started to doubt their lives. The general on the city wall nodded in satisfaction, and then urged the soldiers to fill the apparatus with more feces. After the apparatus processed it, it was shot out to attack the galactic beasts. The feces came from the farms in Starcatcher City, and were all collected this week. After the apparatus processed the liquid, it was extremely corrosive. Not only could it break through the galactic beast's skin, it could also cause their wounds to fester, and in the end, they would fall sick and die. The general didn't really understand the theory behind it, but he knew that this method was useful, and that the materials were cheap, so he could use it as he pleased. What he didn't know was that a poor warrior was drenched by his attack, and what was even more pitiful was, he didn't die from that. Xiaoyi felt like he had ascended to the heavens, but the painful thing was that his health bar was still stubbornly hanging on. The players who shared their senses with him were also in pain. They would probably never forget this special experience. This caused a post to appear on the forums, Galactic Lightning Avoidance Guide 0. 1. Do not share your vision with others, because you never know if you will face a shower of hot feces. Of course, the players who knew the reason all laughed out loud. As for Xiaoyi, after adjusting all his senses to 0, he felt like he had finally come back to life. The system notification also rang frowny face ding. You have survived in an extremely corrosive solution. Obtained corrosion resistance +1, the players who chose to watch instead of sharing their senses couldn't help but praise him. Bro, you're quite lucky. Ha ha ha, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Xiaoyi couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm just asking if you want this good fortune, but facing the second wave of magic attacks, he decisively drank a health potion and turned into a heavy sword and stabbed the galactic beast's butt. The galactic beast screamed as a damage value appeared on top of its head. It ran even faster. During this process, the heavy sword was unavoidably baptized by waves of the golden red liquid. But after lowering his senses, Xiaoyi couldn't feel anything anymore. He couldn't even smell anything, so he decided to just go with the flow. Because, ding, congratulations. You have successfully removed the impurities in your body. You have become purer and sharper. Metal illusion, heavy sword, level +1, EXP +500, vitality +10, ha 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 ha, my illusion has leveled up again. Xiaoyi laughed proudly. The players who were watching his vision decided to stay away from him after a short moment of silence. Someone didn't forget to remind him. Bro, have you ever thought that you might not be able to get rid of the smell on your body? Xiaoyi was speechless. This wave of attacks did have some effect on the galactic beasts. After breaking through the town of the Braves defense line, the galactic beast horde slowed down. After all, not everyone could withstand that magic attack. The galactic beast horde still managed to get close to the wall. But when they were about 100 meters away, the ground suddenly trembled. Sharp steel bars pierced through the ground and stabbed into the galactic beasts. What was even more amazing was, these steel bars can actually contract. After the injured interstellar beasts continued to run forward due to the momentum, they continued to stab out and attack the beasts behind them again. On the battlefield, the cries of interstellar beasts rang out one after another. The speed of the beast horde slowed down even further. Interstellar beasts continued to fall, becoming obstacles for the beast horde behind. On top of the high wall, dozens of metal elementalists turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They drank potions to recover their mana while manipulating the steel bars. Each of them was accompanied by a wind magician, who continuously unleashed powerful wind blades. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the walls continued to reload their weapons and attack the beasts. The interstellar beasts at the front fell one after another, and the battlefield was filled with an unbearable smell. However, the soldiers on the high walls were wearing masks, so they didn't seem to be affected at all. Why do I feel like these NPCs are even more awesome than us? Some players couldn't help but sigh as they watched this scene from Xiaoyi's perspective. It reminds me of the fear I felt when Cyrene stole my kill. That's why if we don't work harder, the NPCs will steal all the monsters. Brothers, I don't think this is the time to talk about this. Xiaoye's voice suddenly sounded in the channel. He said, the brother who gave me the idea just now, so now, how do I pull myself out? His perspective had long since stopped moving. He saw that the interstellar beast that had its butt pierced had already fallen to the ground under the attacks of the elementalists. As for Xiaoye, who had transformed into a greatsword, he naturally couldn't move anymore. Just now, he used too much force, causing him to be firmly stuck in the flesh of the interstellar beast. He couldn't pull himself out at all. And in this chaotic battlefield, it was impossible for a shadow guardian to appear and rescue him from the interstellar beast like last time. Even players couldn't run here. As for the NPCs on the high walls, they couldn't be counted on either. In the midst of the galloping beasts, a gust of wind blew past. For a moment, the greatsword that was stuck in the butt of the interstellar beast looked so lonely. On the high walls, a general walked to the side of a wind elementalist and respectfully said, Your Highness Cyrene, His Majesty just sent an order for you to return immediately. The woman wearing a mask only revealed a pair of light purple eyes. She looked even more determined than before, and her whole body emitted a sharp aura. After being rescued from the predicament and returned to the Empire, other than returning to the Imperial Palace twice in the beginning to meet with Xiaoqiang and Veer's aunt, Cyrene had always followed the army and never slacked off for a moment. In the past 4 years, her brother was the driving force that supported her to survive in the desperate situation. And now, killing and revenge had become the reason for her to continue living. She couldn't end her own life, nor could she enjoy a peaceful and happy life in the Imperial Palace. During those 2 nights in the Imperial Palace, she stayed in her former bedroom, lying on the bed that she missed so much, but she couldn't sleep peacefully. She always woke up from her dreams, always thinking of those who had passed away. Only by fighting on the battlefield and squeezing out the last bit of strength every day could she fall asleep without any distracting thoughts. Perhaps one day, dying on the battlefield, dying in a battle with the interstellar beast would be her only destination. As for Roland, with Snow, Xiaoqiang, and Veer's aunt, she could completely rest assured. From the moment she knew that the beast tide was coming back, she participated in the action plan. This time, she would never let the interstellar beast hurt any of her people and take away anyone who was incomparably important to her. Cyrene's hands didn't stop moving, and a muffled voice sounded from under the mask. Did His Majesty say what happened? She actually saw the message that Snow sent her, but he didn't say what it was for. Now that she was on the battlefield, she didn't have time to reply to him. She didn't expect that he would ask the general to pass it to her. His Majesty said that you will know when you go back. The general said, after a while, we will have to evacuate. For the time being, there is no need to attack. Your Highness, why don't you go back first? The purpose of their battle was to delay the interstellar beast's footsteps and divide the beast tide. While reducing the power of the beast tide, they would gradually nibble away the beast tide. Now was only the first step of the plan, it was not time to fight to the death. Cyrene also knew this, but looking at the interstellar beast below, she still couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart. When she saw them, her killing intent boiled. Is this a military order? She whispered. The general paused. Looking at the cold eyes of the woman, he didn't dare to speak, but thinking of His Majesty's order, he braced himself and nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Cyrene glanced at him indifferently. After looking at the general until his scalp went numb, she finally stopped. Although she was very unwilling, she was a soldier. Soldiers had to listen to orders. Seeing that she stopped, the general finally breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully invited Cyrene down the high wall, then returned to his post and continued to take charge of the situation. Cyrene flew down the high wall, nimbly avoiding some traps, and finally landed on a magic circle. This was a small teleportation circle, only about 10 meters in diameter, and could accommodate 20 people at a time. Unlike the large teleportation circles in the main city, this one was covered with a light screen. This was designed and built by teacher Dominic. It had the functions of teleportation and concealment. After the army retreated, there was no need to worry about the teleportation circle being destroyed for a short period of time. Cyrene took one last look at the high wall, then her figure slowly disappeared from the magic circle. When she reappeared, she was already near the military camp of the imperial city. "Your Highness." The soldiers guarding the teleportation circle saw her and hurriedly bowed. Cyrene took off her mask and nodded at them. After smelling her own scent, she couldn't help but frown. In a flash, she left the teleportation circle and returned to her own tent. When she came out again, she had changed into a clean set of clothes, and then quickly boarded the flying shuttle. When she returned to the palace, she didn't rush to see the emperor, but first returned to her own bedroom. After a fierce scrubbing, Cyrene felt that the strange smell on her body was gone. It was also at this time that she finally felt like a girl again. But, in the end, she couldn't go back. She controlled the wind element and blew dry her short hair. Looking at the mirror, she looked like a capable woman in a tight suit. It seemed that she could no longer find the shadow of herself when she was young. After casually fiddling with her short hair, Cyrene withdrew her gaze and turned around to leave the bedroom. On the way to the emperor's bedroom, she looked at the communication device again. Snow still didn't explain to her why she was in such a hurry to call her back. She wasn't worried about her brother's safety. Unless Xixing betrayed her, he was safer than anyone else in the empire. So, what was the reason? Cyrene thought of many answers in her heart, but she never thought that the answer would be this. When she walked into the emperor's bedroom and saw the thin figure standing by the window, she didn't dare to believe her eyes. She could only stand there in a daze, worried that the illusion would suddenly disappear. The man's silver hair was cut to his shoulders, and the ends of his hair didn't seem to have been trimmed. It looked like it was cut with a knife, which was a bit strange. But this didn't affect his beauty. A wind blew in from the window, lifting his hair. At this time, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at Cyrene. When he saw her, the man's cold and handsome face raised a faint smile, which was bright and warm under the sunlight outside the window. He looked at her and softly said, "Cyrene, you're back?" Cyrene's tears suddenly couldn't stop. She greedily looked at him, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. "Brother," then, she rushed towards the man and hugged him. Even if this was just her illusion, even if, Cyrene was suddenly stunned. She dazedly raised her head and touched the man's cheek. Feeling the warmth under her palm, she couldn't help but mutter, "Why does it seem like it's real?" Hearing her murmur, Xinos couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, of course I'm real." He raised his hand and gently rubbed the top of Celine's head. Just like before, it was filled with tenderness, love, and some pity. Cyrene felt his hand on her head and still couldn't believe it. She grabbed his hand and stared at it blankly. She whispered, "But this is my right hand, and your legs." She looked down at the man's long legs. It had been too long, so long that she had forgotten that when her brother stood up, he was half a head taller than her. What is going on? How can I not be dreaming? Cyrene looked up at Xinos and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you hit me?" If it hurt, then it shouldn't be a dream, right? Xinos didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at her red eyes and nose, he felt a little sad. He reached out and gently pinched the tip of her nose. "How can I bear to hit you?" After he finished speaking, he opened his arms and pulled Cyrene into his embrace, giving her a tight hug. "Cyrene, I didn't die. I came back safe and sound." His voice was hoarse, and his vision was a little blurry. "I'm sorry to make you sad." Cyrene listened to his strong heartbeat. The thumping sound hit her eardrums, and the weak but real life in his body told her, all of this was real. Joy rushed to her heart, and an indescribable feeling surged up, making the tears that she had just stopped collapse again. "Brother, is it really you? You came back alive?" She cried and laughed, but was full of doubts. "What's going on? Where have you been all this time? How did you manage to survive? Your hand, and your legs, everything is fine, everything is fine. Brother, all of this is real. It's real." Looking at her incoherent and even slightly deranged appearance, Thanos could only feel guilt and heartache. He took out his handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears. "Calm down first. I'll explain it to you slowly." Cyrene obediently took a deep breath. Only then did she notice that a few steps away from them, the silver-haired youth was standing there, looking at her with a smile. "Snow, sister, do you like this surprise?" the young man asked proudly. Cyrene was slightly startled. Thinking of her unwillingness to come back, she blushed and quickly grabbed the handkerchief in the Sino's hand to wipe her tears. Her face was still full of joy, but also full of confusion. She asked, "Your Majesty, what is going on? Let's sit on the sofa and talk while we eat." Susili walked to the sofa and sat down. The coffee table was filled with refreshments and, of course, the essential milk tea. Cyrene looked at Sinos. Her eyes were filled with joy and a hint of uneasiness. She was obviously still worried that he was an illusion. Sinos saw her worry. He didn't say anything. He just gently held her wrist and pulled her towards the sofa. When the two of them sat down, two more figures walked in from outside the palace. "Brother, sister." The boy's voice was filled with joy. Beside him, of course, was Veer Roland. Xiaoqiang wanted to appear more mature, but he really hadn't seen his brother and sister for a long time. He missed them very much. Unconsciously, his footsteps quickened. But when he saw the silver-haired man sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but stop. Sinos looked at him and smiled. "Qiang, do you still remember me? For years ago, when the beast tide happened, Xiaoqiang was only a little over 6 years old. Perhaps he had already forgotten about him. You're my brother." In the end, he heard the young boy say in surprise, "Brother, you're still alive, just like sister." Xiaoqiang couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He ran over happily and hugged Sinos. "That's great. Brother, you're still alive too. That's really great, boo-hoo." In the end, he actually started crying. Sinos hugged him and gently rubbed the young boy's head. Then, he couldn't help but look up at Susili. His eyes were filled with gratitude. It was Snow's consideration that allowed him to return like this, complete and dignified. God knows, when he woke up in the recovery pod this morning and felt his legs and right hand again, he felt like he had a second life. He buried this gratitude deep in his heart. Just like what Snow said, there was no need to keep saying these things between brothers. Sinos lowered his head again and smiled. "Xiaoqiang has grown up too." Xiaoqiang looked up from his arms. His eyes were filled with tears, but when he heard his brother's words, he quickly wiped his tears. "Yes, Xiaoqiang has grown up," he said. "I'm almost a 2-star now, and I'll become even more powerful. Brother, sister, I'll protect you in the future, and I won't let you get hurt again." Sinos looked at the serious expression on the young boy's face and felt waves of warmth flow through his heart. He nodded and said, "Okay." After this baptism, Sinos seemed to have returned to the reserved and gentle crown prince of the past, but it was obvious that he was different from before. It was like a piece of jade that had been washed of all impurities, becoming more transparent and dazzling. Looking at the four of them, a gentle and gratified smile appeared on her face. After waking up again, she knew that many things had happened in the past few years. It was her fortune to be able to return to Roland and be reunited with her family. Unfortunately, thinking of the late emperor who had sacrificed himself to protect the empire, Veer's gentle smiling eyes couldn't help but be a little sentimental. "Brother, do you see? The Roland that you swore to protect is becoming better and better in the hands of the children." Sinos knew about Veer's aunt, and they quickly became familiar with each other after some small talk. After all, they had the same hair and eyes color, and they had the same goals. They all hoped that Roland could defeat the alien beasts and become strong again. It was natural for them to feel close to each other. Soon, with Thanos' narration, everyone knew what had happened to him after the underground cave collapsed. Cyrene sighed and was filled with gratitude and respect for the ancient beast called Feng Qing. At this time, Sinos looked at Susili again. He said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, the beast tied 4 years ago must be related to the Bavad Empire, and they've set up an even bigger scheme on planet Esh." Susili paused, and Cyrene said sadly, "Brother, the beast tide has already happened." Sinos couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" "The Bavad Empire set up a special device on planet Esh. After it was activated, the interstellar beasts went on a rampage again, forming a beast tide." Cyrene explained to him, "But don't worry, we can definitely defeat the beast tide this time." Sinos's expression was a little empty. "Is it because of me? If the Bavad Empire didn't catch him, they wouldn't have left Esh so early, and they wouldn't have activated the device so early." So, Susili looked at his expression and knew that things were going to be bad. He was afraid that Sinos would think too much, so he didn't discuss this matter with him, but it couldn't be hidden forever. Actually, I already expected this. He said, in order to deal with the beast tide, I made a lot of preparations, and even personally went to an alien planet to bring back the 5 mentors. The 5 mentors? Sinos's face finally regained some color. He wasn't afraid of any battle, and he wasn't afraid of those damned interstellar beasts, but he had to admit that he couldn't face the destruction of his family again. He looked at Sue Silly. You mean, these 5 mentors were stranded on an alien planet 100 years before the catastrophe, and have been missing Roland all these years? Sue Silly said, after they returned, they brought back countless knowledge that had been lost for many years, such as the study of arrays, elemental potions, elemental cooking, and so on, and most importantly, their strength has all been restored to 4-star. Brother, you should have felt it too, right? The bottleneck that prevented you from breaking through has disappeared, and your training speed has become faster. Sue Silly spoke with assurance. This layer of restriction was all because Roland was sealed, and now I have unlocked 2 layers of the seal, and all elementalists can train to 4-star strength. Moreover, the probability of the birth of elementalists has obviously increased, and meditation techniques and body tempering techniques have been popularized, and in the near future, there will definitely be an explosion of elementalists. He looked at Sinos, and said confidently and firmly, the current us is much stronger than 4 years ago, and we don't have to be afraid of the new wave of star beast tide. Moreover, we still have the heroes. Sue Silly smiled, with them around, believe me, there will be a day when all the star beasts on Esh Star will be wiped out. Yes, brother. Cyrene also echoed, the heroes are really a group of incomparably miraculous existences. Did you know? They can actually come back from the dead. They are not afraid of death, and they are very willing to help us get through this difficult time. In fact, they helped us gain nearly 7 days of time, and now, we still have a month to prepare for the Star Beast Tide. The reason why the Star Beast Tide 4 years ago caused such a huge loss was because they were caught off guard, and the front line completely collapsed, causing the rear to be unable to organize an effective line of defense. And now, the situation was very different. Brother, too many changes have happened in Roland in the past 4 years, I will slowly tell you later. Cyrene's face was brimming with an energy that had never been seen since her return. It was a sense of hope and vitality that radiated from within, and it was obvious how important Sinos' safe return was to her. Sinos looked at her, and the fear in his heart was strangely soothed. At this time, Sue Silly also said, yes, so you really don't have to blame yourself for this. Roland will definitely be fine. Sinos finally calmed down after being comforted by them, and nodded, I understand, I will also fight with you to the end. Sue Silly sighed in relief. And then continued, tomorrow, I will hold a grand homecoming ceremony for you and sister, to let everyone know that you are still alive. You are both true heroes, and deserve such a celebration. At the same time, I will announce the news of the Star Beast Tide at the ceremony, and let everyone participate in this war. Sinos and Cyrene, who originally thought that there was no need to go through so much trouble, nodded in agreement after hearing what he said. Since this was the Emperor's arrangement, they would actively cooperate. At this time, Sue Silly's communication device rang. He looked down and couldn't help but smile slightly. After he typed a reply, he looked up at Sinos, and said, Brother Feng is here. Sue Silly couldn't directly call his brother by his name, so he used a compromise. Feng Qing? Sinos blinked, where is he? I told him to wait in the palace garden. Sue Silly looked at him, and said, are you going to give him a surprise? The afternoon sun was not particularly hot, and it was spring, so the garden was lush, and the branches were decorated with all kinds of exotic flowers. Su Fengqing looked at the flowers, and was slightly distracted. Although almost a month had passed in the real world, the short but profound days he spent in the dense forest often appeared in his mind. He wondered how that person was doing now. You went back on your word. At this time, a familiar gentle voice sounded from behind him. Su Fengqing was slightly startled, and turned his head to see a silver-haired man standing at the end of the path. The man stood there, and the sun just happened to pour in through the gaps between the leaves, and fell on his body. His whole body was shining, and there was not a trace of disheveled gray. Ah Sai, Su Fengqing subconsciously called out softly, but after he blurted it out, he quickly changed it, Sinos. Just call me Ah Sai. Sinos walked step by step towards him, and at first he walked very slowly. He had lost his legs for too long, so long that he had forgotten how to walk, and he needed a little more time to get the feeling back. But when he looked at the black-haired man on the other side of the path, he finally lost his patience, and started to walk faster and faster. Just 2 or 3 more steps, and he would be able to walk steadily in front of the man. But, Sino suddenly felt something tripping him, and he lost his balance, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. In the end, a pair of strong arms caught him. He subconsciously looked up, and then his eyes met the man's deep dark eyes. Sinos could not help but smile. Fengqing. Su Fengqing looked at him with lowered eyebrows. After just a short walk, the man was panting slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He frowned slightly, and wanted to say something, but in the end, he stopped when he saw the man's smile. During the days of survival in the wilderness, he rarely saw Sino smile, let alone a bright smile like this one. After he helped him stand up, Su Fengqing took out a handkerchief from his backpack and handed it to him. Seeing that Sinos was a little confused, he could only help him wipe off the irksome sweat on his forehead, and then put the handkerchief in his hand. You didn't seem like such a reckless person before. Su Fengqing could not help but scold him. Sino squeezed the handkerchief in his hand, and the smile on his face faded a little, but his joy could still be seen. I'm just happy, he said. Don't change the topic, Fengqing, you broke your promise. You promised to wait for me outside the room. Su Fengqing frowned slightly. He did go online every day and wait outside the room, but he was busy with the experience store opening, so he did not go online. He did not expect to miss this opportunity. He nodded. It's my fault. Sinos did not expect him to admit his mistake so directly. He paused and hesitated. Then can you stay a little longer? He looked at Su Fengqing. There's a beast tied outside again. It's too dangerous. Why don't you wait for the beast tide to subside before you leave? Su Fengqing did not refuse. He nodded and said, that's what I was planning to do. Originally, he wanted to send Sinos back, and after he saw Snow Roland, he would delete this account to avoid doing anything that would affect the progress of the game. But after confirming that Snow was Shaoli, he could not do that anymore. He had experienced that kind of helplessness and despair. Now that he recalled the memory of Ah Sai killing herself in front of him, and there was nothing he could do, he felt suffocated. He did not want to experience that kind of suffocating pain a second time. He needed to be strong, and he needed to not die. Shaoli only had one life in this world. Just like Ah Sai, their lives were so fragile that it filled him with a sense of crisis. Therefore, he would not give up the Dark Demon Dragon account again. Not only that, he also wanted to find a way to increase his strength. Looking at the man's determined expression, Sinos could not guess what he was thinking, but he still felt happy from the bottom of his heart. He looked at him and suddenly stepped forward. He opened his arms and hugged Su Fengqing. Su Fengqing did not expect his sudden action. His whole body froze. Fengqing, thank you. Sinos closed his eyes and rested his forehead on his shoulder. Thank you for bringing me back to the human world from the endless abyss. Thank you for letting me see the light again. You were the one who hugged me before. Now, I can finally give you a hug. His voice was so soft that it seemed like it would disappear in the wind at any time, but Su Fengqing heard every word clearly. Ah Sai, just as he was about to raise his hand, the man who was hugging him released his grip and took a step back. Sinos had a gentle smile on his face. His light purple eyes sparkled beautifully under the sunlight. He asked, Fengqing, can we be friends now? Su Fengqing raised his hand and then put it down again. He said, I said that it was because of me. The light in the man's light purple eyes dimmed. He said dejectedly, so, we can't be friends now? Su Fengqing looked at him helplessly. Of course, he said, if you insist. Sinos regained his smile. He said seriously, yes, I insist. As you wish, Su Fengqing replied. After receiving confirmation, Thanos seemed to have settled one of his worries. His entire body relaxed. He looked at Su Fengqing quietly for a while before saying, then I'll go prepare for tomorrow's celebration. Okay. Su Fengqing watched the man turn and leave. When his figure was about to disappear, he suddenly remembered something and took out a roll of silver hair from his backpack. It was Sino's broken hair. When he raised his head again, the man had completely disappeared. He hesitated for a while before putting the broken hair back into his backpack. Maybe next time. After a while, Su Fengqing also disappeared. He went offline. The next day, the hundreds of Star Age experience stores in the country officially opened for business. More than 6 days had passed in the game, but more than a month had passed in reality. Originally, it was expected that the 1 million game helmets would be sold in a month, but in the end, it was announced that it would be delayed for half a month due to various reasons. Although half a month was only a little more than 2 days in the game, and in that kind of earth-shattering disaster, even if there were more than 1 million new players, it wouldn't be of much use. However, that didn't stop the players from scolding the game team. After the failure of the city defense, the players who found that they had nothing to do for the time being chose to go offline and vent their anger on the game team through the forum. No matter what, it was right to scold the game team. The game team was really wrong this time because the problem was with the production line, but that didn't stop them from taking the blame. Anyway, they got used to being scolded. The promotion of the Star Age Experience store had been going on vigorously for a week. Because all 1 million game helmets were sold successfully, the Su family's liquid funds gradually flowed back, and they had spare energy for promotion. Although, with the current popularity of Star Age, it didn't seem to need a lot of promotion. That morning, before the experience store officially opened, there was already a long line outside the door, and many people even waited overnight. The grand occasion was posted on various video platforms by internet celebrities who joined in the fun, and attracted another wave of attention. When it officially opened at 8 in the morning, the 100 Star Age experience stores in the country were all full in just half an hour. Moreover, there were still countless customers waiting in line. Each experience store was only equipped with 200 game helmets, which was a lot for a physical store, but it still couldn't meet the demand of a large number of players. Lucier, a student who was about to graduate from H University, was also a Star Age enthusiast. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his hands on the gaming helmet, and the gaming cabin was too expensive. He couldn't afford it at all. The appearance of the experience store was a pleasant surprise. Especially when he found out that one opened near his university, he specially waited at the door the night before the opening. There were many people who had the same idea as him, and there were already more than a dozen people waiting in front when he arrived. It had to be said that they were a bunch of animals. Fortunately, he also got the first batch of spots. Unlike what Lucier expected, the experience store only provided the game helmet service. He had heard that the experience of the game helmet would be reduced a lot, and couldn't be compared to the game cabin. As for the game cabin, looking at the expression of the receptionist, it probably wouldn't be available in a short time. This was understandable. After all, a gaming cabin was sold for 100,000 yuan, and it was said that the supply did not meet the demand. Under such circumstances, how could they take it out to experience at a loss? The price of the experience store was not expensive. It was only 5 yuan per hour, which was the same as the price of the internet cafe. The interior of the shop was very high-end, clean and bright, and the fresh air made people feel very comfortable. There were many counters on the first floor, and they were filled with all kinds of Star Age character figurines. There were also huge posters pasted on the walls of the hall. They were all popular characters from the Star Age. When he saw His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xing, Lucier couldn't help but take out his phone to take a picture. After he posted it on his WeChat Moments to show off, he walked up to the second floor. When he reached the second floor, he put away his phone and looked up. Lucier was stunned by the neat rows of cubicles. There were about 7 to 8 rows, and each row had 10 cubicles. All of them were enclosed. The partition of the cubicle was transparent, and there was a seat that looked like a massage chair inside. Beside the seat was a small cupboard, and on top of the cupboard was a gaming helmet that was charging. Lucier looked at the card in his hand. The card was given to him by the front desk. The front of the card was painted with the artistic characters of the Star Age. On the back of the card was his favorite Marshal Xing, who was reaching out to catch a grenade. On the blue lightning, there was a number written on it. Lucier came to the designated cubicle according to the number. He swiped the card and entered. Although the cubicle was enclosed, the ventilation was good, so he didn't feel stuffy after entering. When he sat down, a gentle female voice sounded. It was obviously a pre-recorded introduction voice. Hello, dear customer. Welcome to the Star Age Experience Store. When you use the gaming helmet to enter the game, your body will enter a state of deep sleep. Please ensure that the cubicle door is closed to prevent losing your belongings during the game. This experience store is quite thoughtful. Next, Lucier followed the instructions and took the helmet from the charging device. It felt very light in his hand, and it felt very textured. He didn't feel any discomfort after putting it on. After putting on the helmet, after darkness passed in front of him, a light screen lit up with words written on it. Duration of this experience, 2 hours. Lucier wanted to experience more, but unfortunately, he could only play for 2 hours at most. He was only allowed to renew once, which meant that he could only play for 4 hours a day. Although it felt a bit short, he should be satisfied. After all, there were many cities in the country that didn't have experience stores. Also, he heard that Star Age was popular overseas, but the game company didn't have any plans to expand into the overseas market, so the foreign players could only sigh. When he thought about this, Lucier felt a lot better. At the same time, the buyers who received the helmet one after another also entered the game after reading the instructions. It was also on this day that the time flow inside and outside of Star Age returned to 1:1. This meant that players spent more time in the game at night, and when they weren't in the game during the day, they missed a lot of game content. Fortunately, after the defense line of the City of the Brave was lost, there weren't any urgent missions for the time being. The newbies who just entered the game also needed time to explore and improve their strength. Lucier followed the instructions and entered the game. When he entered the game with the helmet, the opening animation was the same as the game cabin, but the experience wasn't as shocking. If the gaming cabin was 99.9% realistic, then the gaming helmet was only about 70% realistic. However, for players who hadn't experienced the game cabin before, this experience was still novel and interesting. Lucier chose to randomly choose the facial features since the system's faces were pretty. He then chose a name, talent, and so on. He couldn't wait to start. The result, number of people in line, 61502. Lucier? With the addition of 1 million new heroes, it would be 200,000 players evenly distributed to the 5 main cities. This number exceeded the capacity of the summoning circle at the spawn point, so the players had to wait in line before they could enter. Lucier could understand why the new server was so crowded, but the problem was that there were still 60,000 players waiting in line. Wasn't this a bit too much, but should he leave? In the end, he could only choose to wait in the guidance space. However, one thing about Star Age was that there were all kinds of functions in the guidance space, so it was convenient to do things while waiting. For example, he could browse the Star Forum and buy things from the system store. In addition to these two, there was also a bookshelf full of books related to Star Age, and there were also learning materials. Lucier accidentally clicked on something, and a new interface popped up, and what was written on it were sets of mock exam papers. There were even practice books for primary, middle, and high school exams. Isn't this too perverted? Lucier was stunned when he saw these learning materials. Why would an online game have such things? This can't be said to be unrelated, it can only be said to be unrelated. But if it's used to prevent addiction, the effect might be quite good. He casually ridiculed. He never thought that his complaint would be the reality. The experience store prohibited providing services to minors, but there were many minors among the millions of users of the game helmet. Because the game account was bound to the user's identity card, and there was a detection by the game helmet, it couldn't be faked, so there was no way for minors to use adult accounts to enter the game. Minors under the age of 12 were temporarily unable to enter the game, and minors between the ages of 12 and 17, after entering the game, the first thing they would face was test questions. The difficulty of the test questions corresponded to the user's age, and only those with a score of 80 and above could enter the game. When this restriction came out, whether it was those who secretly played behind their parents' backs or those who begged their parents to buy the helmet, they were all dumbfounded. But what they didn't know was, even if they passed the test, it wouldn't be done once and for all. The system would randomly check, and once their score dropped below 80, they would be forced to go offline. So, kids want to play Star Age, then study hard. On the other hand, Lusher closed the learning interface and chose to browse the forum. What a joke, he was here to play the game and relax, not to be abused or to cultivate his character. After the time flow was adjusted back to 1:1, players could use the forum in the game again, and the popularity of the livestream began to recover. Now on the forum's main page, other than the various questions and reports from new players, there were also posts complaining about the lack of experience stores in the cities, and that there was not enough space, so there was a long queue. Of course, there was also a lot of feedback about the experience stores. It was also from such posts that Lusher found out that each of the 100 experience stores in the country had a different interior design. The second floor and above were generally the same, but the first floor had different figurines and posters. In the main store, there was even a 1:1 scale model of His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xixing. These figurines are so cute, can I buy them? I think they can be pre-ordered. Yes, I asked the front desk. The experience stores also accept custom orders, and they can even make your game character into a figurine. Wow, can we customize His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xixing's figurines? Aw, I want one too. Looking at these discussions, Lusher couldn't help but touch his chin. Is Star Age starting to release all kinds of peripheral products? Too bad he was poor, otherwise, he would definitely order one too. Many people had the same idea as Lusher, especially the customers waiting in line on the first floor of the experience store. Many of them directly placed their orders. It could be said that the revenue from the peripheral products of Star Age was much more than the gaming helmet experience. After about 30 minutes, Lusher finally finished queuing and truly entered the game. Fortunately, these 30 minutes did not take up much of his experience time. He was quite satisfied with this, and there was almost nothing to complain about. As soon as he entered the game, the first thing he felt was that there were a lot of people. There was a sea of people around him, and all he could see were the moving heads. After squeezing for a long time, he finally got out of the teleportation hall, and was then led into a hover car by an NPC. In the end, he and the other players in the car were sent to Eastwood Town. Huh? Why isn't it Doha or Mercenary Town? Lusher was born in the Imperial City. In the forums, the most famous maps in the Imperial City were Doha and Mercenary Town. Even the inner city had to be ranked behind them. But, when did Eastwood Town appear? Eastwood Town was located on the west side of Doha. It was the 4th LV2 district in the Imperial City, and it was still in the midst of construction. Only when all 4 districts reached LV4 could the Imperial City continue to level up. Eastwood Town's importance was self-evident. So this time, with the addition of new players, most of the new players were guided to Eastwood Town to help with the construction and leveling. As for the defense against the Beast Tide, that would have to wait until these players reached LV5 and successfully changed class to Elementalists. Lusher quickly immersed himself in the daily quests. He had done a lot of homework, so he naturally knew how important daily quests were in Star Age. It could be said that you could choose to complete any quests, but not daily quests. In the process of running daily quests, he was also quickly familiarizing himself with the game world. He could feel the barrier between himself and the world, as if there was an invisible membrane, but if he did not think about it carefully, it seemed to be easy to miss. When he passed by the central square, he watched the live broadcast of Star Age for the first time. On the huge screen, the silhouette of a silver-haired youth was reflected. He wore a crown on his head, and a gorgeous cape embroidered with the national emblem of Roland. He walked step by step toward the throne. Lusher could not help but stop and watch. Today is a day of great joy for the whole nation, the young silver-haired emperor said to the camera. Is it because of the arrival of the new heroes? Lusher could not help but think. Then, he heard Emperor Xiao Luo announce the 3 royals of Roland, Veer the elder princess, the Prince of Sinos, and the elder Princess Cyrene have returned. Almost at the same time, Lusher heard the cheers of the surrounding NPCs almost at the same time. God bless, it's the elder prince. He's still alive. And Princess Cyrene. Oh, our prince and princess, they're back. Oh my god, they really came back alive from the beast tide. Now it should be the prince and the elder princess. That's great. That's great. Lucier looked at the surrounding NPCs who were crying tears of joy and hugging each other. He could completely feel their love and respect for the royals from their expressions, tone, and actions. This kind of emotion was pure, moving, and very infectious. Seeing this, he could not help but cheer together with them. But after the cheers, the screen changed, and the silver-haired youth appeared again. He said with a solemn expression, "But, our celebration may have to be postponed." The surrounding people restrained their excited expressions. Probably because they had a premonition, the women hugged the noisy children, and the men stopped cheering. They looked at the screen worriedly. Then, images of the interstellar beasts appeared on the screen one after another. At this moment, the faces of countless people who were watching the live broadcast drained of all color in an instant. Panic spread among everyone. Beast tide, is this the beast tide? Is the beast tide coming again? That's right. Just as you guessed, the beast tide is happening again. And this time, we finally know, everything is a conspiracy of the Bavat Empire against us. As Susili's voice fell, the image on the screen changed. It was the image of the lizard men setting up the equipment. These disgusting bugs set up equipment on Esh that can cause the interstellar beasts to riot on a large scale, which triggered the beast tide 4 years ago. And this time, they're trying to do the same thing again. The silver-haired youth's face was filled with anger and grief. At this moment, almost everyone in Roland stopped what they were doing. They gathered in front of the big and small screens and watched their beloved king. For years ago, we lost countless homes and loved ones in the beast tide, and all of this was thanks to the Bavat Empire. The interstellar beasts are a problem that we need to solve, and the Bavat Empire is Roland's sworn enemy. I swear in the name of the House of Roland, Roland will make the Bavat Empire pay with blood. All the people were boiling with excitement. Their fear of the beast tide had turned into hatred and anger toward the Bavat Empire. The beast tide was everyone's nightmare. And the nightmare 4 years ago was a pain that almost everyone in Roland didn't want to mention. They had lost too much in that disaster. And now, they finally knew the truth. Lucier completely believed that if a Bavat Empire appeared here now, they would definitely be torn to pieces by these NPC civilians. And because of this, he had a preliminary impression of the Bavat Empire. This was Roland's enemy, and it was the kind that couldn't be reconciled. On the screen, the young emperor quickly spoke again. Before that, we have to deal with the beast tide first. He said, this time, we have enough time to prepare, and we have to thank the brave ones. They stood their ground at the border and bought us 7 days of time. Roland will always remember the brave ones' contributions to us. So, I will erect a stone tablet in the central square of the imperial city. I will engrave the 100 brave ones who made outstanding contributions in this battle on it for future generations to admire. Damn, it's a monument. Lucier watched the live broadcast and couldn't help but exclaim. Many of the players around him also had excited expressions on their faces. A monument was undoubtedly a huge temptation to the big shots, especially the tycoons and the liver emperors. Even if they felt that they couldn't afford it, they would still be curious as to who would be able to leave their name in history. After all, Star Age was the first holographic game in history. The significance of this monument was definitely extraordinary. Let's not talk about the distant ones, just look at the NPCs in Roland. If they could really make their name on the monument, how many NPCs would they be supported by? As long as their name was engraved on the monument, they would really become famous in the game. Maybe there would be NPCs bowing to them wherever they went. How honorable would that be? Anyway, Lucier only had to think about it to feel very good. Also, if they could make it to the top 100, they would probably get a lot of rewards. There might even be rewards personally given by His Majesty Xiao Luo. That would be awesome. Of course, he could only think about it. After all, only 100 out of 1,000,000 players were chosen. That was really 1 in 1,000,000, for a newbie like him, he had no advantage at all. Unless he had a miracle, he wouldn't be able to win no matter how hard he worked. When the live broadcast ended, Lucier continued to immerse himself in his daily missions. Not only to level up, but also to earn X coins. X coins to real money had dropped from 120 to 115, but the price was still very good. As long as he sold 2x coins, he would have earned back the money he spent on the game experience today, and there would still be some left. This was a real benefit. Maybe he could even earn enough money to buy a gaming cabin by selling X coins. He had to quickly earn more before the price dropped. The new million players were not like the previous 100,000 players who were all tycoons. In front of huge benefits, of course they would choose to earn money first. This would further stimulate Roland's economic development and create more material support for the defense against the Galactic Beast horde. Therefore, the new players also realized that they could also get contribution points from doing their daily quests in addition to X coins and reputation points. Although the amount obtained was relatively small, don't forget that contribution points were linked to the land in the City of the Brave. This meant that even if they couldn't kill the interstellar beast, they could still obtain some benefits. This undoubtedly stimulated their enthusiasm. After continuous exploration, the players also discovered that apart from doing the daily missions of respecting the old and caring for the young and hunting interstellar beasts, participating in other game activities such as construction and planting could also earn them contribution points. For example, there was a military enthusiast in real life who used materials in the game to successfully create a gun. After submitting the blueprint to the faction warehouse, he unexpectedly received a high contribution reward. Creating in the game was already a very interesting thing. Who would have thought that they would be able to earn contribution points? This undoubtedly gave lifestyle players a way out. In other words, this was what Su Silly wanted to see. After all, the creativity of the players was limitless. He hoped to encourage the players to participate more in the construction of Roland. After this monster horde, they would have more land. He didn't mind giving the land to the players as long as they could create value for the country. None of the ministers had any objections to his decision. In other words, they were surprised that such a reward could make the brave warriors work so hard. In the eyes of the nobles, a fief was indeed tempting, but it also depended on the location of the fief. For example, the newly reclaimed land was full of devastation and was far away from the main city. The cost of farming was too high and there was not much value to speak of. The enthusiasm of the brave warriors was really puzzling. Perhaps only Wen Jishan and other officials who had more contact with the brave warriors could understand this point. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that the brave warrior named In Shueme was still able to grow crops in the cold winter without controlling the elements. She also generously and selflessly taught the poor people who humbly asked for guidance. What was even more admirable was that she was able to turn the originally barren land into fertile farmland again. This was an eye-opener for Wen Jishan. Moreover, this girl really didn't hide anything. Now, she was leading all the poor farmers in the small village to farm together. They were all farming cash crops. With the efforts of the wood elementalists, Roland was no longer lacking in food. After they had enough to eat, they naturally wanted to pursue a higher quality of life. Wen Jishan hoped that they could have a good harvest this autumn. If this brave warrior's method proved to be effective, he would try to promote it to the whole country. By then, it should be able to create a good economic benefit. As for the newly reclaimed land, perhaps the brave warriors had a way to solve the problem of the flying galactic beasts. Due to the encouragement given to the lifestyle players, the changes in the contribution ranking list were quite big. Since the day Su Silly announced it, the discussion of the top 100 names on the monument had been very popular on the Starry Sky forum. There were even posts where people started to bet on who would be in the top 100 and who would be in the top 3 and first place. Among them, Qingyan and Lin Mu were undoubtedly the most popular ones. These two had been in command and naturally received a lot of contribution points. Now, they were the only ones competing for the top spot on the contribution ranking list. Of course, it was inevitable that some people would complain about the unfairness of the ranking list. After all, the newbies had just entered, and the 100,000 players in front of them were already too far ahead. Even if there were many ways to earn contribution points, it would be difficult to catch up. However, the rules of the game were like that. The newbies who entered later would progress slower than the veteran players. Those who were able to grab the gaming helmet first had been paying attention to Star Age for a long time, so they were very clear about this. There were still hundreds of thousands of gaming cabins waiting to be released. From another perspective, they were already ahead of the hundreds of thousands of players. Moreover, Star Age was not like other games that encouraged PK and killing between players. Instead, it focused more on the interaction between the players and the game world, as well as the exploration of the world. Coupled with Sue Silly's restrictions, there were not many cases of high-level players bullying newbies. There was a basic PK function: players could challenge each other. Under the challenge mode, players who died would not be revived in half an hour, and their bodies would be in a semi-invisible state. Fighting would not destroy the surrounding environment. As for the protection of newbies, it was better done. Every time you killed a player who was 5 levels lower than you, a debuff would be randomly applied, including but not limited to serious injury, weakness, and hunger. The debuff lasted for 24 hours, and it would only enter the countdown if you were online. What was even worse was that killing players would deduct faction reputation, and if an NPC witnessed the process of you killing someone, even if the person you killed was a brave player, their favorability would also decrease. As everyone knew, if more than 3 NPCs had a negative favorability towards you, you would not be able to exchange for items in the faction storage. The system store did not sell equipment or potions, so if you wanted to increase your strength, you could only rely on the faction storage, so the favorability of NPCs was very important. That was not the worst part. The worst part was that if you destroyed something in a fight, you would have to pay for it. In a game like Star Age, you could create anything you wanted, and of course, there was no way to automatically repair damaged items. Therefore, if you destroyed public property or NPC property in a fight, you would have to pay for it. If the 2 people who fought did not die in the end, then they would share the responsibility, but if one of them died, then the murderer would pay for it in full. As long as you were an AI Xianxia star, you would not be able to escape, because once you did, you would immediately become a wanted criminal. The player who dared to eat the first crab was caught in less than 10 minutes, sentenced to 7 days of detention, and still had to obediently carry bricks to pay for his debt. Apart from deleting your account and starting over, there was no other way to go back on your word. Therefore, there were basically no high-level players who dared to kill in the main city. As for whether they would kill in the wild in the future, that was hard to say. After all, there were all kinds of birds in the sea, and players were a group of people who were best at taking advantage of loopholes. In addition, if you really hated a player, and the player avoided you and refused to fight, then you could buy a life or death order from the system store and force the player to PK. In this case, you could also choose the arena mode. After entering the arena, all players in the server would receive an invitation, and if they accepted, they would be able to enter the arena to watch the battle, and they could even place bets on who would win in the end. When this setting was discovered, everyone could not help but complain that the game team really knew how to make money. Roland was like an old machine that was rejuvenated after more than 1 million players joined, and it was running faster and faster every second. With the threat of the Star Beast horde hanging over their heads, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere had become tense. And just as Sue Silly expected, under this pressure, the number of elementalists who achieved breakthroughs increased day by day. And against the Star Beast horde, with the help of the collective wisdom, the players also discovered various tricks. For example, closing the door and beating the dogs. The reason why the previous line of defense collapsed was that there were too many Star Beasts outside the line of defense, which led to the accumulation of energy in the end. Now, they would choose to let some of the Star Beasts in, and then choose the right time to throw out the corpses of the Star Beasts to block the entrance. When the Star Beasts that were let in were killed, the Star Beasts that were blocked on the other side would have rushed in. Then, they would repeat the same operation. Of course, this would not be able to stop all the Star Beasts. After all, Roland was vast, and it was impossible to build such a long line of defense in a short period of time. Fortunately, they had enough manpower now, so they could split the defense. Moreover, they had Sue Silly's balance cards, which often played a huge role in critical moments, and reduced the casualty rate to a minimum. Therefore, although the country was panicking because of the Star Beast horde, the situation at the front line was actually quite optimistic. Therefore, Sue Silly put his thoughts on other things. Lehigh Plains, somewhere in the forest. A sneaky figure shuttled between the trees and finally got into a hidden cave. After confirming that no one was following him, he took off his hood and mask, revealing an old face full of wrinkles. This person was Bryce, the traitor elder who planned to destroy Orchid City's guardian array. After he successfully escaped, he had been hiding. He originally planned to sneak to other main cities to seek protection from organizations, but who knew that all the main cities had built teleportation portals and achieved communication. Then, the organizations in the main cities were dealt a devastating blow. Bryce did not dare to contact anyone. He originally wanted to develop a few Bravehearts, but these Bravehearts were like monkeys and were not tempted at all. The most infuriating thing was that ever since the little emperor announced on TV that the Star Beast Horde was a conspiracy of the Bavad Empire, he had been unable to move around in Roland. Those Bravehearts who were originally a little opportunistic began to plot against him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and escaped from the city. Bryce thought about his current situation and could not help but feel regret. Now that everything in Roland seemed to be improving, his choice to seek refuge with the Bavad Empire was not a good one. But it was hard to say. After all, the Star Beast Horde was coming soon. Thinking about this, Bryce gritted his teeth and turned on the communication device, trying to contact the leader, Arnold. Since the last time in Orchid City, he had not contacted anyone from the Bavad Empire. Unexpectedly, as soon as the communication request was sent out, it was immediately picked up. The figure of the lizard man appeared on the screen. It was Arnold. Bryce hurriedly bowed to him. He was one of the few people who could contact Arnold. As for why the lizard man leader, who had been disappointed in Bryce before, accepted the call this time, it was because the Bavad Empire's intelligence system in Roland was almost gone. Arnold urgently needed to know what happened in Roland. When he heard from Bryce that his people had launched the Star Beast Horde ahead of time, he could not help but feel surprised. He did not give this order, and when he learned that the Xenos had returned to Roland, he suddenly understood something. Arnold's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he looked past Bryce and cast his gaze behind him, his pupils constricting. He saw a figure silently appear behind Bryce. That person had blonde hair and gray-blue eyes coldly looked at him, making the arrogant Arnold unable to help but hold his breath. And Bryce did not have the chance to turn back. The moment the man appeared, his body directly burned. He did not even have the time to scream in pain before he was turned into ashes. Only the communication device was left, which was caught by the man. Xing. Arnold gritted his teeth and glared at him. It's you again. But soon, he controlled his emotions and said, Xing, with your strength and wisdom, you should know what the best choice is. Roland is not worthy of your protection. Xing looked at him indifferently. Arnold thought for a moment and continued, Roland will not be able to resist this Star Beast Horde. It's only a matter of time before it is destroyed. I still say the same thing. When that time comes, the Bavad Empire will still be willing to open its doors for you. Hearing this, Xing's expression finally changed a little. He seemed to be a little surprised, but in the end, he nodded and said, well, then you wait. Arnold did not expect Xing to answer like this. He could not help but feel ecstatic. Did he succeed in instigating a rebellion? On the distant planet Beirut. Anton looked at the blonde man through the screen, his eyes filled with joy. He said, then, I look forward to the arrival of that day. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went black. Apparently, the other party had cut off the communication. Anton's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his yellow-brown vertical pupils flashing with a dangerous light. Are Eller and the others back? He asked the lizard man next to him. Your Majesty, their spaceship has returned. They are now heading towards the capital from Port Kefi. His subordinate replied respectfully. Anton's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, there is something wrong with that spaceship. Intercept it immediately and send someone to investigate. I suspect Eller and the others are all dead. Otherwise, Roland would not have the beast tied in advance because he did not give such an order. And, the Crown Prince of Roland had also returned. This clearly showed that something had happened to Eller and the others. Only under the premise that they were all dead would the triggering device be activated in advance. So, who was on the spaceship now? How did he pilot their spaceship into planet Beirut? How did he pass through the layers of checkpoints without arousing suspicion? Just as Anton was in doubt, the lizard man who had just gone out to contact the others ran in with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, bad news. Anton frowned. What happened? The lizardman's subordinate lay on the ground, trembling as he said, the order was just passed down, that spaceship, what happened? It exploded. The lizardman's voice trembled. According to the reply, Port Kefi has suffered heavy losses and is now in emergency rescue. Trash. Anorton kicked the lizardman, causing him to roll on the ground 3 times before stopping. Immediately seal off the surrounding area. The people on the spaceship must have escaped. Find that Roland person even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes. Your Majesty. The creatures on the spaceship had indeed escaped, but the lizard men would never have thought that the other party was swaggering through their communication network without any hindrance. He could even send a message to Roland. Brother, I have successfully infiltrated Planet Bavat's network. In the royal palace of Roland, Xiaowu happily jumped out of the communication device and said, and I also set off a super beautiful firework on planet Beirut. Hearing its words, Susili smiled and nodded approvingly. Very good, our Xiaowu is the best. Hee hee. The little guy laughed happily. Then, he heard Susili say, Xiaowu, I'll give you another mission. Get a map of planet Beirut. The more detailed, the better. Okay. Xiaowu nodded obediently. Brother, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. After Xiaowu disappeared from the communication device, Susili refocused his attention on the future Starry Sky Forum. He hadn't opened this forum for a long time. The last time was when he helped Lilith post a post, guiding the players in the future timeline to find her. That post was already popular, but Susili scrolled through it and then helplessly found that most of the replies were urging him to update, and only a small number of players followed up with feedback on the mission. Fortunately, from the feedback, the players had made progress. After all, the future Star Age had been developing for 10 years, and the number of players had reached more than 1 billion. Although it was still not a lot in the universe, the power that this group of people could exert was absolutely amazing. After getting the clues, they immediately gathered people from all sides to take action. A few days ago, they had found Curry's whereabouts and were now hunting him down. That was the current feedback, and the final result was estimated to take a few more days. Susili also hoped that the players could find the future Lilith as soon as possible and rescue her from the card. However, the purpose of him logging into the forum was not for Lilith, but for, Susili typed in the words fixed-point teleportation technology in the forum search bar. This was the technology that the GAL used to transport the materials he purchased. Although it could only transport non-living objects, which seemed to be inferior to the teleportation circle, its advantages were very obvious. It only needed the corresponding coordinates to transmit accurately, and did not need to build a two-way teleportation circle like the teleportation circle. Also, it could also achieve ultra-long distance transmission across planets and even galaxies. From these 2 points, this technology was much more awesome than the teleportation circle. Originally, according to Roland's outdated technology level, this technology could not be realized even if he exchanged for it. But it was different now. Roland had established a research institute. Among the researchers that he recruited from Lai Xing, there were researchers in this direction, and with the help of Xiaowu, he already had the conditions to make this technology a reality. But now there was another problem that needed to be solved: points. Susili looked at his balance of points and then looked at the points needed to exchange for this technology. He could not help but feel a little worried. The difference was not that big. According to the speed at which he was earning points every day, he should be able to save up enough points in a month or so. But he did not have the patience, especially when he knew how to earn points quickly. Looking at the CP fans who still came on time every day to urge him and Xixing to update the fan post, Susili could not help but sigh. Sure enough, the bottom line was always broken. Then, sacrifice one more time, Xixing's figure slowly appeared outside the bedroom. He strode in as the guards respectfully saluted him. When he saw the young man standing by the window, he did not think much and went straight to him. Ollie, I'm back. He smiled slightly. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The Bavadal forces in Roland have basically been eradicated. The last traitor was contacted by a few heroes. Because of the uniqueness of the heroes, we need to observe them more. Susili nodded. He was not worried that the players would betray him. They should already know the punishment for changing factions. As long as they could bear it, he would not stop them. As long as it was not a large-scale change of faction, he would not interfere. He glanced at Xixing, his eyes flickering. "You can leave first," he said to the maids. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone filed out and closed the door. Only he and Xixing were left in the emperor's bedroom. Xixing noticed the unnatural expression on the young man's face. He raised his eyebrows. "Ali?" Su Silly did not explain. He only said, "Did you kill someone?" Xixing paused and nodded. Then the young man frowned and said, "No wonder there's a smell." Xixing was slightly startled. He quickly lowered his head and sniffed. What smell? Looking at Ali's disgusted expression, it was definitely not a good smell. "Sorry, I'll go wash up immediately." Su Silly grabbed his sleeve before he could leave. He pretended to be calm and said, "Let's go to the bath. I'll help you wash your hair." Xixing blinked and looked at the young man quietly. When he saw that the young man's ears were gradually turning red, he smiled and nodded. "Okay." In the next moment, Su Silly was led to the palace where the bath was. Xixing controlled the water elements and filled the bath that the maids had cleaned with clean water. He then skillfully activated the heating array below. The sunlight shone down from the colored glass above the palace and sprinkled on the water. The sparkling waves were colorful and very beautiful. Su Silly felt his mood brighten. He urged Xixing to hurry into the water and then pretended to wash his hair. Xixing had always indulged him. He took off his clothes and walked into the water. However, he also had his own bad intentions. When Su Silly bent down and was about to help him wet his hair, he suddenly reached out and pulled the young man into the water. With a splash, Su Silly felt confused. When he came back to his senses, his waist was firmly held by the young man. Then the young man pressed him against the side of the bath and kissed him. His kiss was domineering and passionate. He kissed him until he was in a daze. Su Silly held his shoulder with one hand and held his head with the other. His 5 fingers went deep into his light blonde hair. In a daze, he vaguely remembered what he wanted to do. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the camera. He felt that the angle was okay, so he decided to shoot. Sensing that he was distracted, Xixing let go of him, thinking that he should not go too far. Unexpectedly, the young man chased after him and held his face to deepen the kiss. He curved his lips into a smile and continued to press down on him. The next day, on the Future Starry Sky forum, the post that created the popular couple CC and Yuko finally updated again after a few months. Aha, scream. I didn't wait in vain for so long. This picture is amazing. Nosebleed. JPG, I like CC so much. Majimoto, OP, keep going, don't stop. In this updated picture, the scene was no longer the emperor's bedroom. Instead, it was a bathhouse. Looking at the decoration style, it should be in the palace. The light in the picture was bright and the rippling water was superb. There were no traces of compositing at all. 2 intertwined figures appeared on the water surface. The tall blonde man was bare-chested. His broad and thick back was covered with deep and shallow scars. He exuded masculine masculinity. He hugged the young man's waist and kissed him passionately. Although the young man's clothes were neat and only half wet, the picture was still full of tension. Sir Xixing's body is amazing. Ah, go down a little more. I don't need this little bit of traffic. Looking at this picture, I'm already imagining 10,000 words XHW. I can do it. Sir Xixing, go. Take CC down. Su Silly laid on the bed and casually scrolled through the comments. When he saw the last sentence, he could not help but curl his lips. He had already done it a few times, he could not do it anymore. Although it was a little unethical, the end result was gratifying. It only took 1 day for Su Silly to collect enough points and successfully exchange for the fixed-point transmission technology. This technology was an improved version 10 years in the future. It was more stable than the current technology and the transmission range was longer. Su Silly was naturally satisfied. Once he got his hands on the technology, he closed the forum and decided not to open this post for a while. After closing the forum, Su Silly looked at the microchip in his hand. The microchip was only the size of a fingernail. It appeared out of thin air in front of him after he successfully exchanged his points. He reached out and caught it. He didn't know how it worked, but he was sure that all the data of the fixed-point teleportation technology should be in this microchip. Now, he just had to give it to Dr. Ting and Xiao Wu. In time, Roland would also be able to achieve fixed-point teleportation. With this technology, they would be able to do more and more things more conveniently. They could even use this technology as a springboard to accumulate capital. He hoped that in 2 days, in addition to using magic to become stronger, Roland could also keep up with the technological level of the interstellar. Elemental magic was too dependent on the environment. Although Roland's seal was the work of the game group, and it was impossible for him to be sealed again under these two circumstances, who knew what would happen in the future? What's more, he increasingly felt that this was not just a game world. Only by mastering technology and combining technology with magic could Roland's final path. However, it was still too early to discuss this. He had to solve the problem of the interstellar beasts first. Susili was thinking about his future plans and didn't notice that beside him, Xixing had woken up and was quietly looking at him with his eyes open. Under the morning light, the young man was so focused on thinking that he was full of charm. Finally, he reached out and touched the young man's long hair. Susili was startled and came back to his senses. Seeing that he had woken up, he put the microchip into the space capsule, then looked at him and asked with a smile, "When did you wake up?" "It's been 2 days." Xixing sat up and brushed aside the silver hair draped over his shoulders. He leaned forward and intimately kissed him on the cheek. Susili turned his head and kissed him directly on the lips. They lightly touched each other, skin to skin. Even such a simple kiss was enough to disturb each other's heartstrings. An ambiguous atmosphere pervaded the bedchamber. In the end, Xixing pressed his forehead against the young man's and pressed his restless lips with his index finger. He said in a hoarse voice, "If you continue, I won't be able to control myself." Susili grabbed his hand and kissed his fingertips. He teased, "Then don't control yourself. When did I not give you what you want?" Xixing's eyes dimmed. He looked at the marks he left on the young man and finally shook his head. "This is not good. You need to rest." Recently, because of the beast tide, Ollie and Roland had been busy. "Of you. See." His hands were involuntarily behind his back. Slowly, his beautiful purple eyes were covered with 2 layers of mist. After 2 or 3 minutes, Xixing came in front of the young man again and said in a hoarse voice, "What about now?" Susili lazily opened his eyes and glanced at the man's red and moist lips. His face couldn't help but heat up. "I'm not talking about this," he muttered. He mumbled a few words, wrapped his arms around the man's neck, and rubbed his cheeks like a kitten. Xixing smiled gently. He turned his head and rubbed his cheeks for a while. Then he picked up Susili and took him to the bathroom. When the two walked out of the bedroom, it was already late in the morning. Fortunately, everything was in order. With the return of Sinos and Cyrene, Susili felt more at ease to leave these trivial affairs behind. After a simple breakfast, they left the palace. Roland Imperial City, Research Institute. Dr. Ting and the others didn't receive any specific missions. Plus, they hadn't been in Roland for long. They were still in a state of adaptation. Therefore, there was nothing to do except to continue the research at Lixing Base. "I think the Roland Empire is worse than Fox and the Qingdao." In the laboratory, 2 researchers muttered softly. Although the Research Institute had a lot of equipment, it was still a little shabby for them. They couldn't provide a lot of experimental materials, so several projects had to be stopped. "It's good enough that we're still alive. If you keep complaining, the walls have ears." His companion pointed at the communication device. After arriving at the Research Institute, they found that although Roland was behind, it had 2 very powerful artificial intelligence systems. Although the AI systems were only connected to Dr. Ting, they couldn't hide it from them. "Are you willing to just stay here and waste your time?" This researcher had brown hair and dark skin. They didn't know which country he was from. He said, "As long as I'm doing research, it doesn't matter where I am. But now that I'm doing nothing, I feel very depressed." Just as his companion was about to say a few more words of comfort, both of their communication devices rang. It was Dr. Ting. He asked them to gather in the conference room. The two of them looked at each other. Could it be that their complaints had been heard? Did their boss want to talk to them? They were passionate when they complained, but when it came to their boss, they couldn't help but feel scared. In the end, the two went to the conference room nervously. They found that they weren't the only ones there. There were more than 10 people there. Their research was in the same direction. They had worked together at Lixing Base before, so they were familiar with each other. Now that these people were gathered, they couldn't help but wonder, was there finally a project for them to do? Dr. Ting sat at the head of the table. When he saw that everyone was present, he finally announced the start of the meeting. Under the doubtful and expectant gazes of the researchers, Dr. Ting announced the purpose of this meeting. Everyone here has made achievements in the field of space and transmission. I'm sure you've heard of Star Alliance's fixed-point teleportation technology, right? The technology that could teleport objects directly to a designated location across 2 entire galaxies was of great significance to Star Alliance. Of course, everyone in the room knew about it. Old Ding, what do you mean? Dr. Ting took 2 deep breaths and said, next, the realization of the fixed-point teleportation technology will be our research topic. When he said this, the conference room was in an uproar. Old Ding, you're not kidding, right? With just the few of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to develop the fixed-point teleportation technology even after decades. The fixed-point teleportation technology was a product of Star Alliance's Research Institute. The security measures were very good. Many countries in the galaxy coveted this technology, but after so many years, even the top 3 superpowers in the galaxy hadn't developed it. With only a dozen people and Roland's technology and financial resources, it was impossible for them to develop this technology on their own. Faced with everyone's doubts, Dr. Ting shook his head and said, I'm talking about realization, not research. What did he mean? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Dr. Ting took off his glasses and wiped them. He looked very calm, but in fact, his hands were shaking. Then, he threw down 2 heavy bombs. The Roland Empire already has 2 sets of fixed-point teleportation technology, and it's more stable than the Star Alliance's. It can teleport a wider range, and the size of the object that can be teleported is larger. Now, we need to create this fixed-point teleportation device. The conference room was silent. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. If he hadn't seen the information with his own eyes, if he hadn't been involved in this field, Dr. Ting would have found it hard to believe what he just said. It was too unbelievable. It was already very difficult to replicate the Star Alliance's technology, but now someone was telling him that not only did they replicate it, but they also improved on the original technology. Now, they just needed to create it according to the blueprint. No matter how one looked at it, this sounded like a fraud. But, did that little king have to lie to them? That was completely unnecessary. It could be said that the fate of everyone in the Research Institute was in the hands of this little king. He had no reason to lie to them. Unless he was also lied to. Dr. Ting shook his head and looked at everyone. The relevant information has been sent to your personal terminals. The projects you are in charge of are different. To you all, these are 2 tests, as well as 2 extremely rare opportunities. I believe that everyone knows what it means to be able to participate in this kind of project. I hope that you can do your best and produce results as soon as possible, or else, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the conference room felt their hearts tighten. Or else what? Everyone was clear in their hearts. If they couldn't complete the project within the time limit, it proved that they weren't capable enough. Naturally, the data would be taken back and the project would be handed over to someone else. This was fixed-point transmission, such precious technology. Regardless of whether it was real or not, no one was willing to miss it. Director, we understand. We definitely won't let you down. Thank you, Director, we definitely won't let you down. Dr. Ting shook his head again. Remember, you are working for the Roland Empire, and this technology also belongs to the Roland Empire. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty Roland. It was he who saved you from the Qingdao. Not only did he provide you with such a comfortable research environment, but he also generously opened up this technology to you. You need to know who your true benefactor is. Dr. Ting didn't mention any names, but the brown-haired researcher who had complained in the laboratory earlier blushed. He nodded in shame and completely put away his contempt and arrogance towards Roland. When he returned to the laboratory and saw the data on his terminal, he became excited again and wholeheartedly immersed himself in his work. In the director's office of the Research Institute, Susili retracted his spiritual power in satisfaction. These people were engrossed in research, but their quality was actually quite good. Then, he asked Xiao Wu to list the materials needed to make the fixed-point transmission device. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the GAL, these materials had to be purchased through other channels. After dealing with this matter, Susili returned to the palace once again. He confirmed the situation of the beast tied with the generals of the various armies and adjusted the strategic arrangements. Just like that, 2 days passed just like that. At night, he was lying on the sofa while Xixing was beside him dealing with military matters. "Brother Sheng," the young man suddenly called out to him. Xixing put down the documents and looked down at him. "Yes? Do you have something to ask me?" Susili looked at him and asked. Xixing paused. "You can tell?" Susili snorted. "Didn't we agree not to hide anything from me?" Xixing looked at him and said softly, "There were 2 strange things about you yesterday." Hearing this, Susili suddenly remembered the post on the forum and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Ah, is that so?" His eyes darted around as he avoided eye contact. Looking at his expression, Xixing naturally understood that he did something yesterday, and it might have something to do with him. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." He rubbed the young man's head. "I don't want to force you to do anything that makes you unhappy." Susili became more and more guilty, and he even felt a little guilty. Actually, the pictures in the post didn't get Xixing's permission, so they were a little too much, right? Especially yesterday's picture, where his back was exposed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he should discuss this matter with Xixing. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and face Xixing. "Then I'll tell you. Don't be angry." Xixing thought about it and nodded. "Okay." Susili opened his mouth slightly and reorganized his words. He changed his words and said, "I have the ability to communicate with 2 other worlds, and the people in that world." Xixing's expression became serious. He asked nervously, "What do you think?" Susili scratched his head. "The people in that world like us a lot. Many of them are fans of our ship." Xixing was stunned. "Ship fans?" There was confusion on Xixing's face. This made his usually cold and stern face look a little cute. Susili, who had been a little nervous, couldn't help but laugh when he saw his expression. He wrapped his arms around the man's neck and nibbled on his chin before he continued to explain, "Shippers are people who like to see us together." Xixing looked down at him. Ollie could communicate with that unknown world, and there were many people in that world who liked to see them together, so, his eyes flickered. "That teleportation technology?" Susili was slightly stunned. Then, he understood. After all, Xixing had always been sharp. He had only transmigrated for a few days, and he had already changed his mind. It was normal for him to be able to connect the dots. There was no need to be surprised. Susili nodded. "I used my points to exchange for that technology on that world's forum. That world's technology is more advanced than ours." After all, this was a world 10 years later. He was not wrong to say that the technological level was 10 years ahead. Susili then explained to Xixing how to obtain points and the knowledge that points could be exchanged for. After listening to his explanation, Xixing's expression became a little strange. "So, you posted a post about us and occasionally posted photos of us. In the end, you exchanged for this technology?" Although science wasn't part of Xixing's knowledge base, he could understand how powerful and valuable this technology was just by looking at the reaction of Dr. Ting and the others. He frowned slightly. "It seems that the people in this world really like to see us together." Susili laughed dryly. He wasn't wrong. Didn't he exchange for a lot of good things by giving out candy? For example, the formula for the blood medicine and blue medicine could be said to be of great help to him. Of course, he wouldn't tell Xixing that he had many shippers in the other world. Especially Mu Xingzhou, Su Silly felt a burst of anger when he thought about how he and Xixing were still only third on the popularity rankings while the Simu couple was still firmly at the top of the list despite his efforts. He glanced at Xixing, pursed his lips and said, "I didn't ask for your permission before sending the photo." "I'm sorry." Su Silly knew that she was in the wrong, so she softened her tone. "I've decided not to post any more photos." "Brother Xing, can you forgive me?" Xixing remained silent. He frowned and thought for a while before asking, "Can I take a look at those photos?" He still found it inconceivable. Even if the technology of that world was much more advanced, was the fixed-point transmission technology really something that could be exchanged for just a few ordinary photos? Those photos, Su Silly scratched his head. The photos were all in the system's photo album. How could she show them to Xixing? He hesitated for a moment, then gently held Xixing's hand and said, "Those photos are stored in the void. I'll use my spiritual power to guide you. See if you can see them." Hearing this, Xixing couldn't help but concentrate. Soon, he felt Su Silly's light purple spiritual power slowly wrap around him. Compared to the beginning, his spiritual power was much stronger and more resilient, and it had only been half a year. In time, he would definitely grow to be on par with him. Su Silly controlled his spiritual power. After touching Xixing's spiritual power, he guided him to the system's photo album in the void. He didn't know if this would work, but it was the only method he could think of. If this method didn't work, then Xixing probably wouldn't be able to see it. When his spiritual power wrapped around the photo album in front of him, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! "You are sharing the camera system with the puppet, Xixing. Do you want to continue?" "Confirm, cancel." Su Silly was stunned. How could this work? He naturally chose to confirm. Ding! "You are sharing the camera system with the puppet, Xixing. You can cancel at any time." After reading this notification, Su Silly couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Xixing. He asked, "How is it? Do you see it?" Xixing's expression was a little strange. Under the guidance of the young man's spiritual power, he looked into the void, but he didn't find anything. This was actually very normal. Previously, he had noticed that Ollie often stared at the void in front of him in a daze, as if he was reading something. He had also used his spiritual power to investigate before, but in the end, he found nothing. So this time, it was probably, suddenly, he saw something slowly appear in the void in front of him. It was a light screen with the word photo album written at the top. And on the light screen, there were many photos. Xixing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scanned through the photos. The first one was on the clock tower. He was hugging the young man from behind with his eyes slightly closed. At that time, he wasn't completely sure that the young man was Lord God. His heart was full of struggle. He wanted to get closer, but he also had a last trace of worry. Thinking back to how he felt at that time, Xixing couldn't help but feel emotional. There were many more photos after that. When he saw the young Ali's cute appearance in the trial world, his expression became gentle. He really wanted to treasure these photos. Soon, his eyes opened slightly. More and more pictures came into his view, and he couldn't help but feel his body heat up. At this time, when he heard Su Silly's question, Xixing looked at him and pursed his thin lips slightly. Finally, he asked in a low voice, "These photos, have you sent them all out?" Hearing this, Su Silly blinked at first. Suddenly, he realized something and hurriedly looked at the photos in the album. Of course, it was impossible to only take one photo at a time. More often than not, they would take a bunch of photos and slowly choose from them. And he was lazy, so he basically didn't take care of the album. After all, this album had an unlimited capacity, and only he could see it, so. He showed Xixing all the photos that hadn't been deleted. Of these photos, the early ones were still okay. They were mainly warm and sweet, and some were precious and beautiful memories of the two of them. However, in the later stages, when he started to send photos out of a moment of competitiveness, the situation got a little out of hand. In any case, they had taken quite a lot of photos of him. The most outrageous one even had him fully exposed in the camera. Su Silly's ears immediately turned red. How was he going to explain to Xixing that he wasn't a perverted exhibitionist and a candid photographer? When he looked at Xixing again, he immediately felt that Xixing's eyes were filled with suspicion. I didn't. He said agitatedly, I only sent this one, and this one. As Su Silly spoke, he swiped through the album and pointed out the photos that he had posted on the forum one by one to Xixing. Xixing's eyes followed his finger as he moved. It was obvious that he could really see the photos in the album. Look, these photos are very normal, right? It's just that, the last few photos are a little revealing. Su Silly opened the last photo that he had posted. This one is already the most daring. You exposed your back. As he spoke, his voice subconsciously became softer. Because, Xixing looked at the photo and pursed his lips tightly. His face was a little gloomy. I'm sorry. Su Silly sincerely admitted his mistake. I won't post it again. Xixing raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Don't you have any other knowledge or technology that you need? Su Silly was speechless. Actually, there were some things that he needed, such as the storage capsule. As the points required were similar to the fixed-point teleportation technology, he thought about it and finally chose the fixed-point teleportation technology. It was more cost-effective. He hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, I do have other things that I need, but I can take my time. Anyway, his posts were already popular, so the points that he received every day were more stable. He would be able to earn more if he took his time. Xixing looked at him quietly. Finally, he reached out and patted his head. You can post it. Su Silly was stunned. Weren't you unhappy? Yes. Xixing touched his face and whispered, I'm the only one who can see you when you're in love. His words were domineering and forceful. If one listened carefully, one could hear a tinge of jealousy. Su Silly looked at the enlarged photo in the air and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just blushing because of his kiss. In the end, Su Silly snuggled into Xixing's arms and hugged him with both hands. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xixing was immediately appeased. He hugged the young man back and rested his chin on the top of his head. He rubbed it gently and looked up at the screen in the air. I'll take the photos in the future. Huh? Su Silly looked up in confusion. Can you take the photos? Xixing didn't say anything. He told him directly with his actions. Su Silly looked at the new photos in the album. He had to admit that Xixing's photography skills were quite good. Okay then. He could only agree. Then, Su Silly looked at the album and reached out to play with it. When the word delete appeared on the screen, his hand was held by the man. Su Silly looked at him in confusion. Xixing said, Can you keep it? Without waiting for Su Silly to speak, he continued, Ollie, I like it very much. His expression was so serious, and his grayish-blue eyes were shining brightly. However, when he thought about what he meant by like, Su Silly felt his ears burn again. At this time, Xixing looked up at the screen and said, It seems like there's still a recording function. Su Silly, looking at the man's eager expression, Su Silly suddenly realized that he seemed to have dug a hole for himself. That's not good. He struggled. However, Xixing said, This is our secret. Only the two of us can see it, right? Su Silly was sure that he had dug a hole for himself, and it was a huge hole. That night, Xixing hugged him and looked at the photos of the two of them. He said that he was reminiscing about the past, but could he not enlarge it? In the future, whenever the two of them looked at the audio version together, Su Silly couldn't help but regret. Why did he give away the recording rights? Of course, their activities at night didn't affect the operation of the plan during the day. About 2 days later, Xiaowu submitted a list of materials that were necessary for the production of the fixed-point teleportation device, but Star didn't have them. In order to avoid attracting attention, these materials couldn't be purchased through GAL. However, now that the beast tide was approaching, Su Silly had to stay in Roland to take care of the overall situation, so it was impossible for him to go out and purchase these materials. Moreover, if he had to go out personally every time to purchase materials, then wouldn't the people he raised be too useless? Opening up the trade route between Roland and the outer space also had to be put on the agenda. Perhaps this purchase could be used as a test. However, Su Silly was in a dilemma as to who to send out. It was definitely impossible to only send local people. After all, other than him and the previous batch of guards, no one from Xianxia had ever gone out to the outer space. Even when Jishan had always stayed in Roland and never left. The Interstellar was different from Roland. Without enough knowledge, it was easy to be at a disadvantage. Moreover, even if he believed that with Jishan's ability, he should be able to find a way in the outer space very quickly, Susili couldn't send him out. After all, he was now the head butler, and Roland couldn't leave him for a while. Did he have to find a leader from the researchers in the research institute? Actually, it wasn't impossible. The reason why he sent people out this time was to purchase materials for the research institute. However, Susili still didn't trust them very much. He needed someone with enough ability, a certain understanding of the outer space, and someone he trusted. This kind of person, Xianxia actually had such a person, but it was still a bit unsuitable. Just as Susili was hesitating, the best candidate in his mind came to him. A silver-haired woman walked in from outside the palace, then elegantly lifted her skirt and bowed to Susili. "Your Majesty." "Aunt Veer, why are you here?" Susili was a little surprised. He hurriedly helped the woman up. Since returning to Roland, Veer had been living in Xiaoqiong's palace. On one hand, she was cultivating the relationship between mother and son. On the other hand, she was recuperating. She rarely came out. Susili did not expect her to come, and I heard from Mingyu. Veer looked at him with a gentle smile on her face. "You need to send a fleet out to purchase supplies, and you need a leader. I think this person is probably none other than me, so I came to recommend myself to your Majesty." Susili looked at her. He was a little embarrassed for a moment. Of course, in his heart, Aunt Veer was also the best candidate, but, you just returned to Roland, and your body is not well. How can I let you go out at this time? Veer shook her head and said softly, "Thanks to Naya's care, my body is fine now." She looked at Susili with a firm and resolute gaze. "Your Majesty, please don't refuse me. It is my lifelong pursuit to contribute to the revival of Roland. 30 years ago, I knew nothing about the stars, but I could go out alone and take the first step to explore the stars for Roland after the disaster. Today, when Roland needs me so much, how can I stay in the palace and enjoy myself? My talent is average, and I have no experience fighting against interstellar beasts, but I also have my own battlefield." The woman's eyes were shining like fireflies. There was something in her eyes that made Susili feel moved. "Your Majesty, I have never regretted leaving Roland. Even though such a tragedy happened 4 years ago, causing all the efforts of our ancestors to go up in flames, and I also lost my beloved elder brother and many familiar people, but only by uniting all the forces that can be united can we help Roland get out of the disaster faster. This idea, even now, has never changed." Speaking of this, she lowered her eyelashes, and a hint of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. "When I woke up from my coma and found out what happened to Roland, I also fell into sadness and despair. But during this time I felt too much. Veer looked up again. She looked at the silver-haired young man in front of her. She looked at his face that was similar to her brother, and her eyes became firm and gentle again. "Roland is shining with new strength under your rule. Although it is still not as good as before the beast tide, I can feel that it is only a matter of time before the Empire's recovery. Roland now, compared to the Empire that she used to live in the Empire, too was very different. Was different. Roland, the Roland was, and the increase of the star level, the star level, and the increase, of course, the increase. There were many other things and other aspects. Your Majesty, thank you for waking me up from my slumber. Thank you for bringing me hope again." The woman's eyes were slightly red, but the smile on her face was still so gentle, full of gratification and love. "I don't know what technology the Research Institute is developing, but from Mingyu's attitude, I can see that it should be very important." Veer continued, "Your Majesty, please leave the task of purchasing this time to me. I will not disappoint you and gather the required materials as soon as possible." Many rare materials were difficult to obtain without connections. Even if you went to the black market to buy them, you might not be able to get them at all. Veer had been in outer space for many years. She had contacted various parties to get so much help for Roland. She had many connections and knew many secrets of the universe. Even Dr. Ting could not compare to her. Although she had been in a coma for 10 years and many connections were cut off, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. She could take this opportunity to try to reconnect the broken connections. The only thorny problem was probably the problem of funds. She did not know if the assets she left behind 10 years ago were still there. Su Silly did not know about Veer's distress. He looked at the woman in front of him. After hearing what she said, it seemed that he had no reason to refuse her. The people of the House of Roland, it seemed that all of them were like this. Perhaps only this kind of royal family would be so loved and respected by the people. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but say, "Aunt Veer, I really want to agree, but you still have Xiaoqiang, brother." At this time, the young boy's voice sounded at the door of the bedroom, interrupting Su Silly's words. Su Silly and Vale couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. They saw that Xiaoqiang had arrived outside the bedroom at some point. At this moment, she walked in valiantly with her head held high and her chest puffed out. "Qiang greets brother." He came in front of Su Silly and bowed respectfully. Su Silly was about to speak when the young boy continued, "Qiang begs brother to let Qiang go with mother on an envoy to the galaxy. I will definitely protect her and come back safely with her." The young boy had just turned 11 years old. His face was young and his voice was somewhat childish. However, his eyes were so passionate and full of a strong desire to prove his strength. Su Silly could not help but be moved. Deer lowered her head and looked at her young son. They had been separated for many years. She even missed his entire childhood. But at this moment, she was incomparably gratified and happy. She also felt that asking the guards to send him back was the right choice. "Your Majesty, let Qiang go with me." Deer gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Su Silly again and pleaded. "Let him come into contact with the outside world early and let him see how big the universe is. I think it will not be a bad thing for his growth." Deer's love for her child was unquestionable. However, she did not want her child to become a flower in a greenhouse. Although interstellar travel was full of unknown variables, generally speaking, as long as they did not encounter Xingdao and war, the danger was very low. Su Silly looked at the mother and son in front of him. At this moment, besides nodding, what else could he say? In the end, he agreed to Veer and Xiaoqiang's request. However, for their safety, he also made sufficient preparations. Naturally, they would not lack life-saving potions, various materials, and skill cards that could make the final decision at a critical moment. This time, only 500 people were sent out. The power of the art of balance cards was greatly reduced. However, it was better than nothing. Then, Su Silly went to Xixing to ask for a few cards. Xixing had many powerful skills, but not many of them could be made into cards. It was not that they could not be made, but even if they were made, Veer's aunt and Xiaoqiang's spiritual energy would not be able to use them. If they were forced to use them, it could cause a backlash. In the end, after tearfully shooting a few short videos with Xixing, he experimented with 5 powerful skill cards that had a low spiritual energy requirement. The 500 bodyguards accompanying the team were all carefully selected elites. Even Li Jiu was sent out by Su Silly. Moreover, after careful consideration, Su Silly recruited 5 players to be in charge of protecting Veer and Xiaoqiang. Although the strength of the players was low, they were very useful in many situations. For example, the soul eavesdropping skill could be used to eavesdrop on information even after death. Who could defend against that? There was also the unlimited communication between the players. Even though the communication methods of the NPCs were limited, the players could still communicate with each other without any hindrance. It was also not affected by the distance. In short, it was not a bad idea to bring a few players out. Moreover, the players he chose were all high-leveled and high-prestige players. For these players, the cost of changing factions was too high. It was no different from deleting an account and starting from scratch. Therefore, he was not too worried that they would betray him. He had also discussed this matter with his eldest brother and second brother, and they were very supportive of his decision. Anyway, for the Su family, they had invested in the game for their younger brother. Now that they knew that he was in the game, there was naturally nothing more important than him. As long as he was happy, the 2 brothers would do their best to satisfy him. As for the game progressing too fast, from the various data after the open beta, the game progressing did not cause the players to quit the game. Instead, it stimulated most of the players who were observing to get the game cabin and helmet in advance. After all, the game was changing every day. If they did not enter the game early, were they going to wait for others to leave behind? There were also a lot of posts on the forum asking for more experience stores to be opened. 100 experience stores and 20,000 experience helmets in total were not enough to satisfy the players' needs. Since the store was opened, it was always full. Because the game was in a deep sleep state, there was no lack of customers even in the middle of the night. The players who received the mission naturally could not keep a low profile. The first thing they did was to show off on the forum, which immediately attracted a lot of envy and jealousy. I also want to go to the outer space to play. F***ck, protect Veer Roland? Is she the aunt of His Majesty Xiao Luo, the peerless beauty who appeared on live TV before? Isn't that nonsense? Which one of the Roland royals isn't a beauty? Woo-woo, Sino's Highness, I can. Am I the only one who likes Xiao Qiong? Cyrene is also very beautiful. Cool and valiant queen. So shouldn't the main point be to explore the outer space? The Star Age, the outer space is the main theme of the game. Ha 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 ha, brothers, continue to stay behind and fight against the monster horde. I'll go out and scout for you guys. Don't miss me too much. Ha 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 ha. My fists are hard. I want to beat up the OP. Is there anyone who wants to show some concern to the OP? Let's show some concern before he goes out. Group plus me, come. Imperial City, 254,548, I see the OP brothers, come quickly. F***ck, you guys are for real. Su Silly did not know what happened between the players. About 3 days later, everything was ready. On this day, Veer's aunt, Xiong, and a group of guards boarded the starship and officially set off for the outer space. This was the beginning of the interstellar trade route for Roland in the future. Vale stood at the stern of the ship and watched the Imperial City gradually disappear from her sight through the glass. Her conviction became firmer. Besides Xiao Qiong, there was another figure standing beside her. There were 3 hideous scars on that person's face. It was Brady, who protected Cyrene and Sinos during the monster horde and lived together in the underground cave for 4 years. Brady, I didn't expect that after so many years, we would be able to fight side by side again. Veer looked at him and said emotionally. Brady was the guard who brought Xiao Qiong back. He was sent by her brother to escort Xiao Qiong back to Roland. After that, he volunteered to go to the front line. She did not expect that they would meet again after so many years. Brady bowed and said, "It's my honor to be able to protect Your Highness Veer again. It was my fault for not being able to protect you. That's why you were wandering outside for so many years. Although the late king did not hold me responsible, I couldn't let it go. Now, I finally have a chance to lessen this sin. This time I will definitely protect you and Your Highness." The situation at that time was too chaotic. Veer was seriously injured at that time. Brady actually witnessed her death with his own eyes. That was why he brought the young highness back. But he did not expect that after he left, Veer would have another adventure. Not only was she saved by her old friend, Dr. Ting, who took good care of her for 10 years, she was also sent back to Roland. This could only be attributed to God's blessing. Brady, please don't say that again. Not only did you not commit any sin, but you are also the benefactor of Roland's royal family. We have to thank you. Not only Joan, but also Cyrene and Sinos. She had always been grateful to this loyal guard. She still wanted to say something, but her communication device suddenly rang. She saw that it was Su Silly, so she could only temporarily stop talking. Snow, Aunt Veer, I'm sorry, I left the most important thing behind. Please send me your interstellar account. Veer blinked. Interstellar account? Did he want to transfer her money? Because Dr. Ting took care of her, her account was not destroyed. She even had a certain amount of savings. This was one of the reasons why she went out to buy supplies this time. She knew that Roland did not have any foreign exchange reserves, so Su Silly did not think of this matter. She also did not mention it. She wanted to go out and make money herself. Although she didn't have much expectation in her heart, she still sent her account number over. Not long after, she received a transfer of money. She glanced at it. When she saw the series of numbers, even someone as calm as her could not help but widen her eyes. She even counted them with her finger several times. Roland. When did it become so rich? At first, Veer was quite confident in her ability to make money. In the past, Roland had been penniless, and the assistance from the Star Alliance was limited. It was only because of her running around that they managed to obtain more. For example, the spaceship that was destroyed during the Beast Tide and the network base that Roland was still using, even after she was in a coma, the connections that she had tried so hard to maintain had allowed Roland to continue for 10 years. Every year, they would receive at least 10 million in GAL funds. But now, looking at the new string of numbers in her account, Veer could not help but doubt herself. Did the universe currency depreciate? If the universe currency depreciated, something big must have happened in the galaxy. There was no way that Ding Mingyu did not mention this to her. But if the universe currency did not depreciate, where did Snow get such a large amount of universe currency? This could not be a donation from the galaxy. Just then, her communication device vibrated again. Veer looked down. Snow, Aunt, the Galactic Bank has a limit on daily transfers. I will transfer the rest to you tomorrow. Veer was speechless. Sue Silly wanted to give her the anonymous card directly, but the spaceship had already left. There was no need for him to come back just for this. Anyway, transferring the money was the same. He could let Xiao Wu handle it and make sure that he would not forget the next day. As for Veer's doubts about the money, he explained it to her like what he told Baser. He even added a little. Snow, other than the Fox base, I also have a small shop in the galactic community. The income is not bad. After hearing his explanation, Veer finally understood. She had been at the Fox base for half a year. Even though she was not conscious, she was conscious when she was unconscious. That was why she was so relieved that Sue Silly had robbed the Fox base. As for the store that he mentioned, Vril didn't think much about it. This only made her feel that Snow was more open-minded and clear-minded than his stubborn father. It also made her feel more confident about the future of the Empire. However, in the near future, when she unintentionally found out that the small store he was talking about was actually a famous brand in the interstellar Fox store, only then did Veer realize how naive she was. Of course, this was a story for another time. The interstellar purchasing team set sail smoothly, and Sue Silly could be considered to have temporarily put down a burden. With Xiao Wu's information system, it was only a matter of time before Veer collected all the supplies. The only thing he prayed for was that they would not encounter any danger. Of course, the firepower of the starry sky was not to be underestimated. After returning to Roland, Xiao Wu did not stop modifying the starry sky. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary civilian spaceship. However, when it bared its fangs, even military battleships would not be able to do anything to it. Xiao Wu had also received Sue Silly's permission to use any weapons on the starry sky when there was a threat to the safety of Veer and Xiao Qiong. Veer naturally knew about Xiao Wu's existence. She did not have any negative feelings towards artificial intelligences. When she found out that Xiao Wu was not even a year old, she was filled with love for it. This was probably the first time that Xiao Wu experienced the feeling of motherly love. Artificial intelligences grew very quickly. Even though it was less than a year old, its emotional cognition was already at the level of a 5- or 6-year-old human child. Xiao Wu liked Veer a lot and got along well with Joan. Joan had always wanted a younger brother, and now this wish was fulfilled. Ever since she found out, she was overjoyed every day. Sue Silly wanted to see Xiao Wu gain everyone's approval and love. After watching the spaceship disappear into the horizon, Sue Silly and Cixing returned to the palace. The Beast Tide was still ongoing, but with the efforts of the players and NPCs, the scale of the Beast Tide was shrinking at a relatively stable rate. There was exciting news coming in every day. Most importantly, there were no casualties so far. Injuries were unavoidable, but as long as they did not die, there was still hope. With Roland's current medical standards, they could heal almost any injury. Normal injuries had the healing stream and light healing spell, and broken limbs had the most advanced biological repair cabin in the galaxy. To put it bluntly, with these three things and the life-saving blood potion, Roland's medical standards could be considered one of the top 5 medical systems in the galaxy. Top 5 was actually a conservative estimate. However, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Roland currently didn't have the strength to make a big fuss, so it was better to keep a low profile. That night, Susili felt that he could finally have a good night's sleep. However, he sat cross-legged on the bed, hugging a pillow in his arms. Behind him, Xixing hugged him tightly and rested his chin on his head, but his eyes were staring at the void in front of him. The video playing in the void not only had video, but also sound. What was even more outrageous was that someone had turned up the volume to the maximum. Susili's face was red. He only realized after watching the video that he and Xixing looked like this when they were doing it. He turned his head slightly and saw Xixing's focused side profile. That serious look on his face made it hard for people to believe that he was watching a short video and not some research report on learning habits. What's so good about this video? Susili could not help but mutter. Also, he had to watch it with him every night. This was ridiculous. Unexpectedly, Xixing lowered his eyebrows and looked at him. His gray-blue eyes curved as he smiled gently and said, "I'm improving my skills." Susili? That night, Xixing put the results of his research into practice and let Susili truly feel his improvement. Therefore, with such a motivated partner, other than crying in happiness, what else could he do? Prince Xinos, would you like to rest for a while? Xiaojing looked up and looked past the piles of documents at the silver-haired man sitting opposite him. He was sitting by the window. The light shone in through the open window, bathing him in the sunlight. He looked so peaceful and beautiful that no one could bear to disturb him. Xinos had just returned not long ago. Xiaojing had never seen him before, other than hearing about his achievements. He was originally just a small adjutant. If not for the promotion of the Marshal and His Majesty, he would not have been able to reach his current position, let alone interact with the members of the royal family every day. In fact, according to the rules, His Highness should have used an office by himself, which was befitting of his status, and not squeezed in with them like this. But His Highness said that he liked crowds and did not want to work alone in the room. Also, he refused to sit in the main seat. When he first arrived, he asked someone to move the table and chair to the window. That seat could be bathed in the sun for most of the day. He could also feel that every time His Highness was bathed in the bright light, his mood would improve, and he would have a slight smile on his face. Overall, this was a quiet, gentle, and very easy to get along with. Xiaojing was very happy that there was finally someone who could take charge of government affairs. He did not have to live in fear every day. Therefore, he was very concerned about His Highness Xinos' health. After all, His Highness looked a little too thin, and he often needed to use a wheelchair to move around. Otherwise, with his walking speed, he would have to live in the government hall directly. Otherwise, it would take him an entire morning to walk from his bedroom to the government hall. Xinos looked up from the files and saw Xiaojing's slightly concerned eyes. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll rest after I'm done with these." Seeing that he insisted, Xiaojing could only nod. The hall was quiet again, only the sound of paper flipping and the occasional clinking of cups could be heard. Xinos focused on the files in his hands. These trivial government affairs were troublesome in Susili's eyes, but to him, they were the most effective way to understand the running of the entire country and to manage and rule it. Although he had only been in office for a few days, he already had a general understanding of the current Roland through these files. Therefore, he could clearly sense what kind of earth-shaking changes Xinhua had brought to this country. The reform of the Elementalist College, the local military elementalist production and construction, the construction of the teleportation portals in the 5 main cities, the removal of the Elementalist star-level seal, and the return of high-ranking Elementalist teachers, each and every one of these things, the more he understood, the more shocked he was. These changes also made Xinos finally understand why Snow was so confident in facing the upcoming astral tide. The trump card that he relied on was not only the heroes with magical abilities, but also the power that he held tightly in his hands, and the power that he was truly improving every day. Once Xinos started reading, he could not think of resting at all. This was so exciting, he just wanted to know more and see what other changes had happened in Roland in the 4 years that he was not here. With his current physical condition, he could not go to the front lines yet, but he had changed his mind. Managing and building the country well and making the country run well might be more useful than going to the front lines to kill a few more astral beasts. He also saw that Snow had a lot of strange ideas, but when it came to implementing them, his methods were a bit rough. He needed someone to refine these ideas and make them truly useful. This was what Wen Jishan and the others had been doing all along. Xenos did not know if he could keep up with the ideas, but he wanted to try. This would help him find his own path again. He had long given up on the throne, even if his body had recovered. Therefore, he needed to find his position again, so that he could better contribute to the revival of Roland. Xenos was so immersed in his surroundings that he did not notice the changes in his surroundings, until a furry cloak fell on his shoulders. He could not help but wake up and look up instinctively. When he saw the familiar figure of a man, his blank expression was replaced by a bright smile. "Fengqing," he said happily, "why are you here?" Su Fengqing frowned slightly. "To see you." Then, he looked up at the open window and asked, "Aren't you cold sitting here?" Xenos realized that the sun had set, and a chilly wind was blowing in from the outside. It was indeed a bit cold. In the hall, the other senators had left, probably to rest, and now he was the only one left. He tightened the cloak on his shoulders and said embarrassedly, "I think so." Su Fengqing shook his head, walked to the window, and helped him close it, blocking the night wind outside. "Have you eaten?" He looked back at the man. He had not seen him for a few days, and his face was rosier, but he still looked weak. Looking at the small mountain of documents on his desk, his frown deepened. Xenos did not know why, but he always felt that Fengqing was more dignified than his father. Every time he saw his dark face and frown, he felt a little scared. But when he heard that he was here to see him, he felt very happy. "Not yet. Do you want to have dinner together?" Xenos smiled and said, "I'll have someone prepare it." Su Fengqing shook his head, "I've already eaten." He had accompanied his parents for dinner before going online. He had been busy with the experience store for the past few days, and only today could he take a breather and rest. After going online, he first went to see Xiaoli, then came to Xenos. Xenos was a little disappointed when he heard that he had already eaten. Then, he saw the man put away the documents on his desk and carefully wiped them with a tablecloth. Xenos looked at him in confusion. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a cake, a few plates of desserts, and a pot of tea. Su Fengqing cut a small piece of cake in front of him and poured him a cup of hot tea. "Eat something to fill your stomach first." Xenos looked up at him and could not help but laugh, "Okay." There were knives and forks on the small plate, but he did not use them. Instead, he took out a beautifully wrapped small box from his pocket. Su Fengqing watched him open the box. Inside was a crudely made wooden spoon that did not fit in with the small box. This spoon. Was it the one he made in the tree hole? Xenos smiled and used the spoon to scoop up a mouthful of the soft cake. He said softly, "This is my special wooden spoon. I only use it when I eat the most delicious food." Su Fengqing looked at him silently. After a long time, he moved his gaze away and pulled a chair over. He picked up the documents on his desk and began to flip through them. Xenos did not stop him. These were not confidential. Besides, as a reclusive ancient beast, Fengqing might not be able to understand them, right? Then, when he finished the small plate of cake, there was a stack of documents by the man's hand. Thanos took it and looked at it. Then, he realized, Fengqing had handled it well. Xenos picked up another document and read through all the documents that Su Fengqing was reviewing. Then, he looked at Su Fengqing with surprise in his lilac eyes. As an ancient beast, he was familiar with human affairs. Furthermore, there was no lack of original ideas in his suggestions. It was rare to see something that made his eyes light up. Su Fengqing looked up and met Xenos' sparkling eyes. He paused for a moment, then lowered his head calmly. "Do you need to finish these tonight?" He was referring to the documents on the table. Xenos came back to his senses and shook his head. "No need, but you need to review them as soon as possible." In fact, the Archons had already filtered through the documents. The rest were sent to him because they felt that they could not make decisions. Su Fengqing nodded. Although there was plenty of time, he had to do it sooner or later. He did not ask any more questions and continued to read the documents seriously. From time to time, he would pick up his pen and write down his comments. In fact, this kind of marking method was a bit primitive. The modern office had basically become paperless. Only important documents would be printed and kept as a record. Many of the documents that he had just read could be done by email to improve efficiency and save resources. But, Su Fengqing looked up at Xinos. He was holding a teacup and sipping gently. His fair, jade-like cheeks were slightly sunken from this angle. He was too thin. Su Fengqing shook his head. With Asai's physical condition, he already had a lot of work to do. Using the computer was also tiring. There was no need to add more burden to him. Because of this consideration, he did not think about how to promote the development of e-government in Roland for the time being. Xinos ate and drank to his heart's content and started working again. In the government hall, only the sound of paper flipping could be heard. The two of them quietly focused on their work. Even the flow of time seemed to have sped up. Fengqing. After some time, Xinos' voice suddenly sounded. Su Fengqing looked up at him. Xinos flipped through a report in his hand and said casually, "Have you been to the town of Doha? The hot springs there seem to be developed quite well." The hot spring pool near the town of Doha had been developed into a tourist attraction. It had become a unique feature of the town of Doha, and it had also spurred the development of the tourism economy. Of course, most of the people who would go there to play were players. Su Fengqing didn't think too much about it. He retracted his gaze and said, "I haven't been there." He hadn't been in Roland for long, and he was busy with the company, so he didn't have much time to explore the game map. Xinos looked up at him. "If we succeed in fending off the beast tide, how about we go and take a look together?" Su Fengqing did not immediately understand the connection between the successful defense of the beast tide and the trip to Doha. "All right." Then he comforted him, "Don't worry about the beast tide, Roland will be fine." Xinos looked at the man and smiled slowly. "Yes, thank you." At this moment, his smile was exceptionally bright, as if he was no longer worried because of his comfort. Su Fengqing heaved a sigh of relief. He flipped through the documents, thinking that the matter of farming monsters and leveling up should be put on the agenda. Otherwise, without strength, he would feel a little uneasy. Orchid City's border. Orchid City, the city with the most difficult and dangerous conditions in Roland in the past 4 years, was no longer the same as before. The protective barrier that was originally full of holes and on the verge of collapsing at any time, after Orchid City leveled up to LV3, not only were the holes repaired, but its defensive power also increased. In addition, the Guardian God took action and cleared out all the interstellar beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles. Not only did this give the people of Orchid City some breathing space, but it also pushed the border thousands of miles away after they recovered. Of the 5 cities in the country, other than the plains between the Imperial City and Glaze City, Orchid City reclaimed the most land. This also allowed Orchid City to build all kinds of defensive structures with more ease during the beast tide attack. And under such pressure, elementalists in Orchid City's border defense army kept breaking through. Originally, the number of 2-star elementalists could be counted on one hand, and they were even cut in half because of traitors. But now, the number of 2-star elementalists had increased to more than 30, among them, Orchid City's elementalist branch Dean, Endes, directly broke through to 3-star and became the highest-ranked elementalist in Orchid City. This time, when the beast tide attacked, she didn't hide at the back. Instead, she led the branch's instructors to run around the border. These instructors who were originally below 1-star had all broken through now, and 2 of them had even grown to 2-star. After going through so much to come to Orchid City, they originally had the awareness that they might be trapped here for the rest of their lives and never be able to return to the Imperial City to see their family again. Who knew that it wouldn't be long before the 2-way teleportation circle was built, although they could freely travel between the Imperial City and Orchid City now. This experience was still the best nourishment for them, allowing them to grow faster and more stable than their former classmates. This year, the number of children with elementalist talent tested in Orchid City had also increased by 10 times compared to previous years. This explosive growth came from the increase in elemental density after the main city leveled up, and also from the promotion of meditation technique and body tempering technique. And in the military, there were people who were tested with elementalist talent every day. Under the pressure of the beast tide, everyone was trying their best to break through and grow. I think we don't have to worry about this beast tide at all. At the border, a soldier boasted to his companions during his break. I have brothers who were sent out to do a cleanup mission. In this month, who knows how many interstellar beasts they killed? According to their calculations, when the beast tide reaches Orchid City, it'll be good enough if there are 1,000 left. And 1,000 interstellar beasts was a piece of cake for the current Orchid City. Although there was no lack of 3 or 4 interstellar beasts, they had basically all gone through a long journey and were constantly harassed by the human army. It would be strange if they were in good condition. You heard wrong, right? Someone next to him retorted, the first beast tide is estimated to only have a little more than 1,000, but there are still a second and third wave after that. Although our strength has been divided and scattered, we can't be careless. Do you dare to bet? This time, our Orchid City will definitely be able to destroy the beast tide. There's no need for the other 4 main cities to prepare anything. Sure, then let's bet. How? Let's bet how many days it will take to deal with the first beast tide. Sure, let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? When the players next to them heard this, they couldn't help but click their tongues before excitedly joining in the bet. Come, add me in. Add me in. What was 1,000 interstellar beasts? When they were at the Brave City's defense line, they killed a few thousand interstellar beasts a day. Okay, this scale was at most a beast tide. Calling it a beast tide was too flattering. Rumble, rumble, just as they opened the bet, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Then, the sound of sirens resounded in all directions. Beast tide attack. All units, prepare for battle. Beast tide attack. All units, prepare for battle. After the siren sounded, the soldiers, who were still a little undisciplined, changed their attitude almost instantly. They quickly completed the assembly according to the instructions. After a month, the first beast tide finally arrived at Orchid City from the border. Just as previously predicted, the scale of the first beast tide was not large, and the interstellar beasts were not in good condition. Whether it was running speed or mental appearance, it was very different from when they attacked the Brave City's defense line more than a month ago. This wave did not even require the soldiers to do anything. With the perfect defense military, it took less than half a day to kill more than 1,000 interstellar beasts. When the general announced the victory, the entire border of Orchid City was filled with deafening cheers. Even if they knew that the military power of Orchid City was countless times stronger, even if they were confident in this beast tide, they were still interstellar beasts. Beast tide, what a terrifying word. Only people who experienced the disaster 4 years ago could understand the fear in the hearts of the Roland people. And now, they finally won. Although it was only the first victory, it was still broadcasted in real time by the TV stations. Not only Orchid City, but people in the other 4 main cities were also nervously watching the battle. When the image of the last interstellar beast falling was broadcasted through the cameras, the whole of Roland was in an uproar. Ah! We won! Good job, Orchid City! Damn interstellar beasts, go to hell! Ah, if I take the teleportation circle to Orchid City now, can I still join the battle? I want to go too. Let the interstellar beasts die. People were crying, laughing, and shouting. This kind of atmosphere infected the players involved. Even those who weren't interested in the battle couldn't help but celebrate this victory. Next, Orchid City was attacked by 2 or 3 waves of interstellar beasts. If these interstellar beasts attacked at the same time, it might be very troublesome, but when they were separated, the pressure on the defense line was much less. The people of the whole country were praying for Orchid City, and the Imperial City, which was the closest to Orchid City, was already well prepared. In this month, the interstellar beasts in the Amos Mountains had been basically eliminated. Although it was impossible to completely eliminate them because of the complicated terrain, the remaining interstellar beasts were no longer a threat. As for the Nylea River beasts, because they did not affect the land and were more difficult to deal with, they were temporarily left alone. With the existence of the teleportation circle, the elite troops of the army could quickly shuttle between the main cities, and supplies could also be quickly replenished under the effect of the developed transportation system. Orchid City was full of confidence in this battle. Boom! Finally, under the attack of wave after wave of interstellar beasts, the last military defense line was also broken by the interstellar beasts, and the soldiers ushered in the time for the real battle with the interstellar beasts. Kill, for His Majesty. Avenge our dead family members. The people watching the broadcast in front of the TV had their hearts in their mouths. Without the military defense line, it was almost impossible for people to not die in such a direct confrontation. Even though the interstellar beasts were exhausted, the difference in size was obvious. Just one stomp of their feet could kill many people. A woman covered the eyes of a child with a sympathetic expression, worried that the bloody scene would leave a shadow in the child's heart. However, look! It's the Bravehearts. On the TV screen, what was charging faster than the soldiers was the army of 1 million players gathered from the main cities. For contribution points, charge. This is the last chance. For the city of the Bravehearts. For the houses. Brothers, kill. From the broadcast, the army of 1 million players looked even more terrifying than the interstellar beasts. They were not afraid of death and were fearless. Almost in the moment of close combat, the last wave of interstellar beasts was swallowed up by the army of 1 million players. It was terrifying. The soldiers of Orchid City were stunned. It was not that they did not want to move, but they did not have a chance at all. Even the players who ran past them threatened them, "Stay where you are. How dare you steal the interstellar beasts? I'm not done with you, you are crazy." There were about 30,000 interstellar beasts in the last wave of interstellar beasts, and they were all above 3-star. This was not a small amount of pressure for the third-level Orchid City. However, in front of the undead army of 1 million players, it could only be said that 30,000 interstellar beasts were not enough. After a month of leveling up, the 1 million players had been reborn. Although they were not very powerful, at least their survivability had greatly increased. If it were not for the suppression of the mercenary group leaders and the fact that the battle was broadcasted nationwide, it might have turned into a bloody fight over the interstellar beasts. After about half a day, the players killed the 30,000 interstellar beasts. After this battle, the reputation of the Bravehearts in Roland increased by another level. Almost all the players received the notification that their reputation had increased. Of course, the more exciting thing was the contribution points. Everyone was cheering for the victory. The spectators all over the country, the soldiers of Orchid City who were ordered to stay where they were, and even the players themselves were celebrating the perfect ending of the battle that had lasted for more than a month. However, rumble, rumble, the ground suddenly trembled. The soldiers of Orchid City who were the first to notice that something was wrong instinctively fled into the protective barrier. About a minute later, along with a sharp roar, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground near the protective barrier. About 5 or 6 huge interstellar beasts drilled out of the ground. At the border of the Imperial City, the 5 4-star mentors who were also watching the broadcast instantly looked terrible. It's over. It's a 7-star Earth Dragon beast. Old Hu's face was pale. Even at their peak, they could not defeat a 7-star Earth Dragon beast, not to mention that there was more than one of them now. Earth Dragon beasts live underground and rarely come up to the surface. That's why there was no information about them for more than a month. Ina said with a solemn expression. They must have been blocked by Orchid City's protective barrier and couldn't continue, so they drilled out of the ground. However, I'm afraid that Orchid City's protective barrier won't last much longer. This was a 7-star Earth Dragon beast. With such a huge gap in power, it was not something that could be defeated by numbers. In the simplest case, if you couldn't even break its defense, how could you kill it? Wasn't that just a fool's dream? However, just as everyone was in despair, the 6 Earth Dragons that were roaring and crashing into the protective barrier suddenly quieted down, giving the surrounding soldiers and players time to escape. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. They saw a silver-haired young man standing on a flying saucer against the wind. He was silently blowing a light purple flute in his hand, and the surrounding sound element fluctuations radiated in all directions. It's His Majesty. His Majesty is here to save us. Goodnight song, yes. It must be His Majesty's goodnight song. In the next second, a snow-white figure descended from the sky. Without giving the others any time to react, the figure slashed out with the long sword in her hand at lightning speed. A huge golden sword energy bombarded one of the 7-star Earth Dragon beasts and directly chopped off its head. The 7-star Earth Dragon beast's head fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The remaining headless body fell to the ground after a few seconds, and blood flowed everywhere. The scene was dead silent. The appearance of the 7-star Earth Dragon beasts, the control of all of them, and the decapitation of one of them happened too quickly and too suddenly. Those who were far away had no idea what had happened. A figure hovered quietly in midair above the Earth Dragon beast's corpse. Blood dripped from the longsword in his hand, and he was full of killing intent. A mysterious energy seeped out of the earthly dragon beast's corpse and enveloped him before being absorbed by him. As Su Silly played, he opened up his panel information. When he saw the level column, he couldn't help but be surprised. Xixing was currently at level 82, and the experience points provided by a 7-star Earth Dragon beast were not enough for him to level up. It was evident that he needed a lot of experience points to level up after level 80. In midair, Xixing quickly absorbed the energy. He then looked at the remaining 5 7-star Earth Dragon beasts. He glanced at the longsword in his hand and sheathed it with a clang. Imprisonment sword, description, ultimate skill. After using the sword skill, the enemy will be imprisoned on the spot for 3 seconds. During the imprisonment, all defenses will be nullified. At the same time, you will perform a slash. After that, you will not be able to use the sword skill for 1 minute. He could not use the sword at the moment, so he threw a punch at the nearest Earth Dragon beast. Boom! It was only a small fist that was not even as big as a scale of the Earth Dragon beast. However, the wind created by the punch blasted the Earth Dragon beast into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Then, he threw a ball of dark golden flames into the crater. Roar! In the crater, heat waves shot up into the sky. The Earth Dragon beast's wail was deafening, but it soon weakened until it could no longer be heard. The players could see red critical hit values popping up at the bottom of the crater. In less than a minute, the Earth Dragon beast's health bar was emptied. F***ck, such a huge health bar is gone just like that. Ah, Marshal Xixing is so awesome. As expected of my Prince Charming. His Majesty Xiao Luo is also very handsome. Both of them are handsome. Both of them are my husband. Bah. One is my husband, and the other is my wife. Upstairs, draw your sword. Roar. At this time, the remaining 4 7-star beasts roared in grief and indignation. They had broken free from the control of Su Silly's flute. After all, there was a gap of 30 levels between them. Su Silly could only control 6 of them at the same time for 3 minutes, which was already his limit. He did not continue with the Requiem Goodnight. Instead, he switched to Germinal. A song full of vitality rang out on the battlefield. Of course, this was not to restore the Earth Dragon's health, but for the soldiers who were still on the battlefield. They had already regained their senses and quickly fled under the command of their general. However, they were too close and needed time to escape. The wind elementalists were already on the move, constantly flying over to help their comrades escape. The 1 million new players who had just entered the game a month ago were experiencing the effects of the balance spell and the god-tier healing skill for the first time. That feeling, it felt so good. With such a buff, they would even dare to attack the 10-star beasts, let alone the 7-star beasts. Charge! Quickly kill the boss. If we don't attack the boss now, it will be taken away by the NPCs. Brothers, I heard from the NPCs that this is a 7-star beast. I don't need to tell you what a level 70 boss means, right? For the EXP, for the rewards, let's charge. Once the news of the 7-star boss spread, the whole situation was completely out of control. The NPCs and soldiers fled in all directions, while the players crazily ran back in the opposite direction. Even if they could not get the last hit, they might be able to get some EXP by slashing the boss. The whole of Roland witnessed the madness of the brave players, and their bravery and fearlessness were really admirable. Of course, some of the players who were not very fond of the brave players, and were even slightly hostile to them, deeply remembered the madness of the brave players when they fought, and decided not to provoke them easily in the future. There were still 4 Earth Dragon beasts left, and their levels were within 10 levels of Xixing, so they were not weak. Xing could not kill all of them in one hit, so he could only let the brave players take advantage of the situation. Soon, when the time limit of the sealing sword was up, Xing pulled out his long sword again and killed the third earth dragon cleanly. Seeing this, the players could not help but become more anxious. However, although they surrounded the remaining 3 earth dragons, although they were like paper in front of Xing, when they were in front of them, the earth dragons could send thousands of players flying with a single breath or tail swing. Although they would not die with the help of His Majesty Xiao Luo, how were they going to fight it? Boom, the 4th earth dragon beast fell. There was no doubt that this 4th earth dragon was killed by Xing, and the players concentrated their firepower on the last earth dragon. It only lost a little bit of HP. Damn, why do the NPCs in this game like to steal so much? Not only do they steal, but they also steal the boss. Even though, but Xing is awesome, I love him. Your Majesty, please control your husband, okay? Please give me some soup. My child is about to cry. There are only 2 left. Soon, there was only 1 earth dragon beast left. It was not killed by Xing, but one of the earth dragons saw that the situation was not good, so it drilled into the ground and escaped. The remaining earth dragon beast also wanted to escape, but halfway through, it could not move forward no matter how hard it tried. Its tail was lifted up high, but Xing grabbed it and pulled it up into the air. In the end, not only did he pull the earth dragon out of the ground, but he also lifted it up tens of meters. The players stood on the ground and looked up, their mouths wide open. This is 2F** get up. How strong is Xing? This NPC is too strong. Is he really the limit of the Star Age? I'm so tired. I didn't even get a single boss. Think about it from another perspective. At least Orchid City was not destroyed by 6-7 star beasts. After all, Orchid City was only level 3. It did not look like it could defend against so many 7-star beasts. Once the city was destroyed, the players who were born in Orchid City would be in trouble. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Guardian Angel is awesome. Throw it to death. Xing felt that the people below were a little noisy. He really wanted to throw the earth dragon beast down, but considering that there were so many people below, he did not do so in the end. He grabbed the earth dragon beast's tail and used Thunder's Fury to reduce its HP to a critical level. He then threw it into the air and sent a message to Su Silly at the same time. Su Silly's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he changed his playing mode. The song that was originally full of vitality suddenly turned into a harsh sound. Roar! The earth dragon that was thrown into the air only had time to let out one last scream before its body exploded into a bloody mist with Su Silly's high note. The sky was filled with a rain of blood, and it rained down. As for Su Silly, he had already been hugged by Xing and retreated without any bloodstains. His sealed experience bar value also increased by a few digits in an instant. Ha ha ha, so cool. He hugged Xing and laughed heartily. Seeing him so happy, Xing also curved his lips. His gray-blue eyes were filled with joy. He was happier than winning the battle. The onlooking players below were not only sprinkled with dragon blood, but they also felt like they had been fed a bowl of dog food. The couple fans who were watching the live broadcast had already gone crazy. KDL, CC is really for real. This coordination is simply unparalleled in the world, right? It's intolerable that they are not together. Of course, most of the straight men at the scene did not think so. Just because they cooperated, they were a couple, then why did they cooperate with their teammates every day? Their tacit understanding was also excellent. A couple? That did not exist. This was the pure friendship between a ruler and a subject. What made the players even more excited was, ding, the earthly dragon beast's blood has been activated by the sound element. You have bathed in it and felt some changes in your body. Ding, physique +1, damn, this blood has such an effect. Unfortunately, by the time they realized it, the rain of blood was almost over. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, rumble. There was a rumble from the ground far away. It was the earthly dragon beast that had just escaped being blasted out. Next, a huge black figure jumped out of the deep crater. In the palace. Xenos, who was watching the battle through the projection, clenched their fists when they saw that figure. It was Feng Qing, Why was he on the battlefield? The camera had already zoomed in and recorded the battle between the dark demon dragon and the earthly dragon beast. In the past month, Su Fengqing had spent all his time farming monsters and leveling up. AI Shui Planet did not lack maps for leveling up, not to mention that he had Xiaoli's help. His bloodline activation rate had already reached 70%, which allowed him to reach level 60 under the bloodline activation rate. Although it was only half an hour, he had the buff from the silver-white ring that increased all his stats by 10 times. With the advantage of his bloodline, not only was he not at a disadvantage in the battle against the 7-star earthly dragon beast, but he was also able to suppress the earthly dragon beast. In the past month, Su Fengqing also had a miracle encounter. He found a ruin and obtained a treasure that could help him hide his identity. That was why he chose to fight in front of the players. These players would not be able to find out his information and would only think that he was an NPC. The players did not expect that such a powerful demonic dragon would be a player like them. Everyone's attention was drawn to the battle. What was going on? Why did this black dragon attack? Did it have anything to do with Roland? The battle between the two giant dragons was much more intense. After all, the 7-star earthly dragon beast was not to be trifled with. It had accumulated a lot of anger since it was forced to flee. Now that it was blocked by an evenly matched opponent, it would naturally vent its anger. At this time, the players did not dare to join in the battle. Without the buff from His Majesty Xiao Luo, they did not even dare to get close to the battle. If they were swept by the shockwaves of the battle, they would die immediately. And through this duel between the two dragons, they also clearly understood how terrifying Xixing was. It could only be described as terrifying. Of course, Xixing recognized Su Fengqing. He wanted to help at first, but Su Silly pulled his sleeve. Time passed by slowly. There were still 5 minutes before the demonic dragon's bloodline activation would expire, and the 7-star earthly dragon beast's HP bar was still at 1/4. This meant that Su Fengqing had to kill this earthly dragon beast within 5 minutes and escape. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the players saw his true appearance. Su Fengqing could not help but grit his teeth. At this time, he saw Xixing flying over from the corner of his eye. He pursed his lips. With Xixing's combat power, if he joined the battle, this 7-star earthly dragon beast would definitely not be able to escape. However, Su Fengqing could not help but feel a little unwilling. He had fought for so long and wasted a chance to transform. Could it be that he was just going to give up his prey and run away with his tail between his legs? Su Fengqing grabbed the earthly dragon beast's tail and slammed it hard on the ground. The battle between the two giant dragons caused the sky to change color and the earth to shake. However, the outcome could not be determined for a long time. Looking at the countdown on the status bar, Su Fengqing had no choice but to give up in the end. Meanwhile, Xixing had already approached and stabbed the earthly dragon beast with his sword. Forget it. Su Fengqing sighed as he watched the earthly dragon beast's HP drop rapidly after Xixing stabbed it. He threw the earthly dragon beast's tail on the ground and wanted to run away. In the end, dealt 4 physical damage to earthly dragon beast, ding. Successfully killed, earthly dragon beast, level 74. Gained plus 1 million experience points. Note, experience points gained under special conditions are not calculated. Su Fengqing was confused. Su Fengqing stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Beside him, the earth dragon beast had lost all signs of life and collapsed on the ground. He glanced at the system notification again and stared at the words 4 points of physical damage for a few seconds. He then retracted his gaze and looked at the blonde man who was slowly sheathing his sword in midair. The man was wearing his iconic military uniform with his cape fluttering behind him. He was handsome and powerful. There was nothing to nitpick about his appearance. He was very young. According to the game's settings, he was only 25 years old. However, his strength often made people forget his age. Did he do it on purpose? Su Fengqing thought. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he took the last hit? However, in that situation, it just happened to leave 4 points of health. Was that possible? Even players who could see the boss's health bar clearly would not be able to control it so accurately. At this moment, Xixing looked at him and stared at him from afar. The spectating players below held their breaths. The bullet screen of the live broadcast was flooded with comments. Is Xixing going to continue slaying the dragon? Ha ha ha, why don't we ask His Majesty Xiao Luo to explode this giant dragon again to stimulate its blood activity and increase our attributes? Yes, yes, yes. This majestic black dragon looks much more advanced than the ugly earth dragon. Its blood must be more valuable. This giant dragon is good, right? It's helping us fight the earth dragon. I think Marshal Xixing is going to tame it as a pet. Wow. Dragon Knight. The players looked on eagerly, waiting for Xixing to continue to show his power and tame the black dragon. However, they were disappointed in the end. The black dragon and Xixing looked at each other for a while. Then, it turned around silently and jumped into the deep pit where the earth dragon beast had been thrown out. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xixing did not stop it. After the giant dragon disappeared, he retracted his gaze and flew back to His Majesty Xiao Luo. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, which attracted the screams of the couple fans. At this moment, whether it was the game world or the players' livestream, all of them were filming the two of them. Under the high-definition camera, even if they were suspended in mid-air, their movements could be seen clearly, even the slightest of expressions could be captured. Both of them had extremely outstanding looks. Their stunning looks could completely withstand the close-up shots. It could be said that today's battle would definitely become a famous scene in the Star Age. The key was that the whole process was completely filmed. The monster horde attacked the city, and millions of players participated in the defense of the city. Just when everyone thought that they had won, several 7-star bosses appeared. At this critical juncture, the leader of the Roland faction appeared and led the Imperial Marshals to kill all 6 7-star beasts in an instant, looking at the colossal dragon's corpse that was as big as a small hill, and then thinking about the battle scene just now. Even though he had not personally experienced it in the game, he still felt his blood boil. These two NPCs truly lived up to their names. Mu Chong's players immediately gave them the title of gods. Su Sili was in no hurry to leave. He looked down at the corpses of the 5 earthly dragon beasts below his feet. Looking further, he saw tens of thousands of interstellar beasts across the entire battlefield. It was not an exaggeration to say that the battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. However, what was gratifying was that wherever his mental power passed, he barely saw any dead humans. Of course, this did not count the players who were still lying on the ground and watching the battle. Everyone has worked hard for the past few months. Su Sili finally opened his mouth and said. He did not know how many livestream cameras were focused on him, but he did not care. He controlled the sound element and spread his voice far and wide, ensuring that everyone within a radius of 10,000 meters could hear him. Now, I can finally announce that the beast tide has been completely defeated by us. None of the interstellar beasts can threaten our homeland, and it is impossible for them to take away our loved ones from us. After 4 years, Roland has won the battle against the monster horde. Victory belongs to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Roland, whether it was the soldiers at the scene or the people watching the livestream, all cheered. They won. They really defeated the monster horde. More than a month ago, when His Majesty announced that the monster horde was coming, no one thought that Roland would be able to successfully overcome the crisis this time. The monster horde was really too terrifying. That kind of overwhelming power, that kind of unshakable power, was still a nightmare for all survivors. Even at this moment, most people still felt like they were dreaming. However, looking at the tall figure in the sky, looking at their great and wise king, and listening to his voice announcing the victory, they clearly knew that Roland really did it. Not only did they survive, but they also killed all the damn interstellar beasts. Even the powerful 7-star beasts were nothing in the hands of their patron saint. We did it, we survived. Your Majesty is brilliant. The Marshal is our eternal patron saint. Su Sili listened to the noise coming from the direction of Orchid City and looked at the soldiers and civilians hugging each other and crying below. His mood could not help but be affected by them. It was like the seeds that had been sown with hard work had finally sprouted and began to grow. This victory belonged to the players and every Roland citizen. This country that had suffered a disaster and had been weak for a long time finally glowed with new vitality. Of course, there was still a long way to go before they could become a powerful country, but the future of this country and its people was promising. That kind of relief and joy surged in his chest, even made him feel like there was a song at hand, waiting for him to compose it. However, now was not the time to do this. Susili gently raised his hand and made a gesture of pressing down, and the noise below quickly subsided. It could be said that at this moment, his popularity among the people had reached the peak, and his prestige among the people had also been pushed to the peak. Such a powerful ability to control the situation, such a magnificent and shocking scene, inevitably made the players who witnessed this feel excited, and in their hearts, they had a more sense of identity with Roland. A rich emotional experience was one of the greatest joys of playing online games. Not to mention, Susili continued, now is not the time to celebrate. Next, please arrange for the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and take care of the wounded. Heroes should be treated with better courtesy, brave warriors, thank you for what you have done for Roland, TSK. In 7 days, Roland will hold a ceremony to celebrate this delayed victory. At that time, I will personally award the heroes who have made outstanding contributions in resisting the beast tide. The construction of the monument will also start today. All citizens of the Empire, please remember this moment forever, remember the brave warriors who came from another world without hesitation, and remember their contributions to Roland. As soon as Susili finished speaking, the millions of players in the audience immediately boiled up. Because they had all received the system rewards, according to the contribution ranking, everyone received a corresponding reward. Even the player with the lowest contribution was given a piece of land of 5 square meters. It was real land. Players who had obtained a land voucher could claim the right to use the land as their own in any designated area of the City of the Brave. They could do whatever they wanted with the land, including building, selling, etc. Of course, they had to pay taxes according to the law. Ah, I'm rich, I'm rich. I have 50 square meters. I want to build a 5-story building, no, a 10-story building. I want to build a big villa. Is there anyone who can afford to fight with the land? Ha 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 ha, long live His Majesty Xiao Luo. Long live Roland. At this moment, the hearts of the players had been completely captured by Roland. Not only was it the joy of victory, but it was also a real reward, the City of the Brave, a city that truly belonged to the players. It was finally going to start construction. The players who participated in the battle were ecstatic. The Cloud Realm players who were watching the live broadcast were also crying. Unfortunately, they didn't have the equipment and couldn't get the experience store. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to watch the live broadcast. Then, not only the Starry Sky Forum, but also the Scissorhands of other major platforms went online and used the video data of this battle to edit all kinds of exciting videos. With the participation of millions of players, the realism of the holographic camera, and the convenience of the forum, the amount of material for this battle reached a peak. No game in the past could compare to this. The quality of some of the videos was even comparable to a blockbuster film and television production. Needless to say, there were some short videos made by the players on the Starry Sky Forum. Although the quality of the scripts was uneven, from the looks of it, those who had not come into contact with Starry Age would never think that it was filmed in a game. These short videos were spread and attracted a lot of people to Star Age. That being said, Starry Age was no longer lacking in popularity. It had been less than a year since the first closed beta test, and it had already captured the hearts of many players with its superb quality. In the beginning, it still needed to rely on feelings and the popularity of the joint game. Now, Star Age had completely proven its strength. The Star Age Experience store was full every day for a month, and the game company also urgently added 10,000 gaming helmets. But even so, there were still complaints about the lack of helmets every day. The internet cafes that wanted to cooperate with Star Age almost blew up the hotline with calls. Su Yuheng was mainly in charge of the game business, so he was very busy every day. He could not participate in today's battle and could only watch through the live stream. The biggest problem that hindered the development of the game was the production of gaming cabins and gaming helmets. But since the monster horde was solved, he could basically guarantee his brother's safety, so he was not in a hurry. Next, the construction of the City of the Brave was the most important thing. Building a house, a lot of the necessary equipment could be put online at the same time. His goal was to develop Star Age into a second world for humanity, so there was no need to take too big of a step. He had to play it safe and do a good job in every detail of the game. Not to mention, the base number of millions of players was not small. Star Age players were very active, and people who were willing to spend a few thousand on gaming helmets would not be stingy to the point of not giving anything in the game. Even the players who came in to resell the game coins had to deduct a fee when they made a transaction. Star Age had no problem making a profit, but there was still a long way to go before they could recover the huge amount of money they invested in the early stage. But the technology that was developed could not only be used in holographic games. Once they had enough money, they could continue to develop other values. In the game, Orchid City had already started to clean up the battlefield. This kind of job of picking up corpses, of course, the players would not miss it, so they all fought to do it. The injured soldiers were also scrambled to be sent to the hospital. There were also Water Healing Division and Light Healing Division fighting over the injured. The generals in charge of the defense were already used to it, so they were too lazy to care. The heroes could do whatever they wanted, as long as they did not hurt anyone. The officials of each city began to busy themselves with the celebration in 7 days. The supplies that were originally prepared for the defense of the city were no longer needed, so a portion of them were taken out for the celebration. Every household was also busy, so that they could take out their best things to entertain the brave warriors on this day. The people of the Roland Empire had not been so happy in a long time. This kind of national celebration seemed to date back to many years ago. At this time, Su Silly had already returned to the palace and was working hard in his music studio. He had a feeling that the song he comprehended this time could very well become his 5th sound elemental skill. Although he did not know what the specific effect would be, he was still very excited. Xixing did not disturb him, but silently guarded him. For him, as long as he could stay by his Ali's side, he was already very satisfied. Of course, he also secretly turned on the recording system and recorded every beautiful scene. When Su Silly finally composed the song, it was already the 3rd day. And just as he realized, when he finished playing the song, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on creating a song. Please name the song. Su Silly was overjoyed. He was just about to think of a name to see what the new skill was when he heard Xixing say that Xianxia wanted to see him. Su Silly could guess why Xianxia wanted to see him. As expected, when Xianxia came in, he told him about Little Ash. Ever since she became the Elven Queen and formed a symbiotic relationship with the Tree of Life, Little Ash had been in a deep sleep. Now, more than a month had passed, and there were still no signs of her waking up. Xianxia tried many methods, but to no avail. Finally, he could not help but ask Su Silly for help. After hearing Xiaomo's request for help, Su Silly naturally attached great importance to it. Not to mention his relationship with Little Ash, without her reminder, the Sinos and his brother would have been taken away by the Bevetians. No matter what, he would never forget this kindness. What's Xing's situation now? Su Silly asked. Xiaomo's face was a little haggard. Previously, in the Elven territory, in order to protect Xing and the Tree of Life, he had forcefully cut open space to deal with the galactic beasts, which had caused his old injuries to relapse. For more than a month, he had been worried about the unconscious Xing and did not have enough time to rest. His own situation was not optimistic either. However, Xiaomo did not say much and only briefly explained the problem that Xing was facing. In order to save itself, the Tree of Life purified Xing's bloodline and gave her the position of Elf Queen. After that, it connected its fate with Xing's. Xiaomo explained, ideally, the seed of the Tree of Life will grow with Xing, which is actually a good thing for Xing. The Tree of Life was a very powerful tree, and Xing had the royal elf bloodline. The two complemented each other, which was only beneficial to Xing. It could also fight for a glimmer of hope for the continuation of the forest elves. It was a win-win situation. It's a pity that Xing is too young. Xiaomo said regretfully. Her strength is weak, so she is more affected by the Tree of Life, so, when the seed of the Tree of Life enters a deep sleep, Xing is unable to provide the energy for it to germinate and grow. That's why she is sleeping with the seed, right? Su Silly continued. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaomo nodded. That's the general situation. As for why he was asking for help, Su Silly understood after thinking for a while. You're here for Germinal? He asked. Yes. Mo did not deny that he was indeed here for Germinal. He said, "Perhaps your majesty does not understand, the song Germinal was actually composed by an elf. Later, a human musician wrote the lyrics, and it slowly spread until it finally became a folk song. I happen to have heard of it before. I taught Oshing this song when she was very young." He just didn't expect that this song, or this piece of music, would play such a big role in the hands of His Majesty. When Susili heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He really didn't know the origin of this. The note of the Germinal skill was the folk song of Ashtar, so it did not necessarily belong to the Roland Empire. It was also possible that it came from an ancient country that had been destroyed. If what Mo said was true, then it would explain his previous doubts. Why was it that after he made Germinal popular and heard so many people sing it, only when Oshing sang this song did he feel a sense of vitality, because this was originally a song that belonged to the elves? I understand. Susili nodded. Where's Oshing? Let's go and try it together. He couldn't just leave her alone, and now there was no reason to decline. Oshing is in Her Highness Cheong's bedroom. Your Majesty and the Marshal, please go ahead first. I'll be there soon. Mo bowed slightly and said respectfully. Susili looked at him suspiciously and casually used insight on him. Only then did he realize that Mo's injuries were actually more serious. He was clearly almost recovered before. He shook his head and threw 2 bottles of blood medicine to Mo. Then, he let Xixing take him and leave in a flash. Mo looked at the blood medicine that the little emperor threw over and slowly sighed. He didn't try to be brave anymore. He opened the bottle and silently took one. After feeling a little better, he lifted his feet and prepared to leave. In the end, a crack suddenly appeared in midair, and a pure black figure jumped out from it. The shadow leopard stood in place and looked at him, then turned around unwillingly and said, "Come up, master asked me to bring you over." Mo looked at him and smiled lightly. "Then I'll have to trouble you, little Jiu. He climbed onto the shadow leopard's back without hesitation and sat firmly with his legs clamped together. Hearing the joy in his voice, Jiu couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel sullen. However, when he was running, he ran very steadily and didn't jump up and down to deliberately tease him. Mo also noticed this and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then, he sensed something and smiled. Little Jiu's strength seems to have improved recently. Humph, Jiu awkwardly snorted and ignored him. Mo didn't find it strange and was still in a good mood to tease him. This made the shadow leopard so angry that its fur was about to explode. Fortunately, Her Highness Cheong's bedroom wasn't far. With his speed, he arrived in less than 2 minutes. Go down. At the entrance of the palace, Jiu coldly said. Mo still had a smile on his face. He also knew his priorities. Now was not the time to play with the kitten, Oshing's matter was more important. However, when he got down and walked 2 steps, he heard the shadow leopard call out to him. Mo turned around and saw the black leopard squatting on the ground. It looked away and said in a fierce voice, "Give me your hand." He blinked and did as he was told. The black leopard's nimble long tail stretched over, and when the tip of its tail stretched out, a few shiny crystals fell on Mo's fair palm. What are these? Mo played with the crystals and asked. Galactic Beast Star Core. Think of a way to absorb it, it's good for you. Jiu lowered his voice and said awkwardly. These star cores were 1 or 2 stars. Previously, Master had killed tens of thousands of galactic beasts in Lanyu City and collected all the star cores. In the end, he felt that those star cores were too small, so he threw them into the contract space and let Jiu pick out the big ones. The rest were left to him. At first, he felt that those star cores took up space in the contract space and disturbed his sleep, but he did not dare to throw them away. In the end, he coincidentally absorbed one and found that this star core contained very pure energy. This was also the reason why his strength that had recently reached a bottleneck suddenly loosened. Although he was not sure if this energy was useful for Mo's injuries, he would know after trying. After Jiu finished explaining, he saw Mo looking at him with a smile. He said gently, "Okay, I'll try it tonight." "Thank you, Jiu." Seeing his smile, Jiu froze. "You, Momo. You're back." At this moment, a clear and tender voice sounded. Then, a blue-haired, blue-eyed boy ran out of the palace with his short legs. Xiaohage ran happily to Chamo's side. When she saw the shadow leopard, she immediately hugged Chamo's leg and hid behind him. Then, she carefully poked her head out. After coming to the human world for a few months, she learned the language very quickly. Now, she could speak a lot. At this moment, the little mermaid opened her round blue eyes and curiously sized up the shadow leopard. She had never seen Jiuyu's beast form before, but the familiar smell of the shadow leopard made her feel at ease, so she did not cry. Jiuyu glanced at her and pouted. Then, he jumped to the top of the palace and squatted there to guard. He did not intend to follow them into the bedroom. Xiaomo looked up at his figure. After a while, he lowered his head and carried Xiaohage. He smiled and said, "Let's go in." "Okay." The little boy nodded obediently. In the bedroom, Su Silly and Xixing had already arrived at Oxing's room. The little girl was lying on her side on the bed. Her body was still curled up, and she was hugging a fist-sized seed tightly in her arms. It seemed that she had been in this position for a long time. Her little face was slightly pale. When they came in, Xiaoqiong's white cat was squatting by the bed and looking at her. When it heard the noise, it meowed and hid under the bed. When Xiaoqiong left with Veer, he left the cat behind. Even when they were in outer space, he would often send messages back to ask about little Ash's situation. "Greetings to your majesty, Marshal." The maid guarding at the side quickly bowed to them. Then, she was dismissed by Su Silly with a wave of his hand. He came to the bedside and touched her forehead. Then, he wanted to hold the little girl's hand. However, he found that she was hugging the seed tightly and did not relax at all. Su Silly did not dare to use too much force. Seeing this, he could only give up. Seeing little Ash like this, it was no wonder that Xiaomo was so worried. He was already very patient to wait until the end of the monster wave to ask for help. Then, Su Silly used Inspect on the little girl. Oxing, Identity, NPC with special talents, Elf Queen Bloodline, Forest Elf level, LV 10 health points, 4500/95,000 magic power, 808/9000 elemental affinity, Wood special talent, elemental attraction. No matter where you are, the concentration of elements within 10 meters will increase by 100%, and the concentration of wood elements will increase by 150%. Special status, symbiotic, share life with the Tree of Life, can be removed voluntarily. Deep sleep, weakened compared to the last time. There were two additional statuses, deep sleep and weakened. If Su Silly remembered correctly, her maximum health points had decreased. Previously, he had restored her health points to full, but now, her health points had dropped again, or even worse. According to his experience, the maximum health points should be related to the lifespan of an NPC. This meant that in the process of nourishing the Tree of Life, Oxing's lifespan was slowly decreasing. Her situation was indeed not optimistic. Su Silly did not waste any more time. He took out the God of Music's flute from the storage capsule and gently played it. The melody of the germinal flute, full of vitality, sounded. Su Silly did not divert his attention to control the range of the skill. Instead, he put all his attention into this song. In his mind, the scene of the first time he heard Oxing sing this song appeared again. The little girl was like a real elf, shuttling through the fields without a care in the world. Her song was full of vitality, making him deeply attracted the moment he heard it. And now, he was returning this feeling to her. The sound elements became active. There was no need for him to control them at all. They turned into little elves and surrounded the little girl. A faint purple light enveloped the little girl's body. Her health points slowly recovered, and her face gradually became rosy. Cha-Mo quickly walked in from outside the room. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh in relief. He did not disturb him and silently retreated to the side with Xiaohage in his arms. On the other hand, the little mermaid, who had a talent for sound, could not help but hum along when she heard this song. With her participation, the sound elements in the room became more active. A few flower pots on the windowsill that were originally bare actually sprouted tender green seedlings in the blink of an eye. The seedlings were still growing, and in a short while, they were lush and green. They even attracted birds to stand on the windowsill and listen to this song full of vitality. However, although Little Ash's situation improved, the seed of the Tree of Life did not show any signs of recovery. As long as the seed of the Tree of Life did not germinate, Xing would not wake up. Su Silly was not discouraged. After the song ended, he continued to play. He played it again and again. Until the sun gradually set in the west, the seed of the Tree of Life did not move at all. Cha Mo went from being excited at the beginning to being disappointed and worried in the end. His mood could be said to be fluctuating, but he did not dare to say anything. When the sky was completely dark, he finally spoke and persuaded Su Silly to stop. "Your Majesty, please rest for a while." Su Silly put down his piccolo and turned to look at him. Cha Mo smiled, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Based on Xing's breathing, her situation should have stabilized. Her life should not be in danger for the time being. "Your Majesty, thank you for what you have done for Xing." Su Silly pursed his lips. Fatigue and frustration made him unable to muster up any energy. On the bedside table beside him, there were many small empty blue bottles. They were all potions that he used to replenish his magic power when his mana bar was empty. However, after playing so many times, the seed of the Tree of Life still did not move at all. This inevitably made him depressed. "Your Majesty." Beside him, Xing also wanted to say something. Su Silly sighed. All he could do was reach out and stroke the top of Little Ash's head. Then, he nodded and said, "I'll come back tomorrow." In his current state, he could not play his best song. He really did need to rest for a while. Just then, there was a commotion outside the room. Cyrene was pushing Xenos in a wheelchair into the room. Su Silly was stunned. He hurriedly walked over and asked, "Brother, sister, what happened?" "Nothing. Don't worry." Cyrene comforted him. "We saw that you didn't come for dinner again, so we asked and found out that you were here. So, we came to take a look. Zueying has already explained to us." She looked at the little girl on the bed and asked, "How is Xing now?" Cyrene had met Xing before. When she found out that Xenos could only return because of her reminder, she was very grateful to Xing. During the fight against the Beast Tide, she always found time to come back and visit her with Xenos. That was why she was in a coma. At that moment, Xenos also frowned and said, "I tried to heal her. I cast Healing Stream on her a few times, but it didn't work." Seeing how worried the two of them were, Su Silly sighed again. Then, he explained the situation to them. "The germination spell that can awaken Xiao Wu's consciousness also has no effect on Xing?" Xenos muttered. Then, his gaze fell on the flower pots on the windowsill and the grass outside the window. Because Su Silly had been playing for a whole day, the plants were more or less exposed to the light. They were already well taken care of, and now, they were growing even better. Some of them even reached the height of people's thighs. Xenos thought of something and looked at Su Silly. "Your Majesty, do you think it has something to do with the environment?" "Environment?" Su Silly blinked. At that moment, Xing, who was standing beside him, whispered, "Maybe it's because the concentration of water and wood elements is not high enough." Su Silly couldn't help but look at him. Xing said, "You can try to close your eyes and look with your spiritual power." That was what he was about to tell him. Hearing that, Su Silly quickly extended his spiritual power. Then, he was drowned in sound elements. The whole room was filled with light purple sound elements. It was so dense that it was like a sea of sound elements. The other elements were squeezed out of space, leaving only a pitiful little space. And in this little space, blue water elements and green wood elements made up the majority. Su Silly couldn't help but open his eyes. Was it because sound elements occupied the space of other elements, for a seed to germinate, other than its own nutrients, water and wood elements were the most important? Without these two elements, it would be strange if the seed of the Tree of Life could germinate. Then, Su Silly looked at Xing. Xing nodded. "Let's go to the wilderness tomorrow." The Tree of Life was the foundation of the elf tribe. It was not suitable for it to take root in the imperial city. "Okay. Let's try it out in the wilderness tomorrow." Unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. His gloomy mood from not being able to find the root of the problem was suddenly cleared up. Cha Mo, who was beside him, rekindled his hope. After that, they discussed the problem of where to try it out. After finalizing the final location, they left to make their own preparations. The next morning, when Su Silly and the others arrived at Xiaoqiang's bedroom again, Cha Mo was already waiting at the door with little Ash. Cyrene was standing beside him. Thus, they boarded the shuttle together and left the imperial city, heading in the direction of the Amos Mountains. As his legs were still not very nimble, the Sinos did not follow him. However, with Cyrene as the mouthpiece, he did not have to worry too much. The reason why he chose the Amos Mountains was that most of the interstellar beasts had been cleared. Furthermore, the terrain was complex and sparsely populated, making it more suitable for the elves to live in seclusion. Most importantly, the Amos Mountains were densely covered with forests. The three elements of water, earth, and wood were the most concentrated here, which should satisfy the requirements for the tree of life to germinate. Once the tree of life took root, the surroundings would become a new elven territory. To avoid being cleaned up by the players, Su Silly specially chose a canyon far away from the Amos trial. Coincidentally, there was a pool formed by a mountain spring in the canyon. The vegetation was also relatively intact and was not too damaged by the interstellar beasts. After clearing the interstellar beasts in the canyon, Su Silly threw a few cards at the entrance of the canyon. Under the stacking of different formations, the entrance of the canyon was completely hidden. After doing this simple arrangement, he then started to play the germinal song. Oshing was placed on the grass by Cha Mo. Her hands were still hugging the seed tightly, as if she would not let go even if she died. This time, while Su Silly was playing, he also paid attention to the changes in the surrounding elements with his mental power. The sound elements were the first to become active. They surrounded little Oshing and danced around the seed. It was as if they were telling it, "Wake up, wake up. Come and play with us." On the third play, Su Silly finally noticed a change. He saw that the seed, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly released a few green light spots. Those were clearly the wood elements. Then, the wood elements in the canyon became active. They gathered and finally squeezed through the encirclement of the sound elements and landed on the seed. Su Silly was worried that the sound elements were too dense, so he quickly stopped playing. However, when the song stopped, the seed did not move again. He could not help but be speechless. What kind of lazy thing is this? Does it need someone to drag it until it wakes up? Su Silly had no choice but to play again. Following the call of the sound elements, the seed, which had been silent, finally started to move again. First, the lively wood elements squeezed their way into the encirclement. Then, it was the turn of the water elements. Unfortunately, the water elements seemed to have swallowed a little and did not squeeze their way in for a long time. Su Silly observed carefully. In the end, he separated a strand of his mental power and carefully pushed the sound elements away. This allowed the water elements to enter the center area. He had never expected that waking up a seed would be such a delicate task. This was a serious challenge to his mental power. He also did not expect that this process would last for another day. Fortunately, just as he was about to give up, a dark golden energy carefully entered. That familiar energy made him, who was already dizzy, unable to resist at all. Finally, at dawn the next day, when the first ray of sunlight broke through the horizon, little Ash's hands, which had been tightly hugging the seed, suddenly loosened. The fist-sized seed gently fell on the grass, and a crack appeared on its hard shell. The grass around the seed began to wither rapidly. Finally, with the seed as the center, it spread to all the vegetation in the canyon. At this time, Su Silly's control was no longer needed. The seed of the tree of life began to spontaneously absorb all the elements required for its growth and development. Moreover, the absorption speed was increasing. Su Silly felt as if he was in an elemental whirlpool. He felt as if he would be sucked away at any moment. The first to feel uncomfortable was Cyrene. She felt the water in her body rapidly depleting. This quickly made her feel uneasy. She was just about to warn the others when the next moment, a light screen enveloped her body. The rapid depleting of water immediately disappeared. She looked up blankly and saw that Cha Mo's body was also enveloped by a light screen. The young man standing at the front was already being hugged by the blonde man. Cyrene almost instantly guessed whose masterpiece this light screen was. This feeling was very strange. Although she acknowledged Xixing's strength as a martial and did not object to him being together with her younger brother, in fact, she still had a trace of distrust towards him. This was because she could feel the coldness in Xixing's bones. That was a true coldness that did not put others in his eyes. Only when he was facing snow would the emotions in his eyes become more intense. As an expert, he indeed had the qualifications and strength to disregard everything. However, this did not prevent Cyrene from feeling that he was not a good person. However, this kind of thinking changed at this moment. Cyrene's intuition told her that with Xixing's true personality, he might not even care about her and Chamo's life and death. The reason why he saved them, Cyrene's gaze once again turned towards the silver-haired young man. It was probably because Snow cared about them, right? It had to be said that Cyrene's intuition was very accurate. Xixing did indeed give them a protective shield because of Su Silly. However, the one to be protected was mainly Cyrene. This was because this seed of the Tree of Life seemed to have consciously avoided Su Silly and Cha-Mo. As for Xixing, because his aura was too strong, he chose to avoid him at the first moment. Su Silly did not know the dangers involved. However, when he saw the rapidly withering vegetation in the canyon, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, the Tree of Life did not sprout in the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, the entire Imperial Palace would be in danger. Just thinking about that scene made him feel a lingering fear. Finally, under their gazes, that seed completely broke apart. Its developed roots rapidly dug into the ground and then sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it grew to a height of more than a meter, the sapling finally stopped growing as if it had exhausted all its strength. At the same time, a light green vitality was released from the sapling. Under the influence of this vitality, the originally withered vegetation in the canyon once again recovered. Green leaves grew and then, in the midst of the lush greenery, flowers of various colors bloomed. In the end, the barren canyon became a sea of flowers. Being in the middle of it was like being in a paradise. At the same time, far away in Starcatcher City, the player Lan Xiaoyin, who was searching for his fellow elves, also received a system notification. Ding! The Tree of Life has successfully recovered. Your contribution, 0. Please find the Elven Queen as soon as possible and swear your loyalty. Otherwise, the main quest will be judged as a failure. Lan Xiaoyin. After returning from the Elven lands, Lan Xiaoyin was acquitted. Su Silly naturally did not know that he was the one who took the video of Xenos and his brother being kidnapped by the lizard men and spread it around. If he knew, he would probably be locked up for a few more days. However, due to a freak combination of factors, Xenos created a tragic image of himself in front of the players. Even though his body was healed when he reappeared, it did not change the players' first impression of him. Now, the players were most curious about whether the black-haired man who was with him that day was dead or alive, and what was the relationship between the two of them. It was a pity that he lived in seclusion, so they could not ask even if they wanted to. As for Lan Xiaoyin, he was still not allowed to enter the palace freely. After confirming that he could not save Ah Sheng, Cha-Mo sent him away. If he wanted to enter the palace, he could contact Cha-Mo, but Cha-Mo would not care about him. In order to avoid being imprisoned again, Lan Xiaoyin did not dare to take the risk. Since the new Elven Queen was unconscious, there was no use for him to enter the palace. It was better to find the other Elven NPCs and see if they had any good ideas. After some analysis, he decided to find the Elven NPCs first. For the past month, Lan Xiaoyin had been shuttling through the streets of Roland, looking for traces of the Elven survivors. Of course, he did not participate in the battle against the Beast Tide. It was not that he did not want to, but he was stuck at LV5. If he did not activate his bloodline power, he would be stuck at LV5. He would not be able to improve his strength, and his HP would be like paper. He would be looking for trouble on the battlefield. Therefore, he only relied on daily quests and earned a small amount of contribution points. In the end, he was rewarded with a piece of land that was 5 square meters. Compared to the other bosses who could easily get hundreds of square meters, 5 square meters was too shabby. However, Lan Xiaoyin did not care too much because he was not a hero. If the elf tribe was rebuilt, would he still need to go to the town of the brave to squeeze in with the other players? When the elf tribe was rebuilt, the other players would reincarnate as elves, and he would be the boss. Wouldn't that be more ostentatious than the other bosses? With this belief, Lan Xiaoyin's attitude had always been very good. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he was always optimistic. However, looking at the latest notification from the system, he couldn't bring himself to laugh anymore. The Tree of Life has revived? What the hell is this? Could it be that there were other elven players doing quests other than him? If he wasn't mistaken, the seed of the Tree of Life should be the one that Elf Queen was holding. Why did it suddenly awaken? Who woke up the little fairy? It couldn't be an NPC, right? This was not in line with the game's logic. The NPCs had already done all the work, so what was the point of having players? However, thinking about the nature of the Star Age, Lan Xiaoyin could not help but wonder if the NPCs had stolen the plot while the players were not around. Just like the last time in the Elven Land, if he hadn't coincidentally seen it, the players would have missed that part of the plot. Lan Xiaoyin was very depressed, but he couldn't just watch the mission fail. He decisively gave up on looking for other elven NPCs. Although he already had a clue, the most important thing now was to protect the quest. Otherwise, if he failed the main storyline quest, he would be stuck at level 5 forever, let alone rebuilding the elf tribe and allowing other players to choose the elf tribe. If that was the case, his account was no different from being useless. Lan Xiaoyin had no choice but to leave Star City and go to the Royal City through the teleportation circle. However, just as he was about to go to the Royal Palace, the Elf Queen seems to have left the Royal City. Lan Xiaoyin looked at the mission notification that suddenly appeared, and his face was full of question marks. F***CK, if the Elf Queen is not in the Royal City, then where did she go? In the canyon of the Asmo Mountains, all kinds of magical changes finally stopped. Su Silly looked around. From a lush land to a barren land, and then to a sea of flowers full of life in front of him, this change was really too much for the eyes to take in. At this time, Cha Mo suddenly took a step forward, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, revealing a relieved smile. Ah Xing! He shouted happily. Under the 1-meter-tall tree, the unconscious little girl who had been curled up had now stretched out her limbs. Hearing Cha Mo's voice, she opened her eyes slightly, then rubbed her eyes with her small hands and sat up in a daze. Looking at her innocent and cute expression, it was hard to imagine that she had now become the Elf Queen. Of course, other than the Tree of Life, she was still a general without an army. Cha Mo walked in front of her. And Ah Xing finally came back to her senses, opening her arms to him. Cha Mo bent down and picked her up, rubbing her head with a smile. It's good that you're okay. Ah Xing hugged his neck tightly, rubbing against his cheeks with some attachment. Then, she reached out her small hand and pressed it on his chest. A faint green fluorescent light lit up in her palm, seeping into Cha Mo's body through his clothes. Cha Mo was slightly startled. He could feel that his originally rotten and broken body was suddenly injected with a strong vitality. This gentle power was slowly but completely healing his body at a completely perceivable speed. The after-effects of forcibly cutting space were slowly improving. Cha Mo was not very happy. He lowered his head to look at the little girl, frowning. Ah Xing, you, little Ash grinned at him. Her little face was still red. It seemed that she was not affected at all. Cha Mo, you have to get better quickly. Su Silly also saw Ah Xing's little action. He nodded and said, Ah Xing is right, Cha Mo, you should quickly recover from your injuries. When the time comes, when we go to find the Sea Elf tribe, we will definitely need you to lead the way. Speaking of which, Cha Mo was really busy. After dealing with the forest elves, he had to continue working for the sea elves. Thinking of his special hobby, Su Silly could not help but smile. When you settle down in the future, maybe you can open a kindergarten. Cha Mo seriously thought about it, then nodded. Your Majesty is right. Su Silly glanced at him, seeing that he did not seem to be joking. He rubbed his chin and said, if you are too busy, you can ask Jiu to help. Hearing this, Cha Mo laughed. That kind of life will definitely be interesting. Seeing them laugh, little Ash tilted her head and laughed as well. Then she looked at Su Silly and said, Your Majesty, thank you for saving me. Su Silly could not help but ask curiously, how did you know that I saved you? I heard the tune Your Majesty played. Little Ash said, then pointed at the 1-meter-tall tree behind her. It also told me to thank you. Susili reached out and rubbed her little head, then looked at the small tree that was swaying in the wind. Its shape was not special, it was a bit like a banyan tree, but each leaf was emitting a light green vitality, and one could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. This seedling looked gentle and harmless, and even made people want to get close to it, but Susili did not forget how it stole vitality when it sprouted. The tree of life might not be as pure and beautiful as the legends said. So, as usual, Susili cast an insight spell on the tree of life. Tree of life, identity, special race, mother of fairies alignment, Roland Empire growth, seedling, young, special ability, unlocked 1. Elemental attraction, the density of elements within 10 kilometers is increased by 100%, and the density of wood elements is increased by 200%. Can be grown, too. Vitality, the vitality contained in the leaves can bring back the dead and flesh to bones. Susili was stunned. These two abilities were 2F** Ket up, elemental attraction, wasn't this Oshing's special ability? But the problem was that Oshing could only increase the density of elements within 10 meters, but the tree of life increased it by 1,000 times. This meant that this area would become a holy land for cultivation. If the players knew that the tree of life was here, and that it was still a sapling, it would be dangerous. This group of lawless people would very likely dig up the tree of life and bring it back to the guild encampment as a treasure, not to mention that the leaves of the tree of life were indeed priceless. In the absence of the light healer of the water healing division, this leaf full of vitality was the best substitute. It might not be that useful to the players, but to the NPCs, it was a priceless treasure. No matter what, saving the tree of life was definitely worth it. The most important problem now was how to protect it and let it grow in peace in the canyon. This was also related to Oshing's safety. After all, her fate was connected to the tree of life. Although it seemed that he could take the initiative to untie it, now was the time to enjoy the benefits. It would be a pity to let Oshing untie it. However, if it was hidden well, even if the hunters found such a holy land for cultivation in the Amos Mountains, it would not be a big deal. Susili looked at the entrance of the canyon. From the looks of it now, these few formations were still too simple and crude. They had to make more stringent protective measures, thus, they began to discuss how to protect the tree of life. On the other hand, after Lan Xiaoyin found that the Elven Queen was not in the Imperial City, he quickly contacted Mo. Unfortunately, all the messages he sent were like stones sinking into the sea. He could not say anything. After all, could you really expect an NPC to reply to your messages like a friend? Xiao Lan, why don't you return to Star City and continue looking for the elves? That's right, the elf should have sensed the revival of the Tree of Life. The host is an elf too. Why didn't he sense it? He sensed it. Didn't the system tell him that the Tree of Life had revived? Lan Xiaoyin looked at the comments and felt that it made sense. The Elven Queen must be with the Tree of Life. As long as he found the revived Tree of Life, he would definitely be able to find the Elven Queen. Thus, he bitterly returned to Star City. In his search for more than a month, all the clues pointed to Star City. This city had a large ranch and the best economic development among the several main cities. It also had a lot of wood elementalists. And because he was an elf himself, when he exposed his pointed ears and swaggered down some special streets and alleys, at a certain corner, he was forcefully pulled into an alley, his mouth still tightly covered. Lan Xiaoyin jumped in fright. Then, he saw a pair of green eyes. The owner of the eyes gestured him to be quiet. After Lan Xiaoyin nodded, the owner of the eyes released him. This was a hooded man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He stared at Lan Xiaoyin, his brows furrowed. What's wrong with you? Your ears are exposed. Lan Xiaoyin looked at the NPC in front of him and finally felt like he was doing a normal mission. He pretended to panic, then quickly covered his ears with his hands and said in panic, "Oh my god, what do I do? My disguise is ineffective. So fake. Your acting skills need to be improved." The man looked at Lan Xiaoyin with some suspicion and finally said, "Come with me." Lan Xiaoyin followed behind the hooded man and walked into the depths of the alley. Perhaps his acting was a little exaggerated. Looking at the hooded man's expression, he should be suspicious of him. However, who told him to be a genuine elf? Moreover, his character setting was an elf whose disguise spell had failed. However, his disguise spell had failed more than a month ago. "What's your name?" the hooded man asked at this moment. Lan Xiaoyin paused. Thinking of his in-game name that had been ridiculed many times, he was a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Blue Mark." The hooded man didn't make fun of him. Instead, he nodded and said, "I know you. You're the son of the Green Mark." Lan Xiaoyin, ha 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 ha, I'm F** King laughing. What the F***ck is the son of the Green Mark? Ah ha 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 ha, what the hell is the Green Mark? Lan Xiaoyin felt that playing this game had been very tiring recently. He was 100% sure that the Blue Mark was the name he had given himself. This was the online name he had used for a long time. Then, here came the question, in the game, he had set up his parents. Why was one of them called the Green Mark? Don't you live in the East City Ranch? Why did you come here? While he was in a daze, the hooded man continued to ask. The spawn point of Lan Xiaoyin's account was indeed in Starcatcher City. However, according to the rules of the game, he definitely wouldn't know everything about his background. Therefore, he knew very little. Of course, he knew that his elf parents had passed away. Therefore, he stammered, "I sensed something unusual." The hooded man paused and turned to look at him. "You sensed it too?" Lan Xiaoyin looked at his sparkling eyes, thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, "The Tree of Life?" "Shoo." The hooded man made a shushing gesture and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Lan Xiaoyin hurriedly covered his mouth. What kind of incredible secret was this? So nervous. The hooded man nodded and continued to walk forward. His attitude towards him was obviously better. He should have let down his guard. Continue walking. I'll take you to see the elders. Wow, elf elders. From the looks of it, there should be quite a number of elf NPCs, and they have also sensed the revival of the Tree of Life. Host, do your best. Whether we can reincarnate into elves in the future depends on you. I think the host's acting skills are worrying. I never thought that playing games would require acting skills. Looks like it's time to buy an actor's self-cultivation book. By the way, I'll send a copy to the host as well. Ha ha ha, Lan Xiaoyin looked at the bullet screen and rolled his eyes. Was his acting that bad? Didn't this NPC believe him in the end? But, he was still a little concerned about the Green Mark. Finally, the hooded man led him to a house with a garden and slipped in through the back door. This house looked quite grand. Just by looking at it, one could tell that the owner was from a well-off family. Of course, no one would have thought that the people living in this house were actually the legendary elves. Angus, who is this? As soon as they entered, an old man came out to greet them. He first greeted the hooded man, then looked at Lan Xiaoyin. Lan Xiaoyin could feel his scrutinizing gaze. Finally, the old man's gaze fell on his ears. This kind of realistic feeling of being sized up made him forget that he was in a game. He bowed slightly, imitating the hooded man named Angus, and bowed to the old man. "Good day, Elder Victor." After he bowed, Angus introduced, "This is the Blue Mark. I saw his disguise on the street had failed, so I brought him back." "Blue Mark?" Elder Victor nodded. "Are you the son of the Green Mark?" Lan Xiaoyin was speechless. "If you say so." "You do look like it," Elder Victor said. "Come closer." He raised his hand at Lan Xiaoyin. Lan Xiaoyin was a little scared, but then he remembered that he was a player and could be revived after death, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So he took 2 steps toward the old man and stood in front of him. Elder Victor was taller than him. He pressed his palm on Lan Xiaoyin's head, and a faint green light appeared at the bottom of his palm. Ding. Elf Elder, Victor, is using advanced disguise on you. Ding. Under the effect of the advanced disguise, your appearance has changed. Lan Xiaoyin touched his ears and found that the tips of his ears had become round again. He knew that he had become human without looking in the mirror. Wow, he gave the streamer plastic surgery. I don't think he looks as good as an elf. I thought the streamer was handsome before, but that was all because of the elf filter. Lan Xiaoyin glanced at the comments and was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. Unfortunately, there were 2 elves staring at him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Under his detection, the two elves' abilities were unfathomable. Of course, with his level 5, he could see that everyone was unfathomable. "Thank you, Elder," Lan Xiaoyin said obsequiously. Elder Victor shook his head. "You're welcome. Now that the elves are on the decline, it is time for us to unite and get through this together." Then, he seemed to want to send Lan Xiaoyin away. Lan Xiaoyin was a little anxious. It was not easy to find two elves. Even if they couldn't help him with the main mission, they should at least give him some benefits before letting him go, right? Wait. In the end, it was Uncle Angus who spoke up for him. Lan Xiaoyin couldn't help but praise him for his loyalty. "Elder, he can sense the tree of life," Angus said. Lan Xiaoyin clearly saw that Elder Victor's originally calm eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at him again with some surprise. Lan Xiaoyin was puzzled. They were both elves. Was there something wrong with him being able to sense the tree of life? He asked without fear of death. Angus and Elder Victor looked at each other for a moment before they finally started to explain to him. It turned out that Lan Xiaoyin was the blue mark of the elves. Although he was a pure-blooded elf, he was born in the human world after the Great Cataclysm 100 years ago. This also meant that he had never come into contact with the Tree of Life, so he couldn't go back to his tribe to awaken his bloodline. Therefore, even if he had the blood of the elves, his lifespan was only 100 years longer than normal humans. It was even less likely that he could sense the Tree of Life. This was probably the reason why he was stuck at LVL 5. It was worth mentioning that Elder Victor was already more than 700 years old this year. With such a long lifespan, he was naturally more knowledgeable, and richer than normal. Elves. This house was the best proof. At the same time, he was more vigilant against humans. After all, he had experienced too much of the suffering and tragedy of the elves during his time as a slave. After listening to them, Lan Xiaoyin suddenly understood why the elves were so nervous. Clearly, in the past few months, even if his disguise failed, it didn't seem to be a big problem for him to be exposed in front of human NPCs. Could it be that they were scared of the humans? Then, child, what did you sense? Elder Victor stared at him and asked. Lan Xiaoyin felt his scalp tingle. He could only tell the truth. I sensed the revival of the Tree of Life, and the Elven Queen. What? Elder Victor was surprised at first, but then he looked confused. The Queen? So they didn't know. Lan Xiaoyin could only brace himself and say, that's right. After I sensed the revival of the Tree of Life, I appointed a new queen. She is preparing to build a new elf tribe. Of course, the last sentence was made up by him. Elder Witcher and Angus looked at each other, and the two elves looked even more confused. How did you sense it? Finally, Elder Victor couldn't help but ask. It didn't make sense that he could sense it so clearly. If it weren't for the fact that they could sense it through their bloodline, they would have suspected that it was a spy sent by the humans. Lan Xiaoyin forced himself to calm down. In a dream, I saw it in a dream. He started to make up stories. In my dream, I saw that the Tree of Life was about to die. Then, someone brought an elf girl to the Tree of Life. I don't know what happened, but in the end, the Tree of Life became a seed, and that elf girl became the queen, but fell into a coma. Actually, he wasn't making up stories. He really did see it with his own eyes. He even recorded a video. Now that the Tree of Life has revived, the Elven Queen should have woken up too. Otherwise, why wouldn't she stay in the Imperial City? Now, we have to find the Tree of Life as soon as possible and help the Queen rebuild the Elven tribe. The two elves were stunned. Angus clearly didn't believe it. However, Elder Victor frowned and pondered for a moment. The dream you saw might be real. He looked out the window and said softly, all these years, we have been trying to return to our tribe. However, many of the people we sent out went missing in the end. There was a hint of sorrow in his voice. However, we have always sensed that our Tree of Life is still alive. She has always been waiting for us to return. Because of this hope, we have never given up. We have always wanted to return to her side. But recently, Elder Victor sighed deeply. There was a time when I lost my connection with the Tree of Life. Angus nodded as well. Yes, including me, all the elders sensed the disappearance of the mother tree in the evening. Yes, and there is only one possibility. Elder Victor said sorrowfully. The tree of life is gone. Lan Xiaoyin also showed a pained expression. Of course, he was made fun of again by the bullet comments. However, Elder Victor's expression quickly calmed down, and he said with some relief, "This is our initial guess, but in the past 2 days, things have changed again. We sense the tree of life's aura again, and she is not far away from us." Elder Victor looked at Lan Xiaoyin, his aged face glowing. "After hearing your dream, I finally understand what is going on." At the critical moment, someone brought a child with royal elven blood to the Tree of Life, allowing the Tree of Life to be reborn with the child's power. Lan Xiaoyin was still waiting for him to explain what was going on, but Elder Victor had already stopped talking. He looked at Angus and said, "Gather everyone immediately. We need to discuss this matter with everyone." "Yes, Elder Victor." Angus accepted the order, put on his hood again, and left the house. Lan Xiaoyin was left in the house, and Elder Victor asked him about the specific details of the dream. He did not hide anything and replied very carefully. At this time, he truly felt how awesome the AI of the Star Age NPCs were. It was just that, they were a little stingy. He answered so many questions until his mouth was dry, but in the end, there was no reward for the mission. Lan Xiaoyin was very resentful, but there was nothing he could do. He still had to rely on these elves to help him find the Elven Queen. Just now, the elder's words caught his attention. He said, "She is not far away from us." What did this mean? It meant that they could really sense where the Tree of Life was, therefore, no matter what, Lan Xiaoyin would not run away. He had to follow them and urge them to leave as soon as possible. Then, before the main mission died, he had to quickly find the Elven Queen and swear his loyalty. Angus was very efficient. In addition, after the transportation system of Starcatcher City was reformed, many public transportation vehicles were added. Not only were they faster, but they also saved money, so the flow of people in the main city was several times faster than before. Lan Xiaoyin watched as all kinds of strange leaves and petals flew into the house, and before they landed, they turned into outstanding-looking NPCs. This was the natural skill of the elves, plant transformation. This skill was quite useful, and it was very stealthy. However, Lan Xiaoyin could only transform into a whole plant at the moment. If he wanted to transform into small pieces of plant tissue at will like them, he still needed to continue training. The players who were watching his live broadcast quickly discovered a secret. Aren't these NPCs the wood elemental mentors of Starcatcher City? Yes. I remember that chubby one is from the East City Ranch. I even ran errands for him before. They are all elves? Wow, no wonder there are so many wood elementalist NPCs in Starcatcher City. In fact, when Lan Xiaoyin was investigating before, he already had some guesses, and now it was confirmed. The elves should have a good life in the human world. Then, here came the question, did he also have some ancestral legacy that he could inherit? Lan Xiaoyin touched his chin and decided that he must find out the background of this elf. As the number of people increased, the elves quickly moved to the basement. Although it was called a basement, the area was very large, almost the size of a large conference hall. It was obvious that this place was often used, and the facilities were very comprehensive. That night, a total of about 70 to 80 elves gathered, and the remaining 20 or so could not come because of various things. Lan Xiaoyin overheard that the elves who did not come seemed to have joined the army. Only by joining the army could they have a chance to hide from the eyes and ears of the humans and safely pass through the protective barrier of the 5 main cities to the wild. During the meeting, Elder Victor reorganized what Lan Xiaoyin said and then told all the elves present. The elves were greatly shocked. After a serious discussion, they finally decided to send people to immediately set off to find the revived Tree of Life. In fact, most of the elves who accidentally stayed in Roland during the cataclysm were captured and sold as slaves in the human world. Later, they escaped during the chaos, or were rescued, but were forced to stay because they could not return to their own race. They began to conceal their identities and lived a life of hiding. Even after the cataclysm, there were still many scum among the human nobles. Later on, the slavery system was abolished, and there were fewer people chasing after them. However, the elves did not dare to easily reveal their identities in front of the humans again. Just like what Elder Victor had said before, For the past 100 years, they had not given up on returning to their own race, and they were always worried about the mother tree. Unfortunately, although the elves were favored by nature, they were not favored by interstellar beasts and mutated plants. After the great beast died 4 years ago, their years of hard work were all in vain, and their population also withered from more than 300 to less than 100. In recent months, they discovered in despair that the mother tree of life had withered. It was like the collapse of their faith, and all the elves fell into confusion and grief. The extinction of the elven race seemed to be set in stone. But now, hope was rekindled in their hearts. We must find the mother tree of life and help the queen to rebuild the elven tribe. Rebuild the tribe and revive the elven race. Rebuild the tribe and revive the elven race. Lan Xiaoyin could not help but be infected by such an atmosphere. Even in the bullet screen, there were many people cheering for the elves. Reviving the race and seeking survival in the midst of suffering always resonated. The elves were very efficient in their actions. They finished their preparations and confirmed the route and plan of action almost on the same night. Lan Xiaoyin, who was carried along the entire time, could only shout 666 in the bullet screen. The next morning, the 20-person elven squad set off from Starcatcher City, carrying the hopes of the rest of the elves. Because there were too many of them, they were afraid of attracting attention, so the elves once again turned into leaves and petals. Lan Xiaoyin, who was not very proficient in plant transformation, took the teleportation array to the Imperial City. Then, he followed the instructions to the border of the Imperial City and found an elf who was working in the guards. This elf should have received the news in advance. He had already found an opportunity for them. That afternoon, he sent them out of the Imperial City and even into the Amos Mountain Range. Now, the Amos Mountain Range was not what it used to be. Most of the interstellar beasts had been eliminated, so the pressure on the guards was much less. They could also gradually develop the value of this mountain range. This time, they seemed to have found a very suitable training ground in the Amos Mountain Range. Naturally, the soldiers were close to the water and enjoyed the benefits first. This soldier played by an elf was also chosen as the first batch of people to train because of his outstanding wood element talent. When the elves arrived, they almost immediately understood what was going on. They did not need Lan Xiaoyin's urging at all. After entering the forest, they quickly ran like fish swimming into the sea. Their goal was clear, and their mobility was superb. The advantages of the forest elves were also displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. However, the strange thing was that the elves had practically gone through the entire Amos Mountain Range, not missing a single corner. Yet, they still could not find the Tree of Life. Why? They clearly felt that the mother tree was right beside them. Damn, is it really here? Lan Xiaoyin had been following the elves around the Asmo Mountains for 2 days. He had searched every nook and cranny possible, but he had not found anything. The most torturous thing was, please find the Elven Queen and swear allegiance to her as soon as possible. Otherwise, the main mission will be judged as a failure. This was the 3rd time the system had reminded him. Lan Xiaoyin had a feeling that the next time it would be judged as a failure. Damn it, why did it have to do this to him? Lan Xiaoyin sat on a rock dejectedly. The elves around him were also very depressed. I am 100% sure that the mother tree is in this mountain range. The female elf sitting beside Lan Xiaoyin said faintly, but why can't we find her? Apart from Lan Xiaoyin, the rest of the 20-person elves had come from the elven territory and had undergone bloodline awakening. This female elf was called Maria. She was the oldest elf sent out, slightly older than Angus. She was also the strongest, so she was naturally the most sensitive to the Tree of Life. However, she could not find the Tree of Life. She could not help but doubt herself. It can't be wrong. After a while, Maria said firmly, the high concentration of elements in this place definitely has something to do with the mother tree. The mother tree must be near us. Someone must have hidden her. That's why we can't find her. Could it be in that trial ground? At this moment, another elf voiced his opinion. Right now, in the entire Asmo mountain range, there's only that trial ground that we haven't explored yet. The trial ground in the Asmo Mountains had been heavily guarded by Roland's garrison when they were clearing out the galactic beasts. Lan Xiaoyin had seen the strategy guide and knew that they had to pass through a maze to enter. Moreover, this trial was very troublesome. He heard that at the very beginning, more than a dozen NPC squads had died. It was very dangerous, so he stopped the elves from entering. Moreover, he did not think that the tree of life would be there. The queen must be with the mother tree. Why would she put the mother tree in such a dangerous trial? Lan Xiaoyin retorted. Originally, as the youngest existence, he had no right to speak here, but who told him to be a lawless player? Could it be the work of humans? As soon as he finished speaking, an elf with a resentful expression said, "They imprisoned the queen and hid the tree of life in the trial grounds." The elves in this small team were all born in the elven territory. This also meant that they must have encountered many twists and turns and tribulations before coming to the human world. It was inevitable that they would be biased against humans. Lan Xiaoyin remained silent. He felt that these elves were all suffering from persecutory delusions, but when he thought about what had happened to them, he felt that he could understand their feelings. He thought for a moment and said, "I think we should let go of our hostility and prejudice against humans. Times are different now. The new Emperor of Roland seems to be a kind and capable monarch. You don't have to think so badly of humans, that's right, that's right. Her Majesty Xiao Luo is obviously super good. That's right. If it wasn't for him and Marshal Xixing, we wouldn't have won so easily. Previously, it was also because of Her Majesty Xiao Luo's balancing card that prevented so many NPCs from dying. That's right. Her Majesty Xiao Luo even gave us land." Needless to say, many of the players in the live broadcast channel had become Roland's loyal fans. As the most popular character in the Star Age, Snow Roland was also loved and respected by the players. Even Lan Xiaoyin had a good impression of this emperor, even though he had been mercilessly imprisoned by him. This was probably a special feeling that the players had toward faction leaders, especially when this leader was especially awesome and generous. The elves looked at each other and didn't express any opinion on Lan Xiaoyin's words. However, it was unlikely that they would change their views in a short time. "You don't understand," the elf who spoke earlier said. He was referring to the fact that Lan Xiaoyin was born in the human world and didn't experience what they had experienced. Don't persuade others to do good without experiencing their hardships. Lan Xiaoyin still understood this principle, but, "Do you all want to continue living in hiding like this?" he asked with a frown. After interacting with the elven NPCs for the past few days, Lan Xiaoyin's impression of the elves had been overturned, especially the method they used to sneak out of the royal city. They were so skillful that it made him feel sad. However, Lan Xiaoyin was a player at the end of the day, and a young man at that. He felt that the elves, who were so cautious, like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough, were a little uncool. He could work hard for the revival of the elves, and even endure the pain of not being able to level up, but, if he had to live like this, then he wouldn't be happy. What was the difference between this and the smelly rats in the sewers? Shouldn't the elves be synonymous with power, beauty, and nobility? Everyone has lived in Roland for so many years. Personally, the humans I've come into contact with are very friendly. In order to survive on this planet, they are also working hard like us. We can totally cooperate with them." Lan Xiaoyin, Maria interrupted him. "The friendliness you feel is because you have been pretending to be a human all this time. In their eyes, you are of the same race, so they treat you with sincerity. Once they know that you are of a different race, they will mercilessly wave their butcher's knife, capture you, and present you to the nobles." Her tone was very calm, and there was numbness in her green eyes. That was the vicissitudes of life that could only be stained by those who had been baptized by the merciless passage of time. "I know you want to say that the slavery system has been abolished," Maria continued. "But don't forget, the abolition of this system is only to protect the humans. Without the dirty slave market, are there no other forms of transactions? Now, the Roland Empire is indeed developing in a good direction. It is becoming stronger again, but the more it is so, the more we are afraid." Maria looked up in the direction of Roland's royal city. "You have never seen how it was when it was the strongest country. To the humans, it was glory and glory, but to the other races, it was a disaster." The other elves also showed fear on their faces because they were immersed in their memories. Did they not want to live in this world with dignity? The elves were once a noble and benevolent race. They had once pitted the short-lived humans, but they had paid a terrible price for it. And after the catastrophe that almost wiped out their race 100 years ago, the elves could no longer afford to take the risk. A mere 100 elves were all of their race. In the face of the survival of their race, they could no longer take the risk, let alone listen to the opinion of a young elf. Lan Xiaoyin, who had failed in his verbal attack, fell silent. He looked at Maria, who was calmly narrating. Although she did not explain in detail, he could already imagine the oppression of the other races by the humans who were once powerful. After all, not all humans were rabbits. Some liked to play around, but he really felt that the current Roland was not so bad. There was no need for the elves to be conservative, the faraway royal palace of Roland. In the emperor's bedroom, Su Silly looked at the image on the screen and listened to the elves. He could not help but fall into deep thought. The Asmo mountain range was such an important place. Not only did it have the Tree of Life, but it also had the trial ground. How could he not have planted spies to monitor it closely? In fact, when the elves entered the Asmo mountain range, they were already watched by the surveillance bees. All of their actions in the mountain range were recorded. Moreover, the communication device that Lan Xiaoyin used was within Xiao Wu's surveillance range at all times. Of course, Su Silly did not know about them at first. Xiao Wu was not that free either. Before Lan Xiaoyin triggered the alarm, it basically did not pay attention to him. It was only when they mentioned the Tree of Life that Xiao Wu reported to Su Silly. Although he knew that these people were Ashing's race, Su Silly was not in a hurry to pick them up in order to test the defenses that he had set up at the entrance of the canyon and the surrounding area. Cha Mo had asked him about the elven players wanting to see Ashing, but he temporarily suppressed it. It was under such circumstances that the test results were the most realistic. The final test results also made Su Silly very satisfied. This small group of elves did not even trigger the Elf Canyon's defenses. They just kept wandering around the Asmo mountain range. In fact, the entrance of the canyon was only a dozen meters away from where they were resting. However, the elves did not notice this at all. They were still troubled by the fact that they could not find traces of the mother tree. There was even a debate between the old and the new. This was probably the so-called so close yet so far. Su Silly did not expect to hear such a conversation. The elf that spoke up for him was obviously a player. Su Silly also happened to remember him. He seemed to be called something like Blue Mark. Seeing that he was so firm in his stance, Su Silly decided that if he performed well in the future, perhaps he could let him see Ah Xing. As for the other elves, he originally welcomed them very much, but now it seemed that the elves had quite a bit of prejudice against humans. Of course, some of what they said made sense. There was definitely no lack of scum among the humans, especially since there were nobles in Roland. Even if they did not have any real power, in many cases, wealth was also a kind of power. Now that life in Roland was getting better and better, and there was no threat of interstellar beasts around, it would soon welcome rapid development. Some corrupting phenomena would probably develop as well. Perhaps, in addition to monitoring the behavior of the players, the upper echelons of the empire could not be let off either. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Su Silly understood this principle, but there were some bottom lines that could not be tolerated. After all, the empire that he worked so hard to build was not for some scum to do whatever they wanted. Su Silly thought. He looked at the elves on the screen again, but he did not have any intention of persuading them. Their experience was pitiful, but it was the old empire that persecuted the other races. What did it have to do with him? If they could not see the situation clearly, they were not qualified to join his camp. However, in the end, they were still from the same race as Ah Xing. Su Silly thought about it and sent a message to Ah Xing to tell her about this. Little Ash was still taking care of the Tree of Life in the canyon, and he was also remodeling the canyon. He had already given that place to the elf tribe and named it Elf Canyon. Of course, she was the only elf in Elf Canyon now. Not long after the message was sent, Su Silly received a reply. Ah Xing, they don't like Big Brother His Majesty, so I don't like them either. Ah Xing, Big Brother His Majesty, when is Big Brother Xiaoqiang coming back? I miss him so much. Su Silly smiled. Xiaoqiang and Aunt Veer seemed to be on their way to the last stop. On the starry sky. In the control room, Veer was saying goodbye to the person on the other side of the screen. His Majesty Anta, let's catch up when we arrive at Planet Skata tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting for your arrival. After the call ended, Veer finally let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiaoqiang, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke. Mom, this Emperor of Skada looks a lot like us. Xiaoqiang had been out for more than a month, and he had seen a lot of aliens. Most of them had completely different appearances from humans. Some were strange and scary, while others were very cute. Although he had not been out for long, Xiaoqiang had undoubtedly learned a lot. Yes. Deer nodded with a smile. The people of Skada also have the appearance of humans. They are a very friendly race. Although Skada was only a small country, it was very rich. This was because the local area was rich in a type of mineral that was one of the essential materials for making space items. She remembered that Skada was as poor as Roland in the past. It was because during her visit to Skarta Star, she discovered this mineral and used her powerful connections to connect the people of Skarta Star, which allowed Skarta Star to open the path of prosperity and power. Because of this good karma, even after so many years, Veer still received a very friendly reception when she contacted the royal family of Skada. If this went well, she should be able to provide a stable supply of materials for Roland's teleportation device and establish the first trade channel. Of course, at this time, she would never have thought that there was a person who was originally from Roland on planet Skada who was living in an abyss of suffering every day. Hey guys, what kind of ores do you think I'll get today? In front of a certain ore mine on planet Skada, a muscular man was grinning at the camera while carrying a shovel. Just by looking at this scene, you would never think that this was a gaming livestream. Everyone who entered the livestream would first be in a daze. Is this really a gaming livestream? Why is the style so strange? As the host of this livestream, Super Invincible Hottie was obviously used to this kind of life. After greeting the viewers in the livestream, he started digging. As the only player in the Star Age who changed factions, Super Invincible Hottie's livestream was still very popular. When the open beta started, he was also debating whether or not to delete his account and start over. After all, after changing factions, he was no different from a blank slate newbie. Furthermore, in the Skada faction, he did not have any status bonuses. Other than the fact that there was no communication barrier, everything else was difficult. No, hell mode. However, if he deleted his account and started over, the popularity that he had built up before would all disappear. The viewers were all here to see his bitter life on a foreign planet. If he was still in Roland, which streamer wouldn't be watching, that way, he would have no advantage at all. As a closed beta player, Super Invincible Hottie did not lack money. He played games for fun. Although the game experience was bitter, it felt good to be watched by so many people. The number of viewers in his livestream had almost exceeded 1 million. The maximum number of viewers online was 700,000 to 800,000. He had never experienced the feeling of being watched by so many people in real life, so he would not give up on this livestream before he got tired of it. However, life on planet Skada was really bitter. First of all, he had no money and no account. As an alien stowaway, he lived a life of hiding. However, in the end, he was still caught and punished to mine ores here. However, Super Invincible Hottie was optimistic. In the past month, he had leveled up his mining skill to level 8. Then, he realized that although he could not level up, he could increase his stats by leveling up his mining skill. In fact, after reaching level 5, he even learned the active skill, Strength of a Bull. Now that he finally found a way to increase his strength, Super Invincible Hottie naturally worked even harder. Due to the increase in his mining skill, his chances of mining rare ores had greatly increased. Although these ores would be taken away by the NPCs, they would still be credited to his account. Once he had enough contribution points, he could be released from prison and obtain a residence permit on planet Skada. When he found out about the existence of this system, the Super Invincible Hottie was even more motivated. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, they had slowly gotten used to this style. Needless to say, they had watched a lot of live broadcasts of beachcombing, but this was the first time they had seen mining. It was quite interesting. Today, the Super Invincible Handsome Guy's luck was pretty good. He dug up another 2 rare ores. Now, the way the NPCs looked at him was no longer the same as before. Even if they were not respectful, they were still chatting and laughing. After all, he was really talented in mining. In just a month, he went from not knowing anything to an old miner who had been working for almost 10 years. Actually, it was just that his proficiency level had increased. Just as the super invincible hottie was about to hand in the ores, he heard the NPC in charge of overseeing the work chatting. "I heard that the envoy of the Roland Empire is coming to visit today," one of the NPCs said. "Huh? Are you talking about the Roland Empire?" "I think so. Could it be that the galactic map is going to be opened so soon after the beast tide? Wow, this is going to be great. There's hope for the return of the great commander." The super invincible hottie was also on alert. He quietly eavesdropped on the conversation between the two NPCs. Everything in Star Age was a simulation of reality. He was 100% sure that if he walked over now, the two NPCs would definitely stop talking. Then, he heard the other NPC say, "Roland Empire? You mean the one at the bottom of the galactic map?" "I don't think so. They're second to last. Such a weak country coming to visit our Skada, are they trying to get close to us?" "You can't say that. Did you forget? I heard that our Skada's rare ores were discovered by the princess of the Roland Empire. If it weren't for that princess, we would be very poor now. Now that you mention it, I remember now." The NPC said, "Didn't we donate a lot of money to Roland before? I've seen the news before. So now that we're here to ask for money, right?" The other NPC shrugged, "I don't know about that. But I heard that there will be a live news broadcast today. We can watch it then." TSK, such a poor country, I'm afraid they don't even have mechas and battleships. What's so good about a normal spaceship? To pass the time. The super invincible hottie listened to their conversation and couldn't help but have a subtle feeling in his heart. Although he changed factions, he still had a crush on Roland. Compared to Roland, Skada definitely gave him a greater sense of belonging to Roland. Now that he heard the two aliens ridiculing Roland, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The bullet screen also started to curse. "These two idiots are a little annoying. Don't bully the poor." F***CK, Roland is actually the second most powerful country in the galactic map? I remember the super invincible hottie asked around before. There are more than 200 countries in the galactic map? To be precise, the Star Alliance has more than 200 countries. Then Roland is too pitiful. My fists are hard, I want to beat up these two NPCs. Come on, super invincible hottie, I'll give you a castle. The super invincible hottie rolled his eyes. If he could beat them, why would he have to work so hard for a month? When the two NPCs stopped chatting, he took the two rare ores and submitted them. Then, he was told that he had enough contribution points and could be exempted from punishment from today onwards. Then, he received a stamp certificate, which he could take to the relevant department to apply for a residence permit. Once the residence permit was issued, he would be considered a legal resident of planet Skada. The super invincible hottie couldn't help but cheer and quickly ran away with the certificate. Although he was unhappy that the Skada people looked down on Roland, he wasn't part of the Roland faction now. He still had to find a way to survive on Skada Royal Palace. "Father, Roland is just a small country. Even if Skada is indebted to them, there is no need for us to receive their envoy with such high standards." The Crown Prince Skada said righteously. "Furthermore, we have already repaid Princess Veer's kindness." His Majesty Anta shook his head. "This time, Princess Veer is the one who came personally. It is reasonable for us to treat them with respect. If it wasn't for the princess, Skada wouldn't be where it is today. A person should not forget their roots." The Crown Prince Skada didn't agree. "But they can't force us to repay our kindness. We have already helped the Roland Empire a lot. Such a weak country is like a bottomless pit. Are we going to help them endlessly and let them suck our blood dry?" His Majesty Anta frowned and said, "Princess Veer might not be here for help. You don't have to be so nervous. Furthermore, Skada hasn't helped Roland that much over the years. It's not even as much as what you spent on training those mechas." "Father, how is this the same?" The Crown Prince Skada was furious. "My mechas are used to protect the country and win glory for the country. How can this be compared? But I haven't seen them win the Prodigy tournament." His Majesty Anta's words made the Crown Prince speechless. Although the Skurta Empire was rich because of its rare minerals, it hadn't been established for long. Although its hardware and facilities had kept up, there was still a huge gap in manpower. Their interstellar ranking was also relatively low, so they couldn't get too many resources from GAL. In recent years, they had been working hard to solve this problem. Unfortunately, the results were not very good. In the end, the Crown Prince could only say, "Don't change the topic. I'm talking about Roland. The order has already been issued. Are you going to withdraw it? What about the dignity of the royal family?" His Majesty Anta waved his hand. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. It's the same if I let the third prince go." These two sentences finally made the Crown Prince Skada calm down. During the ceremony prepared for the Roland ambassador, he also attended on time. After all, it was an important occasion. As the most valued prince, he had to attend. Furthermore, he also brought his own mecha squad. His Majesty Anta looked at the two neat rows of mecha squads. He was quite satisfied. After all, it looked quite grand. Showing off military strength in front of the ambassador was also a form of diplomacy. They stood at the port and waited for the spaceship to land. Following the broadcast, the Skada people who were paying attention to this meeting saw a few small dots appear in the sky. Those dots gradually became bigger. They saw a completely black spaceship that was surrounded by a few shuttles flying towards them. "What spaceship is this?" Crown Prince Skada frowned. The guard beside him whispered, "I think it's an ordinary spaceship produced by the Flanda Interstellar Federation. The model should have been released a few years ago. So it wasn't the one that Skada helped to buy." Crown Prince Skada paused for a moment. Then, he sneered. Although he still had a polite smile on his face, the disdain in his eyes was very obvious. How could they have the nerve to use such an ordinary spaceship without a fleet to protect it? This was probably all that Roland had. He secretly shook his head. He still maintained his original opinion of the Roland Empire. Soon, under the protection of the shuttles, the ordinary-looking black spaceship docked at the port. Compared to the rows of beautiful spaceships and fleets at the port, this ordinary spaceship looked a bit shabby. "Damn, I'm being tortured. F***ck, the comparison between Roland and the Empire is too tragic. I feel so sad. But the Skada Emperor is quite loyal. He organized such a grand welcoming ceremony. It's too grand. I feel ashamed." The super handsome guy obviously didn't miss this news broadcast. He looked at the screen and listened to the Skada people laughing at Roland. He couldn't help but clench his fists. "Look, what's that?" At this moment, the viewers in the bullet screen noticed that something was wrong. The super invincible hottie took a closer look and saw that in the background of the news broadcast, small dots had suddenly appeared in the sky. Those dots were quickly expanding. Soon, under the high-definition camera, black spaceships of various shapes and sizes appeared. The Skada people who were watching the broadcast all screamed in fear, "It's the Qingdao's vanguard army. They're here to steal again. Don't panic. The Crown Prince's mecha squad is here. Yes, yes, yes. This time, the Crown Prince has trained a mecha squad. They'll definitely be able to defeat the Qingdao." As a newly established country, the Skurta Empire was obviously lacking in both defense and military power. In the eyes of the Qingdao, it was a huge piece of meat that they liked to take a bite out of whenever they had time. This was also the reason why the Crown Prince Skada spent a lot of money to train the mecha squad. Although there were no results, His Majesty Anta didn't stop it either. At this moment, the starship that appeared in the sky was getting closer and closer to the ground. The peculiar design of the starship in the style of the space pirates and the flag of blood dance that was waving in the wind could be seen clearly even without binoculars. His Majesty Anta, who was originally smiling, suddenly had an ugly expression on his face. The blood dance was undoubtedly the Qingdao organization that the people of the galaxy hated the most. Just like its name, the space pirates of this organization committed all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, and plundering. All of them were wanted criminals in the Star Alliance and were also targets that some small countries were afraid of. For example, Planet Skada had already been robbed by the blood dance many times. In the beginning, the Skada royal family resisted. They lacked high-end combat power, so they hired bounty hunters to help them. However, they found out later that the loss of the commission and the robbery were about the same. Even if they hired bounty hunters, they couldn't completely defend against it. Thus, the Skirta Empire laid low for a while. They paid a certain amount of protection fees to the Qingdao every year to seek peace and develop their military power. Although it was humiliating, it was indeed the best choice at the time. At first, everything was peaceful and calm on the surface. However, the blood dance suddenly asked for more money. This amount had already exceeded His Majesty Anta's psychological threshold. They actually wanted a battleship. With the overall strength of the Skirta Empire, they couldn't get a slot or a discount from GAL. They could only buy it at a higher price through other channels. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to arm his own country? Thus, even if he knew that it would anger the blood dance, His Majesty Anta still refused this unreasonable request. After all, His Majesty Anta had been secretly developing for so long. He was confident in his country's military power. Even if the Qingdao attacked again, it shouldn't be as bad as before, right? However, he didn't expect that the Qingdao would choose this day to attack when Skada was welcoming the Roland Empire's ambassador. This was simply arrogant, and rubbing the Skada's face on the ground, His Majesty Anta angrily gave the order to the army, then looked at his eldest son and said in a deep voice, "Yuta, now it's time for you to show your results." Wu Ta hurriedly stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, "This son accepts the order." The battleships at the port had already set off. The shuttles that had just entered the port also took off after receiving the order. They flew towards the Qingdao's battleship in the sky. Facing the invading Qingdao, the soldiers of planet Skada chose to fight without hesitation. The hundreds of mecha troops under the command of Crown Prince Skada also flew into the sky. The battle was about to start. In the starship, Veer and the others who were about to disembark were forced to stay in the ship. Compared to the unfamiliar planet Skada, the starship gave them a sense of security. The Roland guards were worried, while the players who wanted to see the world burn were just waiting to watch the show. This time, there were only 5 players in the diplomatic team. They were the highest-ranked players in the Roland faction reputation leaderboard. They were all experienced players in the closed beta. Regardless of how loyal they were to Roland, at least the cost of changing factions was much higher than normal players. That was why they were able to gain Su Silly's trust. And during this diplomatic mission, the 5 players had indeed played a significant role in it. During their occasional conversations, some of their thoughts gave Veer some inspiration. Furthermore, every brave player had a very sharp sense when it came to distinguishing between friend and foe. With the existence of the favorability system, it was hard not to be sharp. At this time, the players also saw the comments of the people of Skada about the Roland Empire from the posts on the Starship Forum. They were poor, weak, and came to ask for money again. It was like jumping on the nerves of the people of Skada. No matter how poor and weak Roland was, it was still the country that they worked so hard to protect. Now that they had land in Roland and built houses in the future, that would be their home in the Star Age. These short-sighted, ungrateful aliens didn't know what was good for them. If the map of planet Skada was released, they would definitely be the first to conquer it. It could be said that the people of Skada had unknowingly offended the players, causing their favorability towards them to drop to the lowest point. Even if there was a chance to change factions in the future, not many players would want to do so. After all, in order to obtain a residence permit on planet Skada, one had to work hard to mine for a month. On the other hand, in Roland, not to mention the various benefits, just the friendly NPCs were much better than the arrogant people of Skada. They're fighting. Who do you think will win this battle? The 5 players squeezed together and watched the battle through the camera. I think they're Qingdao, right? Do you think the power of a country can't beat a bunch of bandits? That's true. I wanted to see them get beaten up, what a pity. I think the result is more uncertain. If they weren't confident, would Qingdao choose to fight the Skirta Empire head-on? That makes sense, then let's make a bet. While the players outside were watching the show, Veer was talking to His Majesty Anta in the command room of the starship. Princess Veer, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Don't worry, we'll get rid of these lawless people as soon as possible. You can stay on this ship for now to avoid any accidental injuries. Okay, His Majesty Anta. Deer exchanged a few words with King Anta and quickly ended the call. She looked at the battle in the sky worriedly. Xiaoqiong stayed beside her and also stared at the battle intently. This was the first time the young boy came into contact with an interstellar battle. He was shocked and amazed by the battle in the sky, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. He would definitely protect his mother and everyone on the spaceship. These bad guys can't hurt them. At this time, the small robot's voice sounded. Warning, warning. According to the analysis of the battle strength of both sides, the Stag Empire has an 88% chance of losing. This is a great threat to the starship. Activate the defense system immediately. Deer was stunned. Although she was worried about the battle, she was actually leaning towards the Skirta Empire to win. After all, before she went into hibernation, the Skata Empire was already developing well. They couldn't have not improved in 10 years and still be beaten up by the Qingdao, right? Rumble, rumble, amidst the deafening explosions, the Skata Empire's mecha team faced the Qingdao Empire head-on. Ha 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 ha, these lowly Skata Empire's people, no wonder they're so tough now. They think that they can beat us just because they have a mecha team? Yelena sat in front of the command console and laughed maniacally. Brothers, teach them how to operate a mecha. Don't come out and embarrass yourself after learning some basic skills. The Qingdao Empire's mocking laughter sounded in the command channel. Hee hee, let them broaden their horizons. Yelena reminded them in the channel, don't go overboard. Be careful not to kill anyone from the Skata Empire. Otherwise, we won't be able to get any money. Understood. Do you even need to say this? Thus, the mecha team that Crown Prince Yuta was so proud of was defeated in less than 2 rounds by the Qingdao Empire's battle-hardened mecha team. In the hands of the Qingdao Empire's mecha team, those big guys were as agile as their own bodies. In front of these warmongers, the mecha team that Crown Prince Yuta trained was as weak as a 3-year-old child holding a toy weapon. Yelena looked down at the capital of the Skata Empire, her eyes full of greed and cruelty. Last time, she had been chased away by the St. Rus Empire's army. When she finally managed to shake them off, her Voyager was already damaged beyond recognition. That time, not only did she not get any benefits from the Fox Empire, she also suffered heavy losses. However, she heard that although Mu Xingzhou was healed, they had lost their headquarters. She felt much better after hearing that. In order to make up for this loss, they naturally targeted these small countries whose economic development was good but whose military power could not keep up with the pace. For example, the Skirta Empire was a sheep that they had been rearing. Once they were fat, they would obediently let them slaughter them. However, this time, the Skirta Empire did not want to be slaughtered. Naturally, they had to let them see the consequences of resisting. Otherwise, what if other small countries followed suit? Of course, she was cautious enough to bring half of the Blood Dance Empire's forces. However, even with this half, it was enough to crush the Skirta Empire. The citizens of the Skirta Empire who were watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. Even if they did not understand war well enough, even if they did not have enough experience, they could see that the Skata Empire's army was being suppressed. Anger and panic spread among the citizens watching the live broadcast. Originally, there were not many people watching the live broadcast of the welcoming ceremony of the Roland Empire's ambassador. However, in just a few minutes, the number of people watching the live broadcast increased by more than 10 times, and it was still increasing. The person in charge of the live broadcast was so shocked that he forgot to cut off the live broadcast. His Majesty Anta's expression was extremely ugly. As for the Crown Prince Yuta, he watched as the mecha warriors he had painstakingly trained fell one after another. His face was drained of blood, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Although the armies from all over the country were on their way to help, it would take time. At this rate, by the time the Qingdao finished killing all the soldiers in the capital and massacring all the citizens, the local armies would not have arrived. "Father, should we surrender?" asked the Crown Prince Yuta in a choked voice. Although he was arrogant, he still cared about the civilians. According to his experience, if he surrendered as soon as possible, the space pirates would not listen to him when they were too bloodthirsty to listen to him. However, looking at the only black spaceship that was still docked at the port, the Crown Prince Yuta could not help but feel aggrieved. This battle could be considered as a complete joke, Just as His Majesty Anta was trembling and wanted to escape with the Xingdao, his communication device suddenly rang. His Majesty Anta glanced at it and saw that it was Princess Veer of Roland. He sighed and finally chose to answer the call. A beautiful silver-haired woman appeared on the screen. Anta smiled bitterly and was about to speak, but the woman on the other side spoke first. His Majesty Anta, do you need help? He was stunned for a moment and did not understand. What? The situation is critical now. I should not ask too much, but as the ambassador of the Roland Empire, I still need to ask, do you and the people of Skada need help now? Anta looked at her, then looked at the sky and nodded subconsciously. The woman on the other side smiled as if she was relieved of a burden. She said, then, please allow my spaceship to use its armed forces in your country. Looking at her determined eyes, His Majesty Anta could only nod. Crown Prince Yuta on the other side heard everything and could not help but frown. Although he did not think that Roland could help now, he was still quite touched that they were willing to help at this time. Then, he saw the ordinary-looking black spaceship suddenly start moving. It drove out of the port and headed towards the battlefield. What could such a rundown and ordinary-looking civilian spaceship do in this battle? However, to Crown Prince Yuta's surprise, the Xingdao that was originally suppressing the Skada army suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. Not only did they not continue to fight, but they also began to retreat. What's going on? Looking at the space pirates who were retreating like a tide, eldest Prince Wuta couldn't help but rub his eyes. What's going on? They were about to win. Why did the Xingdao from Blood Dance run away? He was not an idiot. Although he had not participated in any large-scale battles, he watched the Prodigy tournament every day. Naturally, he did not think that it was his mecha team that defeated the Xingdao. However, he also did not think that it was Roland's small civilian ship that scared the other party away. It was probably what happened to the Xingdao, whether it was the players on the spaceship or the audience watching the live stream, they all looked at the scene in front of them blankly. What's wrong with the Xingdao? Why did they suddenly retreat before they won? The players' understanding of Roland's military strength was only at the beta stage. The starship blew up a Bavad Empire spaceship. Yes, they still thought that it was a spaceship. In fact, the spaceship that blew up the starship was one of the 3 ships of the Bavad Empire. Also, Roland did not use the starship during the fight against the Beast Tide. Therefore, the players had always been wrong about the starship. No, it was because they did not know enough. Now that the Xingdao suddenly retreated, no one thought that the Xingdao was retreating out of fear. But there was no mistake, it was fear. Yelena stood in front of the control tower and stared at the black spaceship that flew into the sky from Skada's capital port. She was no longer in high spirits. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear and dread. She would never mistake this black spaceship even if she was beaten to death. On the way to Kekabar Star, the enemy's firepower was so strong that it was terrifying. After seeing this scene, no one would treat this black ship as an ordinary, civilian spaceship. She had once wanted to contact the person who modified the spaceship, but unfortunately, she did not manage to catch him. Later, they were inexplicably wanted by Kekabar's army, so she forgot about this matter. When she successfully escaped capture and returned to the Blood Dance headquarters, she saw a video from the defected Fox members. In that video, the black spaceship appeared again. But this time, the black spaceship didn't move. The one who moved was a blonde man who came out of the spaceship. Just by watching the video, Yelena felt it. That was a true peerless expert. Even if the top 10 experts of the Blood Dance worked together, they might not be a match for that person, let alone her. She could only be thankful that it was Fox who had offended that man. She had even gloated over the fact that Fox's base had been stolen. However, she never expected that the Blood Dance would one day collide with this black spaceship. Furthermore, the owner of the spaceship had rejected the Blood Dance's offer. After discovering the existence of the starship, Yelena immediately tried to contact the starship. Although the mysterious black spaceship appeared on planet Skada, it might not necessarily be related to the Skirta Empire. However, after Xiao Wu asked for permission from Veer, not only did she reject them, she even cut off their communication. Veer didn't have a good impression of Xingdao at all. Let's not talk about what they did on Skarta Star. Let's talk about the days when she and Dr. Ding Mingyu were kidnapped by the Fox. Although she couldn't wake up, she could sense what was happening in the outside world. Xingdao used her as a hostage to force old Ding to stay in Xingdao and work for them. She knew this very well. Deer didn't know how much that idiot Ding Mingyu had suffered. He never told her either. However, he was already so old, yet he still followed Xingdao everywhere and didn't have any personal freedom. This was a very painful and dangerous thing in itself. Because of this incident, Deer's impression of Xingdao dropped to the bottom. Furthermore, they were now openly invading Roland's ally that she wanted to establish diplomatic relations with. Skada produced minerals that were mainly used in fields related to space. For example, if they wanted to achieve the space jump function of spaceships, these special minerals were essential. Of course, other planets also produced these minerals. Furthermore, planet Skada was located in a remote location and had Gal's help to protect it. That was why planet Skada was able to gain a foothold in the interstellar and not be annexed by other countries. With Roland's situation, it was naturally better to form an alliance with a smaller country. This way, they would be able to gain enough respect and develop together. According to Veer's understanding of Skada, planet Skada was rich in minerals, but there was very little land suitable for farming. They relied on imports for food for a long time. As for Roland, what he didn't lack the least was food. He even had extremely nutritious galactic beast meat. This diplomatic relations would determine whether Roland's first interstellar trade could be completed. Although she had a lot of money on her, and Snow had opened a small shop in the Starnet community, but how could she rely on the Emperor for money? Deer hoped to rely on the power of the people to create a new interstellar trade route for Roland. This way, whether it was to revitalize the local economy or to improve the people's living standards, it would be very beneficial. Furthermore, it was not only the economy, but also education. Now that they had entered the interstellar era, countless civilizations in the universe were trying to adapt and face new challenges every day. She did not want Roland to be stuck in a rut. They were already lagging behind by a lot. If they did not catch up, how long would it take for their civilization to catch up? Therefore, Deer attached great importance to this trip to Skada. And now, this group of detestable Xingdao was trying to destroy her plan. Xiaoqiang, who was standing beside Veer, seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but look up at her. Mommy feels like something is different. Veer stared at the retreating Xingdao in the sky and narrowed her purple eyes. Xiao Wu. She said, I heard Snow say that you like fireworks? Xiaoqiang blinked. Fireworks? What is that? The image of the little robot appeared on the screen. It seemed a little shy and a little excited. Yes, fireworks are very nice. Deer nodded and pointed at a few targets on the screen. Let's see these first. She pointed at a few. Ships of the Blood Dance. They were retreating while retrieving the mechas that were released. Xingdao was not united internally. A small portion of Xingdao was retreating slowly and were even attacking the Skada's mechas. No problem. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Deer nodded approvingly. Let's not waste any time. Don't let them get away. Since they dared to come here, let's make sure they don't return. Okay. Xiao Wu's emotions were stirred up. He immediately carried out the order enthusiastically. Thus, the Skada's people and the spectating players saw the black spaceship that was moving leisurely suddenly start to accelerate. Pitter-patter patter-patter. During the acceleration process, people watched as the originally ordinary spaceship opened up one by one, and huge cannons of different calibers protruded from both sides of the spaceship. Under the watchful eyes of the Skada's people, the little black sheep finally revealed its fangs. This beast that had just woken up didn't give the Xingdao any chance to react. Almost in the next second, the cannons gathered energy and fired. The huge flame spurted out and swept away all the obstacles in front of them except for the Skarta Star's army. Boom! Boom! This wasn't space, so the explosions in the sky were deafening. Along with this huge explosion, the ships with the Xingdao's flag were turned into dust. The large ships that Veer circled out just now, including a warship, all turned into beautiful fireworks that bloomed in the sky. If Susili was here, he would realize that the firepower of the Xingdao had increased again. Below the battlefield, including His Majesty Anta and Crown Prince Yuda, everyone's jaws dropped. This is a civilian spaceship? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a civilian spaceship blow up a warship? Have you ever seen a civilian spaceship with so many firepower systems and still be able to move this fast? Even His Majesty Anta, who had seen a lot of things, was stunned for a while before he closed his jaw. Then, he looked at Crown Prince Yuta. Although his father didn't say anything, Crown Prince Yuta could still feel his father's disdain. He quickly closed his jaw, but when he saw the results of Roland's spaceship, he still couldn't believe his eyes. Then, he remembered what his father said before. The amount of money he gave Roland wasn't even as much as the amount he spent on training his mecha team. At that time, he felt that these two things couldn't be compared at all. Now that he saw that they had lost almost half of their mecha team in just half an hour, he realized, these two things couldn't be compared at all. In the sky, the Xingdao's people who hadn't retreated were also stunned. They actually didn't take Yelena's warning seriously. How could they just give up a piece of meat that was about to reach their mouths? How could that be? That was why they retreated reluctantly. But, holy sh*t, what level of firepower was this? Their battleship didn't even have a chance to escape before it was blown up into smithereens. However, they were a bunch of fugitives after all. They quickly reacted and didn't feel sad or angry about their comrades' deaths. Instead, they immediately scattered in all directions. Although they could fly through the atmosphere with mechas, the energy consumption was too high. They might run out of energy right after they left the planet, so they chose to escape towards the ground. When they reached the city, they could just kill a few civilians to create chaos, then take the opportunity to put away their mechas and hide their identities for a while. Then, they would be safe. The 5 players on the starry sky were still in shock and excitement from the cannon shot just now. When they saw the Xingdao's people scattering in all directions, they couldn't help but guess. It should be left for us, right? Is the gameplay of the new map to catch Xingdao? I think it's okay. They should be able to drop mecha parts. Then, we can assemble the mechas. Wow, that's awesome. However, what they didn't know was, in the control room, Deer looked at the Xingdao's people fleeing in all directions and asked, Xiao Wu, are you confident that you can take them all down? There are too many people. I can't accurately predict everyone's escape route, Xiao Wu said with difficulty. Deer frowned and said, we can't let them go to the ground. Otherwise, the people on the ground will be in danger. The woman hesitated for a moment and looked at Xiao Qiong beside her. Then, she retracted her gaze and said in a low voice, switch to manual mode immediately. I'll help you. We'll take them down as many as we can. Manual mode? Xiao Wu was a little surprised, but he still followed Veer's instructions. The control device of the spaceship's firepower system rose up from the control panel. Deer chose the more traditional control bar and then aimed at the Xingdao's escaping targets and started shooting. Deer seemed to have changed into a different person. Her original gentleness was gone. Her expression was serious, and her controls were smooth and precise. Bang! 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 Within her shooting range, small fireworks soon exploded in the sky. Xiao Wu didn't expect Veer's ant to be so powerful. He felt that he couldn't lose, so he put in more effort to set off more fireworks. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiong, who had been staying by Veer's side, looked at the bad guys being shot down by his mother on the screen. Then, he looked at his mother, who seemed to be glowing. He was a little proud, but also a little disappointed. At this moment, he suddenly missed his kitten. He wanted to hug it and tell it, Mom doesn't seem to need his protection. When the last Xingdao mecha in the sky fell, the continuous fire from the starry sky finally stopped. In the control room of the spaceship, Xiao Wu's cheerful voice sounded. This time, 659 enemy mechas were shot down, 53 escaped, and 19 suffered irreparable damage. Hearing the battle report, Veer slowly exhaled. Her forehead was already wet with sweat, but her purple eyes were shining with a strange light and excitement. She had been alone in the starry sky for many years, and naturally, she didn't just rely on her elementalist skills. It was just that these skills had been abandoned for many years, and she didn't expect to pick them up one day. At this moment, a cup of water was placed in her hand. Div lowered her head and saw the young boy holding a cup of water. He looked up at her with admiration and worship in his eyes. Mom, drink some water, he said. Hearing her son's young and obedient voice, Veer felt her heart melt into water. All the sharpness on her body instantly disappeared, and she returned to her original gentle and weak self. She reached out and took the cup, and couldn't help but kiss the little boy's forehead. "Thank you," baby Veer smiled, and Xianxia covered the place where he was kissed. His face instantly turned red, and he shyly lowered his head. The little boy lowered his head, but he couldn't help but steal glances at Veer. Seeing her drink the water, Xiaoqiang smiled happily. Although he didn't have the ability to protect his mom now, he could take care of her and make sure she didn't get injured or sick again. She could always be by his side in the future. He really didn't want to lose his mom again. Veer didn't know what the little boy was thinking. She drank a few mouthfuls of water. Although it was just a normal warm water, she felt that it was sweet. These days, she got along well with her son. From the initial awkwardness to the closeness, every change made her feel so moved that she wanted to cry, and now, there was a kind of happiness lingering in her heart. This kind of happiness was even greater than that of winning the battle just now. Xiaowu didn't broadcast anymore. Instead, he quietly put away all the firepower systems of the starry sky. Pata, 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 pata. When all the splints were closed again, the starry sky had once again turned into an ordinary civilian spaceship. Like a fat black sheep, it began its return journey. However, the Skarta people who had witnessed the entire battle and the players who were watching the livestream would definitely not treat this spaceship as a harmless little sheep. This was a black ship not just in name but also in reality. On the way back, the shuttles and fleets of planet Skata all made way for it, welcoming its return with the etiquette of welcoming a hero. At the capital port of planet Skata, the people who had come to watch the welcoming ceremony of the Roland envoys did not expect to witness such an exciting battle with their own eyes. Although the defense of planet Skata had suffered a crushing defeat, and although they had borrowed the strength of the Roland Empire, they had still defeated the hated Xing Dao. At first, the applause was sparse. Then, it became a sea of cheers and applause. The people cheered and celebrated. Their impression of Roland, the second weakest country in the galaxy, had completely changed at this moment. The two supervisors in charge of the mine were also sitting in front of the TV at this moment. Although they said that they were not interested in this ceremony, they were not the only ones in the mine. The others were quite interested in the news of Roland's visit. There was only one TV in the rest area of the mine, so they were forced to watch it together. At the beginning of the livestream, they once again mocked the Roland Empire. After all, it was too shabby to only have one civilian spaceship. No country had ever visited Skata with such a shabby spaceship. And when they witnessed the scene of the spaceship bearing its fangs, their jaws dropped to the ground. Then, they looked at the terrifying power and precise tracking ability of the spaceship. Not only did it kill the entire army of planet Skata, it also defeated the terrifying Xing Dao. Roland is too strong. This country is completely different from the past. I heard that Roland was very strong 100 years ago, but then it fell because of a natural disaster. It seems that it has risen again. Ha ha ha, luckily I didn't say anything bad about Roland. I am quite supportive of His Majesty helping Roland. After all, one should not forget one's roots. Yes, I heard that the envoy this time is the Princess of Roland who helped us before. I didn't expect history to repeat itself. The two supervisors felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Their faces were full of shame. However, when they saw the black spaceship on the screen, they did change their opinion of Roland. It was a kind of silent power. It was low-key, but it had absolute strength. Perhaps, this was what a strong country should be like. The starship finally landed at the port. When Veer and Xiaoqiang walked down the escalator, they saw the members of the royal family of the Skarta Empire waiting below. His Majesty Anta excitedly walked up to them. Princess Veer, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you again. You have done Skata a big favor. His Majesty Anta even used honorifics. Vril just smiled faintly. She looked elegant and calm, full of intellectual beauty. You must be joking. It was nothing. His Majesty Anta hurriedly shook his head. I'm not joking. From the situation of the battle between the Skata army and the Xing Dao, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Skata army was definitely going to be defeated. If that wasn't the case, perhaps Veer wouldn't have decided to help. And once the Skata army was defeated, His Majesty Anta was sure that planet Skata would suffer heavy losses this time. Furthermore, because of the live broadcast, the impact would be even more far-reaching and could lead to a series of problems. It could be said that this time, the Roland Empire didn't just help him solve the problem of the Qingdao. His Majesty Anta's gratitude towards Roland was written all over his face. Crown Prince Yuda, on the other hand, was a little awkward. He watched as the mecha army that he had trained for so long was defeated, while the weak country that he despised actually turned the tide at the most crucial moment. The difference between them was too big. But he was the future crown prince after all. He still had some magnanimity and quickly adjusted himself. Since he had made a mistake before, he just had to make up for it in the future. Fortunately, he didn't have any contact with Roland before, so he didn't make any irreparable mistakes. In terms of face, he was still okay. In the worst-case scenario, he could just give Roland a little more help. Other than the Skada people who were embarrassed, the players on the Starry Sky weren't too happy either. They originally thought that the Qingdao mechas were left for them. But in the end, the Starry Sky was as fierce as a tiger, and in the blink of an eye, all the escaping mechas were defeated. Although it was really beautiful, especially when they saw the Skada people's shocked expressions, they felt a sense of satisfaction. But it was satisfying, but not completely satisfying. Because if they didn't do anything, they wouldn't get any rewards, even if some of the Qingdao escaped. It wasn't a lot. Wasn't Planet Skada a newly released interstellar map? They looked at the Qingdao and Skada people's mechas and wanted to cry, okay? When will the mechas be released to the public? Information about Planet Skada had already been posted on the Starry Sky forum by some experts. Most of it was from the live broadcast of the Super Invincible Hottie competition. Of course, it also included the Skada people's disdain towards Roland. Because of the land, the players' favorability towards Roland skyrocketed. Of course, they were unhappy with the Skada people. Everyone was discussing what kind of gameplay would be released on this map, and whether or not they could go to Planet Skada and show these NPCs the power of fists. In the game, Veer and the others had already arrived at the palace of Planet Skada and had a friendly meeting with His Majesty Anta. The main reason for our visit to your country this time is to purchase a batch of raw materials and to lay the foundation for future cooperation. Veer handed a list of raw materials and a proposal to His Majesty Anta. The raw materials on the list, I hope you can prepare them for us as soon as possible. His Majesty Anta browsed through the list and finally put it down. He was a little troubled. There's no problem with the raw materials, but the amount, he frowned. The amount of raw materials required by Roland was too large. Before the meeting, he had already decided that no matter what Roland requested, he would fulfill it. But the amount was too much. Crown Prince Yuda was also a member of the audience. He couldn't help but glance at the list. When he saw the large amount of raw materials, his heart started to bleed. This was an exorbitant demand. Although they had just helped Planet Skada defeat Qingdao, wasn't it too much to ask for so many raw materials at once? However, His Majesty Anta still gritted his teeth and said after some hesitation, "I'll tell my subordinates to prepare them for you as soon as possible." If it wasn't for Veer, their country might still be in poverty, and they might even have been expelled from Gal. Now that Roland had displayed such a strong military force, Anta's thoughts had changed. At first, he wanted to repay their kindness, but now, he wanted to befriend them. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to show some sincerity. Crown Prince Yuda's teeth hurt when he heard this. He finally couldn't help but say, "Father." His Majesty Anta interrupted him and said to Veer, "Princess Veer, please wait for a few more days. It will take some time to prepare such a large amount of materials." Vale smiled. How could she not see that Crown Prince Wuta wanted to say something but hesitated? In addition to the words of the brave warriors, she could roughly understand the prince's mentality. Since they sincerely wanted to establish diplomatic relations with the Skirta Empire, there was no reason to let them suffer losses. After all, only a win-win situation could allow for a long-term cooperation. Thus, she took out an anonymous card and placed it on the table. She said softly, "This is the deposit. I also want His Majesty Anta to believe in Roland's sincerity in seeking cooperation." His Majesty Anta wanted to refuse, but Veer used clever words to persuade him. In the end, he understood that Roland didn't want to freeload. He had misunderstood everything. And so, the pleasant atmosphere of the meeting continued. After Veer left, Crown Prince Yuta, who had a lot of things to say, finally opened his mouth. It sounds nice, but can Roland afford so many rare minerals? Do you want to use food as payment? His Majesty Entad didn't say anything. He just let someone look at the amount in the anonymous card. After knowing the amount, he couldn't help but look at his eldest son and shook his head. Maybe, he can afford it. Crown Prince Yuta didn't believe it. He also looked at the amount in the anonymous card. When he saw the long string of zeros, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is Roland going to rob money? He couldn't help but touch his face. He felt that his face was almost swollen today. At this time, in the faraway royal palace of Roland, Susili immediately received good news from Veer. He was also looking forward to their return with the materials. When that time came, the fixed-point teleportation device would no longer be a dream. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it in time for the celebration. After a week of preparation, the previously mentioned ceremony to commemorate the victory of the Beast Tide was finally held on this day. After the grand award ceremony, it was time to reveal the monument. A total of 100 players' game IDs were neatly engraved on the monument for future generations to worship. After these two most important activities, the celebration had just begun. This national celebration would last for 3 days. That night, Susili and Xixing left the palace after not seeing each other for a long time. They went to various bonfires in the imperial city. Meanwhile, Thanos also found Su Fengqing and asked him to fulfill his promise. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the air was refreshing. Before the sky had completely darkened, bonfires were lit all over Roland, and the festive atmosphere lasted from day to night. The players were dressed in the traditional costumes of the main cities of Roland and shuttled through the streets and alleys. In addition to the local Roland activities, there were also many smart players who had taken up positions and set up all kinds of stalls, selling snacks that they had invented themselves. The snack business was especially prosperous, because the raw materials were cheap and the prices were not expensive, so it was very popular with the NPCs. Just today's celebration made many players earn a lot of money. Of course, in addition to the snack stalls, there were also stalls selling weapons, equipment, and all kinds of handicrafts. There were even stalls selling acrobatics. People walked on the streets with lanterns in their hands. It was supposed to be an exotic Roland's bonfire party, but the players had turned it into a temple fair. The town of Doha had now become one of the most prosperous towns in the imperial city. At this time, the streets were also bustling with people, and it was extraordinarily lively. Susili walked on the streets with a lantern in his hand, which he had just bought from a stall. These lanterns were made by the players, and they even hung lanterns all over the town to make this bonfire party feel more special. When it came to eating, drinking, and playing, the people of Roland could not compare to this group of players. Susili felt the atmosphere in the town, looked at the lanterns in the hands of the people, and felt as if he had returned to the real world, and was participating in a traditional festival in an ancient town. Today was indeed a day worth remembering. The fruits of victory belonged to Roland, and also to the brave people from the other world. On the big side, Roland, which had been living under the shadow of the interstellar beasts, needed this kind of festival to dispel the fog and welcome a new life. On the small side, it was better to strike a balance between work and rest, so that they could work harder. Bayou, bang! Bayou, bang! At this time, gorgeous fireworks were shot into the sky, blooming into colorful flowers in the night sky. Susili raised his head to look at them. He felt that they were indeed players. They had so many tricks up their sleeves. However, if they could even make a timed bomb, what more these little fireworks? After watching for a while, Susili turned to look at Xixing. The man had been protecting him by his side, making sure that no one could touch him. It was just like that night when he first wandered around the inner city. He lowered his eyebrows and saw the blue stone hanging from Xixing's chest. It was obviously an ordinary item, but he always carried it with him and protected it well. Susili smiled gently. She raised her head and kissed him lightly on the lips. Let's go to Dushuang City to eat hot pot. Because of his closeness, Xixing's expression softened a little. However, he was still a little surprised when he heard his words. It's still snowing in Dusk Frost City, he reminded. Dusk Frost City was covered in ice and snow all year round. It would only warm up slightly during the summer. Now that it was spring, it was still a world of ice and snow. Cixing knew that Su Silly was afraid of the cold. "Don't I still have you?" Su Silly smiled and snuggled into his arms. "I heard that the hot pot and barbecue shop run by the brave ones are very delicious. I haven't tried it yet." It was impossible for Cixing to reject him in the first place, not to mention under such an earnest gaze and smile. "Okay, I'll take you there." He hugged the young man back and disappeared in a flash. No one in the crowd noticed them, and no one noticed that they had disappeared. The situation was similar to theirs in another street. A silver-haired, purple-eyed man stood on the bustling street. He was looking up at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. The light from the fireworks shone on his face, making his bright eyes sparkle. Xinose looked at the colorful lights and asked curiously, "Feng Qing, what is that?" The black-haired man standing beside him was taking a lantern from a vendor. He looked at Xinose and answered, "Fireworks. Haven't you seen them before?" Xinose shook his head. Just as he reluctantly looked away, the handle of the lantern was shoved into his hand. His purple eyes lit up. The shape of the lantern looked like a long-eared beast, but it was not as ferocious. It looked soft and cute. "Thank you, Feng Qing." He looked up and smiled at the man. Su Fengqing glanced at him and reached out to help him put on his hood. The cloak that Thanos was wearing was a treasure that he had obtained from the ruins. It could hide his features. Xinose was very popular among the players. If he was recognized, he would have been surrounded by the players. It was almost impossible for him to leisurely stroll around the streets and watch the fireworks. "Let's go. Didn't you want to go to the hot springs?" Su Fengqing looked at the map and pulled him to another street. He promised Xinose that he would go to the hot springs with him after the beast tide ended. He didn't expect him to remember. When he went online today, he heard him mention it. Su Fengqing was obsessed with work. He didn't even have time to rest, let alone go to the hot springs. Now that there was a 99% realistic game, it was a lot more convenient. He could experience all kinds of things at home that he couldn't do before. This also made Su Fengqing understand his second brother's idea. The Star Age would become a second world for humans in the future. Of course, before they reached this goal, they still had a long way to go. Xinose followed beside him. The man held his wrist and led him. Because he was leading the way, he didn't pay attention to walking at all. His eyes kept looking around, looking at the streets. Although he grew up in the royal city, as the heir to the throne, learning and training took up most of his time. He didn't have much time to play. When he went to the front lines as an adult, he didn't have the chance to play around in the royal city. He only attended a bonfire party like this 2 or 3 times in his memory. But what he saw tonight was too different from what he remembered. Xinose couldn't take it all in. The people around him were laughing and making merry. It was an atmosphere full of joy and hope that Thanos had never experienced before, even before the beast tide. He was immersed in it, and he felt like he was in a dream. Xinose couldn't help but wonder. Was he really back? Wasn't it just a beautiful dream he had during those 4 dark years? The person in front of him suddenly stopped. He was caught off guard and bumped into him. His nose was sore. It was also this pain that brought him back to reality from his days. "Are you okay?" Su Fengqing looked back at him. When he saw the system notification, he frowned. Su Fengqing had dealt 10 points of physical damage to him. Xinose rubbed his nose and looked around at the lively scene. He smiled. "I'm fine." He looked at Su Fengqing and said, "Thank you, Fengqing." Su Fengqing looked at him helplessly. He didn't like it when he kept thanking him, especially when he didn't do anything. "Let's go." He led him through the crowd again, but this time he was more careful. He didn't forget to remind him, "Watch the road." Xinose nodded, but he couldn't help looking around. He really liked this Roland. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Although there were many things that were unfamiliar to him, he could feel a thriving vitality. It was something he had never felt before. Su Fengqing looked back at him and sighed in his heart. He didn't say anything else and didn't let the crowd affect him. Finally, they left the town of Doha and came to the hot springs resort near the town. The hot springs resort usually had good business. Although it wasn't bad today, there weren't as many guests as usual, perhaps because they were attracted by the bonfire party. Both of them were people with sensitive identities. Naturally, they couldn't go to an open-air spa. Fortunately, Su Fengqing didn't lack money. After they paid, a staff member led them to a secluded hut on the mountain. They pushed open the door and walked in. There was a steaming hot spring and a small wooden hut next to it. They could change inside. All the independent hot springs in the resort are covered with anti-peeping magic circles. Those without access cards can't enter. If someone tries to force their way in, it will trigger the alarm. You can relax and bathe. You don't have to worry. The staff member paused and didn't continue, but Su Fengqing got the gist of it. Many players probably came to cause trouble when the hot springs resort was first built. That was why so many precautions were added later. Then, please enjoy. If you need anything, you can use the communication device to contact us. After the staff member left, Xinos took off his hood and looked at the private hot springs. He nodded with satisfaction. No wonder it can become the pillar of the town of Doha. This hot springs resort is really well run. He looked like a leader on a private tour. Su Fengqing shook his head. Although he couldn't help but think of some business plans, since they were out for fun, there was no reason to think about business. Let's go in. He pushed Xinos into the wooden hut. When they came out again, both of them only had a towel wrapped around them. Soaking in the steaming hot spring and looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, Su Fengqing couldn't help but sigh comfortably. In comparison, Xinos was more reserved. After watching Su Fengqing soak in the water, he slowly dipped into the water and carefully moved to his side. Su Fengqing looked at him sideways. He always knew that Xinos was very fair, but with a sickly pallor. Now, perhaps because of the hot springs, his snow-white skin showed a faint pink. It was not an exaggeration to say that his skin was white with a hint of rosy. The hot springs weren't deep, only reaching the man's calves. As he got closer, the water slowly reached his waist, making his slender waist even more obvious. After he sat down, the water level reached his chest, but it was neither too deep nor too shallow. Xinos sat beside Su Fengqing. Compared to his height and healthy wheat-colored skin, he looked much thinner. His face was a little hot, but under the steam, it wasn't obvious, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. When Su Fengqing saw that he was seated, she retracted her gaze and browsed through the system shop, preparing to buy some snacks and a bottle of low-alcohol content wine. Drinking and admiring the moon at the same time, this was the perfect hot spring. However, after he selected the items, before he could take them out, Xinos's body tilted and his head leaned on his shoulder. Su Fengqing froze and looked down. He saw that the man's face was red, and his eyes were closed. He seemed to have fainted. He was stunned, then thought of something and quickly picked him up. Su Fengqing left the hot spring and entered the wooden hut. He put Xinos on the bed in the hut and wiped him with a towel while calling him anxiously. "Asai, wake up." At his call, Xinos slowly woke up and looked at him with a pair of purple eyes in confusion. Su Fengqing sighed in relief. "Asai, how do you feel?" he asked. "What happened to me?" "You fainted. It's probably caused by the lack of oxygen in the hot spring for too long. You'll be fine after some rest." Xinos blinked and muttered, "So I really do faint." Su Fengqing frowned. "What do you mean? If you know that you'll faint in the hot spring, why did you come?" Looking at his stern expression, Xinos pursed his lips. He didn't expect him to find out. He had to look away and said, "I just hope that you can forget my ugliest appearance." Hearing Xinos's words, Su Fengqing was stunned. The ugliest appearance, he frowned slightly and thought about it carefully before finally understanding what he was referring to. Back in the tree hole, the situation was special, and he couldn't care less. He could only help wipe his back and put on clean, thick clothes to keep him warm. Although Xinos's eyes were closed the whole time, he knew that he was awake, so he tried to be careful. He didn't expect him to apologize to him later, and now, why are you still thinking about this? Su Fengqing held his forehead helplessly. Was Xinos ugly back then? To be honest, he couldn't remember much. After all, he didn't dare to look at him, afraid that it would hurt his self-esteem. The only thing he remembered clearly was the feeling of pity and sympathy. "I'm sorry." Sinos lowered his eyelashes and raised his right hand to his forehead to cover his eyes. Hearing his apology, Su Fengqing felt even more helpless. Perhaps it was because people with disabilities were more sensitive than normal people. Although Sinos had recovered, the wound in his heart still needed time to heal. He should have been more understanding. Su Fengqing reached out and gently held his thin wrist. Sinos was really thin. He didn't seem to have put on much weight in the month since he came back. Sinos didn't struggle. He let go of his hand, revealing a pair of slightly red eyes. Su Fengqing pretended not to see. He put his hand on the bed and gently patted the back of his hand as if to comfort him. "I never thought you were ugly," he said. "In fact, among all the people I've met, you're one of the prettiest." The man spoke sincerely, and Sino slowly calmed down. He felt his face heat up. "If you want me to forget everything that happened in the tree hole, although it's a little difficult, I can promise you that I won't think about it again." Thanos blinked his eyes. "Do you remember those days too?" Su Fengqing paused. He didn't hide it and nodded. "Occasionally." He added, "After all, it was a very special experience for me." It could even be said that the thrill and excitement of those short few days made his past 30 years of life seem a little dull and dull. Sinos looked at him and slowly smiled. "Me too," he said seriously. "That memory is more important than life to me." If he hadn't met Feng Qing, he would have died in the underground cave, and everything that happened after that would be impossible. "I'm sorry. I was too much," Sino said. "That's our shared memory. I shouldn't be so selfish and want you to forget that I was at my worst, don't forget." Su Fengqing looked at him in amusement. He was so pitiful just a moment ago, but now he was regretting it. He shook his head and said, "I understand, but you don't have to keep saying sorry or thank you. I think with our friendship, we don't need to say such polite words." Now, it was Thanos' turn to be stunned. What he said was so similar to what Snow said, even though he didn't feel like he was being courteous. Sino still nodded and smiled. He and Feng Qing had a life-and-death friendship. It was a friendship where he could trust his back to Feng Qing. There was no need to say such things. "Okay, I won't say it again." Sinos looked into the man's dark eyes and said softly, "I will always remember this gratitude in my heart. You also remember, if you need me for anything, please tell me. No matter what it is, I will do my best to complete it for you." Sinos's light purple eyes were full of sincerity. Su Fengqing looked at him for a while, then looked away and fell on his slender hand. "If there's anything," he said hesitantly. Thanos looked at him expectantly, only to see the man look up at him again. There was a gentle smile in his dark eyes. "You should fatten yourself up. Let's soak in the hot spring together after you've recovered." Although it was said that he had been soaking in the hot spring for too long, it had only been a few minutes. With such a weak body, he was afraid that this troublemaker would die at any time. Sinos looked at his arm and couldn't help but mutter, "Am I really that skinny? I've already gained some weight." "Yes." Su Fengqing said heartlessly, "You're still so skinny. It's like the wind can blow you away." Sinos became sad again. "So I don't look that good now, right?" Why did they come back to the topic? Su Fengqing facepalmed again. He finally realized that Asai wasn't as mature as he thought, and she was a little vain. However, this was also quite good. Glay City. Cha Mo carried Xiaohage and strolled on the streets with Little Ash by her side. This was the first time Little Ash had left the Fairy Valley after the Tree of Life had revived. She had been bored to death. Although Cha Mo and her mermaid brother were with her, she still felt bored in the valley. If not for the fact that the newly revived Tree of Life needed her protection, she would have run back to the capital already. Even if she had to go to school, she didn't want to stay in the valley. At this moment, she was like a little elf who had finally obtained freedom. She was holding the ice cream she bought from the stall, jumping around and eating it with relish. Cha Mo looked at her and then glanced at some of the figures who were hiding in the shadows and peeking at them. Finally, he sighed and led her to a stand. There were brave people singing on the stage. They were singing in an unfamiliar language and tune, but it was surprisingly good. Xiao couldn't help but hum along. Little Ash liked it too. At this time, Cha Mo squatted down beside her and asked, "Ah Xing, do you really not recognize them?" Cha Mo had already brought up the topic of the elves to the child several times. After all, that elf called Blue Mark was very persistent, and Little Majesty's attitude depended on Ah Xing's attitude. Little Ash wrinkled her nose. "I don't know them." She was a half-elf. If she hadn't met Su Silly, she would still be wandering alone with Ah Huang. It could be said that she didn't have any feelings for the forest elves. Her identity as the fairy queen was also to save the tree of life. She had no choice but to agree. Cha Mo couldn't force her. Although she had become the fairy queen, could you expect a child of a few years old to take on this responsibility? If possible, he hoped that Ah Xing could grow up without any worries. But, there were so many forest elves. It wasn't a good idea to leave them alone. Cha Mo couldn't help but rub his forehead. No wonder little Joe always said that he liked to meddle in other people's business. He was right. After all, they are of the same race as you. Cha Mo deliberated. If they can live in the fairy canyon, you won't be so bored there. Little Ash couldn't leave the tree of life for too long. She had to go back tomorrow. Sure enough, after Cha Mo finished speaking, the little girl's face showed obvious hesitation. Cha Mo continued. The elves are very good at singing. Erudite scholars can even remember thousands of songs. Really? Little Ash looked at him in surprise. They can really sing so many songs? The teachers in the academy had taught her before. She could count now. 10,000 songs, singing one song every day would take years. Cha Mo paused and corrected her. I'm talking about those who are especially erudite. But the average elf should have mastered hundreds of songs. Oh, only then did little Ah Xing restrain her surprise. But hundreds of songs was quite a lot. She tilted her head and thought. I can let them enter the canyon, but they have to tell Big Brother His Majesty personally. The canyon was given to me by Big Brother His Majesty. The Tree of Life was also saved by Big Brother His Majesty. And I don't know how to earn money now. Everything I eat and use is still Big Brother His Majesty's. Little Ah Xing counted with her fingers and started counting seriously. When I grow up, I'll have to return all of this. The little girl had her own ideas. She also worked very hard when she followed Su Silly back to the palace. But the more things she received, the more pressure she felt. In the end, she said, so, if they don't like Big Brother His Majesty, then I can't let them enter the canyon. This is my principle. Cha Mo looked at her clear and logical manner. He felt that she did look like an elf queen. He nodded. You're right. This is a matter of principle. In name, the entire Snow Star belonged to the Roland Empire. Even his old friends, the Sea Elves, were waiting for Roland to save them. If the Forest Elves couldn't change their way of thinking, then he couldn't help much. In the end, Cha Mo closed his eyes. You heard it, right? Angus, who was hiding in the shadows of the alley, suddenly heard a man's voice. He didn't panic because just now he did hear the conversation between the man and the little girl. This made him feel very complicated. Now, the elven team that they had sent out was still in the Amos Mountains, and they were even planning to break into that trial ground. They probably didn't expect that the new queen they were looking for already knew about the existence of the elves. But, she wasn't willing to accept them. Angus felt bitter in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. The man with the queen was very strong. He should be some kind of ancient beast. He felt that his aura was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. You guys go find the little Emperor of Roland. He already knows about you guys. The man continued in his ear. You don't have to be so secretive. I've never seen forest elves like you guys. Angus wanted to say something but stopped. He was obviously hesitating. I don't know what you guys have been through all these years, but after the cataclysm, all races have been like this. No one has lived an easy life. Cha Mo said calmly. You guys are very lucky to be able to live peacefully until now and have the opportunity to continue your race. I hope you guys can cherish the goddess of destiny's favor for the forest elves. Don't choose the wrong path again. This is my advice. I hope you guys can take care of yourselves. Angus listened to his words and looked at the figure of their new queen. He finally gritted his teeth, thanked Xianxia, and turned to hide in the night. Xianxia retracted his spiritual power and sighed silently. The forest elves who once considered themselves to be light were now used to being in the dark. God really made fools of people. Starcatcher City, Elven Stronghold. Elder Victor was sitting on a recliner as he listened to Angus' report. He did not speak for a long time, but he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in this short period of time. Angus, are you kidding me? There were other elves in the room who stayed behind. After hearing Angus' report, they all had expressions of disbelief. The new elven queen doesn't accept us? How is this possible? She must have been coerced by the humans to say that. Angus looked at his companions. He knew that this was very difficult to accept. In fact, when he heard the queen say those words, he also felt that everything around him was collapsing in front of him. They were like abandoned children of the world. They did not know where to go in the future at all. However, he clearly knew that it was time to make a choice. The queen is not being coerced. Angus said in a deep voice, the one guarding her is an ancient beast. She is free. The queen said that the Elven Canyon was given by the Emperor of Roland. The Tree of Life was also saved by the Emperor of Roland. She is loyal to the House of Roland. If we still have hostility towards Roland, then we will not be able to get her approval. Did the queen really say that? Elder Victor stared at Angus. His slightly cloudy old eyes had a sharp light. Angus did not evade. Yes, Elder Victor. He recalled the ancient beast's advice to him. He pursed his lips and said, now is the time to make a choice. Please make the decision. The light in Elder Victor's eyes dimmed. He seemed a little dejected. He said in a low voice, since it is the queen's order, then we can only do as she says. Elder Victor. An elf beside him said loudly, have you forgotten? In the past, we had to pay a heavy price after our identities were exposed. Humans can't be trusted. They can't tolerate other races at all. The queen is young and has been blinded by the humans. Why are you fooling around with them? Isaac. Angus shouted to stop him. The elf named Isaac quieted down. There was still some anger on his face, but he did not say anything else. You think I am fooling around? Isaac wouldn't dare. Elder Victor smiled bitterly and said, the forest elves who have lost the mother life tree cannot even compare to humans. You saw the child with the blue mark. Without going through the baptism and awakening the power of the bloodline, his strength will never improve, and his lifespan will not be much longer than a human's. We can indeed continue to hide, but when our generation of elves grows old and returns to the embrace of the mother tree, what do you want these children born in the human world to do? Isaac opened his mouth, but this time, he was completely speechless. Let me tell you. Elder Victor looked at him and said, sooner or later, they will be assimilated by humans. When that time comes, it will be the time for our branch to be completely wiped out. He did not say that it was the death of the forest elves, because since the mother tree of life had been revived, new first-generation elves would definitely be born in the future. However, that was merely the inheritance of the bloodline. The newly born first-generation elves would not inherit the memories of the ancient era's elves, nor would they inherit their civilization. Instead, they would rebuild their civilization from the ruins. How could Elder Victor just watch this happen? He waved his hand and said, since this is the mother tree's choice, we have no reason to disobey. Otherwise, it would be betrayal. I have made up my mind. Angus, go arrange it. Gather all the remaining elves. I will personally announce this matter. Angus accepted the order and left. Isaac sat down dejectedly, the blood drained from his face. Even though they knew that this was a wrong decision, the elves could only do this, because they had no other choice. In the end, out of caution, Elder Victor did not have all the elves move. He had some young elves stay behind. They were the kindling, the only hope in the event of an unforeseen event. The elves were all pessimistic about this operation, but no one objected to Elder Victor's decision. Perhaps in the depths of their hearts, they also yearned for the light, yearned to live openly with their original appearance as elves. Isaac was originally one of the kindling that had been left behind, but he refused. I will live and die with everyone. With my strength, I can at least save a few more before I escape. He was probably the most pessimistic one. He regarded this trip to the Imperial City as a one-way trip to his death. Although Angus felt that the situation was not that bad, it was difficult for him to change the views of his companions. Besides, even he did not trust humans. He only hoped that everyone would be safe in the end. Otherwise, he would be a sinner to the elves. The elves were moving, and at the same time, Duskfrost City, in a house made of ice. The young man sat up in a daze. His long silver hair draped over his shoulders, covering his beautiful white back, as well as the bruises and bite marks on his snow-white skin. Susili hugged the blanket and looked around, still not fully awake. A small heating array was set up in the ice house. It would form a layer of protective cover to cover the warm current of the heating array. It would not cause a waste of energy, and it would not melt the ice house. This was designed by the array master, Dominic, and he made it into a card that he carried around with him. Perhaps it could be popularized nationwide in the future. This way, it would not be easy to freeze to death in winter. Susili lay down again. It was a world of ice and snow outside, and it was warm inside the house. It was the best place to sleep. Let him stay for a while. At this time, the door of the ice house opened, and a cold wind blew in. Susili shivered and immediately regained some of his consciousness. He poked his head out from under the blanket and saw Xixing closing the door with a tray in his hand. Ollie, get up and eat. The man was wearing casual home clothes, which Susili had asked his second brother to buy from the system store. When Xixing wore it, he looked completely different from usual. Susili felt like he had returned to modern times, but he quickly recovered and looked at him with a frown. Don't you feel cold wearing this? I don't feel cold, Xixing said truthfully. Susili was very angry, but when he smelled the aroma of food, his sleepiness was overcome by hunger. He obediently put on his clothes and ate breakfast with Xixing. My second brother said that they are working on it. My parents might be here soon. At this time, Susili casually dropped a heavy bomb. Xixing froze, but his expression did not reveal anything. Susili, however, noticed that he had sprinkled pepper into the milk. Don't be nervous, Susili said. My parents are very good. He missed them very much. I'm not nervous, it's just. Xixing pursed his lips and said, it's a little unexpected. Then, Susili watched him drink the milk that had been sprinkled with pepper. He opened his mouth and looked at Xixing's absent-minded expression. In the end, he considerately chose to change the topic. After all, there was still some time. He did not have much confidence in the efficiency of the game team. Xiao Wu, did something happen in the Imperial City? Susili opened the communication device and asked the little robot. Then he found out about the elves. Susili raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that the elves had persecutory paranoia, and it was the kind that was beyond cure. He did not expect them to put aside their prejudices and come to him so quickly. It was quite surprising. Okay, then I'll go back and meet them. On the way back to the Imperial City, Susili opened the panel of rare races to take a look. Unlike before, there were new changes in the Wood Elves panel. Wood Elf, Clan Leader, Sheng, also known as the Elf Queen, Clan Territory, Elf Canyon, Click to Open Map, Population, 98 Racial Characteristics, Longevity, Excellent Affinity with the Wood Element. Racial Talent, Plant Transformation. There were no changes to the Sea Elves. As for the Dark Dragon, the clan leader was now his big brother, and the population was still 1. It was still an endangered species. Susili shook his head and put away the panel. The sea elves were also a problem. He did not know how Teacher Bazer's research on the underwater breathing potion was going. Perhaps he would have to hurry him when he returned. This time, there were only about 40 elves heading to the Imperial Palace, but almost all of the higher-ups were here. When they walked out of the teleportation array in the Imperial City of Roland, they looked at their companions beside them. Finally, under Elder Victor's signal, everyone took off their hoods and removed their disguises. They had thought that with a group of 40 people, such a large target, they might be stopped by the guards when they took the teleportation array in Starkcatcher City. In fact, nothing happened. They arrived at the imperial city without a hitch. It seemed that things were not as serious as they thought. When they took off their hoods and removed their disguises to restore their elven appearance, Isaac felt an unprecedented nervousness. But it was accompanied by a kind of sudden enlightenment under the sun. It was something he had not experienced for many years. He suddenly had a feeling that he had lived for so many years in vain. Yes, he was an elf, a noble race born on the tree of the world. What had he done for so many years? Hot tears fell from Isaac's eyes. Around him, there were many crying clansmen. Elder Victor's eyes were also red, but he quickly controlled his emotions and said in a low voice, "The humans are looking at us. There is still a tough battle to come, keep your spirits up." The elves quickly wiped their tears and followed behind the elder with their heads held high. After so many years, this was the first time they bathed in the light and walked openly in the human capital. The first to notice the elves were of course the players. After watching Xianxia's live broadcast, they quickly recognized a few familiar faces, but they did not know why they did not see Xianxia. "He is still wandering in the Amos Mountains. I guess he doesn't know what these NPCs are going to do. Didn't they say that the elves are very timid? Yes, why did they suddenly appear in the Imperial City? Are they secretly going behind the players' backs again?" Elder Victor raised his head and puffed his chest, maintaining the dignity of an elf elder. But when more and more humans gathered around, he could not hold it in. These humans were very strange. They eagerly surrounded the elves and did not attack them or show any malicious expressions. Instead, they warmly talked to them. "Are you Elder Victor of the elf tribe? I have admired you for a long time. How can I help you? Hey, where are you going? Do you need me to show you the way? I am the most familiar with the Imperial City. I can walk with my eyes closed. Hey, don't push. Do you want to have your favorability deducted? Ah, he's looking at me, he's looking at me. He's not deducting favorability. He definitely wants to give me a mission. Don't fight with me, I'll fight with you." Elder Victor had no choice but to stop. He looked at the humans surrounding them and saw the eagerness in their eyes, and he could not help but doubt himself and his life. "These humans, how do they know me? Also, Elder, are you tired from walking? Do you want me to carry you for a while? Are you thirsty? I just bought some milk tea." "How can milk tea quench thirst?" "Of course, it's to eat fruits." "Elder Victor, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" The elves were dumbfounded. To be honest, it took a lot of courage for them to reveal their identity in front of the humans. It could even be said that all of them were prepared to fight back. The humans might not kill them, but they would lock them up, torture them, and humiliate them. Isaac had the same thoughts as well. He even had the urge to show Elder Victor and Angus how foolish their decision was to take revenge. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. These humans had indeed surrounded them, but they did not capture them as they had guessed. In fact, his words and expressions were filled with an indescribable flattery. After hiding in the human society for many years, they had done a lot of research on the humans. Furthermore, the elves were very sensitive to malice, especially after being hurt by the humans. But Isaac stared at the humans who kept trying to squeeze over. They were almost fighting to be the first, showing a crazy posture, but they kept a 1-meter distance from the elves. The humans in front would scold the people behind them and roar angrily, but when they looked at the elves, they would immediately put on the brightest and friendliest smile, showing themselves like males in the courtship period. Isaac was disgusted by his own analogy. He shook his head and looked at Elder Victor. This elder, who had always been wise and steady, showed a rare look of helplessness. Although he tried his best to hold it in, Isaac could still see it. He squeezed to the side of Elder Victor and whispered, "They seem to be the warriors." Elder Victor was used to living in seclusion because of his old age. Besides, the warriors didn't appear for long, about half a year. For the elves, it wasn't a long time, but it wasn't long either. That was why Elder Victor didn't know much about the warriors. "Warriors?" Elder Victor frowned and said, "Are you talking about the legend of Roland?" According to legend, when a certain condition was met, the giant ancient summoning circle would automatically unseal itself. The warriors from another world would be summoned to save the people from the abyss of suffering and lead the Roland Empire back to its peak. Elder Victor had heard of this legend before, but he never believed it. If it was true, the Roland Empire wouldn't have declined over the past 100 years. Ironically, even though the Roland Empire had declined to this extent, it was still a threat to the elves. That's right, Elder Victor. They are the brave warriors from another world. They contributed greatly to Roland's success in fending off the beast tide. Isaac explained the deeds of the heroes to him in a low voice. Their race is particularly passionate. They are very friendly to the people of Roland. Every day, they help the elderly and the young who have lost their loved ones. They are very persistent. It sounded like he was praising the Bravehearts and had a good impression of them, but Isaac knew that he was just stating the truth. He was hostile to humans, be it the people of Roland or the so-called brave ones. Elder Victor naturally understood this. In the past, he thought that the brave ones were kind enough to help the people of Roland because they were of the same race. But now, when Elder Victor personally experienced this kind of passion and was under the burning gazes of the Bravehearts, he could not help but become suspicious. And what made him feel the most hopeless was, Elder Victor, look over here, I'm calling for spicy hot pot. Elder Victor, why do they all seem to know him? Why? Why is this so? Just as the elves were at a loss, the city guards finally arrived. Facing Qingweibing, the players were very obedient. After all, it was too miserable to be imprisoned, especially in the Roland Empire, where the punishment was at least 7 days. The worst thing was that if they resisted arrest and escaped, they would immediately be blacklisted. Not only could they not use the faction storage, but NPCs might not catch them, but they would hate them and their favorability would drop rapidly. The city guards seemed to be used to dealing with the players. They quickly rescued the elves from the encirclement. Compared to facing the puzzling players, the elves were relieved to see the city guards. This was what they were familiar with, but soon, they realized that the city guards didn't play by the rules. You must be Elder Victor of the elven race, right? The leader of the city guards was very respectful, and his etiquette was on point. Her Majesty already knows of your arrival, please come with us. Her Majesty wants to see you. Although the soldiers were very curious about the legendary elven race, they didn't show it on their faces. After scientific military management, even the most ordinary soldiers didn't have the same sense of superiority as the people of the inner city. In fact, after the inner city's barrier was destroyed, the concept of the inner city was infinitely weakened, and the original concept of class was subtly changing. The attitude of the soldiers surprised the elves. In any case, they came to the imperial city and recovered their identity as elves to meet the King of Roland and obtain his approval. This was also the new queen's request for them. Even though they were sullen and uneasy, they finally followed the soldiers and took the hover car to the imperial palace. Isaac sat in the hover car, surrounded by his companions. Only a human driver sat in the driver's seat. This made him feel at ease, but also a little absent-minded. He never thought that he would one day be able to sit in a human's car as an elf, but not in a prisoner's car. Sitting next to him was Angus. The tension on his face had eased a little. Although the attitude of the heroes was a little unexpected, at least everything was developing in a good direction. As the one who proposed this operation, his pressure could finally be reduced a little. Angus relaxed a little and habitually looked out of the window. He wanted to look at the scenery outside to get more information, but when he saw the scene outside, he was speechless for a moment. They saw elementalist warriors leaping across the rooftops along the street. It was obvious that they were chasing after them. When Angus couldn't help but frown, a wind elementalist flew to his window and waved at him with a warm smile on his face. Angus was speechless. So what did these heroes want? What was the benefit of following them? What he didn't know was, I like this Uncle Elf. This modeling is amazing. How did the game team come up with such a melancholy and dejected temperament? Absolute child. Sigh, the host's level is too low. I can't even see his name. Damn it, every elf is poking at my aesthetic standards. Even the old grandpa looks good. The Uncle Elf is looking over. Host, go talk to him. I'll throw a rocket launcher at you. For the sake of the reward, this wind elemental player worked even harder. He was about to approach Angus to talk, but, seeing him approach, Angus silently but quickly rolled up the car window, blocking this strange elementalist who looked like a hero outside. Then he looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Fortunately, after entering the Imperial Palace, the heroes who were chasing them all stopped and were all blocked outside the palace gates. "Sigh, I can't see the plot again," a player complained at the palace gates. Why do the NPCs in this game like to secretly create plots behind the players' backs? Please give the textual research party a way out. Probably because they saw that he was a little dangerous, the guards at the palace gates stared at him vigilantly. Some even held their swords. Times were different now. The guards at the palace gates were all elementalists who were at least 1 star. Originally, those who were above 1 star had to go to the front lines. However, there was no shortage of people at the front lines now. Therefore, some of the 1-star elementalists who had served in the front lines for many years were transferred back to reunite with their families. It was considered a promotion and a raise. Because of that, the combat power of the palace guards had significantly increased. Not to mention their star level, just the murderous aura on them was enough to make people tremble. The player was under a lot of pressure. He quickly waved his hand, indicating that he was just passing by. He then retreated to the side and looked at the wall. Although the player's camera angle could move very far, once the scene inside the house was captured, it would automatically become a pile of mosaics. Therefore, they could not use this to peek at the palace, let alone peek at other people's privacy. At this time, a player recognized him as the famous textual research god on the Starry Sky forum and gave him advice. Go and find the blue mark. Only he can enter the palace now. Yes, he is in the Amos Mountains. Let him die and return to the city, then hurry over. While the players were discussing how to enter the palace to watch the plot, Elder Victor and the others had already arrived outside the main hall under the guidance of the soldiers. Along the way, Elder Victor and the others felt like they were walking on thin ice. The strength of the palace guards made them feel somewhat pressured. The power of the forest elves came from plants and was closely related to the Tree of Life. Take Elder Victor for example. After the cataclysm, his strength had regressed. Now, he was only a 2-star elven. From what he could sense, there were already 3-star elves in the Palace of Roland. There were also many 2-star elves. For them, this was a real tiger's den. The survival of the forest elves depended on the attitude of the Emperor of Roland. If he was still like the nobles of Roland in the past, they would rather die than sacrifice their freedom in exchange for a temporary life. Looking at the towering palace gates in front of him, Elder Victor's expression was solemn. The feeling of being destroyed by the brave warriors was back. He took a deep breath and led the elves into the cave as if they were sacrificing themselves for a righteous cause. The silver-haired emperor, who was sitting on the throne, glanced at them indifferently. Elder Victor's back stiffened, and cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the other elves who were slightly weaker. A 4-star elven master, the young Emperor of Roland had already reached the 4-star elven master level. After all, Elder Victor was originally a high-star elven master. Although his strength had regressed, he still had his vision. He could feel the pressure from the young emperor. Although the young emperor was not doing anything and was just sitting there, he felt a sense of despair in his heart. Even Elder Victor felt this way, let alone Isaac and the others. This was the fear of the strong that was engraved in their blood. Even if they did not know the Star Elven Master's exact strength, their instincts were driving them. They struggled to suppress this instinct. Just as they were about to collapse, Elder Victor leaned on his scepter and knelt on the ground with one knee. All of the elves felt as if they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and they all followed suit and knelt to the ground. Elder Victor felt bitter in his heart, but this was the only way to make the situation better. He gathered his thoughts and followed the etiquette of humans and said loudly, "Elder Victor of the Elven race greets your Majesty of Roland." The elves, including Isaac, whose minds had already gone blank, also subconsciously shouted along, but with a slightly different name. Susili looked at the elves below. He had been observing them with his spiritual power. Seeing them like this, he quickly retracted his spiritual power. "If you respect me, I'll respect you tenfold." His principle was as simple as that. Meanwhile, all of the elves heaved a collective sigh of relief when they sensed that the oppressive aura had disappeared. Elder Victor took this opportunity and continued, "The elven race is willing to pledge allegiance to the Roland Empire. Your Majesty, please accept us." He concealed a lot of the cause and effect, but he really couldn't say too much. All the elves held their breaths and nervously waited for Susili's reply. Would he accept the elf surrender? Or would he capture them and make them his slaves? Susili looked at the elven elder who was kneeling on one knee, and then looked at the younger elves. It had to be said that the elves were indeed favored by the heavens. None of the 40 or so elves were ugly. They were pleasing to the eye and made people feel better. "Stand up," Susili finally said. The younger elves secretly exchanged glances with their companions, not knowing what to do. Elder Victor hesitated for a moment, but still listened to the little emperor. He supported himself with his scepter and stood up shakily. Seeing this, the elves behind him also stood up. When all the elves stood up, the new emperor of Roland continued to speak. "I have long known about the elves living in seclusion in the Roland Empire, including the elven team you sent to the Amos mountain range. All the information is within my grasp." The cold sweat on Elder Victor's forehead slid down his cheeks. So when the humans and the heroes saw them, not only were they not surprised, they even called out his name as if they were familiar with him. The disguise that they had always been proud of was actually exposed to the humans. Elder Victor's back was also covered in cold sweat, but this conjecture made him think of other things. Sure enough, he soon heard the little emperor continue speaking. "I know that you ancients don't approve of Roland's rule over this planet." Susili shrugged, but after that natural disaster, Roland is the only human civilization left on this planet. According to the Star Alliance's division, Isno Star belongs to the Roland Empire, and all the land on this planet belongs to Roland. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, this is an indisputable fact. Speaking until here, his expression turned cold, and from now on, I will only allow the Roland Empire to exist on Isno Star. This is the only government. This was something that Susili had no doubt about. Players were like double-edged swords. Although they were easy to use, the slightest carelessness could turn the tables and stab oneself in the back. Once they entered the interstellar era, he would no longer be able to stop players from changing factions. He could only increase the cost of changing factions and try his best to be on the same side. As the main camp, Isno Star had to be completely under the rule of Roland. They could not tolerate the emergence of a second faction. After all, how could one allow others to snore beside one's bed? Regardless of whether this new faction was hostile or friendly at the beginning, there was no guarantee that it would have a future. Once this faction joined forces with outsiders, it would be troublesome for Roland. Only by firmly grasping AI swooshing in their hands could they ensure internal peace and allow the country to develop better. Susili had no ambition to expand. It was already good enough that they could manage a snow star well. After all, its surface area was twice the size of Blue Planet. Just cleaning up the interstellar beasts was enough to keep them busy. He looked at the elves and continued, "I know that other than the elves, there are other ancients who disguised themselves as humans and lived on Roland's territory. There were only 3 races on the Rare Races panel." At first, Susili did not understand why. Later on, he found out that it was because the Star Age was only open to players at the moment. He believed that in the future, there would be more than 3 rare races open to players. There was still no sign of ancients like Chaimo and Nine Moons. Because of this, Susili was particularly confident in his words. He stared at Elder Victor and said with a smile, "Elder Victor, I believe you have come into contact with these ancients before." Elder Victor could not answer his question at all. His knees went soft and he knelt down again. Susili did not want to force him to say anything. For now, the power of these ancients was not something to be afraid of. He also clearly knew that the future of the Star Age belonged to the players. "I am not interested in conquering these ancients." He looked down at the elven elder and said, "Since you all like to hide so much, then you can hide for the rest of your life." He didn't like to get the cold shoulder when he was trying to warm up. "As long as they do not play any tricks and abide by the rules of Roland, I can pretend that they do not exist. Of course, don't think that I will be kind to them. As for the elves, if you are willing to submit, you will be a citizen of the Roland Empire. You will be protected by the Empire's laws. In the future, no one can hurt you or restrict your freedom. When the young man said this, the elves raised their heads and looked at him with some surprise. Susili smiled slightly. The elves had a persecutory delusion. Perhaps this kind of promise would make them feel more at ease. Of course. He said again, you must also abide by the Empire's laws. You must not harm innocent people and do not do anything that harms the interests of the country. When the Empire needs you, unless there are special circumstances, you must not disobey orders. If you agree, then from today onwards, the elves will be a member of the Roland Empire. I accept your loyalty. If you have any objections, then you may leave. Susili's words were the most basic bottom line. He did not reject the Aboriginals, but he would not give them too much preferential treatment. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the Aboriginals, as long as they accepted the rule of the Roland Empire, they would be equal. There would be no difference between the humans and the Aboriginals. The elves looked at each other. After Elder Victor recovered from his shock, he looked at Susili with a different expression. If what he said was true, then this was definitely beneficial to the elves. Furthermore, in fact, they had no other choice. If there was another way, the elves would not have come to the Roland Palace. The elves are willing to pledge our lives to your majesty and to Roland. We only hope that your majesty will keep your promise and allow the elves to walk on this land without fear of being kidnapped or persecuted. Elder Victor was already kneeling on the ground, and the other elves were also kneeling on the ground with reddened eyes. When Susili saw this scene, he could not help but sigh in his heart. In fact, the reason why the elves were so cautious was probably because they had suffered too much in the past and were traumatized by the humans. That was why they were like frightened birds. He calmed down and said, "Don't worry, slavery has been abolished. Since you are already citizens of the Roland Empire, you will be protected by the law. Whoever dares to hurt you will be punished by the law." Then, Susili waved his hand. The space distorted and collapsed, and the silver-haired man appeared in front of everyone. Xianxia looked at the elves and felt relieved. "Your Majesty." He bowed to Susili. Susili nodded and said, "Xianxia, bring them to see Little Ash. From now on, they will live in the Elven Canyon and accept the leadership of the Elven leader. As for the titles of Elven King and Elven Queen, don't use them in the future." The elves and the humans were both part of Roland, so they did not want to be too special. Although Elder Victor was troubled, he did not say anything in the end. From today onwards, they belonged to Roland, and many things in the past had to change. Then, Xianxia led the elves and left. The teleportation circle to the Elven Canyon was not in the royal palace, but in the mountains behind the Elementalist College. This was one of the safest places in the entire empire. When they stepped out of the teleportation circle, they looked at the Elven Canyon in front of them, which was like a paradise. Looking at the small trees in the depths of the canyon, the elves felt like they were dreaming. It turned out to be so simple. It turned out that all their doubts and fears were so laughable. Isaac looked at everything in front of him and could not help but laugh. However, his tears had already soaked his entire face. He looked at Angus, walked to his side, and bowed solemnly. With a heavy crying voice, he said, "Angus, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you before. You have chosen the right path for the Elven race." Although this was only the beginning, and they were not sure if the little Emperor of Roland would keep his promise, looking at the Tree of Life not far away, infinite hope surged in the hearts of the elves. Little Ash looked at them and felt very happy. What Xianxia said was right. It was too boring for her to stay alone in the canyon. Since Big Brother His Majesty was willing to accept them, then she would also try to treat them as her own people. In the future, this Elven Canyon would truly be her home. Thinking of this, the little elf was full of joy. However, in addition to these newcomers, the elves outside the canyon also needed to be dealt with. Little Ash closed her eyes and extended her mental power. After the Elven Canyon became the new habitat of the elves, she seemed to have gained the ability similar to when she was in the Elven race. Whether it was the defense system set up by Susili here, or the vegetation and mountains within the range of the Tree of Life, she was able to control them all. The small group of elves who had been blocked outside the canyon suddenly felt that the environment around them had changed. They only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and when they calmed down, they found that they had arrived at an unfamiliar canyon. The surroundings were filled with a familiar aura that made them feel warm and happy. "Maria!" Elder Victor shouted. He looked at the other elves, and after confirming that they were all safe and unharmed, he could not help but sigh in relief. Maria looked at the more than 40 elves in front of her with some surprise. Looking at the oldest elder in the elven race, she could not help but widen her eyes. "Elder Victor, why are you all here?" "I'll explain to you all later, quickly come and greet the queen." "No, the patriarch." Elder Victor changed his words. Maria was even more surprised, but she still obeyed. Under the guidance of the elder, she knelt on one knee in front of little Ash and performed a simple homecoming ceremony. Although little Ash was still young and looked like a 7 or 8-year-old human girl, none of the elves showed any dissatisfaction or disdain. Little Ash's status was unquestionable. She had the pure royal blood flowing in her body, and she also had the aura that belonged to the Tree of Life. The elves only felt unconditional respect and closeness to her. Even Lan Xiaoyin, who was mixed in with them, felt the same way. He had seen this little queen before, and he should call her little patriarch now. However, he did not feel such a strong sense of belonging and responsibility like he did now. He wanted to protect this girl, protect the Tree of Life, and let the elven race's civilization continue to live on. Lan Xiaoyin shook his head, feeling that he might have been too immersed in his role. That was because someone had told him in a comment that he knew that Elder Victor and the others had entered the palace before the elven race did. He was thinking about how to get rid of the elven race and see what was going on, but he did not expect that they would come directly to the elven canyon. Lan Xiaoyin could not wait to pledge his loyalty to the little queen, no, the little patriarch. And then, ding. "Congratulations. You have successfully joined the elven tribe. Because you have reached level 5, please find Elder Victor as soon as possible and ask him about the bloodline awakening. After the bloodline awakening is successful, you can continue to level up." Ding. Ding. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Calculating contribution points, calculation successful. Your contribution to revive the Tree of Life is 0. Your contribution to rebuild the elven tribe is 1. Obtained rewards, plus 500 experience, elven tribe reputation plus 10. Server announcement, congratulations to player, Blue Mark, for completing the main quest of the rare race, Forest Elves. You have successfully participated in the rebuilding of the elven tribe. Due to the establishment of the elven tribe, there will be a chance for the race of Forest Elves to appear on the initial character creation screen. We welcome new and old players to explore. The moment the server announcement was sent out, Lan Xiaoyin's PMs and friend requests exploded. This was the first server announcement since the Star Age beta started. Little Lan is so awesome. Aw, Elven Tribe, I'm coming. I'm going to delete my account and start over. The screen was filled with comments, but Lan Xiaoyin was dumbstruck. He was completely dumbfounded. What was the use of the server announcement other than showing off? The key was his quest reward. What were contribution points of 0 and 1? He had worked so hard for so many days, and that was it? That was it, 500 experience points and 10 tribe reputation. Lan Xiaoyin was about to explode from anger, but the comments were all congratulating him. F***ck, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. It was a main quest, even if it didn't give him anything good, at least teach him a few skills. In the royal palace, Su Silly also received a system notification. Ding. Forest Elven Tribe has been successfully constructed. Obtained experience points plus 200,000. You have reached level 40 and cannot continue to level up. The experience points will be temporarily stored and can be used after the level cap is unlocked. Please continue to construct and complete the Forest Elven Tribe. When the Tree of Life reaches a certain level, new life will be born. Seeing the system notification, Su Silly couldn't help but rub his chin. His early experience points mainly came from various construction activities in Roland, such as building houses and towns. He didn't expect that building a tribe would count as part of the experience points system. This was an unexpected discovery. The most important thing now was to level up the royal city to level up to level 50. Unfortunately, the more he leveled up, the more difficult it would be to level up the city. But Su Silly wasn't in a rush. He could take it slow since it was only 2 months into the open beta. At this moment, his communication device suddenly rang. It was Professor Ina. She had a research result to report to him, but she didn't say what it was. Susili raised his eyebrows. Professor Ina was an elemental alchemist, so he didn't know what she had done. He was excited and immediately summoned Xixing. They left the royal palace and headed to the Elementalist College together. In the square of the Elementalist Academy, a group of people had gathered. It was unknown what they were looking at, but it was bustling with activity. Susili and Xixing were riding on the shadow leopard. When they arrived at the Elementalist College, they saw this scene from afar. What are they looking at? Susili asked curiously. Xixing glanced at them and said, probably something like firearms. Susili's interest was immediately piqued. Teacher Ina was an elemental alchemist. After combining the knowledge of the alien civilization, what kind of things would she create? The alchemy products that Susili had come into contact with so far could only be described as strange and imaginative. While they were talking, the shadow leopard had already carried them to the square of the Elementalist College. Below them, some people had also noticed them and were looking up at the sky. Susili suddenly thought of something and turned his head slightly to look at Xixing. He asked, Brother Sheng, do you still remember the second time we came to the Elementalist College? Xixing curved his lips slightly and whispered in his ear. I remember every minute and second that I spent with you. Susili's ears were slightly hot. His heart was beating rapidly because of the affection in his words. He coughed lightly and said, Carry me down. This time I won't close my eyes. Now, he had grown a lot. He didn't know how many times he had stepped on the flying saucer to clean up the galactic beasts. Moreover, he no longer had any doubts about Xixing. He trusted him wholeheartedly and believed that he would never let any harm come to him. Feeling the trust in his voice, Xixing rubbed his face and replied, Okay. Then, he hugged the youth and jumped down with him. Jiuyu flapped his shadow wings and looked at the two people jumping down together. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Forget it, I'll find a place to sleep. He didn't go down to join in the fun. Instead, he flew to the school's clock tower and lazily sunbathed. On the square below, the teachers and students who had already recognized them exclaimed in surprise. In addition to the local students and teachers, there were also players who chose to develop the school's storyline. They had already blended into the crowd and started filming. In addition, Teacher Ina's experiment was already being broadcasted. Although there weren't many viewers, when Susili and Xixing appeared, the screen was flooded with comments. At this time, the crowd on the square had already dispersed, revealing an empty space in the middle. Xixing held Susili in his arms and fell straight down. Only his snow-white cloak could be seen fluttering behind him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Is. No. Susili's feet touched the ground. Finally, his feet touched the ground. Although he said that he wouldn't be scared this time, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He felt that Xixing was doing this on purpose. He could have used the wind element to lift them up earlier, but he wanted to make it more exciting. He only released his skill at the last moment. But, it was still quite fun. Susili was much more composed this time compared to the last time when he was surrounded by so many people. Even though Xixing was still hugging him, he just patted Xixing's arm around his waist without changing his expression. When Xixing let go of him, he tidied up his attire slightly. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and released the pressure of a 4-star expert. Both the students and the players felt their hearts palpitate. The students and teachers finally reacted. They hurriedly knelt on the ground. When the players saw this, they hurriedly knelt down and shouted, Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Marshal. Susili nodded in satisfaction and looked at the big thing in the square. This big thing was about 3 meters tall. It had a huge caliber and a unique shape. It looked a bit like a cannon, but it looked much more powerful than a cannon. He didn't even think about it and used the detection spell on it. Elemental Cannon. Description: the first generation of alchemy products. Invented by the elemental alchemist Ina. Produced in the Roland Empire. Quality: Legendary Effect 1. Target Lock: After using this function to lock onto a target, there is a 90% chance that the target will not be able to escape. 2. Can fire one elemental light cannon every minute, dealing 10,000 to 20,000 physical damage and 10,000 to 30,000 elemental damage to the target. Range, 15,847 meters. Charging method, Interstellar Beast Core, Magic Input Durability, 100 status. Unbound Susili looked at the data and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This elemental cannon could actually deal up to 50,000 damage, not including the critical damage. The most important thing was that it had a range of more than 10,000 meters, although it couldn't compare to missiles, it was already considered a very advanced weapon for Roland. Furthermore, it was a product of elemental alchemy. Roland had always lacked effective anti-air weapons. Missiles could only be developed and manufactured by themselves. Star Alliance didn't sell them, and Roland didn't have any other channels to purchase such a large weapon. Xiaowu's military factory had limited production, so they could only arm the Starry Sky first. Furthermore, even if the production increased, Roland still lacked talents in this field. But now, Teacher Ina gave him a surprise. This elemental cannon was a product of alchemy, so the people of Roland should be able to master it faster. As long as the production increased, they wouldn't have to worry about the threat of flying interstellar beasts when they reclaimed the land outside the 5 main cities. And with millions of players, why would he need to worry about the production? It was common knowledge that the talents of the heroes were especially good. While Susili was thinking, Ina flew down from the sky in a hover car and steadily stopped beside Susili and Xixing. She directly jumped off the hover car and energetically said, "Your Majesty, how is it? This is an elemental cannon that I successfully developed by combining the elemental power of Roland. Isn't it cool?" Susili was very respectful to the mentors. Hearing this, he nodded with a smile. He also retracted the pressure he had released. Everyone present felt relieved, and they were no longer as afraid. Ina glanced at them and shook her head. "Your Majesty, let them go back to class. I'll show you the power of this elemental cannon." Susili nodded. After receiving the order, the students didn't dare to stay any longer. They all saluted and left. The players who were reluctant to leave were also dragged away by their companions. Only 2 of Iane's assistants were left in the square. They were also teachers of the academy and were chosen by Ina to be her assistants. "Your Majesty, then let's go to the front line." Ina said, "I've already called people to help transport it." Susili shook his head. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." He looked at Xixing. Xixing immediately understood and reached out to the elemental cannon. In the next moment, the cumbersome elemental cannon disappeared and turned into a card that appeared in his palm. Although it wasn't the first time she saw Xixing use this move again, Ina was still shocked. The power of cards was really amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't be distracted, she would definitely look for Lilith and listen to her lectures every day. However, even if she had the time, it would be difficult for her to listen to Lilith's lectures. This cute little girl had now become the Academy's favorite, so she had to queue up to listen to her lectures. The elemental cannon was turned into a card by Xixing. They quickly boarded a shuttle and arrived at the front line outside the Imperial City. Now, the interstellar beasts in the Asmo Mountains and the coastal plain had been cleared. The development and construction tasks were progressing in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, the attacks of the flying interstellar beasts were still a huge threat. Not only did they threaten the safety of the construction team, but they also frequently caused destruction, seriously slowing down the construction efficiency. When Susili and the others arrived, a construction site was being attacked by a group of red-clawed beasts. 2 mercenary teams were protecting the NPCs of the construction team as they evacuated. They were avoiding the attacks of the large interstellar beasts. Apart from wind elementalists, there was currently no effective way to deal with such flying beasts. Damn it! This mission is going to fail again. The mercenary team protected the NPCs of the construction team. One of them was seriously injured and had fainted. He was carried by a mercenary while a light elementalist was constantly healing the NPC. The others were constantly blocking the attacks of the flying beasts. Although some people tried to fight back, other than wasting their mana, they couldn't hit the interstellar beasts at all. After some time, they gave up. hold on, we can't let the NPCs die. The team leader shouted in the channel. I see a shuttle in front. Reinforcements should be here. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Most of the elementalists of the construction team were less than 1 star. They had low HP and low defense, so they were very easy to kill. If possible, of course, they didn't want to see the NPCs die. After all, they had been together for some time, and everyone had developed feelings for each other. If the NPCs really died, it would be very sad. Moreover, their mission was to protect all the NPCs of the construction team. Once one of them died, their mission would fail. When the 2 mercenary teams saw the shuttle, their hearts were rekindled with hope, and they ran faster. However, the shuttle was very strange. It didn't come close. Instead, it landed a few thousand meters away, as if it didn't notice them. Damn. The team leader cursed. Everyone, let's go faster. It might not be reinforcements, but it should be people from Roland's military. Everyone ran in silence. The red-clawed beasts roared and kept swooping down to attack. In their eyes, the humans below were food that was about to be eaten. More than 1,000 meters away from the landing site of the shuttle, the red-clawed beasts' attacks became more violent, as if they knew that if they didn't take down the humans now, they wouldn't have another chance. Mother ****. The players cursed, and the NPCs of the construction team were in deep despair. Looking at the brave warriors who were doing their best to protect them, they couldn't help but think that at least the brave warriors wouldn't really die because of them, and they could still be revived. Bang! At this moment, a huge red light wave shot out from the landing site of the shuttle and directly hit one of the red-clawed beasts. Boom! Flames burned fiercely, and that red-clawed beast was on fire. Soon, it fell from the sky with a sorrowful cry. Bang, 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 continuous sounds came, and the red-clawed beasts were knocked down one by one. What was more strange was that the red-clawed beasts that wanted to escape couldn't escape at all. Because, this light wave seemed to have eyes, and it could actually turn around. In the end, there was only one red-clawed beast left in the sky, and the players stopped. They looked up at the sky blankly, and their eyes were fixed on the last red-clawed beast. They watched as it flew back and forth under the pursuit of the light wave behind it. The whole sky was filled with its desperate screams. Ina sat on the control panel of the elemental cannon and put the goggles on her head. She then turned to look at Susili, who was standing next to her. Beside the young man, other than the unfathomable Grand Marshal, there were also the guards. Although they loyally guarded behind the young man, their eyes involuntarily looked into the distance, their faces full of astonishment. The elemental cannon could be fired once every minute. In less than 10 minutes, the 10 red-clawed beasts were all killed, leaving only the last red-clawed beast alive. Such efficiency made the guards look at the elemental cannon in a different light. They had all retired from the front lines, so they knew very well how powerful such a killing machine could be on the battlefield. Ina looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. This made her feel that the hard work of the past 2 months was not in vain. Your Majesty, look, the effect is not bad, right? She said proudly. Although she was an elder, from the first time they met, Ina did not act like one. Even from her appearance, one could not tell that she was more than 100 years old. Susili looked into the distance. The red-clawed beast was considered smart. Although it was being chased by the elemental light wave, it knew to make a detour to avoid it. Unfortunately, the light wave seemed to have grown eyes and chased after it relentlessly. In the end, it still blasted it down. Immediately after, the cheers of the players who survived the disaster could be heard from afar. Hearing Ina's words, he could not help but nod in admiration. It's really amazing. Just the fact that it can automatically track after firing is already very impressive. Originally, he did not understand what the inside information said about the 90% probability of locking onto the target and preventing the other party from escaping. Now, he finally understood. It could actually track automatically and follow so closely. Even an interstellar missile wouldn't be able to make such a complicated turn in such a small area, right? Ina laughed heartily when she heard this. Her invention was recognized by the Emperor. To her, there was probably nothing else in the world that could be more pleasurable than this. Your Majesty, you can guess the principle behind this. She winked and said, obviously not expecting Susili to answer. She was waiting for him to say that he didn't know, then she would explain to him and show off her wonderful design. Unexpectedly, Susili thought for a while and raised his eyebrows. Interstellar Beast Core? Ms. Ina was stunned. Your Majesty, you are too smart. You actually guessed it like this? Susili smiled. He had also made a blind guess using the information in the insight skill. He didn't expect that he would be right. I'm just guessing. I don't know the specifics. However, Ms. Ina said, this is very normal. After all, you have never come into contact with alchemy before. But you were able to guess the core train of thought, which proves that you are very talented. If you have the time, why don't you come to the academy and listen to the class? I think it's always good to learn more things. Ina spoke very seriously. If it wasn't for the young man's identity as the emperor, she would have tricked him into learning alchemy. An elemental alchemist was a profession that required creativity and innovative thinking. This kind of talent was undoubtedly very rare. Ina had not found a good successor until now. Even the brave ones, who were said to have a strong learning ability, in her opinion, had more than enough learning ability but not enough creativity. The things they made were inevitably dull. It was really too difficult to find a good seedling. Susili had no idea what Ina was thinking, but he still listened to her suggestion. Indeed, there was no end to learning. Until now, he couldn't say that he was proficient in understanding elementalists. In the past, he didn't have the qualifications. Now, there were 5 high-ranking elementalist instructors in the academy. It would be a waste if he didn't make good use of them. There was also the card master's legacy. He hadn't been to class for a long time. He wondered how Lilith was doing now. How was her teaching progress? While Susili was self-reflecting, Ms. Ina continued to speak. I've done some research on galactic beast cores and found that these galactic beast cores contain extremely pure energy. They can be used as high-grade energy ores. Ina said seriously, perhaps your Majesty doesn't know the significance of high-grade energy ores. I'll put it this way. Now, almost all mechs in the galaxy are powered by energy ores. High-grade energy ores are necessary for high-end mechs. Of course, they are also needed in other fields. According to my calculations, the energy provided by a 1-star galactic beast core can sustain a high-end mech's normal activities for 3 months. Although the energy consumption rate will be doubled in battle, this galactic beast core is more energy efficient than traditional energy ores. More importantly, its size is completely negligible. A 1-star galactic beast core was only the size of a fingernail. Compared to a mech that was dozens of meters tall, it was as small as a speck of dust. Traditional energy ores were very cumbersome. This also restricted the size and weight of mechs. Even after continuous changes, how to protect the power system from being destroyed by the enemy was still the most important thing in mech design. If the size of the energy ores could be reduced to the point where it was almost invisible, it would definitely trigger a huge revolution. Ina was sure that if her former colleagues knew about the characteristics of the galactic beast core, they would definitely go crazy. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that AI Zufeng has a treasure that no one can imagine. Ina said this, but she didn't look very excited. Because she knew clearly what kind of price the people living in AI Zufeng had to pay for such a treasure. Her teacher died because of that catastrophe, and she had to wander outside for 100 years. If possible, she would rather AI Zufeng not have such a treasure. Susili nodded. He actually already knew about this. According to the timeline of the Future Forum, Roland relied on these high-quality energy ores to carve out a path in the galaxy. He didn't want to continue on this path. After all, he still had a lot of bargaining chips that could give him more options. Teacher Ina, let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue talking about the elemental cannon. So, what does the galactic beast core have to do with its automatic tracking ability? Susili changed the topic. Ina looked at him deeply. She didn't know if this little emperor understood what she said, but his indifferent attitude made her feel strangely better. She chuckled and said, does every interstellar beast have an interstellar beast core? Susili blinked his eyes and said, you mean, that's right. The elemental cannon can capture the energy released by the galactic beast core. After these light waves are released, they will automatically follow the energy. That's how it works. Ina explained clearly in a few words. She patted the elemental cannon and said, it can also be set to automatic mode. When galactic beasts enter the range of the cannon, it will automatically attack. But the range of the cannon will be reduced a lot in automatic mode. Susili didn't expect the elemental cannon to have an automatic mode. It might not be necessary during the day, but at night, this function would definitely greatly reduce the burden of the defenders. Furthermore, in other words, the tracking function of the elemental cannon is mainly used to target galactic beasts. That's right. Because the galactic beast core is used as a tracking mark, if it targets ordinary targets, it will only have the basic function left. Susili nodded and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Ina, is the production process of this elemental cannon complicated? Ina's smug expression disappeared when she heard this. It's a little complicated. There are too few people in the academy who have the foundation of alchemy. It's a little difficult to mass-produce it in a short time. Susili understood, but he didn't take this problem to heart. After all, Roland had an army of millions of players. Not only were they the most ferocious undead army, but they were also the most efficient production team. While they were talking, the players from the two mercenary teams had already carried the injured players to them. Perhaps they didn't expect the owner of the shuttle to be the faction leader and the Empire's marshal, so they were stunned and didn't move forward. Of course, they wanted to run to the faction leader and get to know him better. However, after playing the game for so long, they knew how intelligent the NPCs in the game were. If they deliberately tried to curry favor with the NPCs, it would often backfire. The NPCs from the engineering team who were only slightly injured quickly saluted the person who had saved them after recognizing who he was. After hesitating for a while, the players quickly followed suit. Susili didn't expect the two teams of players to be so obedient. He looked at them in surprise and whispered something to the guard beside him. Then, the guard walked towards the players. It was obvious that the guard had a high opinion of their heroic performance. His eyes were full of praise and admiration. After Susili's painstaking efforts, the relationship between the players and the NPCs was now quite harmonious. It should be impossible for the players to attack the city like in the future forum. The guard didn't say much. Instead, he took out the red and blue potions and gave them to the players and the injured engineering team to recover. The potions used by the royal guards were incomparable to the potions in the faction storage. They were all improved by Instructor Bazer and each of them was of silver quality. The players took a look at the potions and were stunned. His Majesty Xiao Luo was too generous. They weren't seriously injured and he gave them such good potions. They discussed in the group voice chat and only gave one to the severely injured NPC. They secretly hid the rest in their backpacks. Such good potions should be saved for critical moments. Fortunately, the guard didn't supervise them and returned to the team after giving them the potions. While they were talking, Xixing had turned the elemental cannon back into a card and put it away. He then followed Susili onto the shuttle. The players stood there and watched as they took off. They couldn't help but wonder what that big thing was. Did His Majesty Xiao Luo use it to shoot down the red-clawed beasts? By the way, are the corpses of the red-clawed beasts going to us? Suddenly, someone spoke. It was as if someone had just woken up from a dream. 1 second, they were still watching the shuttle and sighing. The next second, they turned around and ran away like hungry ghosts. The abandoned engineering team NPCs looked at each other. In the end, the elemental cannon was left to the royal guards. After Susili returned to the royal palace, he began to make arrangements. It was time for the player production team to come online. The next day, when the players entered the game one after another, they received a new notice, Roland Faction Notice. The Elemental Military Factory is recruiting high-quality talents. Those who are selected to enter the Elemental Military Factory will receive an Elemental Cannon blueprint. When the players saw the introduction of the Elemental Cannon, they were excited. An equipment blueprint with a maximum damage of 50,000 per second, it was obviously a powerful weapon to defend the city. And the note stated that it had special effects against flying galactic beasts. Because almost the entire server participated in the fight against the galactic beasts, even if they didn't face the beasts directly, as long as they completed the daily missions, they would receive contribution points. So basically, everyone had a plot of land that was more than 5 square meters. Although 5 square meters wasn't a lot, they could invest. 20 people would have at least 100 square meters of land. If they built a 20-story building, wouldn't it be awesome? However, the problem was that the land allocated to them was not in the 5 main cities. Although the distance was not as far as the original border, of course, if you have the ability, you can still go there, but the problem is that the land outside the main city is not protected by the protective barrier. The galactic beasts on the ground were indeed mostly wiped out after the galactic beasts. Only a small group was left, and they were no longer a threat. But, there were still galactic beasts in the sky. These flying galactic beasts were unscrupulous and treated the players as rations. After capturing them, they would really eat them. For example, they would throw them into their nests and let their cubs gnaw on their flesh bit by bit. Even if the realism was set to 0, it was still a nightmarish experience for many players. So, what were the players most worried about now? Of course, how to drive away the flying galactic beasts so that they could build houses. And now, at this moment, a great solution was placed in front of them, an anti-air elemental cannon blueprint. Because of that, on the first day the elemental military factory opened, it was crowded with players who came to apply. They even said that they didn't want wages or benefits, as long as they could work in the factory. This kind of enthusiasm for work simply stunned Ina. She did not know what to do. The elemental military factory was located in the west of the Imperial City, not far from Xiaowu's military factory. Although this factory was built through overtime, the current elementalist engineering team was no longer what it used to be. Furthermore, with Qiyu as an accelerator, the final product was perfect. At this moment, the square in front of the elemental military factory was crowded with players who came to apply for the job. What was more terrifying was that players could still be seen coming from afar. The military factory could only accommodate 10,000 people at most. It could not handle such a large number of players. Su Silly rushed over with Ina's help. He had a headache when he saw the scene. He had underestimated the players' enthusiasm for high-end equipment blueprints. Only by learning the blueprints could they collect the materials to produce the equipment. Without the blueprints, everything was useless. Therefore, the temptation of being able to get the blueprints as long as they applied for the job was too great. Su Silly estimated that there were at least 100,000 players who came to apply for the job. How could such a large number be converted into effective production? He thought for a while, opened the mission editor, and changed the rules. Hence, it didn't take long for the players who were still squeezing in to receive a new system notification. Roland Faction announcement. Because there are too many brave players participating in the production mission of the Elemental Military Factory, the mission rules have been modified. Modification 1. Players need to form a team to receive the production mission at the Elemental Military Factory. The number of players in the team must be more than 50. The team leader will receive the mission. Please line up in a civilized manner. Causing trouble in the military factory is prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. Modification 2. The elemental cannon blueprint will be divided into 4 parts. Players who successfully receive the mission will receive the first part of the blueprint. After completing the first part of the blueprint, they can enter the second part, and so on. Modification 3. The production materials will be provided by the elemental military factory. Each team can receive 2 parts. Submitting 1 elemental cannon to the elemental military factory will be considered a success. The mission reward is 100,000 X. Note, if the mission fails, the cost of the materials will be compensated. Players are advised to accept the mission carefully. New, Elemental Cannon Progress Ranking. Calculation will be done at midnight every night. The top 10 teams will receive personal guidance from Elemental Alchemist Ms. Ina the next day. The top 100 teams will receive a certain amount of X. When the page full of system prompts appeared in front of his eyes, the noisy square in front of the Elemental Military Factory suddenly quieted down. Some of the players were still pondering over the changes and new content. The players who had finished reading quickly did not dare to disturb the order because of the first note. They were afraid that not only would they not receive the mission, but they would also be punished. However, as more and more people reminded them that they could use the nearby channel, they quickly switched to the voice system. The players began to discuss again, but the NPCs could no longer hear what they were saying. Their mouths were clearly opening and closing, and judging from their expressions and actions, they were clearly conversing, but the square was completely silent. This scene was truly very strange. Ina stood on the flying saucer and was not surprised by this scene. She knew that the brave ones had some strange abilities. They could even resurrect from the dead, so what else was there to be surprised about? What she didn't understand was why the brave ones were so passionate about work. He didn't even want his salary. They want the blueprint for the elemental cannon, Susili explained to Ina. Ms. Ina was confused again. But, you can learn it if you go to the Elementalist College. She made all the alchemy knowledge available to the students, hoping to train a group of alchemists for the Empire as soon as possible. However, in the past 100 years, she had been greatly influenced by the galactic knowledge system. In the later part of her life, the students in Roland probably could not understand the book she brought back. This was because they had not received education in this area. Susili could not help but smile. He had agreed to Ina's decision to publicize the blueprint for the elemental cannon. However, it would only be publicized in the Elementalist College. Probably only the players who worked hard to open up the story of the college would have access to it, and it would still be some time before it was discovered. He said, "Let the brave ones help to make the elemental cannon. Roland's production can't keep up, and the demand for the elemental cannon is huge. We can only rely on the help of the brave ones. When it's done, I'll pay them a certain amount of money." It was equivalent to 100,000 Exxon coins for one elemental cannon, which was not a lot for him. After the battle on the front line gradually subsided, a large amount of military resources was saved. In addition, Roland's economic development was getting better and better, and the treasury was getting more and more abundant. As an extremely important military equipment, 100,000 Exxon coins for one elemental cannon was definitely worth it. However, 100,000 Exxon coins was a huge sum of money for the players. After all, a small team of 50 people would get 2,000 Exxon coins for each person. According to the exchange rate of Exxon coins to real money, it would be more than 10,000 Exxon coins. With such a generous reward and the ability to learn how to make the elemental cannon for free, Susili did not have to worry about not having enough players, even if he set a slightly harsh condition. As expected, the players below had already started to form teams. Most of them would definitely join the same mercenary group. After all, their character was guaranteed, and it could also increase the strength of the mercenary group. In the future, they would definitely need the elemental cannon in the base battle. If there was a base battle mode. Susili watched for a while. The number of players below gradually decreased, leaving only the captain to accept the mission. The situation that was about to get out of control was finally back on track with his intervention. He could not help but feel relieved. "Teacher Ina, I'll leave this to you." Susili said a few words to Ina. The most important thing was to guide 10 small teams of players every day. He was not sure if she could handle it. "Don't worry, leave it to me. It won't be a problem." Ina waved her hand. It was only a few hundred people, as long as it was not a few thousand. However, seeing that Susili was about to leave, she said, "Your Majesty, perhaps you can go to Bazer's place to take a look." Teacher Bazer? Yes, that old man is very competitive. I told him about the success of the elemental cannon yesterday, and he was a bit agitated. I think that the potion you asked him to make should be almost ready. Hearing this, Susili's eyes lit up. Underwater breathing potion, however, he still hesitated. After all, if the potion was really developed, Teacher Bazer would probably find him very soon. Speaking of this, he could not help but look at Ina and said, "Teacher, if the underwater breathing potion is really developed, then we might be able to enter the sea soon." Ina frowned slightly. The interstellar beasts on land have not been completely cleared out. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to enter the sea rashly? After returning, she had done her research and knew how terrifying the sea on Esh Star was. Even with the underwater breathing potion, she felt that with the strength of humans, it would be difficult to fight against the behemoths in the sea. Susili shook his head. "I promised Cha Mo to help him find the sea elves." At the very least, I have to go to the sea elf's territory to take a look. The underwater breathing potion is very important, but I hope that there will be more guarantees. Aina looked at him in confusion. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I'm saying if I give you a blueprint for a ship, are you confident that you can make it? Susili looked at Aina and asked very seriously. Xing, who was guarding beside him, raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man strangely. Aina was even more confused. The ship you mentioned, does it require the use of alchemy? That's right. Susili nodded. It's not an ordinary ship. It has many functions and can guarantee the safety of navigation to the greatest extent. It can even dive into the sea and fight against the interstellar beasts in the sea. Ayane's eyes lit up as she listened to his description. Your Majesty, is there really such a ship? She was very interested in the ship Susili described. Did you dig it up from some ruins? Something like that. I know where it is. If you can make it, I'll go and get it. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ayane's eyes. Is that place dangerous? It's not dangerous. Susili shook his head and paused. It's just a little troublesome. Aina hesitated for a moment, but she became firm in the end and said, Your Majesty, I can't guarantee anything, but I want to try. If I can't make it in the end, you can punish me. Susili couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Aina, you're a pillar of the nation. I can't punish you for this. He thought for a moment and sighed. I'll just go and get it. I have to do it sooner or later anyway. With you around, the chances of success should be much higher. He muttered to himself for a while, then finally bid farewell to Aina and returned to the palace with Xing. On the way back, Xing asked him, that kind of ship blueprint, didn't you find it in some ruins, right? Are you thinking of making a deal with the people from the other world again? Susili sighed. Ever since he exchanged for the fixed-point teleportation technology, his future forum points had been reduced to single digits. Although he had slowly gained back some points after a month of accumulation, it was still far from enough to exchange for a ship blueprint. This was something that would only appear a few years later. It was only by relying on ships that the future forum players finally defeated the sea and forced the overlords of the sea to hide in the deep sea. However, even the deep sea wasn't safe because these ships could be used as submarines. Ships of different levels had different functions and powers. It was said that the most powerful ship could escape safely even if it was surrounded by more than 10 overlords of the sea at the same time. Susili looked forward to seeing these posts about sailing. This kind of sailing gameplay was also very attractive to players. However, even for the lowest grade of ship blueprints, the points required were still enough to make him feel powerless. Ali? Xing's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Susili turned to look at him, then snuggled into his arms and whispered, Brother Xing, you might have to sacrifice yourself again. Sure enough, when there was one, there would be two, and when there was two, there would be three. Human desires were endless. Xing didn't think much of it. As long as his god wasn't seen by others, he didn't care about anything else. He was actually more curious about how Ali communicated with the people from the other world. How did the people from the other world see the pictures? Why did those people like to see him and Ali together so much? I need to order a few more chapters, Janice, I've changed my mind. At this moment, the young man's clear voice sounded again. Xing looked at him. The young emperor had already stopped smiling. He looked down at the woman in front of him and spoke slowly. That careless appearance of hers was more unpredictable than her usual weak and timid self. Xing's heart skipped a beat. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The head maid who was lying on the ground was already in despair. Hearing this, she couldn't help but raise her head and look at him in confusion. Janice said, Your Majesty, you mean, I'm not going to leave. The young man curled his lips slightly. His voice was still lazy, but there was strength in it. I'll stay and solve all the problems. Janice was stunned. After being stunned for a while, she suddenly burst into tears of joy. Your Majesty, you're really willing to stay? She was pleasantly surprised, but soon she became worried. But isn't this too dangerous? And didn't you promise the leader of the Bavad Empire? It's fine. Don't worry about him. I've already rejected him. Tomorrow, Susili touched his chin. Their starship won't come, right? AI Shuashing couldn't just come and go as he pleased. Because of the natural disaster 100 years ago, countless countries were destroyed. The Roland Empire also suffered heavy losses. After 100 years of hardship, there were only 5 main cities left. The remaining 99% of the territory was occupied by interstellar beasts and became the habitat of various alien beasts. To the people of the Roland Empire, interstellar beasts were alien and a disaster. At the same time, they were also a protective barrier. Enemies from other planets wanted to cross the interstellar beasts and attack the remaining cities of the Roland Empire. That was tantamount to a fool's dream. The overlords of the sky would probably let the invaders taste despair before they even found the place. Susili felt that the Bavat Empire probably didn't want to attack by force. They probably planned to let go of their military power and force Snow Roland to hand over their authority. This way, they would be able to enter the Roland Empire through the safe passage set up by the Star Alliance. Without wasting a single soldier, they would be able to easily annex the Roland Empire and become the master of Escher Star. Therefore, even if he rejected Arnold, the Bavat Empire would not attack him in the short term. Of course, if the Roland Empire really lost the protection of the Star Alliance a month later, the safe passage would very likely be controlled by the Bavat Empire. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. Your Majesty, Janice was still kneeling on the ground in front of Susili. She looked up at the young man with a complicated expression. There was both joy and worry for the future. She was also clear about the situation of the Roland Empire, so she could understand His Majesty's desire to leave. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. At the last moment, Janice still chose to stay. As for His Majesty, she really hoped that he could be free. This old country was too heavy for him, who was only 18 years old. He didn't enjoy the treatment of many princes, so how could he be forced to bear such a heavy responsibility? However, Janice didn't expect that the young man would say such words to her when she was about to bid farewell to him. He said that he wouldn't leave. He would stay and solve all the problems. Janice couldn't describe her feelings. She only felt that the prince she had watched grow up seemed to be different somewhere. Maybe he was still young, but he didn't run away anymore. Instead, he chose to bravely stay and bear the burden. Janice's thoughts churned. Suddenly, she raised her hand and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Her gaze became incomparably resolute. Your Majesty, no matter what you plan to do next, I will always stand by your side. Even if I die, Janice will follow your Majesty without any hesitation. Ding. Janice, favorability has increased to follow you until death. Roland Empire Faction Diehard Fan +1, Faction System activated, Favorability System activated. Susili looked at the screen that suddenly popped up in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Faction System? Favorability System. After playing games for so many years, of course he knew what these two were. But weren't they for the players? Even NPCs had them. He tried to think about the faction system, and a new screen appeared in front of him. Susili glanced at it and then looked at Janice, who was still kneeling on the ground. The label of Diehard Fan appeared on top of her head, which made him feel a bit strange. Because there was a bracket behind the Diehard Fan, which said, Mom Fan. Susili, forget it, I'll be a mommy fan then. He was currently in need of manpower. At least he confirmed that Janice could be trusted, which was an unexpected gain. But this label was so annoying. With Susili's thought, the label of Diehard Fan suddenly disappeared. He blinked and tried again, but found that the label appeared again. It was controlled by brainwaves. Looking at Janice again, Susili felt a bit complicated. He gathered his thoughts and said to her, very good. Janice, thank you for your support. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then, he sent her away. Seeing Janice leave and close the door of the palace, Susili put down his legs and gently rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of lotus root-like calves. Ivory white skin, as smooth as jade, without a single flaw. The shape of his legs was very similar to his original legs, and his hands and feet were also very familiar, but, too white. He stuck his head out and looked at his reflection in the water basin. The silver-haired, purple-eyed teenager, other than the color of his hair and eyes, was 90% similar to his original appearance, but much younger. 18 years old, who would have thought that he would become younger after death? Susili shrugged and stepped his slightly cold feet into the hot water basin. As the soles of his feet touched the surface of the water, the scalding temperature rose from the bottom to the top of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. Then, he slowly soaked his feet completely into the water, slowly closed his eyes and sighed comfortably. Susili felt that his whole body was wrapped in warmth, and all the coldness was dispelled. He fell back on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He silently chanted the faction system, and a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Faction Leader Faction, Roland Empire, Star Alliance Territory, AI Shuexing. The 3 words AI Shuexing were protruding, as if there was more content. Susili's gaze fell on AI Shuexing, and as expected, a detailed introduction popped up. AI Shuexing, Faction, Roland Empire Territory, about 1 billion square kilometers land development rate, less than 0.12% population, 90 million plus cities, 5, Imperial City, Orchid City, Starcatcher City, Glacie City, Duskfrost City. The 5 cities in brackets were no different from Snow Roland's memories. Susili rubbed his chin and looked at the city introduction. Apart from the Imperial City, which was level 2, the other 4 main cities were level 1. Each city had a panel introduction, and the various values were updated in real time. Susili looked at the land area. These 5 main cities combined had an area of more than 1.2 million square kilometers. Looking at these values, he barely grasped the feeling of ruling a country on a planet. As for the low level of the main cities, Susili was not surprised. These 5 main cities were obviously 5 novice villages. Since they were novice villages, their levels and specifications could not be too high. There would probably be a city leveling up game later. With this in mind, Susili continued to read. Army, 1 million plus army combat strength, 2 stars personal reputation, respected popular support, 52%, if it is lower than 50%, it may cause a revolt, diehard fans. 2 Seeing the 52% support rate, Susili could not help but be stunned. He quickly looked at the explanation of the revolt. Revolt, when the popular support is lower than a certain value, the faction's citizens have a chance to take drastic measures to overthrow the faction leader's rule. The lower the popular support, the more likely it is for a revolt to occur, and the more drastic the measures taken. Oh, so it's a revolt, right? Could it be that Xianxia's rebellion was a type of mass uprising? But the popular support is not lower than 50%, Susili pursed his lips. His happy and relaxed mood suddenly dissipated. Originally, he wanted to earn 10 million universe credits and pay the alliance fee. Then, he would be able to reunite with his family during the first closed beta. He did not expect there to be a revolt. Susili suddenly felt like his life was in danger. The number behind the diehard fans was also raised. He should be able to see the specific information. Sure enough, as he thought about it, a new interface appeared. This was an interface with a picture. At the top were the words diehard fans and below were 2 avatars. Below the avatars were the names. At the very front was a short-haired child with black hair and purple eyes. Janice was at the back. Joan Roland. Looking at the avatars and names, Susili's memory surfaced in his mind. This was Snow Roland's half-brother. He was only 10 years old and was the child who was pushed to the throne after Snow Roland's death. Susili frowned slightly. He felt a little surprised. Because in Snow Roland's memories, he did not have a good relationship with this little brother. This little brother of Joan was Snow's diehard fan? Did the system make a mistake? Susili opened Joan's details. Joan Roland, Identity, brother of the new Emperor faction, Roland Empire age, 10 level, LV 5 HP, 7000/7000 mana, 600 attributes, Constitution, 7, Intelligence, 12, Strength, 7, Spirit, 12, Dexterity, 9, Defense, 5. I need to order a few more chapters. When I see repeated chapters, the silver-haired young man with a bright smile also became hazy in the moonlight. Frowning slightly, Xianxia moved his gaze away and quietly scanned the surroundings. This is the little emperor's bedroom. Why is he here? The memory before he fainted appeared in his mind. It was a tender white foot, enlarged in front of him, and finally crushed his face. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and anger and coldness flashed in his eyes. Janice, I changed my mind. At this time, the young man's clear voice sounded again, and Xianxia looked over. The little emperor had already stopped smiling, looked down at the woman in front of him, and spoke slowly. That careless appearance of hers was more unpredictable than her usual weak and timid self. Xianxia's heart jumped, and he slightly raised his eyebrows. The headmaid lying on the ground was already in despair, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but raise her head and look at him in confusion. Xianxia said, "Your Majesty, you mean, I'm not going to leave?" The young man slightly curved his lips, and his voice was still lazy, but there was a sense of strength. "I'll stay and solve all the problems." Xianxia was stunned at first, but after a while, she suddenly burst into tears of joy. "Your Majesty, are you really willing to stay?" She was a bit surprised, but soon she became worried. "But isn't this too dangerous? And didn't you promise the leader of the Bavad Empire?" "It's okay, don't worry about him. I've already rejected him." Tomorrow, Susili touched his chin. "Their starship shouldn't be coming, right? AI Shueshing was not someone who could come and go as he pleased. Because of the natural disaster 100 years ago, countless countries were destroyed, and the Roland Empire also suffered heavy losses. After 100 years of wind and frost, there were only 5 main cities left. The remaining 99% of the territory was occupied by interstellar beasts, and became the habitat of various exotic beasts. To the people of the Roland Empire, interstellar beasts were an alien race and a disaster, but at the same time, they were also a protective barrier. It was impossible for an enemy from another planet to attack the remaining cities of the Roland Empire by bypassing the interstellar beasts. Perhaps before they could even find the place, the overlords of the sky would let the invaders have a taste of despair. Susili felt that the Bavad Empire probably didn't want to attack by force. They probably planned to let go of their military power and force Snow Roland to hand over their authority. This way, they would be able to enter the Roland Empire through the safe passage set up by the Star Alliance. Without wasting a single soldier, they would be able to easily annex the Roland Empire and become the master of Escher Star. Therefore, even if he rejected Arnold, the Bavad Empire would not attack him in the short term. Of course, if the Roland Empire really lost the protection of the Star Alliance a month later, the safe passage would very likely be controlled by the Bavad Empire. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. "Your Majesty," in front of Susili, Xianxia was still kneeling on the ground. She looked up at the young man with a complicated expression. There was both joy and worry for the future. She was also clear about the situation of the Roland Empire, so she could understand His Majesty's desire to leave. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. At the last moment, Xianxia still chose to stay. As for His Majesty, she really hoped that he could be free. This old country was too heavy for him, who was only 18 years old. He didn't enjoy the treatment of many princes, so how could he be forced to bear such a heavy responsibility? However, Xianxia didn't expect that when she was about to say goodbye to him, the young man would say such words to her. He said that he wouldn't leave. He would stay and solve all the problems. Xianxia couldn't describe her feelings. She only felt that the prince she had watched grow up seemed to be different somewhere. Perhaps he was still young, but he didn't run away anymore. Instead, he chose to bravely stay and bear the responsibility. Xianxia's thoughts turned. Suddenly, she raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her gaze became incomparably resolute. "Your Majesty, no matter what you plan to do next, I will always stand by your side. Even if I die, Xianxia will follow your Majesty without hesitation." Ding. Xianxia's favorability has increased to follow you until death. Roland Empire Faction Diehard Fan +1, Faction System activated, Favorability System activated. Susili looked at the screen that suddenly popped up in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Faction System? Favorability System. After playing games for so many years, of course he knew what these two were. But weren't these for players? Even NPCs had them. He tried to think about the faction system, and a new screen appeared in front of him. Susili glanced at it and then looked at Xianxia, who was still kneeling on the ground. The label of a diehard fan appeared above her head, which made him feel a little strange. Because there was a bracket behind the diehard fan, which said, Mom Fan. Susili, forget it, I'll be a mommy fan then. He was currently in need of manpower. At least he confirmed that Xianxia could be trusted. This was an unexpected gain. But this label was so annoying. As Su Silly thought about it, the label of diehard fans suddenly disappeared. He blinked and tried again, but found that the label appeared again. It was controlled by brainwaves. Looking at Janice again, Su Silly's feelings were a bit complicated. He gathered his thoughts and said to her, very good. Janice, thank you for your support. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then, he sent her away. Seeing Janice leave and close the door, Su Silly put down his legs and gently rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of lotus root-like calves. Ivory white skin, as smooth as jade, without a single flaw. The shape of his legs was very similar to his original legs. His hands and feet were also very familiar, but, too white, he stuck his head out and looked at his reflection in the water basin. The silver-haired, purple-eyed teenager, other than the color of his hair and eyes, was 90% similar to his original appearance, but much younger. 18 years old, who would have thought that he would become younger after death? Su Silly shrugged and stepped his slightly cold feet into the hot water basin. As the soles of his feet touched the surface of the water, the scalding temperature rose from the bottom to the top of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. Then, he slowly soaked his feet completely into the water, slowly closed his eyes and sighed comfortably. Su Silly only felt that his whole body was wrapped in warmth, and all the coldness was dispelled. He fell back on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He thought about the faction system, and a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Faction Leader Faction, Roland Empire, Star Alliance Territory, AI Shuexing the 3. Words AI Shuexing were protruding, as if there was more content. Su Silly's gaze fell on AI Shuexing. Following his thought, a detailed introduction popped up. AI Shuexing, Faction, Roland Empire Land Area, about 1 billion square kilometers land development rate, less than 0. 12% population, 90 million plus cities, 5, Imperial City, Orchid City, Starcatcher City, Glacie City, Duskfrost City. The 5 cities in the brackets were no different from Snow Roland's memories. Su Silly rubbed his chin and looked at the city introduction. Apart from the Imperial City, which was level 2, the other 4 main cities were level 1. Each city had a panel introduction that updated the various values in real time. Su Silly looked at the land area. The combined area of these 5 main cities was more than 1.2 million square kilometers. Looking at these values, he barely grasped the feeling of ruling a country on a planet. As for the low level of the main cities, Su Silly was not surprised. These 5 main cities were obviously 5 novice villages. Since they were novice villages, their levels and specifications could not be too high. There would probably be a city leveling up game later. With this in mind, Su Silly continued to look. Army, 1 million plus army combat strength, 2 stars personal reputation, respected popular support rate, 52%, if it is lower than 50%, it may cause a revolt, diehard fans. 2 Seeing the 52% popular support rate, Su Silly was stunned. He quickly looked at the explanation of the revolt. Revolt, when the popular support rate is lower than a certain value, the faction's citizens have a chance to take drastic measures to overthrow the faction leader's rule. The lower the popular support rate, the more likely it is for a revolt to occur and the more drastic the measures taken. Oh, so it's a revolt, right? Xianxia's rebellion, is it a type of revolt? But the popular support rate is not lower than 50%, Su Silly pursed his lips. His happy and relaxed mood suddenly dissipated. Originally, he wanted to earn 10 million universe credits and pay the alliance fee. Then, he could reunite with his family during the first closed beta. He did not expect there to be a revolt. Su Silly suddenly felt like his life was in danger. The number behind the diehard fans was also raised. He should be able to see the specific information. Sure enough, as he thought about it, a new interface appeared. This was an interface with a picture. At the top were the words diehard fans and below were 2 avatars with names. At the front was a short-haired child with black hair and purple eyes. Janice was behind him. Joan Roland. Looking at the avatar and name, Su Silly's memory surfaced. This was Snow Roland's half-brother. He was only 10 years old and was the child who was pushed to the throne after Snow Roland's death. Su Silly frowned slightly. He felt a little surprised. This was because in Snow Roland's memory, he did not have a good relationship with this little brother of his. This little brother of Joan was actually Snow's diehard fan? Did the system make a mistake? Susili opened Joan's details. Joan Roland, identity, brother of the new Emperor faction, Roland Empire. End of chapter 234. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.